Quick Transmigration Canon Fodder's Record of Counterattacks Chapter 1559 to Chapter 1645. Xianxia's father looked a little troubled, but when he thought of the money and the fact that Xianxia was his daughter, he should have a share, so he spoke up. Xian is my daughter too, so the pension, what does the pension have to do with you? It's Xian's money. Xianxia's mother's expression was fierce. She was resentful and disgusted with her ex-husband. I'm her father, so I can have half of it. Xianxia's father decided to go all out. No matter what, Xian is my daughter. Xianxia's father said shamelessly. Xianxia's mother was furious. Have you done your duty as a father to Xian? Now you have the nerve to ask for money? Don't you have any shame? No one can take away my identity as Xianxia's father, Xianxia's father said firmly. Ningxu opened the door, and the family swarmed into the house. Ningxu picked up the landline and called the police. Someone broke into my house and wants to rob me. Yes, I have hundreds of thousands at home. Xianxia's father was speechless. You called the police? Xianxia's father looked at Ningxu in disbelief. Ningxu put down the phone. I did call the police. You and Mom have been divorced for more than 10 years, and I gave Mom the money. It's a little embarrassing for you to ask for money at this time. I'm your father. Xianxia's father was so angry that he was panting. Li Shan, Xianxia's stepmother, quickly said, Xian, your father has high blood pressure. You can't be angry. Don't argue with your father. Oh, you're using filial piety to pressure me? Ningxu looked at Li Shan expressionlessly. This woman was much smarter than her father. Li Shan said, why call the police? It doesn't look good. No matter what, he's still your father. Ningxu hated this kind of people the most. If you ran away immediately when something happened, then they would swarm over. If you said something, you would be unfilial, and the moral shackles would be on you. Ningxu said to Xianxia's mother, Mom, sit down and wait for the police. You really are a bad woman. Qingqing pointed at Ningxu. Li Shan immediately said, Qingqing, how can you say that? Then she turned to Ningxu and said apologetically, Qingqing is still young. It doesn't matter. I don't intend to forgive him. Ningxu shrugged. So what if he's young? Li Shan's expression stiffened. She then said, Xin, we also know how you got your money. You're already dead. If you call the police, your identity will be exposed. Ningxu could tell that Li Shan was threatening her and felt that she had grasped her weakness. Ningxu was not afraid of her identity being exposed at all. Moreover, she was now Su Chen. Ningxu was not afraid that she would spread the news. So? Ningxu shrugged, unmoved. Should I give you the money? This money is for my mother's surgery. You even want to snatch the money to save her life. Ningxu looked at Li Shan. I know you're a beautiful, gentle, kind, and generous person, but you can't do such a thing. Li Shan was a person who was used to putting on a show. At this time, Ningxu's words made her face turn red. Soon, the police came. Ningxu tilted her head and squinted her eyes. She looked like an idiot. She sat on the ground and shouted, they wanted to snatch my mother's money. My mother was the one who did the surgery. Wah, everyone was speechless. The police ignored Ningxu and asked Xianxia's mother, who was normal, about the situation. Xianxia's mother told them the story with a sneer. This family was greedy for someone else's dead money. Xianxia's father looked at Ningxu, who was crying like a child on the ground, and was furious. My daughter is not dead. This is my eldest daughter, Xianxia. They lied to you and cheated you of your money. Xianxia's father spoke without thinking. Li Shan tugged at his clothes. The 3 members of the Su family were taken to the police station to record their statements. After all, they had filed a report. Xianxia's mother was also there. Ningxu said, stay at home. As soon as they left, Ningxu began to look for a place to rent online. He couldn't live here anymore. Today, it was his father's house. Tomorrow, it would be his mother's house. It would be his grandmother's uncles who would come to ask for money. All these years, Xianxia's mother had raised her client alone. These people didn't help her. Now that they had some money, they immediately flocked to her. It would be quieter to live somewhere else. When Xianxia's mother returned from the police station, Ningxu had already packed his things. He said to Xianxia's mother, "I found a place to live. Let's go look for rentals now." Xianxia's mother took a deep breath. Just as she was about to speak, Ningxu interrupted her. "Don't think about giving me a little to solve the problem. If I give you once, I'll ask for a second time." He had something to do today. Tomorrow, he would borrow some. "Mom, they can live without this money. If you don't have this money, you'll die. Keep it for the surgery," Ningxu said to Xianxia's mother. Once the leeches saw blood, they would desperately suck it. Xianxia's mother pursed her lips and nodded. "I'll listen to you." Ningxu carried 2 bags, went out, locked the door, and left. Ningxu went to Xianxia. Xianxia took Ningxu to the house that Ningxu had his eyes on. Although the house wasn't big, the lighting was good. After signing the contract, they moved in. Ningxu felt that the most important thing was Xianxia's mother's illness. When he had nothing to do, Ningxu would give her massages and acupuncture. Her illness was very serious. Medicine didn't work, and it would also burden her kidneys. Ningxu could only massage her acupuncture points. Sometimes, he would give her blood. These were just auxiliary treatments. They were only to prevent Xianxia's mother's condition from worsening. If she wanted to treat it, she could only do a kidney transplant. Ningxu discussed with Xianxia's mother. "I can't go to university." Her sister, Su Chen, didn't go to school. She died before she was a year old. So she didn't even have a school record now. Xianxia's mother was open-minded. "It's fine if you don't have one. As long as you're safe, you'll find a way out." Ningxu pursed his lips. She had to start a business to earn money. After all, a successful life was to change a difficult situation. If she succeeded in life, this success would be a little broad. Work could be done slowly. Life planning could wait until the Gong family's matter was resolved. Recently, Gong Rong rarely appeared in front of the screen. She rarely accepted interviews. Ningxu didn't know how Gong Rong was doing. According to Ningxu's estimation, Gong Rong's body shouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. But there was no news at all. And there was no news of Gong Fu. Was Gong Fu fine? Or did something happen to Gong Fu but it was kept secret? Ningxu felt that Gong Fu shouldn't be able to survive. After all, the power of the sun would destroy a person's internal organs and slowly burn them. Gong Fu's life was at stake. Ningxu paid attention to the news on the finance channel every day. When he had nothing to do, he would check the web to find out about SR Group. Gong Rong could buy so many people's lives with money, but he didn't know if she could buy her sister's life. Ningxu waited for a while, but there was still no news of Gong Fu's death. Could it be that Gong Fu had been saved? Could it be that there was still a hidden master in this world, an immortal or something? Ningxu felt that it was unlikely. After all, it was the end of the world. There was pitifully little spirit energy. How could there be an immortal? Gong Rong sat on a bench in the hospital corridor with his head in his hands. This was the 4th time the doctor gave him a notice of critical illness. From beginning to end, his sister didn't wake up and didn't open her eyes to look at him. The doctor said that Gong Fu couldn't hold on anymore. The current Gong Fu, if you pressed her abdomen slightly, blood would come out of her mouth. Her internal organs were seriously damaged. Now she was hanging on by one breath. Her heartbeat was weak and she could die at any time. Gong Rong couldn't understand. His sister was healthy. How could her body deteriorate so badly? Gong Rong stood up. His body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. Gong Rong's secretary quickly supported him. "Miss Gong, the patient has passed away." A doctor in a white coat came out and said to him. Gong Rong covered his eyes and walked into the ward with weak steps. Gong Fu on the bed was covered by a white cloth. Gong Rong took a deep breath and removed the white cloth. He saw Gong Fu's ashen face. Gong Rong closed his eyes and covered the white cloth. He was supposed to die. But how could Gong Fu die in front of him? Then all the things he did for Gong Fu while pretending to be a girl since he was young were all in vain. His aging disease was discovered when he was young. After all these years of careful care, living until now was already the limit. Managing the group as a woman was for Gong Fu. Gong Rong's eyes were a bit red. He was powerless, powerless. One day, you will also taste the feeling of powerlessness. Gong Rong covered the white cloth and turned to leave. The news of Gong Fu's death was released. After all, she was the head of the SR group. Such a sudden death would definitely attract attention. First, Gong Rong was kidnapped and killed. Gong Fu was appointed as the head of the SR group. Then Gong Fu fell ill. The former head of the SR group, Gong Rong, suddenly came back from the dead. Now Gong Fu was dead. The onlookers had already imagined all kinds of swords and knives, killing without spilling blood. They just didn't know if Gong Fu would come back from the dead like his sister. She came back to kill her own sister. However, to the disappointment of the onlookers, Gong Fu was really dead. Even her corpse was cremated. He was deader than dead. Gong Rong was almost in a trance as she finished her sister's funeral. His brows were ashen, and he still had to deal with the wolves, tigers, and leopards that harbored malicious intentions. Gong Rong was holding on. Even before she died, she had to find a suitable heir for SR Group. She couldn't let these people take advantage of her. Not long after Gong Fu died, Gong Rong's body couldn't take it anymore. She collapsed and was sent to the hospital to recuperate. Gong Rong's body was already at the end of its life, and this torment would accelerate the process of her death. Ningxu saw on the news that Gong Fu was dead. Once Gong Fu died, Gong Rong would be half dead. Now that he had dealt with one of them, it was time to deal with Gong Rong. With Gong Rong's current condition, she wouldn't be able to last much longer. Ningxu stretched and began to look for a good hospital for Mother Su to receive treatment. Mother Su felt that she didn't need to go to the hospital to waste money anymore. However, Ningxu was firm. Mother Su's illness couldn't be cured with 2 injections. Surgery wasn't a problem. The most important thing was that she should report to the hospital as soon as possible. They would be informed when there was a suitable one. Mother Su shook her head. Keep the money. I've lived to this age. I don't want to spend this money. It's not worth it. With this money, you can live an easier life in the future. You don't have to waste it on me. Ningxu was speechless. It's our gain to be able to buy a life with money. There's plenty of money. We can earn it later. Don't you want to see me get married and have children? Yes. Money was a problem for heroes, but now that they had money, why not go to the hospital? How stupid. Then I'll listen to you. Ningxu paid for the hospital that specialized in kidney transplants for Mother Su. If she didn't stay in the hospital, she would come regularly for dialysis. When she did, she would inform Ningxu and Mother Su. After that, Ningxu began to think about her career plan. What should she do without a diploma? Mother Su thought that Ningxu was good at makeup and asked her to learn how to do it. Ningxu slapped her thigh. Not bad. Girls were born to be beautiful. They could make themselves beautiful and others beautiful. Moreover, in the age of the internet, a makeup video could make money. If she was doing well, she could do makeup for celebrities. If she wasn't doing well, she could do makeup for corpses to make a living. Makeup was a technical job. It had to be 3-dimensional, shaded, and matched with the style of the clothes. These things had to be learned systematically. Ningxu suddenly thought of a sentence. Lanxiang beauty and hair will make your life brilliant. It became leap soil in an instant. Mother Su saw that Ningxu agreed and helped to find a school. She even asked Ningxu if she wanted to study abroad. It was good to have a goal. She could take it slow. Ningxu turned on the TV regularly every day to watch the news. She wanted to know about Gong Rong's death. There was no news, so Ningxu looked for it online. On the internet, Ningxu found a short video. It was said to be very popular. It was everywhere on Weibo. Ningxu clicked on it. It was Gong Rong in a hospital gown. Gong Rong with short hair was extremely handsome. Because he was sick, he had a weak temperament. He was too attractive. Gong Rong sat on the snow-white bed. The sun shone through the window and shone on his body. He looked ethereal and hazy. Unlike the wailing and groaning in the hospital room, Gong Rong looked like he was filming a beautiful art film. "Someone, I want to see you," Gong Rong said to the camera. Countless young girls' hearts exploded as they wailed. "I am a certain someone, and I also want to see you." Ningshu heard this and knew that Gong Rong was looking for him. He was sick. Why was he looking for her? Ningshu's heart was filled with vigilance. He felt that his recent life had been very peaceful. He didn't have to be on tenterhooks or hide. What did Gong Rong want to do? "Well, if you want to see me, I won't go. I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life." Wahahaha, Gong Rong was obviously bored in the hospital. He took a short video every day. Today is the second day. "Someone, I want to see you." Today is the third day. "Someone, I want to see you." Today is the fourth day. "Someone, I want to see you." Wherever Gong Rong's handsome face looked, hearts would fall. Under his Weibo, there was a group of people who were unable to extricate themselves from his beauty. There were both men and women. Ningshu watched all of Gong Rong's short videos. She focused on Gong Rong's face because his complexion was getting worse. Gong Rong was filming a short film every day, shouting, "Someone, I want to see you." The short film was very beautiful. Coupled with Gong Rong's appearance, it attracted a lot of people. It was comparable to a celebrity. Many people waited to watch Gong Rong's short film every day. A lot of people said that they wanted to give birth to a child for Prince Charming. Gong Rong's face was really attractive to both young and old. Even if men saw it, they would slap their thighs. It was really King beautiful. There were even management companies that wanted to poach Gong Rong to be a celebrity. With such a beautiful face, it was a waste not to be a celebrity. In the first 30 years, Gong Rong had appeared as a woman. Now that he had become a man, very few people thought that Gong Rong was that Gong Rong. Moreover, Gong Rong felt completely different when he was a man and when he was a woman. Ningshu was puzzled. He had been raised as a girl since he was young. Why didn't his personality change? "Someone, I'm about to die. Aren't you going to come and see me?" "Someone, I want to see you." Ningshu closed the computer. His heart hurt. What did Gong Rong want? However, it was true that Gong Rong said that he was about to die. There was a death aura between Gong Rong's brows. It seemed that he couldn't hold on for long. Ningshu didn't plan to go. As long as Gong Rong died, some things would be resolved. He couldn't have anything to do with Gong Rong. Especially if Gong Rong died, SR Group would definitely be in chaos. This was a big piece of fat meat. Everyone wanted to eat it. There would definitely be a period of chaos. If she had anything to do with Gong Rong, wouldn't the firepower be focused on her? That wouldn't do. Moreover, with Ningshu's understanding of Gong Rong, he definitely wasn't holding back anything good. He probably wanted to scheme against her before he died. Therefore, when Ningshu heard Gong Rong call him that, Ningshu felt that his heart was about to explode. Those who didn't know would think that they were in an ambiguous relationship. Ningshu was waiting for Gong Rong to breathe his last. If this short film continued, Ningshu was afraid that he would be found out. F***ck, there were always stupid men who wanted to push her to the forefront. Gong Rong worked tirelessly to shoot the short film. In the beginning, she was sitting on the bed, but in the end, she was sleeping on the bed. She weakly said, "Someone, I want to see you." Anyone could see that Gong Rong's situation was getting worse. The people under Gong Rong's Weibo were about to cry to death. They were all urging someone to take a look at their idol. Their idol was about to die. Ningshu simply wanted to smash the computer. He had lost all hope in this world where looks were everything. You guys only see the frail Gong Rong, the beautiful Gong Rong, but you guys don't know what kind of person Gong Rong is. Ningshu used a virtual IP address to leave a message on Gong Rong's Weibo. "Someone of yours is already dead. Otherwise, he would have appeared long ago." Ningshu sent a few messages. He was just short of saying, "Go in peace and don't wait." Then, Ningshu erased all traces of himself. It was impossible to track her down. However, Ningshu's words didn't cause any reaction from Gong Rong. Instead, it angered Gong Rong's fangirls, and they all attacked Ning Shu. Our idol is about to die, and you're still saying that. You're too much. I just want to see someone in my life. You're too cruel. Can't you leave someone with a beautiful memory? You're so heartless and unreasonable. Ning Shu, I'm wrong, okay? Gong Rong started to have difficulty breathing and put on an oxygen mask. Gong Rong was still shooting a short film. She said weakly, someone, I want to see you. Ning Shu, see you my *SS. Ning Shu realized that no matter whether he went or not, he would attract a lot of attention because of Gong Rong. This attention included the people of the SR group. Now that Gong Rong had regained her male identity, the people of the SR group must have known. Then, the someone that Gong Rong mentioned was probably a lot of people waiting for someone to appear. Ning Shu clenched his fists. He really wanted to smash Gong Rong's face on the screen. Hold it in, wait until Gong Rong dies. F***ck, why isn't she dead yet? A scourge lives for 1,000 years. Ning Shu was a bit afraid that Gong Rong would be selected by the system. 1 or 2 would be fine, but if another one came, Ning Shu would go crazy. Her mission was simply poisonous. It was like the red crane's crown that killed at the sight of blood. Why couldn't Gong Luo swallow her anger? Mother Su opened the door and came in. When she saw Ning Shu, she said happily, I heard that there's a kidney. I might have an operation soon. Ning Shu hurriedly closed the computer. Hearing Mother Su's words, he was delighted. That's great. He hoped that nothing would happen this time. As long as Gong Rong didn't die, Ning Shu's heart wouldn't be at ease. The gap between her and Gong Rong was too big. One was an ordinary civilian. She didn't have the money or social status to compete with Gong Rong. Ning Shu was now hoping that Gong Rong would die soon. It should be fine. We have some money. As soon as the kidney arrives, we can perform the operation. Mother Su was also very happy. After all, who wouldn't want to live if they could? Even ants would want to live. Moreover, she wanted to see her daughter start a family, have children, be healthy, and live a peaceful life. Especially after escaping death on the island, she felt how difficult it was to live a peaceful life. From now on, I'll take care of everything at home. You take good care of your body so that you can perform the operation, Ning Shu said to Mother Su. Mother Su rubbed Ning Shu's forehead with her face. I've failed in my life to find a man like your father who listens to others. It's fine if he listens to others, but he doesn't listen to me. He listens to other women. We rely on each other. I won't allow you to do such things in the future. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to live. You want mommy to live, but mommy wants you to live even more. If something happens to you, what do you want mommy to do? As Mother Su spoke, her tears fell and dripped onto Ning Shu's forehead. Tears seemed to seep into Ning Shu's heart, making Ning Shu's heart ache. Survival wasn't easy. Gong Rong was someone who stood at the top of the pyramid. What others tried their best to do, he could do with a word. To people who were lower than him, he was like pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep. Killing people was like slaughtering chickens. Ning Shu was a mission enforcer. He accepted all kinds of missions. There were mission enforcers of all ranks, and even animals. For Ning Shu, there were 3 kinds of people in this world. One was close to him, one was his enemy, and the last was people he didn't care about. There was no special class. If others didn't provoke him, he wouldn't provoke them. Generally speaking, he didn't agree with Gong Rong's values. Everyone had different values. It was impossible to have someone with the same values. Facial features were more important than values. Just look at Gong Rong's Weibo and the countless people who felt sorry for Gong Rong. She said something that wasn't very pleasant to the ears, and she was faced with a crusade. Originally, she was #/ Xin, don't let anything happen to you in the future. I'd rather die than let you die. Mother Su frowned. You don't know, but my heart has been pounding recently. I can't feel at ease. Mother Su's face was full of worry. Ning Shu comforted her. It's okay. You're nervous because you're going to have an operation. Don't worry. Mom, don't worry. no matter what, I'll protect myself. I still have to take care of you. How can I let anything happen to me? Ningxu thought about it and said, let's move. Move again? Mother Su asked in surprise. It was easy to be exposed if they lived in one place for too long. The island incident wasn't over yet. Gong Rong hadn't let her off the hook yet. Ningxu didn't plan to tell her that Mother Su was recuperating and preparing for the operation. It wasn't something Mother Su could solve. Letting her know would only add to her worries. It wasn't good for her body to think too much. I mean, let's move to a better place. It can be closer to the hospital. That way, it'll be more convenient for you to go to the hospital. Gong Rong couldn't find her if they moved often. Ningxu was wondering if they should go abroad. In China, Gong Rong was hanging on by a thread. It was really annoying. There's no need to move. I think it's good here. The people around are nice, Mother Su said. It's too tiring to move around like this. Ningxu saw that Mother Su really didn't want to move. It would take some time to find a place in a normal neighborhood like this. Mother Su's body couldn't take it either. Ningxu didn't want to move. Everyone was waiting to watch Gong Rong's short films. Ningxu was waiting for Gong Rong to stop filming. If she stopped, it would be the time for him to die. Oh heavens, Ningxu had never wished for someone to die so viciously before. I'm going out for a walk, Mother Su said to Ningxu. Watching others dance makes me feel younger. Mother Su now liked to watch people of her age dance. They were so energetic that Mother Su felt happy just by watching from the side. So when she was free, Mother Su would watch others dance. Ningxu nodded. Yes, be careful. You can't dance now, so don't force yourself. Mother Su went out, leaving Ningxu alone at home, watching Gong Rong's short film. Ningxu could see that the current Gong Rong was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Ningxu didn't know why Gong Rong was looking for him. Ningxu closed the laptop. His heart was in a dilemma. Should she go or not? Should she not go or not? Ningxu weighed the pros and cons in his heart and felt that there was no need to go. If he went, he would attract a lot of attention. She always felt that Gong Rong wanted to kill her, Simida. Why don't I just take Mother Su abroad? But now that I have a *****, if I give up now, I don't know when the next time will come. Mother Su's illness could not wait any longer. Ningxu's heart skipped a beat. He wondered if this was true. It seemed that Gong Rong also knew that Mother Su had uremia. This **** might be used by Gong Rong to fish, and he wanted to catch her. Or was there really a *****, and Gong Rong was going to use it to threaten her? Ningxu thought about it and put on a thin jacket. He planned to go to the hospital to ask about the *****. Ningxu opened the door and saw a man in a black suit. The man was raising his hand to ring the doorbell. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. It was an old acquaintance. Li Zhao, the lean man who had been on the ship, was obviously Gong Rong's man. Miss Su, our young master is looking for you. Li Zhao said coldly. Please come with us. Ningxu crossed his arms and raised his chin slightly. How did you find me? You don't have to worry about that. Li Zhao said and made way for Ningxu. There were a lot of bodyguards behind Li Zhao, and they blocked the door and the stairwell. Ningxu scanned them with her psychic power and knew that these people were armed with guns and even equipped with silencers. They were eager to kill her. He looked at Ningxu warily. Ningxu didn't know if he should be proud or speechless that so many people had come to pick him up. Please come with us. Our young master wants to see you. Ningxu suddenly asked, how old is your young master? He was already an old cucumber, but he still pretended to be young and asked people to call him young master. After a brief silence, Li Zhao said, our young master looks young. Ningxu couldn't argue with that. Your father is dancing in the senior center. Look. Li Zhao took out his phone. On the screen, Mother Su was sitting on a chair and watching other people dance. That meant that Mother Su was being monitored. Ningxu didn't expect them to come so quickly. Sometimes, the address wasn't a secret. Mother Su often went to the hospital for kidney dialysis. Some information could be found with a simple search. Ning Shu looked at Li Zhao coldly. Li Zhao put his phone away and said, "We won't hurt your father. It's just that our young master wants to see you before he dies." Li Zhao also hinted that Ning Shu would be rewarded for their meeting. Ning Shu was lost for words. She didn't want any benefits. There was no free lunch in the world. Gong Rong was looking for her because he wanted to see her before he died. She would rather believe that there were ghosts in this world than Gong Rong's mouth. Especially now, he was threatening her with her mother. It would be strange if there weren't ghosts. Ning Shu said with a smile, "Okay, I'll go with you to see Gong Rong. To be honest, I do miss him." Ning Shu went downstairs. There was a long line of black luxury cars parked at the gate of the neighborhood. It was a bit scary. Li Zhao couldn't help but be vigilant. It was a shame that they kidnapped their young master right under their noses. Although there were so many people, Li Zhao still didn't feel at ease. More importantly, the other party wasn't afraid at all in the face of such a lineup, which made them feel even more guilty. Ning Shu took out his phone and called Mother Su. The call went through and Ning Shu heard loud music on the other end of the line. "Mom, I have something to do. Come back and make yourself some food." After Ning Shu hung up, Li Zhao reached out his hand and said, "Please give me your phone for safekeeping." Although Li Zhao said please, his attitude was very rude. Ning Shu snorted. "Is Gong Rong the head of the country? Can't I bring my phone to see him?" Ning Shu stared at Li Zhao. She was just holding back. If they really got into a fight, even if she couldn't win, she could still escape. Ning Shu was worried about Mother Su, who was being watched. Damn it, he knew this wouldn't be over. There was no end to it. Being stared at by Ning Shu, Li Zhao said, "Please don't do anything extreme. You can have the phone." "Ning Shu, it's mine. It's mine." The car drove steadily towards the hospital. A string of black luxury cars followed behind, each car filled with people. "Please search, Yan, to see the most complete. The fastest to update." Ning Shu's mouth twitched. She wasn't a terrorist. Did she need so many people to watch her? Ning Shu fiddled with his phone and bought 2 plane tickets, the fastest to leave this place. Li Zhao's gaze kept sweeping over Ning Shu's phone. Ning Shu said, "I'm checking which brand of sanitary napkin is the best. I didn't feel good before. Let's go together." Li Zhao coughed and looked away. When they arrived at the hospital, Li Zhao took Ning Shu through the VIP passage. They arrived at a ward. Li Zhao opened the door and sat down. "Young master is inside." Ning Shu walked in. There was a man sitting on a stool beside the bed, listening to Gong Rong. This man looked younger than Gong Rong. He wasn't old, but he was wearing a dark suit and looked mature. "Gong Yi, you can go out." Gong Rong's voice was very weak. "Yes, uncle." Gong Yi stood up and looked at Ning Shu with suspicion. When he went out, he closed the door. Gong Rong sat up. Ning Shu said, "If I didn't ask someone to look for you, you wouldn't have come. You're the most cold-hearted woman I've ever met. If it was an ordinary woman, she would have come to see me when I'm filming a short film." Ning Shu smiled and said, "Because I know you don't have good intentions." Gong Rong waved to Ning Shu. "Stand closer." Ning Shu walked in. Gong Rong grabbed Ning Shu's hand. His hand was cold to the bone. There was no fire in his body. Fire was also Yang Qi. "Xianxia, come with me," Gong Rong said. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu quickly pulled Gong Rong's hand away. But Gong Rong's hand was very close. His hand was so pale that the veins on the back of his hand were very obvious. Ning Shu asked, "What does go together mean?" "I just want to go to another world with me." "The netherworld? You are just that smart." Gong Rong smiled, like a plain flower slowly blooming. It was pleasing to the eye, and it was beautiful for both men and women. Ning Shu pried open Gong Rong's hand, finger by finger, and said, "Our 3 views are not compatible. We can't die together. F***ck, do you think you're an emperor? Do you want people to be buried with you? F***ck, there were always men who either wanted to kill her to preserve her beauty or to drag her down with them." Gong Rong's fingers were pulled apart one by Ning Shu. Gong Rong didn't mind and said, I knew you would say that. I just feel that if the two of us die together, it would be a great joy in life. Gong Rong looked at Ning Shu. I quite like your shameless personality. You're even more shameless than I am. How could he have the nerve to ask others to die with him? I'm living well. Why did you have to kill me when I provoked you? Gong Rong was a little tired. She leaned against the pillow and said in a low voice, You don't seem to like me very much. Ning Shu, did she like Gong Rong? Ning Shu asked, If you were living well and I asked you to die with me, would you be willing? Gong Rong nodded, I'm willing. I don't have any taboos about death. I knew I would die since I was young. Maybe tomorrow, maybe a year later, maybe 10 years later. Who didn't know they would die? The only thing in life that was certain was death. Ning Shu was speechless. Do you want me to be so touched that I'll die with you in the short film? Ning Shu figured out why she was on the death list. It was impossible that Gong Rong didn't know she was still alive. Then if she died, she would become a nobody. Even if she died, no one would pursue the matter. Then Gong Rong had planned to bury her with him before this. Ning Shu gave him the middle finger. F***ck previously, a man had said, I will preserve your beauty forever. Now, a man had said, let's go. Open the door to a new world with me. Ning Shu, F***ck, Ning Shu took 2 steps back. Li Zhao took a step forward and pressed a gun against Ning Shu's waist. Don't move. Let young master finish speaking. Li Zhao said in a low voice. Ning Shu pulled a chair and sat down. Young master Gong, why do you want me to die with you? Well, maybe it's too lonely. If you're on the road to hell, I won't be lonely. Gong Rong's black eyes looked at Ning Shu. They were like the purest obsidian. She had long eyelashes and looked unexpectedly pure. Ning Shu's mouth twitched. You like me? Gong Rong shook her head. No. The feeling you give me is like a pet that died when I was 10. That was the first time I understood what death was. Ning Shu, F***ck, she was a pet? I like to see you stubbornly struggling. It's very interesting. Gong Rong's face was pale. But a person's fate can't be changed by struggling. Although I can't control my own fate, I can control the fate of others. For example, yours. She looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu stretched out his index finger and waved it. No, no, no. Dear, you're going in the opposite direction. It's better to control your own fate than to control the fate of others. Gong Rong nodded. Maybe. Do you know why I want you to go with me? Gong Rong looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu shrugged. Who knows what you're thinking? Because you killed Gong Fu. Although I don't have evidence, I feel that you killed Fu Er. Ning Shu rolled her eyes. If you say that I killed your sister, then I killed your sister. I didn't even get close to her. How could I kill her? Don't put any **T on my head. There should be a limit to nonsense. Some things don't need evidence. It depends on the heart. My heart tells me that this matter can't be separated from you. Gong Rong said flatly. Ning Shu clicked his tongue. Your heart tells you. Your heart is rotten, black and rotten. What can it tell you? Ning Shu silently moved the stool away from Gong Rong. Could it be that Gong Rong was going to die and wanted to frame her death on her head? Ning Shu now guessed that Gong Rong was the most malicious person. She could even say that she wanted her to be buried with her. What else could she not do? Ning Shu released his spiritual force to check if there were any monitors in the ward. There really were monitors. If she did something, this would be the evidence. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Ning Shu stood up and planned to leave. Ning Shu regretted that this building was a bit high. It was a bit scary to jump down from the window. Gong Rong patted the bed weakly and said, It's not easy to come here. Let's talk more. Come, sit here. Ning Shu, why was it so difficult for her to live? Why the hell? Ning Shu grinned. What exactly do you want to do? Originally, she thought. I just want to talk to you. Relax. Gong Rong comforted Ning Shu. Don't be nervous. Ning Shu was really afraid of this kind of personality disorder. Everyone who wanted her to die would use such a gentle and doting expression. Yes, death is a gift to you. What does my life have to do with you crazy people? You fell in love with me? Ningxu decided to disgust her. Fell in love with you? Gong Rong tilted her head and looked at Ningxu. She actually looked a little innocent. Although I have never fallen in love with anyone, I know that love is a beautiful word. It is to hope that the other party will live well, to think for the other party and to contribute. But for you, I just want to drag you to hell with me. Ningxu was speechless. F***ck. Then you hate me. Ningxu's mouth twitched. He hated her so much that he wanted to die together with her. Gong Rong shook her head. I don't hate you. I just feel that it is too lonely to die alone. If you were here, it wouldn't be so lonely, Gong Rong said. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu finally understood. In Gong Rong's heart, she was an inferior person. She didn't hate her, just like those concubines or slaves who were buried with her in ancient times. She felt that someone would die with her. Even in hell, there would be someone by her side to serve her. This was something that made people speechless. Your mother is being watched by my people now. As long as I make a call, your mother will die accidentally, Gong Rong said. Ningxu closed her eyes. What she hated the most was being choked and threatened like this. Li Zhao had already taken out his gun from his waist. It was equipped with a silencer. As long as Gong Rong gave the order, Li Zhao would shoot her. The atmosphere was very tense. Just as the atmosphere was tense, there was a knock on the door. Li Zhao put the gun on his waist and opened the door. It was Gong Yi who had left earlier. Gong Yi glanced at Gong Rong and Ningxu, as if he was guessing the relationship between Gong Rong and Ningxu. Uncle, I forgot to tell you something. Gong Yi paused for a moment. Ningxu immediately said, You guys talk, I'm leaving. Gong Rong stopped Ningxu. It's not easy for you to come here. You can leave later. Then, Gong Yi looked at her with a gaze that was like a laser, as if he wanted to pierce through her body and see through her. Gong Yi's lips were red and his teeth were white. Probably because he was young, he deliberately pretended to be mature and steady, trying hard to show that he was trustworthy and capable. But in the end, he couldn't compare to Gong Rong, even if Gong Rong was terminally ill and was about to die. Ningxu wondered if this person was the new heir of SR Group. Don't look at me like that. I have nothing to do with Gong Rong, and I'm not pregnant. A child won't suddenly appear and snatch things from you. You can rest assured. Before this, I didn't even know that Gong Rong was a man. Ningxu said bluntly. Gong Yi, Gong Rong asked, anything else? Uncle, Gong Yi just wanted to come in and see the relationship between his uncle and this woman. As long as the heir's position wasn't confirmed, there would be variables. After pacing around the door for a long time, he finally mustered up the courage to open the door. Gong Rong only said, Before you do anything, you have to think of a way out. Don't let others have something on you, understand? Go out, I want to say a few words to your aunt, Gong Rong said. Ningxu and Gong Yi were both stunned. Aunt? Gong Yi frowned and looked at Ningxu, then turned and left. Gong Rong, what do you mean? She was about to die, yet she still put the title of Madame Gong on her head. If you're a woman who loves me deeply, it's not impossible for you to die for me. Gong Rong looked at Ningxu and said lightly. Ningxu, F***ck, 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 what aunt? Ningxu finally saw how sinister Gong Rong could be. Even if she didn't die, the rest of the Gong family would covetously eye her, this widow. As the wife of the head of SR Group, if Gong Rong died, she, as the wife, would also get something. Wasn't this asking people to tear her apart? She was forced to be involved in the vortex of fighting for power. Whether she died or not, it didn't make a difference. Ningxu looked at Gong Rong coldly. Gong Rong, it's really the mercy of the heavens that you're still alive. Gong Rong tilted her head and looked at Ningxu. Ningxu felt that he should really let those who saw Gong Rong scream come and see what kind of heart was under the handsome Prince Charming's skin. I also like how shameless you are, Ningxu said lightly. Gong Rong still tilted her head and looked innocent. Ning Shu released an invisible force and destroyed all the cameras in the room. Bang, 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 bang. The cameras made crisp cracking sounds. Li Xiao was shocked and held his gun defensively. Ning Shu's figure flashed as she knocked Li Xiao unconscious. Ning Shu took out Li Xiao's gun and twirled the gun in Ning Shu's hand. Gong Rong was shocked for a moment and then calmed down. She looked at Ning Shu, who walked to the bedside. Ning Shu pressed the gun against Gong Rong's temple. Gong Rong's expression didn't change. I knew you weren't an ordinary person. I'm really an ordinary person. It's just that I've been practicing martial arts for a few years. You really killed Gong Fu, Gong Rong said with certainty. Ning Shu shook his head. No, I didn't kill your sister. Gong Rong looked at Ning Shu. Do you have a way to let me live? Ning Shu smiled. Under Gong Rong's gaze, he said, no. Who the hell wants to save you? Ning Shu put his hand on Gong Rong's neck. Gong Rong reached out and grabbed Ning Shu's wrist tightly. She didn't let herself faint. Xianxia. Gong Rong shouted hurriedly and grabbed Ning Shu's wrist tightly. You're not allowed to go. I won't allow you to go. This obsession of wanting to drag her to die with him was too strong. Ning Shu smiled and pulled Gong Rong's hand away. Go to hell by yourself. You'll be lonely on the road to the netherworld. I'm happy to see you in pain. Ning Shu said, also, you've got the wrong person. I'm not Xianxia. I'm Su Chen. My sister, Xianxia, is dead. Gong Rong looked at Ning Shu as if she was looking at a fool. It doesn't matter what your name is. Ning Shu. Gong Rong's face turned green. Her chest rose and fell rapidly and she couldn't breathe properly. Ning Shu turned and left. Gong Rong clutched her chest tightly. Her breathing became more and more rapid and she fell off the bed. Ning Shu went out and closed the door of the ward. Gong Yi was still guarding the door. Gong Yi looked at Ning Shu with eyes full of scrutiny and said, Are you really my aunt? Ning Shu laughed. You're thinking too much. Ning Shu left like a gust of wind. There were bodyguards guarding the door of the hospital. Ning Shu avoided these bodyguards and left over the wall. Ning Shu quickly called Mother Su and asked where she was. Mother Su said that she would be at home. Ning Shu hurriedly took a taxi back. When he returned to the neighborhood, he saw 2 bodyguards wandering around downstairs. He was supposed to be here. Ning Shu's bodyguards were loitering downstairs. When they saw Ning Shu, they immediately pulled out their guns vigilantly. In a flash, Ning Shu appeared behind the 2 of them and knocked them out with a single strike. The 2 bodyguards fell to the ground. Ning Shu dragged them to the lawn, which was surrounded by neatly trimmed evergreen trees. Ning Shu hurried upstairs. He opened the door and said to Mother Su, Mom, let's go. What's wrong? Ning Shu packed 2 pieces of clothing and stuffed them in his bag. Then, he dragged Mother Su out the door. Mother Su was baffled as Ning Shu shoved her into the taxi with a confused look on her face. What's going on? Mother Su asked Ning Shu, who was closing the door. I'll tell you later, Ning Shu said. Let's go to the station. Ning Shu had bought a plane ticket, but she didn't plan to take the plane. If Gong Rong found a flight, it would be best to find it at the airport. She wouldn't go to the airport anyway. The taxi took them to the station. Mother Su got out and saw Ning Shu's serious face. She asked, Did something happen? You're making me nervous. I'll explain it to you. Get in the car first. Ning Shu pulled Mother Su onto the bus. They were going to stay in the next city for a while. How should I explain this? Ning Shu was stared at by Mother Su. He didn't know what to say or where to start. Anyway, this was really King weird. Last time, a young lady from the Gong family died. The Gong family said I killed her, Ning Shu said. I didn't kill anyone. I can only hide for now. Mother Su rubbed her head. Why is there no end to this? Didn't you change your identity? Identity was nothing. Today, he could be called Zhang San. Tomorrow, he could be called Li Si. Ning Shu browsed the news on his phone. It was reported that Gong Rong had passed away not long after she left the hospital. Gong Rong was dead. Ningshu took a deep breath and asked 2333 in his heart, Gong Rong is dead. Did he become a quest taker? No, 2333 replied. Did it become a system? Nope. Ningshu let out a long sigh of relief. As long as he didn't become a system quest taker, everything was fine. That means he has entered the cycle of reincarnation. Ningshu patted his chest. First, there was Zhang Jiasen as a mission enforcer, and then there was Qingfei as a system. If Gong Rong was added, Ningshu felt that he could die. No, she wouldn't give up so easily. Maybe he has entered the cycle of reincarnation, or maybe he hasn't. 2333 said. Ningshu said coldly, what do you mean? If you can't tell me what's good for you, I'll King kill you. Mission enforcers are just mission enforcers and the system. There are other professions too. It's like a company. There are many positions. Ningshu was speechless. If it's a company, I think the company we're in now should be closed down. It took in anyone. Mission enforcers also form a social system. For example, the things in the market system must be made by someone to exchange for points, merits, and faith. All roads lead to Rome. He didn't become a mission enforcer or a system, but it doesn't mean that he won't become something else. 2333 said. Some people specialize in one path and reach the top. Ningshu rolled his eyes and snorted. I don't want an answer that makes me unhappy. After Gong Rong's death, Gong Yi, Gong Rong's new successor, quickly held a press conference to confirm his position. Ningshu let out a sigh of relief. Gong Yi looked very young. SR Group would definitely be in chaos for a while. It was hard to say if Gong Yi could hold on to his position. Ningshu even suspected that Gong Yi was Gong Rong's successor on the surface, but he could also be a whetstone for Gong Rong. After all, no one knew what Gong Rong was thinking. Especially since Gong Rong had paved the way for her sister for so long. No matter how he looked at it, it wasn't a simple matter. But none of this had anything to do with Ningshu. As long as the fire didn't burn her, it was fine. As for the title of Mrs. Gong, she had no legal relationship with Gong Rong. Ningshu and Mother Su found a place to stay in the next city and waited for the storm to blow over. Gong Rong was already a dead person. A dead person had no human rights. Now that she was alive, she only wanted to fight for fame and fortune. No one cared about how Gong Rong died. Sometimes, Gong Rong's death was used to attack the trusted leader, Gong Yi. In fact, many people suspected that Gong Yi killed Gong Rong. But there was no evidence. Ningshu watched the fire burn across the river. She was already a dead person anyway. Now she was using Su Chen's name. Ningshu was worried about Mother Su's operation. It was really full of twists and turns. Something would happen every time. He didn't know when the operation would be. Mother Su, on the other hand, was worried about Ningshu. Do you think they'll find us? They won't. The Gong sisters were already dead. The incident on the island was already over. The higher-ups of SR Group earned millions every minute. They fought for fame and fortune. How could they have the time to care about her? There was basically no chance for them to meet in the future. They were not in the same circle. Ningshu really wanted to find a beautiful place to live with Mother Su. There was no thrilling, only a plain life. Not everyone could withstand turbulence, especially if they had nothing on them. They couldn't withstand any turbulence at all. Some people said that it was better to die brilliantly than to live a mediocre life. Ningshu would rather live a plain life and watch the clouds move by than die brilliantly. Sometimes, living was a luxury. It's okay. Nothing will happen. Don't worry, Ningshu said casually. Mother Su stared at Ningshu and said, why don't you just get married? You're not young anymore. Why haven't you found a partner? Ningshu, this topic was a bit too big. Ningshu said, don't worry. There will always be someone waiting for me. Waiting for me. Mother Su, the king of hell? My heart hurts, Mom. Mother Su just felt that if she got married, she would at least have someone to rely on. But Ningshu didn't have such thoughts. Ningshu was still very cautious about marriage. The responsibility of marriage and the harmony of the family. Especially when she married with such thoughts. Besides, she didn't like who she was getting married to. When Mother Sue had the surgery and was a little healthier, she would leave. What happened in the future was none of her business. After that, Ningxu had been paying attention to SR Group's affairs. Unsurprisingly, Gongyi couldn't be compared to those old foxes. The older, the wiser. Gongyi couldn't even take care of himself, let alone come to Ningxu. Especially since his aunt didn't get anything, and there was no legal relationship. The hospital informed Mother Sue to be hospitalized, saying that the kidney had been confirmed. Once the kidney arrived, the surgery could be done immediately. Ningxu hoped that Mother Sue would have the surgery. After all, if she missed it, who knew when the next time would be? Originally, she had thought about it. Mother Sue gave up on the operation. No need. You've been through so much because of my illness. Forget it. I'm afraid you'll be in danger when we go back. Please search, Yan, for the most complete information. The fastest update. Ningxu decided to go to the hospital first. If it was really a trap, she would take Mother Sue abroad for medical treatment. She would also study abroad. Mother Sue grabbed Ningxu. No, I think I'm much better now. If something happens to you, I'd rather be sick like this. Ningxu was speechless. Now, Mother Sue had really become a frightened bird. Ningxu said that she would sneak back to take a look. Maybe they didn't care about them at all. They were the only ones who were trembling in fear. They were like ants. Would people waste their energy looking for ants that had been bitten? It wasn't worth it. Ningxu went to the hospital and asked the attending doctor. The news was true. Since it was true, she would do it. The hospital arranged for Mother Sue to stay in the hospital. Ningxu comforted her. It's okay. Don't worry. Ningxu went to pay the money. More than half of the pension had been used up. After that, Mother Sue still had to take medicine. The money wasn't enough. Mother Sue stayed in the hospital for 2 weeks and was then pushed into the operating room. Ningxu waited at the door of the operating room. After almost half a day, Mother Sue finally came out. The operation was successful. Ningxu let out a long sigh. Mother Sue's 2 bad kidneys had been removed. Now they had a good one. Mother Sue had to take good care of her body in the future. She couldn't do heavy work and had to take medicine. Ningxu had been wary of the people from SR Group, but during the operation, they didn't come to her at all. That was what they were afraid of. Ningxu was relieved to let Mother Sue stay in the hospital for a while. After being discharged, she went home to rest for a long time. Ningxu told Mother Sue about going abroad. Mother Sue said that she wanted to go with Ningxu to take care of her. Mother Sue was very uneasy and felt that it was better to go with them. Besides, her daughter needed someone to take care of her when she went to study. Mother Sue and Ningxu took their passports and boarded the plane to fly abroad. Quest complete. Do you wish to leave the quest world? 2333's voice appeared in Ningxu's mind. Ningxu looked at the clouds outside the window and felt bitter in his heart. He didn't find the source of this world again. It was already not easy to complete the mission. World origin, where are you? Leave. Ningxu felt dizzy and returned to the system space. His soul felt terrible. Right now, his soul was very weak. When he transmigrated, it was King terrible. Ningxu first sat down cross-legged and began cultivating, absorbing the pure soul power. However, after absorbing for a while, the soul power disappeared. Ningxu opened his eyes and looked at his soul. Sigh, it's not enough, it's not enough. Ningxu sighed. Such a thin soul. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like the soul of a super mission enforcer. Ningxu helplessly opened his attribute panel and looked at his gains. Name, Ningxu. Age, 27. Level, Super Mission Enforcer. Points card, 108, 10 million points for 1 point card. Soul value, 2 health value, 1 wisdom, 1 charm, 1 spirit, 1 martial strength, 2 aptitude, 2 faith, 42,000 merit, 15,260, 30 law understanding, none skills, 5th ring shooting technique, intermediate close combat technique, exceptional martial arts proficiency, intermediate poison technique, beginner business management knowledge, beginner code programming, Beginner lawyer skill, sage ghost catching skill, beginner cooking skill, beginner embroidery skill. Honorary titles: Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Tools, Calm Aura, Calming Pill, Faith Aura, Amulet 4, Upgraded Amulet 2 Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Sister Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Best Friend for Life, Meow Meow Meow's Blessing. Life-Saving Hand, Zhu Sunyang's Blessing, Founding Woman, Chen Ermiai's Blessing, Beauty-in-Law, Chen Ning's Blessing, Bane of the Blood Clan, Jasmine's Blessing, Transcending Race Communication, Bai Sanyang's Blessing, Heart of the Brave, Wang Ying's Blessing, Fulfill Su Xian's Wish, Survive on the Island and Cure her mother's illness. Mission completion rate, 95%. Received 5 points, 3 attribute points, 5,000 faith, including the accumulation from the previous world, and 60% of the soul power. Ningxu was speechless. This 60% of the soul power referred to 60% of the soul that the client gave. Ningxu asked, "Where did the other 40% go?" "It's taken away. Before you became a super mission enforcer, you could only get 30% of the soul power. Now the mission will distribute the soul power according to your completion rate. Half of it is 50/50ths. 2333 explained. When 2333 said this, she felt like she was a worker being exploited. Especially since there were too many mission enforcers, the amount of soul power they could gather was simply terrifying. "What about the remaining 10%? Ningxu asked. "I have an unshakable 10%, this is my benefit," 2333 said. Most likely, the rest of the soul power was taken away by the higher-ups. Now at least she knew the proportion of the soul power she received, unlike before where she was blinded. Was this the benefit of becoming a super mission enforcer, knowing how much she was being exploited? Ningxu added the attribute points and prepared to go to the law space to comprehend the law. Name, Ningxu. Age, 27 level, super mission enforcer points card, 108, 10 million points for 1 point card. Soul, 2 HP, 1 Wisdom, 11 Charm, 1 Spirit, 11 Martial Strength, 21 Aptitude, 2 Faith, 42005000 Merit, 15230 Soul Strength, 20 Law Comprehension, None Skills, 5th Ring Shooting Technique, Intermediate Close Combat Technique, Exceptional Martial Arts Proficiency, Intermediate Poison Technique, Beginner Business Management Knowledge, Beginner Code Programming, Beginner Lawyer Skill, Sage Ghost Catching Skill, Beginner Cooking Skill, Beginner Embroidery Skill. Honorary titles: Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Items, Calm Aura, Calming Pill, Faith Aura, Amulet 4, Upgraded Amulet 2 Aura, Mother of the World, Queen's Blessing, Model Worker, Qinshi's Blessing, Leader Aura, Grass Blessing, Lifelong Friend, Meow Meow Meow's Blessing, Life-Saving Hand, Zhu Sunyang's Blessing, Founding General, Chen Ermiai's Blessing, Beauty-in-Law, Chen Ning's Blessing, Bane of the Blood Clan, Jasmine's Blessing, Cross-Race Communication, Bai Sanyang's Blessing. Brave Heart, Wang Ying's Blessing. Ningxu saw that there was an extra soul strength in the attribute window, her soul strength was only 20. Ningxu asked 2333, "What's 20 soul strength?" Originally from #/ A soul strength of 20 points was a bit shabby, very shabby. Ningxu felt that if it was her previous soul strength, it would definitely be more than 20. Sigh, a real man doesn't boast about his past achievements. 2333 was silent for a moment. It's equivalent to your soul when you became an intermediate mission taker. High-level planes, superplanes have stable laws and walls. With your current soul state, it will be so uncomfortable when you teleport. Moreover, your soul is too weak. It's easy to be controlled by the residual emotions in your body. 2333 said. Ningxu wiped her face. How long has it been since she was affected by the residual emotions in her body? Now her configuration can't keep up. She used so much soul strength in exchange for the opportunity to enter the space of laws. If she gave up on the super mission trial, she would lose the opportunity to enter the space of laws forever. In general, there are gains and losses. Ningxu asked 2333, "What law do you think I should learn first?" Don't be too ambitious. There are not many people who can learn this kind of law. It's very lethal, but it's very difficult to learn. Out of 100,000 mission takers, there might not be one who can learn it. Learn some laws of water and fire first. These laws can solve some basic problems, such as making a fire and drinking water. Ningxu was speechless. No one doesn't want to learn high-level laws, but the laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are not simple. It's not easy to learn. 2333's voice was full of contempt. Don't underestimate any law. Ningxu scratched her head. Then let's go to the city of water. First, learn the law of water. Water has the most forms: solid, liquid, gaseous, and endless changes. And there are many kinds of water: weak water, heavy water, various kinds of water with various characteristics. Ningxu felt that if she could control the law of water, if there was no water to drink in the desert in the future, she could get some water to drink and she wouldn't die. Ningxu stood at the entrance of the passage. During the teleportation process, Ningxu felt really uncomfortable. Her soul was too weak. If it was in the past, it would be in the blink of an eye. Now, Ningxu felt like a dough that was being kneaded here and there. When he stood on the blue stone, Ningxu felt very weak, as if his body had been hollowed out. Ningxu looked at his surroundings. The layout of the water city and the time city were exactly the same. Ningxu even thought that he had arrived at the time city. The bluestone slab had very faint laws. When Ningxu stepped on it, he felt as if he was stepping on water. Even her soul had become incomparably moist. Ningxu felt that this city of water was very humid, and even his soul was stained with water vapor. It was as if he was sweating in the summer, but the sweat didn't dry and stuck to his body. He felt terrible. Ningxu looked at the souls that brushed past her. Their souls were very strong, and some of them looked like real people. He should be a very powerful super taskmaster. Ningxu's weak voice attracted the attention of many people. Those who could enter this place were all super taskmasters. It was probably because Ningxu's soul was too weak that he could appear here. It was very strange. Ningxu stared at the weak soul and planned to go to the restaurant to eat something first. The things in the restaurant were very expensive. It was unlike the virtual space where he could eat a lot of things with points. The things here were rare and expensive. They were all paid with merit and faith. Ningxu ordered a snack that could make Ningxu more resilient. It looked like a cupcake, but it cost 15 points of faith. Ningxu was speechless. So evil, he felt that this world was full of malice. Ningxu ate the snack slowly with a fork and looked at the people around him. These people were all here to comprehend the laws of water. Ningxu didn't leave the city. If he went out, he would definitely be destroyed by the laws of water. Ningxu sat by the window of the restaurant and felt the fluctuating laws under his feet. Just the laws of this city were too much for him. He couldn't even resist these laws, let alone comprehend them. Ningxu felt invisible water flowing over her feet, then her ankles, then her calves, knees, waist. There was no water, but Ningxu clearly felt that water was drowning her soul. It had already reached her heart. It was slowly submerging her neck. Ningxu's heart couldn't help but feel panic. The panic of drowning. Ningxu couldn't even control her instincts and wanted to flop. However, the water still flooded Ningxu's nose and mouth and went over her head. Ningxu was clearly in a spiritual state, but she felt like she was drowning. She couldn't vent her anger. She was drowning. Her soul was so heavy that it seemed to be pulled by something. It was so painful, so painful. Ningxu felt that her soul was going to turn into water. Ningxu saw that the others looked normal. They were eating and drinking as usual. There was nothing wrong with them. Hang in there. If you want to comprehend the law of water, you have to adapt to it. Turn yourself into water. Only then can you comprehend the law of water, 2333 said. Ningxu wanted 2333 to teleport her back. She had no power now. She was like a normal person who was about to drown. When she heard 2333 say that, Ningxu could only grit her teeth and endure. Her lungs were so swollen that they were about to explode. Ningxu endured like that. In the end, her mind was muddled. She lay on the table and lost consciousness. Ningxu, who was sleeping, felt very comfortable. She was floating, warm and comfortable. When Ningxu woke up, she felt that the suffocating feeling was gone. Ningshu heaved a long sigh of relief. She still had lingering fear, helplessness, and despair. Her body felt much more comfortable, and the sticky feeling was gone. Her soul was refreshed. What happened just now? Ningshu asked 2333. 2333 said, it's just a little bit. It's negligible. If you can't even adapt to this, you can forget about going out of the city to comprehend the law of water. Basically, everyone who comes here for the first time will experience the feeling of drowning. Some people can endure it, while others can't. Everything was difficult at the beginning. Ningshu felt that the road ahead was long. This was just the city. There were surging law of water outside the city. It could drown her in an instant. If she couldn't even endure or adapt to the law of water, she couldn't even comprehend it. Just the law of water was already like this, let alone the high-level law of time and law of space. Ningshu held her head. Oh my God. Comprehension depended on talent. Some people comprehended it instantly. It was better than others who had comprehended it for tens or hundreds of thousands of years. It was really hopeless. No wonder Mei Ziqing became a super mission taker before her and still couldn't comprehend the law of water. Damn. She was in a bad mood. Ningshu ordered some snacks. She spent 30 faith power to buy 2 pastries. Comprehension didn't depend on hard work. Sometimes, she couldn't comprehend it even if she racked her brains. Ningshu knelt down to those mission takers who could comprehend the law of water. Originally, she thought. Ningshu ate the pastry with a fork and calmed down. This kind of thing can't be rushed. Please search, hashtag, for the most complete. The fastest update. Comprehending the laws wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. If she couldn't comprehend it in a day, she still had endless life, as long as she wasn't erased. Ningshu wasn't in a hurry at all. Calming down was the key. One step won't get you to the sky. Today was the first time he saw the laws. Oh, it wasn't really seen, but he really felt 1/10,000th of the power. Ningshu finished the pastry on the table and said to 2333, let's go back. Ningshu was kneaded like dough again and returned to the system space. Ningshu exchanged for fasting pills, water, and medicine from the system store. Ningshu looked at the round medicine in his hand. These things were made by people. Ningshu browsed through the system store. There were a lot of things, from small things like chairs and sofas to big things like space transactions. These were all made by people. Ningshu thought about it and felt that Gong Rong might not be reincarnated. What if she was taken in by someone? After exchanging for what he needed, Ningshu exchanged for another shelf and then took out a book. Ningshu liked to read this kind of book because it was old. Someone didn't want it and then gathered it together. Some of the books even had someone's handwriting. Some of the content was still very beneficial to Ningshu. In addition, Ningshu's memory was now very good. If he couldn't remember it the first time, he could remember it the second time. Ningshu finished reading and put it on the shelf, then took a deep breath and said cheerfully, I'm going to do a quest. Do a quest, find the origin of the world, and then comprehend the laws. Ningshu's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. Life was really fulfilling. One day, she would be able to comprehend the laws, be able to build a world, and become a strong person. Ningshu didn't want to control the fate of others, but her own fate. If she wanted to live, she would live, if she wanted to die, she would die. Not if others wanted her to die, she would die. If she wanted to live, others would let her die. Alright. 2333 said, the fusion of the soul orb should be almost complete. Soon, you will be able to meet the client. Ningshu looked at the small black hole on the wall. It was already very small. It looked like the fusion was about to be completed. Now entering the quest. As soon as 2333's voice faded, Ningshu disappeared from the system space. F*CK, I forgot to ask her if she should do the system quest. 2333 said angrily. Ningshu felt as if he had fused with a body. When he woke up, he had a terrible headache. He was sitting in front of his computer. The computer was still open. He was probably doing work reports. Ningshu rubbed his forehead. What a headache. When Ning Shu stood up from the chair, his footsteps were weak, as if he was stepping on cotton. Ning Shu poured some water from the water dispenser. After drinking some water, he felt a little better. He scalded himself on the bed and felt a little more comfortable. Ning Shu supported his heavy body and sat cross-legged on the bed. He began to cultivate and accept the plot. Ning Shu was cultivating while accepting the plot. However, when he received the plot, Ning Shu was petrified. His mouth was open and he was stunned. This was a world that Ning Shu had never seen before. Even if Ning Shu had seen a lot of things and felt that he had seen everything in the world. However, this world had turned Ning Shu's worldview to ashes. Yes, the client was called Duan Shui. She was a white-collar worker in a company. She was staying up late last night to do a project. Staying up late exhausted her body. Duan Shui was just one of the many living beings in this world. However, this world was quite strange and salty. To what extent? Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu was speechless. Su Hongyuan was a programmer. The main character of this world was Su Hongyuan's, a little tadpole. That's right, a little tadpole. Su Hongyuan was a single dog. He was almost 30 years old. His looks were average and not outstanding. However, he wasn't ugly to the point of being hated by the heavens. One day, he went to donate his sperm but was told by the doctor that he didn't meet the standards. Su Hongyuan was angry at that time. He could F***CK and F***CK. How could he not meet the standards? The doctor brought Su Hongyuan to see his little tadpoles. Other men had many and lively little tadpoles. They swam around happily and were full of vitality. Su Hongyuan only had one or two and they looked like they were dying. It seemed that he couldn't make it. Su Hongyuan was speechless. He never knew that he was an azoospermia patient. Su Hongyuan scratched his head. What should he do? He still had to carry on the family line and marry a wife. He still had to warm the bed with his wife and children. In the spirit of scientific research, the doctor said that a new drug had been developed recently. However, it was new and he didn't know what side effects it would have. However, it could make the little tadpoles more energetic and increase the number of little tadpoles. Su Hongyuan decided to eat it. 2 days later, Su Hongyuan felt a pain in his balls. It was really a pain in his balls. Moreover, Su Hongyuan's little brother couldn't control himself when he looked at the erotic things. His balls hurt even more. When he saw the cleavage of a beautiful woman on the subway, his balls hurt. When he saw the new female colleague in the company, she was pouting her butt and pouring water, his balls hurt even more. Su Hongyuan hurriedly went to find the doctor. The doctor said that if he felt uncomfortable, he could F***CK it out. He also gave Su Hongyuan an indescribable magazine and asked him to use it. Su Hongyuan was F***king in the toilet. Then, he let out a tragic scream. The doctor went in to take a look. Su Hongyuan passed the cup to the doctor. When the doctor saw it, he was so scared that he threw the cup away. A finger-sized tadpole was shaking its head on the ground. The doctor stepped on the tadpole. With a squeak, the tadpole exploded. White pulp burst out. I have to do some research. I think the drug's effects are too strong. That's why it grew so big. This matter was considered to be over. Su Hongyuan went on a blind date. The blind date was a beautiful girl. Su Hongyuan's crotch bulged again. When he sent the girl home, he couldn't help but run to the girl's toilet. After venting for a while, a small tadpole came out. This small tadpole was first the size of a finger. Then, it grew to the size of a fist. Su Hongyuan panicked and grabbed the small tadpole and stuffed it into the toilet bowl. In the end, this thing grew bigger and bigger and pushed open the toilet bowl lid. The small tadpole was white. It even grew black and yellow sharp teeth and eyes. It was a monster. It directly rushed out of the toilet and swam on the ground. Seeing this strange creature, the girl was scared to death and fell to the ground. But the small tadpole swam and actually drilled between the girl's legs. A small tadpole the size of a football drilled into the woman's body. The scene was really disgusting and horrifying. Luckily, Su Hongyuan's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He grabbed the small tadpole's tail and pulled it out, throwing it out of the window. Then, this strange creature wandered around the city and killed people. The goal of the giant spirit was to get fertilized. Its attack method was to drill into a woman's body. How could a woman withstand it? It was simply too disgusting. Originally, it was self-inflicted. This alien grew bigger and bigger until it became a huge monster. It killed people and destroyed the city. Everywhere it went, it turned into ruins. The alien traveled through the city. When it saw a woman, it would drill into her body and swallow her. Duan Shui was a member of this city. The alien destroyed the city and Duan Shui wasn't spared. This thing drilled into her leg. Duan Shui was a woman. It was hard for her to imagine that this thing would drill into her body from below. This was really a case of sitting at home and disaster fell from the sky. The client, Duan Shui, was also a proud girl. She worked hard and stayed up all night just to buy a house in this city. It wasn't easy for her to gather enough money for the down payment. Then, she died. She was very unwilling. This matter couldn't be said to be anyone's fault. Su Hongyuan's little tadpole mutated under the effect of the drug. He also didn't expect such a situation. But the city was destroyed. Many people died because of it. The economic losses were serious. Ningxu suspected that he had entered a dream. An absurd and erotic dream that was only for the sake of stimulating the senses. Otherwise, how could such a situation occur? The client had no way to deal with the alien, and there was no way to survive this disaster. Even if the government used powerful weapons to destroy it in the end, it was because this thing caused a huge loss. Many people died, including the client. The client felt bitter in her heart. The money in her card. Her down payment. Damn. Her house. Her lifelong goal was to take root in this prosperous city and have a house of her own. The veins on Ningxu's forehead throbbed. His head hurt from staying up all night. Ningxu took out 2 painkillers from the bedside drawer and took them. Calculating the time, Su Hongyuan should have taken the medicine by now. Although Su Hongyuan didn't do it on purpose, it caused such a situation. In the end, what made people speechless was that Su Hongyuan and the girl he trusted fell in love and were very happy. Sigh, he didn't know what to say. Su Xian's wish was to live. Her wish to buy a house was really persistent. Ningxu sat cross-legged. His hands formed seals and set up a yang gathering formation around the bed. He started to absorb the power of the yang fire. There was little spiritual energy in the modern world. Ningxu could only absorb the power of the yang fire. As long as one had the strength, they would be able to survive. After cultivating for a while, Ningxu closed his laptop, put it in his bag, and went to work. This project was very important. The original owner had been busy with this for several days. If this proposal was approved, there would be a large sum of money. Today was the day to hand in the proposal. Even if the sky fell, Ningxu had to go. Even after taking painkillers, Ningxu still felt light as he was squeezed into the subway. There were no more seats on the subway. Ningxu grabbed the handrail and decided to take a short nap. The apartment rented by the client was quite far from the company. Ningxu narrowed his eyes and felt a pair of hands touching and pinching his buttocks. There was a sea of people on the subway. Everyone was very close to each other. It was normal for there to be physical contact. But it wasn't normal for his hands to touch her like this. Ningxu opened his eyes. "Get your dirty hands off me, or you'll be handcuffed." Ningxu's voice was neither loud nor soft. The people standing next to Ningxu could hear it. The hands touching her buttocks disappeared immediately. On the contrary, Ningxu attracted a lot of strange gazes. Ningxu turned a blind eye to this kind of gaze. Why didn't he say that he was hurt? Even if he was being looked at strangely, he would let the person who touched her receive such a gaze. There was no need to let her bear it alone and let the molester enjoy it. As soon as the person who molested Ningxu arrived at the station, he hurriedly got off the subway. The person sitting in front of Ningxu and reading the newspaper put down the newspaper. Ningxu said, "Sit down." This person had been using the newspaper to cover his face. He didn't know if he was reading the newspaper or resting. He didn't even look at what had happened just now, nor did he watch. Ning Shu and the man were stunned at the same time. Duan Shui? Wen Xing? This was a coincidence. According to the client's memory, this Wen Xing was an employee of another department and they didn't have much interaction. Wen Xing stood up. Sit down. Then he stood in Ning Shu's seat and grabbed the handle. Ning Shu didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down and said, "Thank you. I didn't know that we were going the same way." Wen Xing put away the newspaper. Wen Xing was a man of few words. In addition, the two of them didn't have much interaction at work, so they weren't very familiar with each other. Ning Shu leaned against the back of the chair and looked at Wen Xing. Ning Shu felt that Wen Xing was different from the Wen Xing in the client's memory. Although his face was ordinary, he had a gentle feeling. He was neither arrogant nor impatient, making people ignore his mediocre face. Temperament was really hard to say. Ning Shu felt that Wen Xing was not the Wen Xing of the past. Wen Xing's eyes met with Ning Shu's. There was a clear stream flowing through his eyes. For a moment, Ning Shu saw another face on his face. It was really not the original Wen Xing. "Why are you looking at me?" Wen Xing asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu said, "You've changed?" Wen Xing's face was calm. "I've always been like this." "How do you know that I've changed?" He was biting on words like this. Ning Shu flipped his hair and said with a smile, "As someone who wants to take root in this city, I know every local man in the company. If the client wanted to take root in this city, one was either to buy a house and become a resident of the city, or to marry a local. The client insisted on buying a house by herself. First, she had to make the down payment, and then pay the mortgage every month. This way, she would have the foundation to establish herself and her own assets. Duan Shui, who had been struggling like this, knew that material things weren't everything. But only when material things were satisfied could there be spiritual enjoyment. Only when one was well fed could one think about marrying a local man. This was also under the condition that she had assets. In particular, this city was very prosperous. The local residents had a sense of superiority and looked down on foreigners. Duan Shui hadn't been in a relationship for a long time. It was a waste of time and most importantly, a waste of money. Even if there was a man who paid the bill, who knew what would happen in the end? Ning Shu was very convinced by Duan Shui. Duan Shui only had money in her mind. She had to write down all her expenses in a small notebook. However, Duan Shui was a fashionable white-collar worker in the city. She bought expensive classic clothes and matched them like this. The clothes had a good texture. Instead of buying cheap clothes that didn't have any clothes that could hold the scene, it was better to buy more expensive clothes. Every goddess lived a hard life, especially the hard-working and beautiful goddesses, who were even more amazing. Only then would you look like you could accomplish anything easily. When Wen Xing heard Ning Shu's words, a look of surprise flashed across his face. He just said, "I am me. Who else can I be?" Ning Shu didn't expose anything. As long as it didn't affect her mission, it was fine. Ning Shu rolled her eyes. This guy might also be a mission enforcer. As long as there was no conflict, Ning Shu wouldn't care. After sitting on the subway for more than an hour, they finally reached the platform. After leaving the subway station, they still had to walk some distance to reach the company. Ning Shu and Wen Xing went to the company on the way. Ning Shu looked at Wen Xing from the corner of her eyes. He was carrying a briefcase, wearing a suit, and looked like he was following her every step. Ning Shu felt that he had the leisurely and romantic temperament of a scholar from the Wei and Jin dynasties. This style wasn't the style of a romantic, but rather a style of elegance that was reserved and refined. "Hey, your temperament is too obvious, anyone can feel that something is wrong." Wen Xing stopped. When he turned around, he didn't turn his head, nor did he twist his body. Instead, he first moved his feet and turned his body with his feet. This was the first time Ning Shu saw such a gentle man. But when she thought of the small tadpole alien, Ning Shu couldn't help but look at Wen Xing's indescribable part. A man who took that kind of drug could get a giant tadpole, oh my god. Even if Ning Shu was standing in front of a man who was peerless in the world, beautiful to the point of anger, handsome to the point of exploding the heavens, blah 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 blah. It couldn't get rid of the cold feeling in Ning Shu's heart, tsk tisk tsk, especially when that thing drilled into the mission enforcer's body and used its sharp teeth to bite the body. So disgusting, Wen Xing naturally used his briefcase to block his part, blocking Ningxu's gaze. I'm leaving first. Wen Xing turned around and left. Ningxu shrugged her shoulders and rushed past Wen Xing in her high heels. F***ck, I'm going to be late, I have to use my life to clock in. Wen Xing stopped, looked at Ningxu's back, and said helplessly, I was recognized again. Wen Xing didn't know why he was always recognized when he was doing missions. He felt that he was already very careful, speaking less, and doing his best to follow the mission enforcer's actions. But in his mission career, he was always on the road of being recognized. If there were no conflicts, it would be fine, but if there were conflicts, it would be very unfavorable for him. Some people said that he wasn't suitable to be a mission enforcer, because his personal style was too strong. Wen Xing didn't run as fast as Ningxu, but he wasn't slow either. Ningxu punched his card, and he did the same. While waiting for the elevator, Ningxu looked at him from the corner of his eye. To be able to appear in a high-level plane or a super plane, one had to be a super mission taker. With a ding, the elevator door opened. Wen Xing was one step behind Ningxu as he entered the elevator. He was a gentlemanly and warm man. However, a warm man was also cold. He treated everyone the same. Being warm was just a way to reject people. The elevator was packed with people, and there was also the smell of scallion pancakes. This was a big company. If they wanted to stand out among so many people, they had to work harder. There was also the matter of dealing with interpersonal relationships. Wherever there were people, there would be conflicts. Even in the office, there was danger. If he was lenient, he would just pack up his things and leave. He might even be sued. It was definitely not wrong to be cautious. Ningxu and Wen Xing tacitly didn't ask about each other's identities. They were like ordinary colleagues, cold and distant. When they reached the office, Ningxu first made a few copies of his proposal and then printed them out. He had to protect his own things well. Ningxu stapled the printed things one by one. This way, he wouldn't be flustered when he was busy. Then, he put it in the drawer and locked it. Ningxu glanced at the calendar on the table. It was the 13th. In 2 days, the client would die. That thing should be wandering around the city now. If it wasn't hiding in the grass, it would be in the gutter. It would become bigger and bigger in the future. The client was attacked when he got off work. Sure enough, it was interested in women and liked to burrow into women's bodies. Just thinking about it gave Ningxu goosebumps uncontrollably. It was like chopping off a penis. Everything would be over once and for all. When the director said that it was time to submit the proposal, Ningxu took it out of the drawer and handed it in. After a period of busy work, it was a little more leisurely. The colleague sitting opposite Ningxu stood up and said to Ningxu, "There's been a pervert recently. Have you seen the news?" Ningxu grunted. "What news?" The girl leaned closer to Ningxu and said, "The news said that there's a pervert who specializes in attacking women, and the girl walked around the table and leaned close to Ningxu's ear and said, "He attacked a girl's lower body and ruined it beyond recognition." Ningxu was speechless. It's not just her lower body. Even her body is ruined. The more the girl spoke, the paler her face became. Ningxu saw that the fine hair on her face was standing up. Ningxu was speechless. He didn't even want to eat lunch. Ningxu thought that since she was Su Hongyuan's little tadpole, she should have Su Hongyuan's genes. Why didn't the police investigate Su Hongyuan? Although Su Hongyuan didn't do it on purpose, his actions caused a huge storm. Many innocent people died because of him. In the end, nothing happened to Su Hongyuan. It was really difficult to calm down. During lunch, Ningxu looked at the work meal and had no appetite at all. He picked up his chopsticks and poked at the rice. Ningxu was worried that he would have a psychological barrier if he didn't like men in the future. After this incident, Ningxu decided that he would cut his balls together in the future. Ningxu drank a mouthful of soup and immediately thought of stepping on it and splashing it far away. Oh, F***ck Ningxu choked on the soup and couldn't swallow it. Then he saw Wen Xing sitting opposite him with a tray. Ningxu opened his mouth and the soup flowed out. Ningxu spat the soup on the tray. He really couldn't eat, especially when he saw Wen Xing approaching. Wenxing was speechless. He lost his appetite too. Ningxu wiped his mouth with a tissue and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Wenxing pushed the tray aside and looked at Ningxu. "Since we both know in our hearts, my goal is to destroy that thing and protect as many people as possible. A city has been destroyed and so many people have died. It has a great impact on the plane. It's fine if the buildings are destroyed. What's important is the people." Ningxu nodded. "Okay, our goal is the same." Wenxing nodded. "We can work together." "Happy working together." Wenxing reached out his hand to shake Ningxu's. Ningxu stared at Wenxing's hand. Then he touched it with his fingertip and immediately retracted it. Wenxing was stunned. "Are you afraid of me?" "No, I'm afraid that the men in this world can squeeze out giant tadpoles." "Wenxing, our first task now is to find the opposite sex and get rid of it before it causes more damage and kills more people," Wenxing said unhurriedly and clearly. Ningxu clearly saw the halo of a Holy Father rise above Wenxing's head. A mission enforcer whose heart was filled with love. However, just having love in one's heart was not enough to reach this step. There had to be a matching strength. "Where should we start looking?" Ningxu supported her chin. "It should like to attack crowded and dark places, such as bars." Wenxing was silent for a moment before saying, "My luck has always been good. Maybe we can find it." Ningxu looked at Wenxing silently and then rolled her eyes. She hated people with good luck. "Wenxing, what's wrong with this little girl?" Wenxing pushed his lunchbox in front of Ningxu. "You can't eat yours." "Eat mine." "I didn't touch it." Ningxu waved her hand. "No need." She didn't want to eat fried bean sprouts. Wenxing hesitated for a moment before asking, "You still want to eat yours?" "Ningxu, I don't have an appetite." Ningxu put her hand under the table and a fasting pill appeared in her palm. Ningxu ate the fasting pill and her hunger finally disappeared. She also found another advantage of fasting pills. Other than saving time, one pill could last for a few days. Also, fasting pills could perfectly satisfy the body's needs when she felt nauseous and did not want to eat. "Then let's get off work together," Wenxing said to Ningxu. "I want to ask you, what defense and attack methods do you have?" Before Wenxing could finish speaking, an earth-shattering scream erupted from the restaurant's kitchen. Wenxing immediately stood up and rushed to the kitchen. Ningxu also quickly followed. In the kitchen, she saw something white and greasy drilling into a woman's leg. There was a long tail behind it. "Oh, my eyes." The woman who was attacked by the tadpole was scared out of her wits. She didn't know how to react and was extremely frightened. The alien probably came from the sewers and opened the cover. Especially at the sink, the sewer cover had already been opened. Wenxing grabbed the alien's tail and used all his strength to throw the tadpole to the ground. With a smack, the tadpole hit the wet ground and made a squeaking sound. After a period of time, the tadpole grew bigger again. Its entire body was covered in a sticky liquid, which made people feel very disgusted. Even after being smashed to the ground by Wenxing, it did not die. It opened its mouth, revealing a dense array of yellowish-black fangs, and bit towards Wenxing. Ningxu grabbed the stool and smashed it with all his might. However, Ningxu's hands were numb from the impact. It was as if he had smashed a truck's tire. The force of the rebound caused his arms to go numb. The giant tadpole screeched and swam desperately, trying to get rid of Wenxing's control. The tadpole's body was covered in mucus, and it was slippery. The tadpole's strength was great, and it struggled to break free, wanting to escape into the sewers again. Obviously, he knew that these two people were not to be trifled with. His sperm's instinct was to swim non-stop and then combine. Ningxu grabbed the stool, channeled his qi into his dantian, and smashed it on the little tadpole's head. Both of his hands were numb from the impact. The tadpole was in pain. It turned its head and rushed towards Ningxu. Its tail swam like a snake. Wenxing grabbed the chopping board and shouted at the kitchen knife, "Ningxu, get out of the way." The kitchen knife chopped down on the tadpole alien's head. White milk-like liquid splashed out, splashing onto Wenxing's face and clothes. The alien screeched. The kitchen knife was stuck in its body, and it crawled into the sewers. Now that the alien had escaped, Ningshu's stomach was churning uncomfortably. It was too disgusting. There was no big and cute thing in this world. Its size had been magnified countless times, and it was terrifying. A creature that could only be seen under a microscope was now magnified countless times. Seeing this kind of thing, Ningshu felt that his heart was very weak. Especially now that his soul power was weak, he was always affected by the residual emotions in his body. Seeing this thing, he felt disgusted, scared, and hateful. Ningshu shook his numb arms. Both of his hands were shaking. Looking at the messy Wenxing, he silently backed away from him. Wenxing's body was covered in milky liquid. He used his hands to wipe his face. His hands were sticky. "Don't come near me. I'm afraid I'll get pregnant." Who knew if this was his thing? Everyone in the kitchen had run away. Only Ningshu and Wenxing were left. Wenxing said, "Get some water and help me rinse it. I don't have colleagues to love." Ningshu went around Wenxing, grabbed the hose on the ground, turned on the tap, and flushed Wenxing's body. Although Wenxing was wet, Ningshu didn't want to look at him. She would never forget the scene of white milky liquid splashing on his body. It was too **king memorable. Wenxing directly took off his shirt, revealing his thin body. He looked like a white chicken. It was obvious that Wenxing was a mission enforcer who could endure hardship. "Colleague, can you help me buy a set of clothes?" Wenxing asked Ningshu as he took off his pants. Then Wenxing took off only a pair of underwear. Ningshu was speechless. What elegant way and Jin Dynasty scholar. It was just an illusion. Ningshu really wanted to kick between his legs. Maybe this place was pregnant with an alien. Ningshu patted her face, threw away the hose, and went out to buy clothes for Wenxing. There were a lot of people gathered at the entrance of the restaurant. Seeing Ningshu come out, they quickly asked, "Duan Shui, what was that just now? Was it a mouse? Have you ever seen a mouse that's so big and doesn't have legs? Hurry up and call the police. Say that there's an unknown creature attacking people." Ningshu said and went out of the company to the clothing store to buy clothes. Wenxing was very thin. He didn't have any extra fat, but he also didn't have any muscles. Ningshu casually bought some t-shirts and jeans. After thinking about it, he also brought a pair of underwear. Wenxing's whole body was wet. Ningshu rolled his eyes and stuffed the underwear into the bag. He also took 2 towels. Well, he also took 2 bottles of disinfectant. Wenxing should peel off 2 layers of his skin so that he could wash himself clean. Ningshu wasn't a clean freak, but in this case, he felt that it was better for Wenxing to reincarnate. Thinking about the liquid that rushed out of the alien's body. Sigh. Back at the company's restaurant, Ningshu gave the bag to Wenxing. "Thank you." Wenxing thanked him. Ningshu sat on the chair in the restaurant and looked at his hands. His hands couldn't stop shaking. Because he used too much force, the rebound force hurt. Wenxing put on his clothes and came out of the kitchen. Ningshu said, "It ran away this time. It won't be easy to catch it again. This thing has rough skin and thick flesh." Ningshu was really speechless. In the end, it would grow bigger than the house. If it knocked down the house, it could eat many people in one bite. It should eat a lot of people. Relying on the body's medicinal properties and the energy provided by people, it would grow bigger and bigger. Wenxing wanted to sit down, but Ningshu immediately grabbed the chair and moved it back. "Have you used the disinfectant? Let's talk from a distance," Ningshu said directly. All of Ningshu's impressions of Wenxing were overwritten. He couldn't remember anything about being gentle. All he could think of was that his face was covered in milk. Only one thing was needed to destroy that impression. Wenxing was speechless. "You don't have to be so nervous. Those things should be nutrients, equivalent to human blood. It's not enough to get you pregnant," Wenxing said. Ningshu was expressionless. He moved his lips. "Actually, I'm even more disgusted when you say that." Because of the incident at the restaurant, the employees were not in the right state of mind at work. Everyone was in a state of panic. Many people had seen that thing before. It was lunchtime and there were many people. At first, they were just there to join in the fun. But when they saw how powerful this thing was, they couldn't wait to run away. The police received a call and sent people over. They didn't know what the hell it was. But with so many people swearing that they found it, the police didn't know what to say. Since it was in the sewers, let the people who cleaned the sewers start investigating. Ningshu felt that it was useless to let the people who cleaned the sewers investigate. This thing could crawl on land and was like a fish in water. Its speed was especially fast. Those sanitation workers were simply there to deliver food. Ningshu said, that thing has fangs, is very fast, and its skin is thick. Ordinary people definitely can't deal with it. It's better to send some capable people. At the very least, it should be a police officer with a gun. I agree. That thing is really powerful. It was also very disgusting. Wenxing agreed with Ningshu's words. The police frowned. For an unknown thing, they had to carry a gun. The police were looking for something in the sewers every day. Was the city still going to run? Besides, who would be willing to do such a thing? After the police left, Wenxing said lightly, I rarely look for the police for missions because it's slow and I don't know how to be flexible. It's far less convenient than acting alone. Sometimes, they even played a shady role. Not everyone was upright and selfless. I'm just saying. Although it doesn't help much, it won't be easy to shirk the responsibility in the future, Ningshu said. They had already called the police. If anything happens, it's your own fault. What can you do? After work in the evening, Wenxing, who was wearing a t-shirt and jeans, was waiting for Ningshu at the entrance of the company. Let's go eat something first, then look for that thing. Wenxing Ningshu said. Ningshu shook his head. I'm not eating. I've already eaten the fasting pill. Well, I don't need to eat either. I was worried that you would be hungry. Wenxing seemed to be relieved. After being sprayed all over, Wenxing had no appetite at all. He wasn't hungry at all. The city was already lit up with neon lights. It would be difficult to find an alien in such a big city. In particular, the city sewers were crisscrossed and extremely complicated. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Ningshu wondered if he should activate the GPS system and spend 5 merit points to locate the alien. Aliens should be able to locate him, right? He didn't expect that he would have to locate a sperm. Just as Ningshu was about to turn on the GPS, Wenxing took out 3 copper coins and shook them in his hand before scattering them on the ground. Wenxing squatted down and looked at the copper coin. Ningshu squinted his eyes. Wenxing was a fortune teller? Let's go southeast. Wenxing kept the copper coin. Ningshu asked, how far to the southeast, and where exactly is it? As we walk, I will divine at the same time. The divination will tell us that the closer we are, the more accurate the divination will be. Wenxing headed southeast. Ningshu followed behind him. Back then, she was also a dabbler in Maoshan Taoist. She wasn't very good at divination. Are we going to walk there like this? Ningshu asked. Don't forget that the little tadpole swam very fast. Wenxing stopped in his tracks and performed another divination. Wenxing said that he was lucky. Ningshu didn't think so. Fortune tellers were all revealing the secrets of the heavens. They were the ones who suffered losses. Lucky? Are you kidding me? How's the situation? Ningshu asked. The direction hasn't changed. Wenxing stopped in front of a KTV and flicked his thumb. The copper coin spun in the air and was finally caught by Wenxing. Wenxing opened his hand and looked at the copper coin. Finally, Ningshu said, let's go in. It should be here. Ningshu didn't care. She originally wanted to protect the client's life. It was fine as long as the client didn't die during the mission. No matter what, she should have at least waited until the government came to deal with it. But she was dragged here by Wenxing. But it was a good thing to get rid of that disgusting thing as soon as possible. She hoped that other people wouldn't have to go through what the client went through. The KTV was filled with cries and howls. The lights were dim and ambiguous. There were people coming and going in the aisles. Ningshu and Wenxing looked around the KTV. This KTV was very big and there were many private rooms. Wenxing stopped. Ningshu asked loudly, what's wrong? Wenxing turned and left the KTV. He tossed the copper coin again. Ningxu sat on the flower bed bitterly and hammered her legs. That thing ran away again? Wenxing frowned. Maybe, probably ran away again. Ningxu, where did it go this time? Ningxu asked. She wanted to turn on the GPS F*CK southwest, Wenxing said. I suspect that it smelled my scent and ran away. Ningxu chuckled. It peed on you? He had already washed himself clean, but it could still be smelled. That thing was too heaven-defying. Not likely. My luck has always been very good. Don't worry, Wenxing said. Wenxing held 3 copper coins between his fingers. His index finger and thumb formed a seal. There was a golden thread that strung the 3 copper coins together. The copper coins vibrated slightly and actually left Wenxing's hand and flew in a direction. Ningxu, F*CK, this thing was more useful than the GPS. The GPS would give you a location and then you would have to find it yourself. This even led the way. The copper coins didn't fly high, only about the height of a person's knee. It was night now, and the color of the copper coins was dark, so basically no one could see them. Wenxing stopped at the manhole cover on the side of the road. The manhole cover was lifted. Ningxu moved her nose and smelled a fishy smell. It should have been left behind by the alien. Wenxing squatted down and planned to cover the manhole cover. Ningxu gave him a hand and the two of them worked together to cover the manhole cover. There were people coming and going. If someone fell down, it would be troublesome. The copper coins went to the bar, which was full of people coming and going. Ningxu released his mental strength. At this time, even without the copper coins to lead the way, he could find the traces of the alien. It left traces of mucus wherever it crawled, just like a snail crawling through a place. The music in the bar was deafening, and the men and women on the dance floor were crazily swaying their bodies. The traces left by the alien were not obvious. The bar was noisy and crowded, so it was a bit difficult to find an alien. Wenxing's copper coins shuttled through the crowd on the dance floor. Wenxing and Ningxu squeezed into the dance floor to keep up with the copper coins in front of him. Ningxu squeezed and squeezed, but there was still a man in front of him, shaking his head and swaying his tail as he danced. He probably wanted to pull Ningxu with him. Ningxu wanted to go around him, but the man twisted his waist in front of Ningxu again. Ningxu couldn't see Wenxing anymore. He slapped the person in front of him away. I'm busy. Ningxu quickly caught up with Wenxing. Are we going to the toilet? Probably. In the range of Ningxu's mental strength, Ningxu had already seen the toilet sign. As he approached the toilet, Ningxu's mental strength passed through the wall and saw the situation in the toilet. He heard cracking sounds. Ningxu hurried into the toilet and saw blood flowing out of the toilet cubicle. There was no sound of struggling inside. Obviously, the person was dead. Wenxing put away his copper coins, and Ningxu stepped back, intending to open the door. Ningxu stood aside. Since Wenxing opened the door, he would open it. If it was any other monster, Ningxu wouldn't even blink, but this kind of thing. Ningxu was afraid of getting pregnant. Wenxing reached out to open the door, but the door was locked from the inside. It was probably someone struggling and the door was kicked open. Wenxing pulled and opened the door. The alien with a long tail was lying in a pool of blood, gnawing on a person's body. The basin-sized tadpole supported its head with its tail and then bounced onto Wenxing's body. The huge impact directly slammed Wenxing into the wall. It opened its mouth to bite Wenxing's face. Ningxu raised his foot and kicked the tadpole away. The tadpole hit the wall and fell to the ground, chirping. Wenxing gave a piece of golden thread to Ningxu and pointed to the foot of the wall. Go there. Ningxu was speechless. However, Ningxu still listened to Wenxing and wrapped the golden thread around his palm twice. Wenxing held the other end of the golden thread and wrapped it around the small tadpole. The little tadpole screeched ferociously and dodged everywhere. Then, it rushed towards Ningxu. I used the golden thread to entangle it. Wenxing, Ningxu shouted. Ningxu kicked the small tadpole up and quickly wrapped the golden thread around the small tadpole's body. Pull with all your might. Wenxing pulled the golden thread with all his might. Ningxu pulled on the golden thread from the other end. A few circles of golden thread wrapped around the alien's body. With a tug, the golden thread cut into the alien's body. Some splashed out from where the golden thread was entangled, wetting the floor. There was a fishy smell. The xenomorph struggled violently, and the more it struggled, the more the golden threads tightened around its body. Ningxu's hand was entwined with golden threads. Blood flowed out as the golden threads cut into his flesh. "Come on, let's try to solve it this time." Wenxing shouted Ningxu. At the same time, Ningxu felt the golden thread go deeper into his skin. The xenomorph screamed very miserably. F***ck, it really hurts. This is like hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting oneself by 800. Ningxu looked at Wenxing and saw that Wenxing had unknowingly put on gloves. F***ck, do you still have colleagues? Why don't you give me a pair of gloves? Ningxu didn't dare to relax. He pulled hard, and the xenomorph screeched. Ningxu's spiritual power sensed that someone was coming. They were coming to the toilet. Someone's coming. Ningxu pulled hard, and all the golden threads sank into the xenomorph's body. To be honest, this kind of golden thread was like cutting a tire. It felt very powerless. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Ningxu screamed at the door, "Don't come in. The toilet is blocked. The floor is full of dirty water, feces, and urine. I'm cleaning it up." The footsteps at the door stopped, and a girl asked, "Really? Really, it stinks in there." The person at the door was skeptical and turned to leave. "Hurry up, someone will come soon." Ningxu's chi sank into his dantian, and a burst of chi hit the xenomorph. The xenomorph struggled in pain, crazily twisting its body, desperately struggling, and dragging Ningxu and Wenxing away. "You should have given me a pair of F***king gloves. If this goes on, not only will I not cut the xenomorph, my hand will be cut off." Ningxu was sweating profusely and relied on his great strength to not be dragged. The price was that his hand was injured. If the tendons in his hand were cut, Ningxu and Wenxing would not be finished. The veins on Wenxing's face were bulging, and his gums were almost bleeding. He panted and said, "Sorry, I forgot." The xenomorph was like a mad bull, rampaging in the toilet without caring about anything. Ningxu and Wenxing were dragged around by the xenomorph. Ningxu cursed in his heart. He hardened his heart and released the power of the sun flame, beating the alien until it cried out miserably. "Someone else is here." This time, there were many people. The bar owner must have heard that the toilet was blocked and came to take a look. Wenxing and Ningxu were a little anxious, especially when there was a dead person lying in the toilet. It was quite troublesome to explain. The xenomorph ignored them and rushed out of the toilet, dragging Ningxu and Wenxing, and met the people who came to the toilet. What the hell? Everyone was dumbfounded as they stared at the big tadpole in shock. The tadpole was as big as a washbasin. Ningxu shouted, "Quick, help me catch him." Rather than be suspected of murder, it was better to let everyone know about this damn thing. The silk thread cut into Ningxu's palm, and blood flowed out. Drop by drop, blood splattered on the ground. But everyone was more afraid than curious about this monster that had suddenly appeared. They didn't even dare to attack. The bar was in chaos. Everyone screamed and fled. The xenomorph dragged the two of them around the bar. The tables and chairs were knocked over, and the drinks were scattered all over the floor. The bar owner was so distressed that he trembled. My wine, my wine." Ningxu was shocked. The xenomorph's defense was so strong that Ningxu felt it was inconceivable. Its appearance and texture were like cooked egg white, which could be cut open in a flash. But it was like being strangled on thick rubber, and there was no progress. In particular, its strength was very strong. Ningxu was now like being dragged by several tractors. No matter how strong she was, she couldn't stop it. No wonder it grew bigger and bigger in the end. It could hit a building with its own body. It was strong enough, and its defense was strong enough. Now, it was just a disaster for the city. If it was strong enough, it could cross the sea and run everywhere. Wenxing's face was quite ugly. He took out 3 copper coins with his other hand. The 3 copper coins flew at the xenomorph at an extremely fast speed, producing a buzzing sound. The 3 copper coins pierced through the xenomorph's body, making 3 small holes and splashing out. The xenomorph's body became much smaller. Ningxu and Wenxing used all their strength and pulled hard, directly cutting the xenomorph's body in half. The aberration let out a mournful cry as it was sliced into 2 halves. The blood from its body splashed onto Ningxu's body. Ningxu, no, 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 Ningxu wiped his face, wiping away the blood on his face. He saw something squirming in the blood, and there were quite a number of them. They were all thumb-sized aberrations. Ningxu couldn't help but look at Wenxing, and Wenxing also looked at Ningxu. Could it be that the head of the big aberration was pregnant with smaller aberrations? Ningxu wanted to vomit. These small aberrations moved very quickly and attacked anyone they saw. They especially liked to attack women and burrow into their legs. Ningxu hurriedly picked up the wooden stool and smashed it at these things. After being smashed by Ningxu, these things exploded. They were so dead that they couldn't be any more dead. However, there were simply too many of them. With just Ningxu and Wenxing, it was impossible to deal with them. Ningxu saw with his own eyes that a woman's stomach was bulging. The aberration had burrowed into her stomach and was running around in her stomach. The woman was in incomparable pain and fear. There was something rampaging in her body. Ningxu was very anxious. He wanted to use a knife to cut open the woman's stomach and grab the aberration out. In the blink of an eye, the aberration rushed out of the woman's stomach and swam out. The woman let out a mournful cry and stopped breathing. There was a hole in her stomach, and it was terrifying. Ningxu took the knife and directly stabbed it into the aberration's head. The aberration was stabbed, and its tail was still swaying. Its fleshy tail looked exceptionally disgusting. There were countless aberrations in the bar, and they scattered in all directions. Ningxu and Xianxia only killed a small portion of them. Moreover, the people in the bar who didn't manage to escape were all attacked by the aberrations. Even with the help of the fiery sun, they only killed a small portion of them. Ningxu pursed his lips tightly. This was truly out of Ningxu's expectations. The aberrations now were still very weak. The bar owner's face was blank as he looked at the mess in his bar. He was in despair as if he had been raped. Let's go. Wenxing kicked away the alien that wanted to attack the bar owner and pulled him out of the bar. When they left the bar, there were already police officers outside. The owner of the bar hugged the police officer and wailed in grief. Ningxu was so tired that he sat on the ground and looked at his bloody hand. It really hurt. Wenxing also sat down and sighed with a heavy expression. The police looked for Ningxu and Wenxing for questioning. Ningxu leaned her head against a telephone pole on the side of the road. She was so tired that she did not want to be questioned. The cut on her hand had to be tended. His clothes were full of disgusting things. Wenxing went to talk to the police. After that, Ningxu said, "I'll take you to the hospital." It was time to go to the hospital. There were scars on Wenxing's face. The golden thread had torn his gloves. His hand was also injured. He wasn't much better off than Ningxu. The doctor treated Ningxu and Wenxing's wounds. Ningxu said, "I didn't expect this to happen. It was so hard. It was not easy to kill the old one, but there was still the young one. I should have thought of it." Wenxing frowned. "But if we don't kill it, it will grow bigger and bigger. The small aliens in its body will also grow bigger and more and more." Ningxu frowned. Why would this happen? Only sperm and eggs can reproduce? What the f***ck, where are my morals? I think it should be because of the medicine. Wenxing's face was pale as he gasped. The doctor was applying disinfectant to his wound. Ningxu rolled his eyes. What a headache. The medicine was originally to increase the number of sperm and enhance the vitality of the sperm. But Su Hongyuan can only squeeze out one at a time. Maybe the extra number is in the body of the big sperm? Damn, just thinking about it made him feel disgusted. Maybe. The important thing now is not how this happened. I am afraid that when these small tadpoles grow up, there will be countless small tadpoles in their body. When Ningxu heard Wenxing's words, all the hair on his body stood up. It was disgusting and terrifying. Wouldn't it be endless, Mama? I want to go home. Let's talk about it later. Maybe there isn't. but these scattered ones are a headache. Wenxing looked dignified. Okay. The doctor said. Hearing the conversation between Ning-Shu and Wenxing, he stared at them with a strange look. After taking the anti-inflammatory medicine, Ning-Shu and Wenxing left the hospital. Do you want to eat something? Wenxing asked Ning-Shu. I have no appetite at all. Feeling the night breeze, Ning-Shu felt his tense nerves relax a little. He felt weak all over. What is the wish of your client? Ning-Shu asked Wenxing. Of course it is for his family, parents, wife, and children. Especially his son, who was just 1 month old and was swallowed. His whole family died. Wenxing said. How did you do it? This place is so dangerous. Naturally, I can't stay here. I sent them away to a place far away from this city. If the situation can't be controlled, the aliens will grow bigger and bigger. If they are not here, there won't be any danger. The funds, bank cards, and real estate certificates were all taken away. If the aliens destroy the city, the government will definitely compensate with the real estate certificates. Ning-Shu stared at Wenxing. He thought that Wenxing was a mission enforcer who wanted to spread his love to the world. He didn't expect Wenxing to be so two-faced. Mission enforcer's mission is to complete the mission. They can't be confused. When they have extra energy, they should do something within their power to earn some merit. The most important thing is the mission and the client. After all, the client gave up his soul power and asked for a counterattack. Protecting oneself is the most important thing. Ning-Shu agreed to act with Wenxing because he knows that only when this thing is completely dead can the client's fate of being killed by this thing be changed. Then, Ning-Shu wants to look for the world's origin. Ning-Shu is thinking about whether she should buy a house. Now that the city is in chaos, if the situation really can't be controlled in the future. If an alien grows bigger and wreaks havoc in the city and the house collapses, will she be able to make a fortune from it? But what if the government and the developer don't compensate? She won't have money and a place to live. Ning-Shu's heart is in a dilemma. Buy, don't buy, don't buy, 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 buy. What's your mission? Wenxing asked. Ning-Shu, buy a house, buy a house, buy a house. Wenxing? What's your serial number? I'll add you. If there are any missions in the future, we can team up. Wenxing asked Ning-Shu. 2333, Ning-Shu said. Wenxing, tell me your serial number and I'll add you. 2333. Ning-Shu repeated. Wenxing was stunned. I'll ask the system to add you. Ning-Shu feels that Wenxing is mocking her serial number. God knows why she has the serial number. If there are any missions that you need to team up with, you can find me too. Wenxing said gently. Wenxing was gentle like jade, an elegant young master. But when doing missions, he was very skillful, at least he didn't have to worry about being dragged down or backstabbed. His character was quite good. To be honest, Ning-Shu was quite happy to receive such an invitation, at least it was an affirmation of her strength. They didn't deny her ability just because she was a woman. Some people regarded her as someone they could respect and cooperate with. Okay. Ning-Shu said with a smile. I'll send you back. Wenxing said. Ning-Shu shook her head. No need, I can go back by myself. Ning-Shu got into the taxi, returned to her rented apartment, and lay on the bed. Her whole body hurt because she used too much strength, her muscles were strained. Originally, this body didn't usually exercise much, but today's exercise was too much for the body to bear. Ning-Shu looked at her bandaged hand and felt that Wenxing was too deceitful, he didn't even give her a glove. That golden thread should be the weapon that Wenxing exchanged before doing the mission. Ning-Shu felt that exchanging for an axe was better than the golden thread. If she knew that this world was like this, Ning-Shu would have definitely exchanged for a gun in advance. Because of the black hole created by the fusion of soul orbs, Ning-Shu hadn't seen the client in advance for a long time. Ning-Shu sat up and suddenly thought of something, that is, Wenxing seemed to have the ability to predict the future. Wenxing let her stand in one place, then she could successfully wrap the golden thread around the alien's body. The ability to predict the future was simply amazing. Could it be the law of time? She would ask Wenxing tomorrow. Ningshu sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. She didn't cultivate much after coming to this world, and then she encountered the alien. The alien was a hard bone. It was not easy to bite down, but in the end, she found that there were diamonds in the bones. So many small aliens would attack people, they would slowly grow up, so many. Just thinking about it, Ningshu felt a sharp pain in her head. She didn't know if it could be cleaned up. What if one of them was lurking somewhere and attacked people when they weren't paying attention? Only when these things were all dead, this mission could be considered completed. Not for others, but for the client. Ningshu had thought the mission would be simple. He just had to deal with a mutated sperm, but he did not expect the sperm to have so many babies. What a mess. There was no way to look directly at such things. Even men found it hard to look directly at them. Ningshu drew a cross in front of his chest. Amen, please bless my sexual orientation. Ningshu, I'm so desperate. After a night of cultivation, Ningshu felt pain all over his body the next day. His hand was wrapped up, so he couldn't give himself a massage. Ningshu and Wenxing arrived at the company with their hands wrapped. When Ningshu saw Wenxing, he asked, "Have you mastered the laws of time?" Wenxing was a little confused and said, "No." "Then how can you predict the future?" Ningshu asked. Wenxing shook her head. "Instead of calling it the laws of time, it's better to call it a curse. I can know what happened in the past, but I can't change what has already happened. As for predicting the future, I can only vaguely guess, but there are countless possibilities in the future." "It's not easy to predict," Wenxing said. "Mastering the laws of time is different." "You can control time, but I can't," Wenxing said. Ningshu knew that his question was a little abrupt, so he said, "Thank you, I understand. Since we're working together, we naturally have to know some basic information about each other." "What do you know?" Wenxing really stumped Ningshu. She didn't have any outstanding skills. After a moment of silence, she asked, "Does my strength count?" "Yes, I can see that." Ningshu was speechless. Curses were something closest to the laws, but they weren't laws. They were far from the real laws, but they were still very useful. Comprehending the laws was a very difficult thing. Mastering curses was relatively easier. However, after mastering the laws, the difference between the power of curses and the power of laws was like heaven and earth. Ningshu wanted to take a step back and master the power of curses. This way, the mission would be easier. There would be enough time to master the real laws. If you want to master the real laws, don't comprehend the pirated laws. Although those curses also have the power of laws, they can't be compared to the real laws, 2333 said. The real laws carry the power of heaven and earth. Mastering countless curses is not as good as mastering one law. Everything is fair. Because it's difficult, its power is even more amazing. Ningshu listened to 2333's words and didn't speak for a long time. "I think it's a little difficult to rely on peerless martial arts. If there's no other means, it's a little difficult." She wanted to master the real laws, but it was a little difficult now. "If that's the case, you can choose to go to the law space to comprehend the laws. Anyway, mission enforcers don't have the time flow. You can stay in the virtual space for as long as you want," 2333 said. "Of course, this is just my suggestion." Ningshu supported her chin with her hand. As a result, she touched the wound on her hand and cried. It seemed that she had to slow down the progress of the mission and comprehend the laws more. If her strength couldn't keep up and she entered the mission, she would be tired and unable to complete the mission perfectly. But if she didn't do the mission, her soul was so weak that she needed the mission enforcer's soul. Her current soul strength was far behind the super mission enforcer's. Probably no super mission enforcer's soul was as weak as hers. "Ningshu, I'm in a pickle." In short, Ningshu had a lot of problems in front of her. Her soul was weak, she didn't master the laws, she found the world's origin wood, but she didn't build the world. "Ningshu, I'm so desperate, really, forget it, let's take it slow." She had enough time to solve these problems one by one. "I have a lot of time, I'm willful." But thinking about so many xenomorphs, Ningshu felt a headache coming on. No, she couldn't say it was a headache anymore. Su Hongyuan was a headache that caused this thing to come out. Ningshu felt that her GPS system could locate these things, but it would cost 5 merit points each time. With so many, Ningshu's little bit of merit was not enough. Especially when it came to locating them. These things couldn't be located, but they could move at any time. Ningshu, I'm even more desperate. Ningshu stared at her hand. She had to think of a way to heal her hand quickly. The longer she delayed, the bigger those things would grow and the greater the threat. Anyway, she couldn't hide from them. She had to face them. Ningshu had to face these disgusting things head-on. If she had known, she would have exchanged for guns and bullets. When she got off work that night, Ningshu said, I bought a shotgun. I'm going to modify it. It should be lethal. Let's try it tonight? Try it tonight, Ningshu, your heart is full of seeds. You want to drive a car? Ningshu nodded. Let's see how powerful it is after the modification. Your home or mine? Forget it. My home. You are married. If I go to your home, your client will definitely be gossiped about. Wenxing had sent his client's family away from the city. But if she went to his house now, his wife would not make a fuss. It would also be a problem for her client. Wenxing nodded. Your home. Actually, Ningshu wanted to look at real estate. But after thinking about it, she decided not to. After this incident, the prices might be lowered. Something like this had happened in the city. It would affect the prices. Ningshu was now tiptoeing. She was hoping that the high property prices would drop a little. That way, she would have enough money for the down payment. Wenxing was modifying the shotgun he bought. Ningshu looked at Wenxing. Wenxing's hands were nimble. He was familiar with all kinds of tools. She thought that he was a talented poet. She did not expect him to be so familiar with guns and ammunition. Ningshu stared at Wenxing and watched him modify the shotgun. This man was talented in this area. Ningshu looked at him for a while and did not know how to modify it. This skill needs to be mastered. Wenxing passed the modified shotgun to Ningshu. Ningshu took the shotgun. It was much heavier than before. Ningshu asked uncertainly. Will it go off accidentally? I don't think so. But this country does not allow people to equip guns. If we can equip people with guns, we might be able to get some advanced weapons. Wenxing shook his head. His client was an ordinary office worker. He did not have any channels to get advanced weapons. As for borrowing a gun from the police said, I suspect you are a criminal. You will be detained first. Is there a silencer installed on this gun? Ningshu asked. If the gun was fired, the surrounding area would be able to hear it. Wenxing nodded. Let's try it out. Okay. Ningshu and Wenxing were dressed in black. They were holding a half-meter-long shotgun. This was the disadvantage of shotguns. It was too big. Do you know how to shoot? Wenxing asked uncertainly. Ningshu nodded. I know how to shoot. That's good. We still have to rely on this kind of weapon to deal with this kind of thing. Wenxing said, at least it wouldn't drag them down. The mission enforcers they met this time were able to keep up with the pace. Wenxing threw out a handful of copper coins. These copper coins floated in front of him, with a few of them spinning. Wenxing put away the other copper coins, leaving only the spinning copper coin. There should be aliens around here. Ningshu stared at Wenxing's copper coins. What kind of skill was this? Could it be the power of the curse as well? What kind of power was used to determine the location of the aliens? Ningshu opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't ask. After all, she and Wenxing had only met by chance. Besides, she didn't tell Wenxing that she was going to build a world out of her cultivation manual. Ningshu followed behind Wenxing with a shotgun. Ningshu lived in a rather remote place with alleys and alleys. The copper coins floated in the air, followed by 2 people. Ningshu heard hurried footsteps and saw a woman running towards them in a panic. Save me, save me. The woman clutched her stomach. Ningshu lifted her skirt and saw something moving in her body. An alien had drilled into her body. Ningshu was really disgusted. Moreover, the woman kept bleeding, and there were bloodstains on her legs. How could this thing drill into a person's body? It was fine if it drilled into it, but it even drilled into a woman's body. The woman grabbed Ningshu's hand and begged for help weakly. Save me, save me, the woman was bleeding more and more. Lying on the ground, there was already a pool of blood under her. Ningshu looked at the woman's stomach. The things in her stomach were moving from one side to the other. It wasn't a cute child inside, but a monster. Ningshu put down the shotgun. How could she save her? She didn't have any tools in her hands, no medical tools. Ningshu immediately called the ambulance. The woman's breathing was getting weaker and weaker. Her face was pale and she was sweating profusely. Save me, save me. Ningshu placed his hand on the woman's lower abdomen. He could still feel something swimming inside, and it was quite strong. It was destroying the woman's body. Cheap thing. Ningshu gritted his teeth and said to Wenxing, hold her down. Wenxing pressed down on the woman's hands while Ningshu separated the woman's legs. He took off the bandage on his hand and slowly reached into the woman's body. Wenxing, you want to pull the alien out? Wenxing asked in surprise. What else can I do? I've been a midwife and delivered babies. Ningshu slowly opened the bandage. It was filled with sticky blood. When he reached the cervix, Ningshu stretched out 2 fingers. However, Ningshu felt rotten flesh at the cervix. Ningshu reached in and suddenly his finger was bitten. Ningshu grunted and felt sharp teeth biting into her skin. Ningshu dragged the thing outside. The woman's breathing was getting faster and faster. It looked like she couldn't take it anymore. Ningshu quickly dragged the alien out. This thing was the size of a baby's fist and already had teeth. It bit Ningshu's finger and refused to let go. Ningshu grabbed its tail and tried to pull it away. This thing was growing too fast. At this speed, it wouldn't be long before it grew into a huge monster. Wait, let me take a picture first so that I can call the police later. There are so many of them. We can't do it alone. Wenxing took out his phone and took a picture. Ningshu, help me get rid of this thing first. Ningshu felt that if he pulled it forcefully, it would definitely bite off a part of her finger. Wenxing took out the small Swiss Army knife on his leg and cut off the alien's tail. The alien immediately opened its mouth and fell to the ground, squeaking. Without a tail, the alien couldn't move at all. It couldn't swim at all. Its baby fist-sized head spun on the spot. Ningshu's finger was bleeding. He didn't know if this thing was poisonous. What if it got pregnant with a bite, and it was Su Hongyuan's child? Ningshu wanted to cut off Su Hongyuan's balls whenever he thought about how Su Hongyuan's little tadpoles had run into so many women's stomachs. Ningshu stepped on the head of the xenomorph and directly crushed its head. With a bang, breast milk burst out. Ningshu squatted down to see if there were any little tadpoles in it. Ningshu took out a piece of paper, dipped it in it, and put it away. Ningshu planned to take it to the hospital to see if there were any little tadpoles in it. After all, normal little tadpoles couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Why isn't the ambulance here yet? Wenxing frowned. It had been so long. Ningshu looked at the dying woman lying in a pool of blood on the ground and said to Wenxing, carry her on your back. We'll take her to the hospital and check if there's anything in it. Appeal, if you see this book, please read the original version. The original version is 10 cents per chapter. 4 chapters a day is 40 cents. This book is a niche book. Not many readers read it. Please read the original version. The daily subscription really made people lose their enthusiasm and motivation. Hopeless persistence was the most torturous. Mwah. Mwah. Xing picked up the woman on the ground. She was already on the verge of death. Being carried by Xing, her face turned even paler. Yan Yen, read the most complete version of this. Translator, Timothy Editor, Globe-Glotter. Xing's hands were stained with blood. Ningshu hailed a taxi on the side of the road while pressing on the woman's acupuncture points. Ningshu's place was not easy to find a taxi, but there were some unlicensed ones. Xing put the woman in the car. Ningshu said, you go to the hospital. I'll look for more. Ningshu asked, what will you do if you see an injured woman? If I can save her, then I'll save her. If I can't, then forget it. Xing said coldly. Ningxu nodded and asked the driver to drive faster. As they approached the hospital, Ningxu heard the sirens of ambulances coming in and out. The whole city was filled with the sirens of ambulances. Ningxu carried the woman into the hospital and shouted to the nurse, "Someone come quickly. Stop the bleeding and give her blood." The nurse saw Ningxu carrying a woman calmly. He was not even panting. She was a bit stunned, but she quickly pushed the bed over. Ningxu put the woman on the bed. The woman grabbed onto Ningxu's clothes tightly. Ningxu could only push her hand away. One by one, the beds passed by Ningxu. The woman on the bed was holding her stomach and crying in pain. Her lower body was covered in blood. It seemed that they were all attacked by the aliens. It was not that the ambulances did not want to go, but that there were not enough ambulances. Ningxu took the tissue with sperm and prepared to test it. He wanted to see what sperm was in the alien's body. Ningxu was actually most afraid of sperm. If that was the case, then the alien's reproduction was terrifying. Ningxu went to the laboratory and asked the doctor to do the test. Ningxu waited outside the door. After a while, the laboratory staff said that it was sperm. Ningxu silently spat and washed his hands. There were small tadpoles in the body of a big tadpole. When the big tadpole grew, the small tadpoles also grew. Every tadpole had small tadpoles. Haha, this thing has truly achieved asexual reproduction. Ningxu took out his mobile phone and called Xianxia was silent for a long time before he said, "I really admire Su Hanyuan." No, Ningxu was the scientist who had taken the drug. It was all because of a man that such a thing happened. Ningxu hung up the phone. When he passed by a ward, he saw that it was extremely chaotic. Ningxu pushed the door open and saw a nurse clutching her stomach. Her face was contorted in fear. Blood flowed out from under her. Ningxu hurriedly said, "Hurry up and take out the xenomorph. Take it out and kill it. Hurry up." The alien had probably been removed from the patient's body and placed on the tray. In the end, it had entered the nurse's body. The nurse was held down. The doctor cut open her stomach and took out the alien that was the size of a golf ball. Ningxu picked up the scissors on the tray and cut off the xenomorph's tail. She covered the xenomorph with something and stepped on it. Ningxu's step did not kill the alien. He stepped on it again and still did not kill it. The alien squeaked. It was a little awkward. Ningxu took the scissors and stabbed it directly into the alien's head. Ningxu said, "This has to be killed directly. Otherwise, it will attack people everywhere in the hospital. Maybe you don't believe it, but this is human sperm." The doctors and nurses were speechless. Ningxu got a set of medical equipment from the hospital. There were all kinds of tools needed for surgery. Ningxu felt that as long as there were scalpels, sutures, and anesthetics, it would be enough. The small tadpoles were still small and liked to drill into women's bodies. When they grew up, they would not be able to drill into women's bodies. They would bite and swallow people. Carrying the box, Ningxu walked out of the hospital. He saw another woman being carried out of the ambulance. Ningxu looked away and slung the box over his body. He called Xing and asked, "Where are you? I'll come and find you." Xing told him a location. Ningxu hailed a car and went to the address. Ningxu looked out of the window. The neon lights were flashing. It was a bustling city that never sleeps. But the undercurrents were surging. Those aliens hiding in the unknown would attack people. Ningxu felt that the alien was a despicable thing. If there were two people in front of it, a man and a woman, the alien would attack the woman first. Despicable. Ningxu arrived at the place Xing said. He got out of the car and saw Xing sitting on the flower bed with 2 shotguns beside him. Ningxu walked over and gave him a bottle of water. "How is it?" "It's not easy." Xing opened the bottle cap and drank. "There are many patients in the hospital who have been attacked. The people above should pay attention to it," Ningxu said. Xing raised his head and drank half a bottle of water. Then he saw Ningxu's box. "Well, taking the alien out of the woman's body is the best way. Let's go." Xing stood up and handed a shotgun to Ningxu. Xing took out a copper coin and divined. Then the two of them followed the copper coin. In a bush, they saw something swimming in the grass, making a squeaking sound. Xing looked at Ningxu. Ningxu raised the shotgun and released his spiritual force. He located the position of the alien and then pulled the trigger. There was a pop sound and something exploded. Ningxu walked over and saw the sperm splashed on the grass and leaves. It was a pool of white. Ningxu took out disinfectant from the medical kit and poured it directly on the sperm to dilute and kill them. Normal sperm can't live for long outside the body, Xing said. Ningxu. Do you think these sperm are normal? Ningxu felt a little desperate. If he killed one, more would come out of the body. Burn it with fire? Xingjian suggested. After all, it's a mutated thing. Then I'll use concentrated sulfuric acid. Ningxu said fiercely. He didn't believe that it could survive in concentrated sulfuric acid. Xing looked worried. What I'm worried about is another problem. That is, will someone use this thing to achieve their own selfish desires? Ningxu asked, someone will keep this thing in captivity. It can't be, right? This thing will grow bigger and bigger and there will be more aliens in its body. Xing frowned. Humans are smart, but don't underestimate their desires. They can blind their minds. If we let these things attack the bank, attack the cash truck. There was no lack of opportunistic people in the world. Ningxu was silent. Even I want to do that. Xing scratched his head. If it spreads, this plane may be finished. You and I will fail the mission. Especially since both of us can't control the situation. Ningxu, what can I say? I'm also very desperate. Xing said, let's go look for it first. If we find one, we'll have one less. Ningxu nodded and followed behind Xing with the box. Originally, he was self-satisfied. With the help of the copper coins, Ningxu and Xing managed to find and kill many of the aliens. Please search, and Yan, to see the most complete. Update the fastest. Ningxu had also cut open the bellies of many of the women who had been attacked by the aliens. He could only cut open the woman's stomach and take it out. Ningxu's hand was always bitten by the aliens. She sewed up the woman's wound and called a taxi to send the woman to the hospital. Ningxu followed Xing to the police station and informed the police of the seriousness of the matter. There were already so many injured people in the city, so they had to take it seriously. In the end, Xing even wanted to ask the police for advanced weapons. The police would definitely take it seriously because every hospital was full of people now. However, it was fine to give them a gun. It was already so chaotic. It was definitely not okay to give them a gun. Who knows what you'll do? Cars drove out of the police station one after another. All the armed forces were mobilized. Xing didn't force him. If he couldn't get the gun, then so be it. He would think of another way. Ningxu carried the box and said to Chao Xing, we have to think of a way to completely eliminate these things so that they can't reproduce. Xing rubbed his forehead and didn't say anything. It seemed like he couldn't think of anything. Ningxu felt that at this rate, they would not be able to catch up with the growth of the aliens. It's a pity that the curse I have mastered does not have the power of the time law. If I used the time law to attack, I would definitely be able to destroy these things, Star said. Ningxu's heart lit up. She did not have a ruby ring, it was a time law stone. But it wasn't a good idea to take it out. Before Ningxu could say anything, 2333 said, no. Ningxu, get lost, what's wrong? Xing looked at Ningxu and suddenly realized something. Ningxu shook his head. I'm fine. Why can I use the soul pearl between us? Ningxu asked unwillingly. You're now a super mission enforcer. The higher-ups are watching your every move. In the past, I was the one who opened the back door for you. Now, I can't do that anymore. We're both finished. Besides, it's just a world. Maybe it's already been recorded. 2333 said. Ningxu was speechless. He was afraid that the mission enforcers would use their abilities to commit crimes in the mission world. But now was not the time to commit crimes. The pearl that could travel through any plane at will had fused with the soul pearl. He didn't know if he would still have this characteristic after the fusion. He really wanted to throw all these things into the black hole. This kind of thing was a disaster no matter where it was, no matter what world it was. We feel that we should ask the higher-ups to extend the time limit. This world has to intervene, Xing said. Ningxu was a little surprised and asked, extension of authority? It was Ningxu's first time hearing this term. How do I apply for an extension of time? You can apply with your system, and your system will report it for you. However, you need an authorization ticket, Xing explained. Do you have the authorization to apply for a ticket? Ningxu smiled. Do you think I do? This was the first time he had heard of an authority ticket. The so-called extended time limit authority meant that the mission taker could apply for the authority if it exceeded their ability by too much and caused a huge impact on the world. If the higher-ups approved it, they would be able to exchange for weapons with great destructive power. Other mission enforcers would even come over to prevent too much damage to the world. Ningxu knew very well that he didn't have the authorization ticket. But he didn't know how to get one. Ningxu asked 2333, how do I get the authorization ticket? It's quite difficult, it will occasionally appear in the mission rewards, or you can use faith and merit to exchange for it, 2333 said. Ningxu. How much faith and merit do I need? 10,000 faith power and 5,000 merit points. Ningxu. I'd rather fail the mission. The price was too high. Xing was silent for a bit. I've already asked my system to apply. What weapon should I exchange for? Xing muttered to himself. Ningxu. She hadn't even seen an authorization ticket before, but he was already thinking about what weapon to exchange for. The life of a mission enforcer was more interesting than she thought. The more time passed, the more things she came into contact with. Xing, who was as gentle as jade, should have become a mission enforcer earlier than her. Xing closed his eyes, and 2 guns appeared in his hands. One for Ningxu. This is a weapon produced in the super bright plane. Ningxu took the gun. He didn't look very impressive. Logically speaking, this kind of weapon shouldn't appear in this plane, but only this kind of weapon can deal with it. The higher-ups might send more people over, Xing said. Well, this gun costs 50 faith. After the mission, remember to return it to me, Xing said. Ningxu nodded. I know. Ningxu couldn't wait to try out the power of this gun. With the advanced weapon, the mission became easier. Although they had armed forces, there were a lot of scattered aliens, and they were growing rapidly. It was almost an exponential growth. Kill one, and there would be thousands of aliens. With the help of the copper coins, Xing found an alien. Ningxu and Xing aimed at the alien at the same time, and the alien probably sensed Ningxu's feminine aura. It actually swam its tail, squeaked, and excitedly rushed over to Ningxu. Ningxu, wasn't this called picking the soft persimmon to pinch? If you have the ability, go for a man. Men have holes too, they're going for the chrysanthemum. Ningxu felt that his moral integrity had been eroded and scattered with the wind. Ningxu took the lead and fired. No bullets flew out, but a heat beam that almost burned the air hit the alien. The alien squeaked and directly vaporized, disappearing without a trace, not even leaving a trace. Ningxu, awesome. This gun doesn't need bullets, it uses compressed air to form an extremely strong air pressure to attack the target. Xing touched the gun and said, if it wasn't for the authority, this kind of weapon wouldn't appear in this plane. Things beyond the plane's technology were not allowed to exist. Do we have to take back this gun? Ningxu asked. Yes, we have to take it back. It's actually equivalent to spending 50 faith to rent it. Ningxu hammered the ground. Damn, the system exchange store was even more shady than she thought. Who made the exchange store? Just because it was built in the system, they could be so arrogant, but this weapon was 2F** King awesome, 1 shot, 1 death. It seemed that she also had to get some authority tickets. With the weapon, Ningxu felt much more relaxed. What she was most afraid of was the problem of the alien's reproduction. But now, he had directly caused an aberration to vanish, not even leaving behind a speck of dust. This solved a huge problem. Ningxu and Xing continued to travel through the city, killing many aliens and saving many people. Ningxu felt that she was still too weak. If she was alone in this world, she definitely wouldn't be able to do anything in such a situation. Originally, she thought that she would. After all, this was no longer something that could be solved by one person. A large-scale disaster couldn't be reversed by one person. Please search #. For the most complete, the fastest update. Moreover, she didn't have the authority and couldn't exchange for advanced weapons. Ningxu carried a medical kit and cut open the stomachs of many women. The aliens were also getting bigger and bigger. These things were even more terrifying than the rat infestation. Ningxu operated and got the aliens out of the bodies. Then, Xing shot and killed them. The xenomorph was hit and immediately dissipated. At the same time, the armed forces in the city increased and destroyed the aliens all over the city. The people also knew about the existence of these things. The media told the people to go out as little as possible and to close the doors and windows. They especially had to pay attention to the situation in the sewers. Some smaller aliens might appear in the toilets. They had to have some weapons at home. The people were all anxious and didn't dare to go out. The originally bustling city seemed empty. All economic activities were forced to stop. The companies were on holiday. Even so, some people were still attacked. More and more armed forces entered the city to destroy the aliens. It was almost a carpet search, inch by inch, making sure that they could search every inch of it. This was to prevent the aliens from running to other areas. This bustling place was almost empty. People were only allowed to leave and not enter. When they went out, they would be strictly checked and not allowed to bring aliens with them. The economic impact was immeasurable. With such a strong sweep, Ningxu felt that a new mission enforcer had come. The housing prices will definitely drop, definitely, Ningxu said happily. Xing? It will drop, but do you think this city will still be as prosperous as before? Xing asked. Ningxu, this was a problem. Everyone cherished their lives. There were so many cities, so why choose this one? It seemed that it would be a bit difficult to return to the previous economic prosperity. In the future, when people talked about this city, the first thing they would think of was that there were giant monsters in this city. Su Hongyuan's name might go down in history. Ningxu and Xing shuttled through the city every day. Sometimes, they would go into the sewers. As long as one of these things was left behind, there would be endless trouble. They had to ensure that no one was left behind. Even if there was only one, this thing would spread. Ningxu, I'm so scared, he would never accept this kind of mission again. Anything that grew bigger would cause the world to be unable to bear it. This was especially true for men, who won by numbers. They could easily have hundreds of millions or even hundreds of millions. However, their bodies were small and could only be seen under a microscope. But now, it had been magnified countless times, and there were hundreds of millions of them. It was truly horrifying. Ningxu suspected that the dinosaurs went extinct because they were too big. Under the purge of the armed forces and Ningxu, there were very few of them left. There were many people in the armed forces, but Ningxu and Xing were able to accurately pinpoint the location of the xenomorph. Finding the target and killing the target was much more efficient. During this period of time, Ningxu and Xing had developed a tacit understanding. Their cooperation was getting smoother and smoother. The chaos in the city caused some crimes. Some people really wanted to rob the bank. If they couldn't rob the bank, they would rob other shops. In short, without order, everything became chaotic. Without restraint, the evil in people's hearts was released. However, when these people were caught, their fates were very tragic. They were executed on the spot without even going through trial. There was no discussion at all. It was extremely tough. More and more armed forces gathered in the city, and they were doing their best to clean up the city. Under such circumstances, Ningxu was more and more certain that someone had come. And it was someone with a high status who could mobilize the armed forces. He didn't know which mission enforcer it was. Ningxu sat down and took off his medical box. He said to Xing, I'll rest for a while. The two of them had been shuttling through the city almost without sleep. They had barely closed their eyes. Xing passed a bottle of water to Ningxu. Then rest for a while. Xing's body couldn't take it anymore. However, Ningxu didn't say to stop and rest. As a man, Xing was embarrassed to stop and rest. Ningxu drank a mouthful of water and took out a fasting pill. He asked Xing, do you want it? Xing took the fasting pill and swallowed it. Ningshu took another fasting pill and swallowed it. How long have you been a mission enforcer? Ningshu asked. Xing held the bottle of water and thought for a while. I don't remember. It should have been a long time. It's meaningless to talk about time with mission enforcers. As long as mission enforcers weren't killed, they were immortal. Ningshu nodded. He looked up at the sky full of stars. I suddenly feel like I'm in the apocalypse. Work hard for survival. If this thing isn't destroyed, it will definitely become the apocalypse, Xing said. Why don't we rest for a night? I'm tired. Ningshu touched his shoulder. The skin on his shoulder had been scraped by the belt of the medical box. Ningshu took out some ointment from the box and planned to apply some. The skin on both sides of his shoulders had been worn out by the constant shifting of his shoulders. However, Ningshu couldn't leave the medical box. If there was a need for surgery and he didn't have the tools, he would be at a loss. I'll apply it for you. Xing took the ointment and squeezed some white ointment onto his finger. He then applied it on Ningshu's shoulder. Thank you. Ningshu thanked him. After applying the ointment, the scraped skin felt cold and hot. Xing's phone rang. Xing kept saying that he was fine and would be back in 2 days. It should be Xing's family calling. Speaking of which, why didn't the mission enforcer's parents call? Even if they were in the mountains, they should know about this kind of news. Xing hung up the phone and tore his sleeve. He gave it to Ningshu and said, tie it on your shoulder so that the belt won't cut your flesh. Ningshu looked at Xing in surprise. Xing said, we're now a team. We advance and retreat together. Ningshu took the sleeve, tied it on his wound, and tied a knot under his armpit. Ningshu felt for the first time that he had a partner who could help him when he was in trouble. They had the same goal and supported each other. He had to get stronger quickly. I'm counting on you this time. I didn't expect this mission to be so difficult, Ningshu said. The advanced weapons were provided by Xing, and finding the aliens was also Xing's mission. Xing smiled and looked as gentle as jade. Same here. I also have a share of the merit you get from saving people. Ningshu, haha, being gentle didn't mean that he wasn't scheming. It was a matter of mutual benefit. Ningshu leaned against the wall and rested. He closed his eyes and practiced his unique martial arts. His strong physical strength came from his unique martial arts. Xing was playing with his copper coins. Ningshu asked curiously, you can predict the future. My skills are shallow. I can only predict what will happen in the next 15 minutes. The direction of the events is vague. Originally, he was self-confident. Ningshu asked mischievously, then can you predict what I'm going to do next? Xing glanced at Ningshu and said, go to the toilet. Ningshu was speechless. Then I'll hold it in. You drank so much water just now. It's inevitable that you'll go to the toilet, or it'll be later, Xing said. Ningshu felt that this was pretty awesome. Although it was just a curse and not the real law of time, it was still pretty awesome. Ningshu once again had the idea of learning incantations. Although curses were not the real law of time, it was still a method. There was no difference in power. As long as it was useful, it was a good power. Speaking of being a country bumpkin, her ultimate martial arts were even more country bumpkin. But now, her ultimate martial arts had become the medium for her to build her world. What could people say about this? Ningshu was deep in thought. Then she felt the urge to pee and wanted to go to the toilet. Ningshu rolled her eyes and went to the toilet with her gun. Predicting that she was going to pee was also drunk. Ningshu squatted in a secret place to use the toilet. She saw an alien the size of a man's fist swimming in front of her. It excitedly bounced towards her. Ningshu didn't even pull up her pants. She just fired a shot and the alien was annihilated. There wasn't even a trace of it left. After dealing with the alien, Ningshu pulled up her pants. Her expression didn't change at all. 2333 suddenly said, Ningshu, you've changed. Ningshu squinted. How have I changed? Have I become prettier? Tell me honestly, can you see when I go to the toilet? 2333, I mean, you're starting to develop into a qualified mission enforcer. You can face all kinds of situations calmly, 2333 said. She could drink coffee in a cafe, eat steak elegantly in a high-class restaurant, and pick up garbage to eat when her life was threatened. Ningxu heard 2333 praise her for the first time. Ningxu flipped her hair, stood on her tiptoes and said smugly, "I've always been so outstanding. Don't admire me. But in my heart, you've always been a playful retard. That hasn't changed. 2333, you're the retard. You're the most retarded." Ningxu returned to Xing's side. Xing was fiddling with his hands. Ningxu glanced over and saw that Xing was watching the news. "What news?" Ningxu asked. "The city is on lockdown. The highway that leads here has been blocked." Xing put away his phone and leaned against the wall. Ningxu rubbed his calf. "It looks like the economy of this place is going to decline. I have to find a new city and work hard to buy a house." "Xing? Shouldn't they be discussing how to deal with the xenomorph first? All they talk about is buying houses, buying houses, buying houses. I don't think it's possible for the economy to regress. After the disaster, there will definitely be a lot of construction," Xing said. "Does that mean I can buy a house here?" Ningxu thought for a while. He would wait until the matter was settled and see if he could buy a house here. Xing, after the conversation ended, the two of them closed their eyes and rested. When they had rested enough, the two of them began to search for aliens again. They could only walk and did not drive. Also, they had to crawl through the sewers. It was really miserable. Xing helped Ningxu carry the first aid kit. The two of them took turns. Also, Ningxu had used up some of the medicine in the first aid kit. Some pharmacies were closed. Ningxu could only go to the hospital to look for more. Now, every hospital was in a state of full capacity, and some medical staff were injured. Ningxu wanted anti-inflammatory drugs and anesthetics but was told that the hospital was out of stock. "Ningxu, I can exchange for some. Anyway, I have the right to extend the limit this time," Xing said. A box of medicine appeared in front of him. There were anti-inflammatory drugs and anesthetics. As time passed, this batch of xenomorphs started to grow. Some of them had already grown to the size of a basin. If they killed the xenomorph in a normal way, there would already be small xenomorph the size of a child's finger in their body. It was simply endless. Ningxu killed a xenomorph the size of a basin. He said to Xing, "I don't know what weapons the armed forces are using. It's useless to just kill the xenomorph. Instead, there will be more and more of them." Xing didn't know what to say. Ningxu suspected that they would continue to stay in this world to kill these things. Ningxu suspected that these things had already spread out. After all, they were active in the sewers. Perhaps they would flow into the sea and drift to various places. Ningxu wiped his face. He didn't dare to think about it. Xing's expression didn't look too good either. If this mission failed, it would use up one authority and the power of faith. If it failed, it wouldn't be worth it. If they bombarded it, it would be like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. They could only rely on manpower to destroy it. It was quite a despairing thing. "Come, let's hug each other and continue to fight the xenomorph," Xing said helplessly. "Ningxu, I think that they should send someone." "The two of us can't handle it," Ningxu said. "My system has already reported the situation here. Let's wait." Xing wiped the sweat off his forehead. When Ningxu heard Xing's words, he felt that the system Xing was talking about was so soft and cute. Thinking about his own system, he was half dead. When something happened, it shrank back. He, I have also reported it, but I feel guilty," 2333 said. "Ningxu. What are you guilty of?" "Ningxu, I once helped you exchange for the death-like pill, helped you reach the Sea of Law, and even helped you pass the Soul Pearl once." 2333 was very familiar with it. "I don't remember at all." Ningxu rolled his eyes. "You brought me to the Sea of Law because you coveted the Chaos Stone in my hands." 2333, this guy holds a grudge. "You don't dare to show your existence because you are afraid of being punished?" Ningxu, these things were all on her head. Ningxu's intuition told him that 2333 still had something that he didn't tell her. "I advise you not to do anything out of line behind my back." Ningxu said seriously, "I haven't constructed a world yet. It is very likely that I will be obliterated, completely obliterated. I didn't. What can I do out of line? Even if I do, it is to serve you. 2333 said. Ningshu's expression was indifferent. You are using me as an excuse again. I feel that you want to push the blame to me. He was determined not to be the scapegoat. You are too sensitive. We are one. Betraying you is betraying myself. I will not do things that harm others without benefiting myself. Ningshu shook his head. No, you might do things that harm others for your own benefit. 2333 was silent for a moment and said, it is still the same sentence. We are one. Ningshu walked with a solemn expression. Xing stopped and saw that Ningshu's expression was not good. He said, let me help you carry it for a while. Ningshu's shoulder was in pain. His clothes were stuck to the wound. It was painful when he pulled it, so he used the medical kit. What happened to you? Xing could not help but ask. The atmosphere was very low. He had never seen this mission enforcer like this. Ningshu looked at Xing and thought for a moment before asking, do you think the system will betray the mission enforcers? It was originally his own. Ningshu asked when Xing, the quest taker beside her. Ningshu had this feeling in her heart. Perhaps she would really fall apart with 2333. When Xing paused for a moment, probably not. You are bound together because of mutual benefits. You represent the system's interests, and the system represents your interests. Why do you have such a question? Wen Xing asked in surprise. Ningshu pursed her lips, maybe I'm thinking too much. Since we are one, then it's fine. Wen Xing said, you should know that the system is also a soul. Communication is fundamental. Ningshu suddenly realized that she shouldn't have asked this question. She was worried that 2333 would betray her. She was worried about something that hadn't happened yet. Ningshu felt that her heart wasn't strong enough to worry about something that hadn't happened yet. She had to face up to the fact that she and 2333 were not on the same path. She and 2333 were strangers to begin with. Now that they were bound together, they didn't make any promises to each other. They didn't have to be loyal to each other. Although there would be a day when they would break up, it would only be when they reached a fork in the road. If they couldn't get through, then they had to go their separate ways. But before they reached the fork in the road, she and 2333 were still one, so she didn't have to worry about 2333. Instead of worrying about such things, it was better to work hard and become stronger. Then, she would be able to deal with the changes caused by the collapse of the system and protect herself. She had to build her own world. Not only to not be wiped out, but also to be able to deal with the day when she and 2333 reached the end of the road and survive. With that thought, Ningshu felt relieved. She was worried about nothing. Because she still didn't have the power to deal with the consequences of the system's separation, she was worried. All her worries came from not being strong enough. In the short term, this kind of thing wouldn't happen. If 2333 became strong, she would become strong too. When the time came, 2333's departure wouldn't be a big deal to her. Ningshu let out a long sigh. She let go of the depression in her heart and kicked the stone away from her heart. In fact, this matter had always been weighing on Ningshu's heart. Now that he was facing it head-on, he had endless motivation. When Xing saw that Ningshu's expression had become lighter. Just a moment ago, he was still frowning. Now, he looked as if he was floating in the air. How could his inner thoughts be so rich? What a nice day. Ningshu held the gun and fired at the alien that was pouncing on her. When Xing silently looked at the gloomy sky. He really couldn't bring himself to say something that went against his conscience. His conscience would ache. Take a break. When Xian took out the medical kit, sat down, and drank a mouthful of water. Ningshu also sat down and smelled his clothes. They were all sweaty and dirty. Ningshu felt like he was in the end of the world. Anyway, she was already very far away from the place she rented. Wherever there were aliens, Ningshu could not find the way home. Ningshu also took a bottle of water to drink and closed his eyes to rest. Ningshu and Wenxing did not say a word. After all, talking was very tiring. In a day's time, they did not know how many shots they had to fire. In particular, when Xing had to look for aliens. It was a bit of a burden on him. It seemed that she had to learn something. When they set off again, Ning Shu carried the medical kit and followed behind Wen Xing. Had the higher-ups arrived yet? At first, Ning Shu thought that they had arrived. After all, so many armed forces had poured into the city. However, Ning Shu and Wen Xing had encountered armed forces and found that these people were using weapons of this era. They did not surpass the technology of this plane. They knew that the higher-ups had not arrived yet. Did they not value this plane? That shouldn't be. Ning Shu had seen the scene of a plane collapsing. Just cleaning up the fragments of the plane was enough to make people collapse. When a plane collapsed, it would have a huge impact on the surrounding planes. It was like a pile of garbage suddenly dumped into your house. According to the growth rate of the aliens, it would soon be taken over by these things. What would happen then? Wen Xing was also puzzled. He asked his system. Wen Xing's system said that the higher-ups had already replied that they had sent someone. They said that they're already here, but we didn't see anyone. Wen Xing shrugged. Ning Shu, perhaps the higher-ups had chosen a host who had a high status and could mobilize armed forces. Ning Shu took out a fasting pill and gave one to Wen Xing. He ate one himself. Ning Shu moved his stiff fingers and moved his blood. Not only did he have to shoot, but he also had to hold a scalpel. Now that the aliens had grown up, they did not drill into people's stomachs. Instead, they gnawed on people until they were a bloody mess. Ning Shu had even seen women's pelvic bones exposed. They had been gnawed by aliens. Moreover, women whose stomachs had been drilled into by aliens, even if they survived, their bodies were damaged. They might not be able to have children in the future. It was a woman's right to have children. However, these aliens had damaged their bodies. It really made people resentful. Some people did not have time to save them and died under the torture of the aliens. This was the case for the people who entrusted them. Duan Shui, F*ck, I haven't fallen in love. I haven't bought a house yet. I've only saved money on my card. I haven't experienced anything. Wen Xing rested his head on his hand and lay on the ground, looking at the stars in the sky. His posture was very elegant. He sat on the ground like a scholar. If you've seen the sea, you can't be water. If you're not on Mount Wu, you can't be clouds. Wen Xing muttered. Ning Shu, this guy was actually sad. It seemed like he had been hurt in love. You were an ancient person before you became a mission enforcer? Ning Shu asked. I can see that. I'm an ancient person. Some people say that I have the aura of a bookworm. Wen Xing said helplessly. He was not a bookworm, but he was the kind that read a lot. The books he had read were hidden in his aura. Wen Xing looked at Ning Shu. I guess you're a modern person. Some things are carved in the bones. Ning Shu nodded. I'm a modern person. Wen Xing looked at the starry sky. When I was young, I didn't know what life was. I was trapped in love and couldn't get out. Ning Shu, there's gossip, you're especially sad tonight. Ning Shu rubbed her thighs and stomach. It's not that I'm sad. I'm a scholar. When I see flowers, birds, and a city, my heart will be restless. I want to recite. Ning Shu was also restless. She wanted to hear gossip, especially when she heard Wen Xing say that he was trapped in love and couldn't get out. Ning Shu's heart was about to explode. She wanted to hear gossip to adjust her mood. Especially if she could hear other people's sad past. It would definitely adjust her mood. If you have something sad, just say it and make everyone happy. Why don't you tell me? Ning Shu's face was calm, but her heart was exploding. To be honest, she was very curious about the life of mission enforcers. Wen Xing didn't know what Ning Shu was thinking, so he didn't talk about his own personal matters. Ning Shu didn't ask, so she just said, before I became a mission enforcer, I was in the hospital and died on the bed. Wen Xing raised his eyebrows. You don't look like someone who has been sick for a long time. That's all in the past. I've started all over again. Naturally, it's different from lying on the bed. Ning Shu, I've already told you about me. Why don't you tell me about your gossip? Wen Xing sat up. I'm from a big family. In ancient times, books were sold to the royal family. Ning I'd like to hear after crossing the sea, no water is water. Apart from Mount Wu, no clouds are clouds. This might be the first time she came into contact with the love between mission enforcers. Ning had always been a loner, but cooperation between mission enforcers was necessary. Ning didn't even understand the mentality of other mission enforcers. When Xing talked about his family's situation, how he died, how he became a mission enforcer, blah blah blah, Ning propped up her chin with a cold face. She didn't want to listen. Mission enforcers exist for a long time, as long as they aren't killed. When Xing put his hand behind his head and looked at the sky. At that time, I became a mission enforcer. I wandered from world to world and saw a lot of things that I didn't see when I was alive. Gradually, I got tired of running from world to world. Life is eternal. I felt bored and meaningless. My heart was lonely and meaningless. Sometimes, I even thought about reincarnating. But life is hard. I don't want to reincarnate and I'm afraid of it. Besides, no mission enforcer can reincarnate. Once you've stepped on this path, there's no turning back. Ning listened to Wen Xing quietly. Everyone has a period of confusion. Ning was also confused. To avoid confusion, Ning would find a goal for herself. Wen Xing Ning asked, "Do you know what people do when they're lonely?" Ning eyes darted around. Find someone you love, satisfy your inner feelings, and comfort each other. That's right, that's what I did back then. Wen Xing sighed. There are many mission takers. They come from different worlds and live in different eras. Everyone has the mark of a different era. I met a woman, bright and passionate, and we fell in love. Ning asked, "Actually, I've always been curious. How do mission enforcers communicate with each other?" Wen Xing was speechless. That wasn't the main point. We love each other. We love each other very much. I even feel like I've found my life goal, which is to be with my lover forever. Every time I do a mission, I want to be with her, to be in the same world as her, to breathe the same air. Ning was speechless. Ning propped up his chin. He felt that this love story was definitely not going to end well. Wasn't it just being unable to extricate oneself from a small love affair? And then? Ning asked. Then? Wen Xing paused for a moment. Perhaps the life of a mission enforcer is too long enough to understand a person, and the love between us gradually faded away. The strong love between us was worn away by time, and we became tired and dull. Ning said, "It's not bad to be with each other like this. How can it always be so vigorous?" Love was built on the basis of reproduction, hormones, and loneliness. Can you endure an endless life, facing someone you don't love anymore? A girl told me that she didn't love me anymore. She used to love me, but she doesn't love me anymore. Ning asked, "What about you?" "I don't love her anymore. After we separated, we both felt relieved, and then we wished each other well." Ning F***ck off, after we broke up, I couldn't find a goal again. I was still lonely. Wen Xing drank a mouthful of water. It just so happened that the mission enforcers were cleaning up. I was almost cleaned up. At that time, my mind was clear. Only then did I realize that I was almost dead. I was completely wiped out. Because I followed that girl every world, I didn't even complete my mission properly. I couldn't even do my job properly. Ning was speechless. How bored was she to listen to Wen Xing tell this kind of story? It wasn't interesting at all. Love needed a sense of mystery. Everyone was familiar with it, so there was no novelty. Will the cleaning be done every once in a while? Ning asked. We will clean up the mission enforcers regularly. Wen Xing sat up, stretched, and carried the medical box. Let's go. It's time to look. Wen Xing flicked a copper coin with his thumb. The coin spun in the air, and Wen Xing caught it firmly. Ning held his gun and followed behind Wen Xing. The current Wen Xing was a qualified mission enforcer. Since loving one person would make you tired, then love the world, love everyone. Love knows no bounds. As expected of a scholar, his mind was sensitive and sentimental. The copper coin found an alien. This alien was the biggest one Ningxu had ever seen. It was as big as a small car. It swam on the road. Ningxu and Wenxing aimed at the alien at the same time. The alien swam over with Ningxu and Wenxing. Its tail was as big as a tree. When it swam, the trash cans by the roadside were overturned. Let's shoot together. Wenxing was worried that if they couldn't completely destroy the alien, they would release the small alien in its body. Just as Ningxu was about to open fire, the xenomorph suddenly let out a ferocious screech before disappearing into thin air. She hadn't shot yet. Ningxu looked up and saw more than 10 people suddenly appear in the air. Each of them had a gun in their hands. A few of them were carrying large guns and were fully armed. The 10 people floated down. Ningxu looked at the person in front of her. "Why are you here?" Fragrant Wind carried his gun on his shoulder. When he saw Ningxu, he raised his eyebrows. "It's you again. Why do you always choose this kind of world?" Ningxu was speechless. Who knew what was going on? Fragrant Wind waved his hand. The 10 people behind him dispersed and disappeared. They went to various parts of the city to destroy the aliens. Ningxu looked at these people who disappeared. These people were also souls. They should be mission enforcers. But they didn't look like mission enforcers. They were so disciplined and obedient. They didn't look like lazy mission enforcers. They looked more like an army. Ningxu realized that the world she had come into contact with were just the tip of the iceberg. There were countless planes that she hadn't seen before. There were even more things that she didn't understand about the Mission Enforcers organization. Layer by layer, she unraveled the cocoon. "Why didn't you report the abnormality in this world earlier?" Fragrant Wind asked Ningxu. "I don't have the authority to report it," Ningxu said directly. Wenxing said, "This is my negligence. The storyline I received was about an alien creature. I didn't expect such an unforeseen event to occur." Fragrant Wind gave Ningxu and Wenxing a pair of glasses each. Actually, the half-rimmed glasses were used for positioning. Ningxu put on the glasses and the map of the entire city appeared in front of her. There were even red dots. It was too awesome. It would be much easier to find the xenomorph this way. Ningxu had never seen such a thing before, not even in the exchange store. With support, Ningxu breathed a sigh of relief. After all, there was a limit to one's strength. It was better to rely on the support of the organization. Fragrant Wind was wearing a military uniform, but his hair was still smeared with a lot of hair gel. The hair gel was very fragrant. He was really obsessed with hair gel. It was easy to go bald if you put too much on. In that world, Fragrant Wind was wearing a flowery shirt. Today, he was wearing a military uniform. To be honest, Ningxu did not feel the perseverance and loyalty of a soldier from Fragrant Wind. He was still very showy. Ningxu's heart was itching. She had a lot of questions in her heart that she wanted to ask. However, Ningxu held back. There were some things that she did not need to know at her level. It was useless to know. However, staying in a strong organization was also very safe. "Okay, let's split up and take care of the target." Fragrant Wind did not say much. Wenxing looked at Ningxu. "You can do it alone, right?" Ningxu nodded. "Of course." Wenxing turned and walked in a direction. Fragrant Wind looked at Ningxu. "If you are not strong enough to deal with this situation, don't choose a world with such major changes. It can't solve any problems. Instead, it will affect the world." Ningxu was embarrassed for a moment, but she nodded and said, "I understand." This situation was not something she could solve. If it was not for Wenxing, she would not be able to report the situation in this world. Ningxu frowned. The mission was chosen for her by 2333. Because she could not meet the person in advance. Moreover, the development of the situation was unexpected. Did 2333 choose the world for her? Did he do it on purpose, or was he careless, or did he not expect this situation? Ningxu suppressed the thoughts in her mind. Since she was still on the same side as 2333, there was no point in pursuing the matter. The only thing he could do was to strengthen himself and his willpower. Go deal with the xenomorphs, Fragrant Windman said and disappeared in a flash. Ningxu went to the nearest red dot and destroyed it. With the GPS glasses, it was much more convenient. He could just find one person and kill one person. The number of red dots in the city was slowly decreasing. Ningxu got a motorcycle and stepped on the accelerator towards the location of the red dot. There was no need to stop the car. Once he opened fire, he would take out one and then rush to the next red dot. Ningxu would stop the car to treat the wounds and stop the bleeding whenever he saw someone in need of treatment. Under the bombardment of the advanced weapons, the number of red dots in the city decreased. When the last red dot disappeared, Fragrant Wind's voice came through the glasses. He ordered, "Gather at Route 3 immediately." Ningxu closed the first aid kit and drove the motorcycle to number 3 road. The others had already gathered, so Ningxu hurried over. "Check if you've left anything on this plane." More than a dozen people immediately checked their equipment and reported that they didn't leave anything behind. They couldn't leave anything that didn't belong to this world, especially high-tech things. "You two stay in this world for a while. Remember to report if anything happens," Fragrant Windman Ningxu and Wenxing said. Ningxu and Wenxing said in unison, "We got it. Use the glasses and weapons first. Remember to return them to the system when the mission is completed," Fragrant Windman said and disappeared with a dozen people. As soon as they left, Wenxing sat on the side of the road and fanned himself with his hand. He let out a long sigh. It's finally done. Ningxu also sat down and took out a water bottle to drink. The matter was resolved. Ningxu was so tired that he couldn't even lift his hand. To be honest, Ningxu was a little depressed. He felt more and more insignificant. He should have done it step by step. Why did he have to let her see so many things and disturb her mood? Screw you. In the future, she would also be a very awesome and powerful person. Ningxu drank water and rolled his eyes. Then I'll go back and rest first. I'm too tired. Wenxing stood up and said to Ningxu. Ningxu nodded. By then. If there's anything, let's contact each other. Ningxu got on his motorcycle and went back to his rented house. When he got home, Ningxu locked the door. He took a shower and slept until the sky turned dark. When he woke up, he felt that his body didn't belong to him anymore. His whole body was sore. When killing the aliens, there was a lot of activity. He climbed up and down, went into the sewers, and climbed up the stairs. Ningxu got up from the bed. When he stood up, his legs were shaking. Ningxu lay back on the bed and started to cultivate. The soreness in his muscles would definitely hurt for a long time. Ningxu put on his glasses and checked if there were any aliens in the city. If there were any left behind, they had to be eliminated immediately. After checking for a while, there were no red dots. Ningxu laid on the bed for a long time. Then he got up and made some food. He took his time. Previously, he was very tense. Now, it was time to relax. Ningxu took out a bone from the fridge and sniffed it. It didn't seem to be spoiled. He put it in the pot to boil the soup. After boiling the soup, he put the noodles in. When he took out the pot, he put in 2 vegetables. A bowl of vegetable noodles. The taste was very good. Ningxu ate slowly. He picked up the remote control of the TV on the table and prepared to watch the news. There was no signal on the TV. Ningxu made a call to the client's parents. The client's parents asked Ningxu to send some money back. They said that the family didn't need it. Ningxu agreed to send the money back. It wasn't easy to raise the client into a university student in a rural village. Ningxu ate the noodles. It was really delicious. After going through so much trouble, eating a mouthful of noodles made him feel happy. Ningxu's heart was unprecedentedly calm now. The armed forces of the city searched over and over again. They didn't find any aliens. They felt that the aliens had been wiped out. Hence, they released the news that the city was safe. All industries could operate normally. Some people were skeptical. The next day, Ningxu received a call from the company telling him to go to work. Although the city was safe, it was still a little bleak. Compared to the previous city, there were very few people in the city now. Other than those who were killed, there were many who escaped from the city. It would take time for the city to return to its previous prosperity. The next day, Xianxia went to the company. There were very few people in the company. There were also people who died in the company. Out of concern, the company gave the employees some bonuses. It could be considered as getting rid of their bad luck. As for the people who died, it wasn't the company's responsibility. This was an irresistible factor. Xianxia took the envelope excitedly. The bonus was as much as a month's salary. If she sent the money home, she wouldn't need to touch her savings. She wanted to buy a house. Xianxia went to the company to report and sort out the company's information. The company hadn't officially started operations yet. Although the news said that there were no more monsters, people were still afraid. After work, Xianxia went to the sales office to look at the properties. The sales office was closed. It seemed that it would take some time for the city to recover its previous vitality. The mayor said on the news every day that the city was fine. It was true. There were people returning to the city, but they were a minority. Most people were still hesitating. There were monsters in the city. How could they return? Fragrant Wind Guy wanted her and Xianxia to stay in this world for a while. He was afraid that there would be fish that escaped the net. It was okay to stay for a while. Xianxia felt that she could look for the world's origin. The mission enforcer organization was deeper than she thought. She had to be strong to not drown. In the future, she would definitely not choose such a world with such disasters. In the last world that collapsed, she met Fragrant Wind Guy. This time, she met him again. No wonder she always chose such a world. Xianxia was also in despair. When would her soul orb finish fusing? It was important to meet the client first. Every time she entered the world, she was caught off guard. There wasn't much to do in the company. Xianxia just had to go to the company and get a salary. Xianxia was very satisfied. Wenxing also came to work. When he saw Xianxia, he asked, "Did you find any left aberrations?" "I didn't find any." "Why don't we walk around?" Xianxia suggested. Wenxing thought for a while and nodded. "Okay, it's safer to walk around." After work, Xianxia went to ride the motorcycle. This motorcycle was abandoned on the road. Xianxia felt that it could be used, so she took it. Wenxing sat in the back with glasses on and checked the surroundings for aberrations. "Don't you want to buy a house? With this trend, the price of the house will definitely drop. The government wants to attract people. If the house is empty, the developer will also lose money." Wenxing said in boredom. Xianxia was conflicted and hesitant. He was so poor that he wished he could split his money in half. When they passed by the bank, Xianxia stopped the motorcycle and went to the bank to send some money to the client's home. Wenxing scanned everywhere and waited for Xianxia to come out of the bank before continuing his patrol. Every day after work, Wenxing and Xianxia would scan 1 or 2 streets. They wouldn't miss a single corner. Xianxia suddenly thought of something and asked Wenxing, "Where do you think Su Hongyuan is now?" "I don't know." Wenxing shook his head. Xianxia said, "I think we should monitor Su Hongyuan. What if he pulls out another xenomorph?" Luckily, he had managed to get rid of the xenomorph after much difficulty, but in the end, he had to pull it out again. He was so tired. Wenxing said, "I don't think so. The disaster has passed. Su Hongyuan has azoospermia. He doesn't have sperm to begin with. After the 2 times, there's no sperm left in his body. In other words, he couldn't pull it out even if he wanted to." Xianxia could only laugh in his heart. The scientist who developed this drug really had a bad taste. He hoped that Su Hongyuan wouldn't be able to pull it out in the future. Wenxing didn't care about Su Hongyuan, but it made Xianxia seem petty. Xianxia rolled his eyes. The xenomorph attacked women first. There were many women in the hospital who had their bellies cut open. Even if the xenomorph in their bellies was taken out, their bodies were damaged. Xianxia suddenly thought of a place. "It seems that we haven't gone to the hospital yet. There must be women sent to the hospital for treatment. Maybe some of them were carrying them. Let me check the hospital's address." Wenxing looked dignified and handed his phone to Xianxia. "This is the nearest hospital." Ning-Shu stepped on the accelerator. The motorcycle roared and sped towards the hospital. When they arrived at the hospital, Ning-Shu didn't see the red dot in his glasses, which meant that there was no xenomorph. Ning-Shu checked ward by ward. Compared to the depression of the city, the hospital was unprecedentedly lively. What did you find? Wenxing joined Ning-Shu. I didn't find anything. Ning-Shu shook his head. I didn't find anything either. Then let's go to the next hospital. Wenxing got on the motorcycle and Ning-Shu sat behind. They scanned the hospital again and found nothing unusual. Ning-Shu and Wenxing searched the hospital one by one and asked the doctor how to deal with the xenomorph in a woman's body. The doctor said that they killed it first and then treated it with high temperature. Ning-Shu and Wenxing went to all the major hospitals, but there was no trace of the xenomorph, at least there was no red dot. It seems that this thing is gone. Wenxing moved his neck and said tiredly. Ning-Shu didn't speak and looked at the pregnant woman who walked past him. The pregnant woman looked like she was about to give birth. Ning-Shu stopped the pregnant woman and asked, "Are you going to give birth?" Ning-Shu released his spiritual force and looked at the child in her stomach. With this sweep, Ning-Shu was stunned because there was a football-sized xenomorph in her stomach. The woman was stopped by Ning-Shu and looked a little worried. "Oh, I'm here for a prenatal checkup. I should be giving birth soon." "You haven't done a prenatal checkup before?" Ning-Shu asked. "Are you sure you are pregnant?" "Little girl, what are you talking about?" "I'm pregnant. I just came back yesterday. There are monsters in this place." The pregnant woman left the city because of monsters. She heard that there were no monsters, so she came back for a prenatal checkup. In other words, when the pregnant woman left here, she carried a small xenomorph in her body. "What's wrong?" Wenxing came over and asked. Ning-Shu covered his mouth with his hand and whispered to Wenxing, "She has xenomorph in her stomach. The real fetus may have been eaten by xenomorph." Wenxing quickly adjusted his glasses and looked at the woman's stomach. There was no red dot. Wenxing frowned tightly. "Are you sure?" Ning-Shu nodded. "Why can't they locate the xenomorph in a human body? What do you want to do? You even want to rob a pregnant woman?" The woman looked at Ning-Shu and Wenxing warily. She heard that the city is very chaotic now and her husband hasn't come yet. Ning-Shu said with a smile, "I see that your stomach is so big. Let me help you in." The pregnant woman looked at Ning-Shu suspiciously, shook her head and bypassed Ning-Shu. "No need. They don't know each other and she doesn't know what these two people are thinking." Ning-Shu and Wenxing followed behind the pregnant woman. What's in her stomach, they found out after a prenatal checkup. They don't know why the xenomorph stayed in the pregnant woman's stomach and didn't break out. But if they come to the hospital, they will definitely save their lives. "Do you think there will be many people carrying xenomorph?" Wenxing was worried. Ning-Shu sighed as well. She was also worried. Ning-Shu and Wenxing followed behind the pregnant woman. When they saw her enter the delivery room, they waited outside. Ning-Shu released his mental power to check the situation inside. A gynecologist touched the pregnant woman's stomach. The doctor's expression was a little confused, and he touched it several times. Wenxing said, "It shouldn't be. The child was eaten by the alien." "Didn't the pregnant woman feel it?" Ning-Shu shrugged. "The placenta is still there, but the child is gone. The alien has taken over the nest." "No bleeding?" Wenxing asked. "Does an abortion not bleed?" Ning-Shu spread out his hands. "You should ask the pregnant woman." What shocked Ning-Shu was that the alien stayed in the stomach and didn't come out. Was it warmer in the stomach? If the alien used the human body as a host and waited for it to grow up, then it would burst out of the human stomach and come to this world with its fangs and claws. Ning-Shu rubbed his eyebrows. In the delivery room, the doctor asked the pregnant woman, "Can you feel the fetal movement?" "Yes, it's very strong." "It hurts my stomach," the pregnant woman said. "Doctor," but as far as she could feel, there were no children's hands or feet. It was a round, naked thing. "Tumor? Go do an ultrasound," the doctor said. The pregnant woman took the list to do an ultrasound, and Ning-Shu followed her to the ultrasound room. Ning-Shu and Wenxing waited outside. After the pregnant woman went in for a while, there was a scream in the ultrasound room, and then a doctor in a white coat rushed out. "There's a monster." The ultrasound doctor went to call someone. Ningxu walked into the ultrasound room. The pregnant woman was at a loss. How did her child become a monster? The pregnant woman was lying on the bed. Her exposed stomach moved. Obviously, the alien was moving in her stomach. The ultrasound doctor called someone, and the nurse came in and moved the pregnant woman to the bed. "Let's start the operation now." The pregnant woman struggled excitedly and shouted at the top of her lungs, "I'm really pregnant. My child is not a monster." The pregnant woman was pressed down and pushed into the operating room. Wenxing took out his gun. When the alien was taken out, he would destroy it. Although there was only one, it was possible for the aliens to once again wreak havoc on the world. Ningxu used his mental strength to observe the situation in the operating theater through the wall. The pregnant woman who had been injected with anesthetic couldn't struggle even if she wanted to. Gradually, she fell asleep. Once it was confirmed that there was an alien in her stomach, she was immediately dragged over for surgery. She didn't even get the consent of her family. This was a special period. The doctor used a scalpel to cut open the pregnant woman's stomach. Something was moving inside her stomach. The bloodied xenomorph rushed out of the pregnant woman's stomach and swam around the operating room. It screamed and attacked the female nurse. The operating theater was in chaos. Someone stumbled out of the operating theater. Doctors and nurses ran out screaming. Ningxu quickly put on a surgical mask and gave one to Wenxing. There are cameras in the operating theater. Their weapons were very advanced, so it was impossible for them to be photographed. Ningxu could not destroy the camera because it recorded the entire operation. The pregnant woman was forced to undergo surgery to remove the child in her womb. How could she not make a fuss when she woke up? Once the surveillance footage of the surgery was released, he could not mess around anymore. Ningxu put on his surgical mask, pulled out his gun, hurried into the operating theater, and aimed at the alien. The alien was very fast. One of its tails swam rapidly. Ningxu's first shot was off. The operating theater was a mess. All kinds of surgical tools fell to the ground. The alien jumped up and wanted to pounce on the pregnant woman and get into her stomach. Wenxing pulled the trigger and hit the xenomorph's body. The xenomorph screamed in pain and then disappeared. Ningxu picked up the gloves on the ground and put them on. He opened the pregnant woman's stomach to see if there were any more alien parasites inside. The pregnant woman's stomach was red and there was white pus. There was a foreign body in her body that would be inflamed. Ningxu's gloved hand reached into the pregnant woman's stomach and slowly touched it. He grabbed the hemostatic cotton and wiped the blood. Ningxu took out the blood clot in the pregnant woman's stomach and looked at it carefully. "What did you find?" Wenxing's voice was a little muffled through the surgical mask. "The inflammation is so serious." "How did the pregnant woman endure it?" "The pus was very thick and yellow." "Why didn't she go to the hospital earlier?" "No small alien?" Wenxing asked. "Take it for a test." Ningxu took a cotton swab and dipped it in the pus mixed with blood. He went out of the operating theater and was ready to go for a test. The pregnant woman was lying on the operating table. Ningxu asked the doctor to sew up her stomach. Ningxu and Wenxing waited at the door of the laboratory. The doctor took out the test results. "What is it?" Ningxu asked. "A lot of dead white blood cells. Everyone knows that pus is dead white blood cells. It is white blood cells that devour viruses and bacteria and die together." Wenxing asked directly, "Is there a man?" "He means is there a sperm?" "Doctor, no." Ningxu and Wenxing breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It seemed that there was no sperm left. Ningxu took off his gloves, threw them into the medical bin, and left the hospital with Wenxing. As long as he encountered a pregnant woman, Ningxu would release his spiritual force to check if it was a real child. He was afraid that it was an alien in the stomach. Ningxu took out her mobile phone and made a call. "Hello, I want to call the police. XX hospital sold unqualified drugs without the approved name of the national medicine. The giant sperm was taken out by a man named Su Hongyuan. This drug was developed by a human. The matter has been solved, now it's time to investigate who is responsible." Wen Xing raised his eyebrows and listened to Ningxu calling the police. When she hung up the phone, he said, "This was destined to happen. I know, Su Hongyuan didn't want to do this. So what? Who forced him to take medicine without any guarantee? So many women have been hurt. Are you just going to let it go? Your dog biting people is your responsibility." Ningxu's face was cold. Wen Xing didn't speak, so as not to lead the fire to himself. He used to think that this task enforcer's ability was good, but he didn't expect him to be so vengeful. Wen Xing felt that as long as the matter was solved, Su Hongyuan's life in the future will not be easy. There will definitely be people making trouble. Someone would definitely have to pay for this. However, Wen Xing just put these words in his heart. If this guy is an enemy, it will not be good to vent on him. Wen Xing coughed. "Let's go to other hospitals to have a look." Ningxu said oh and got on the motorcycle. Ningxu and Wen Xing ran to various hospitals and stayed at the door of the gynecology department. Ningxu used her spiritual force to scan the women in and out of the building, especially the women with big bellies. After a day, Ningxu was exhausted and felt that her spiritual force was about to dry up. Wen Xing took the copper coins. Since the glasses can't locate the alien living in the body, they can only use the most laborious and useful method. Ningxu carried the medical box again. If he encountered an alien, he could press down on the person and get the alien out. The news of the alien in the hospital was blocked. After all, the news said that there were no more aliens, but in the end, an alien appeared. It was a slap in the face. People came back to the city one after another, which made the city a little angry. Ningxu and Wen Xing were like looking for a needle in a haystack. They looked everywhere for possible aliens. Wen Xing went to the police station to explain the situation. It was necessary to screen the people who came back to the city and try to let everyone have a physical examination, especially the women. This kind of thing couldn't be done with just 2 people. A city with tens of millions of people was a huge project. This way, the efficiency of a few people in charge of an area was much higher. When they wandered around, Ningxu would go in and ask for the room price if they came across a sales office. If they could buy it, they would buy it. The room price had dropped a little, but he didn't know if it would drop in the future. It wasn't easy to have a place to settle down and a house of his own. Ningxu checked the money on his card. Other than his salary, there was no other income. He had to find a side job. However, the problem of the aliens had not been solved yet. He might even fail the mission. The side job matter had to be delayed. After the encounter with the aliens in the hospital, Wen Xing and Ningxu didn't encounter any more aliens. Wen Xing's copper coin was floating in front of Wen Xing. This meant that there were no aliens around. Wen Xing held the copper coin and sat down. This mission is really tiring. Ningxu put down the medical box. This mission is really disgusting. Ningxu and Wen Xing sat on the side of the road like beggars. Sewers, garbage dumps, and other places. They were just short of going to heaven. Their image was not good. They were unkempt and dirty. There were even people throwing coins at them. Ningxu quickly picked up the coins and put them in his pocket. He took out a plastic bottle and cut it open with a knife and placed it on the ground. "Brothers and sisters, please do me a favor. My father is sick now, sob sob sob." Ningxu knelt on the ground and cried. Wen Xing, was he that old? He should be the younger brother. Your father is so young? The passers-by questioned Ningxu. He was simply a scammer. Ningxu pulled Wen Xing aside. This is my brother. Hurry up and kneel down. Ask someone to save our father. Your self-esteem is not important. What's important is that you can save our father. Ningxu persuaded earnestly. Wen Xing was speechless. Someone threw money into the plastic bottle in front of Ningxu. It wasn't much, just 50 cents, 1 yuan, 5 yuan, or 10 yuan. Thank you. You will be rewarded. Ningxu stuffed the money into his pocket. Wen Xing had a cold expression on his face the entire time. He really wanted to say that it was a disgrace to his culture, but when he saw Ningxu whistling as he counted the money, he decided against it. Not bad, it's a few dozen. Ningxu said with a smile. We have enough food for today. Every day, he would wander around the city and work for free. Wenxing was speechless. He was speechless. Just how badly did he need money? Aren't we eating fasting pills? Wenxing asked. Then we need to drink water. Wenxing, you're right, okay, how thick-skinned. As a person from ancient times, Wenxing did not have the heart to argue with a woman. He had seen too many mission enforcers, and some of them were indifferent. Let's walk around the city, Wenxing said. Especially those who escaped from the city. They were scattered around the city. What if someone brought them along? Ningxu did not have any objections. It was all for the mission. Okay. Every day, after Ningxu and Wenxing got off work, they would wander around the city. They would go further and return to work the next morning. There was no choice. Ningxu did not want to lose this job. During the break, Ningxu placed a broken bowl in front of him. Wenxing, don't you have any dignity? Ningxu, what are you talking about? The wind is too strong. I can't hear you. I can't see you. Ningxu and Wenxing did not find anything. It was as if the alien in the pregnant woman's stomach was an accident. If that was the case, then there were no aliens in this world. Then their mission was completed. But Ningxu's heart was not at ease. But he could not find anything. He was like a headless fly. Miserable, Ningxu swore that he would not pick this kind of world again. Even if he wanted to come, he would come as a supporter. Wenxing and Ningxu looked at each other. Take a break. If there really is one, it will definitely appear. Working in the day and walking around the city at night during the weekend. Their physical strength was exhausted. Ningxu nodded. Then that's it. If there really is a problem, we will write a report and call them over. Ningxu looked at his scarred hands. How was this the hands of a white-collar worker in the city? When they returned, Ningxu got some Chinese medicine from the pharmacy. He went back and made a cream to nourish his hands. His hands were still injured. Ningxu applied the cream and then wrapped it with plastic wrap. He sat cross-legged on the bed and cultivated. But his body was too tired. Ningxu cultivated and fell asleep on the bed. When he woke up, he first removed the plastic wrap from his hands. Otherwise, he would have pimples and inflammation of his pores. Ningxu looked at his hands. They were much fairer and more pleasing to the eye. A pair of hands like this looked good when typing on the keyboard. Only then would he feel happy. Ningxu applied some cream on his face. Recently, he had been living in the open and running around. His skin had been abused. It was very bad now. Ningxu had to clean himself up. When he was almost done, Ningxu changed his clothes and went to work. If he did not go to work, he would not have money. Without money, he could not buy a house. Ningxu carried his bag and went out with a radiant face. He got on the subway. Although the subway was crowded, Ningxu's good mood was not affected at all. At least it proved that he still had a job and could support himself. But there was a hand touching his butt again. Ningxu's face was indifferent. He reached out and grabbed the hand touching his body. When his hand was grabbed by Ningxu, the obscene person was stunned. He wanted to withdraw his hand but was held tightly by Ningxu. Ningxu pulled his fingers. The person behind him suddenly gasped in pain. My hand, my hand. Next time you molest a woman, I will teach you a lesson. Ningxu said in a low voice. The man was sweating. Ningxu let go and quickly moved away from Ningxu. Ningxu rolled her eyes. There was always someone molesting her. Wenxing put down the newspaper and said to Ningxu, who was standing on the left, you sit. Every time I meet you, you seem to be in this situation. Wenxing put away the newspaper and stood up. But just as he stood up, a man quickly took his place and then closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. Wenxing frowned and could only stand with Ningxu. Ningxu shrugged his shoulders. Every time I encounter this situation, you see it. You men are so thirsty and unbearable? Ningxu rolled her eyes and said. Reproduction is an instinct. This kind of behavior is controlled by instinct. Some people do this and some people don't. Not every man does such a dirty thing, Wenxing said with a calm expression. Ning Shu looked at Wenxing from the corner of his eyes. I think it's the same. Some people are direct, some need to be packaged. That man just now was just disgusting. For example, the way you quibbled was to package your reproductive instincts so that people wouldn't be so disgusted. Wenxing, has anyone ever told you that you're very extreme? You can see through it but don't expose it, Wenxing said helplessly. Ning Shu's mouth twitched. You didn't see through it, and you're still trying to beautify it. Everyone likes beautiful things, you know? Wenxing said. It's important to entertain yourself. Ning Shu nodded. I see. But why did you break up with your girlfriend? Wenxing, no way to talk. Not cute. I think that there's no distinction between rich and poor people, but there's a distinction between high and low. That man just now was very low, Ning Shu said. Wenxing was silent and didn't say anything. Maybe he didn't agree with Ning Shu's idea, but he didn't deny Ning Shu's idea either. Another month passed. It seemed that the matter of the aliens was slowly fading away. Ning Shu and Wenxing would wander around after work, but they didn't find any aliens. But the two of them didn't dare to report that the aliens were completely wiped out. What if they weren't? Who would bear the responsibility? No one could bear the responsibility for the future of a plane. Wenxing thought for a moment and said, I think we should report this matter. There are countless creatures in a plane. It seems that this thing will find a host. I think we should report it as it is. Ning Shu nodded in agreement. If they didn't report it as it was, the responsibility would be too great if something happened to the plane. I've asked my system to report it, Wenxing said. You should also ask your system to report it. Ning Shu was stunned for a moment and immediately nodded. Okay, 2333, report it, Ning Shu said to 2333 in his mind. I reported it before you said it, 2333 said. Ning Shu, what did you say? Ning Shu asked. To be honest, I suspect that this plane is going to change and evolve into a different power system, 2333 said. Could it be a battle between humans and demons? Evolution is a good thing. Why are the higher-ups so nervous? Ning Shu asked in surprise. 2333 thought for a moment and said, maybe he's afraid that when he's evolving, he might accidentally destroy the plane. Especially since this thing is growing too fast and too big. It doesn't conform to the rules in the first place. The plane can't bear it. 2333 said, this is just my opinion. As for whether the heavenly axiom is out of control or the plane is evolving, I don't know. Ning Shu replied, oh, I didn't know you were so knowledgeable, 2333 said shyly, this is the knowledge that the system already has. I didn't learn it on my own. I'm really unlucky. The last plane collapsed and this plane is evolving. Looks like I'm 80% out of control. Ning Shu lamented in his mind. 2333 immediately explained, I really didn't know it would be like this time. Your partner this time, what's his name? He doesn't know either. You have to believe me. Ning Shu, I believe you. If I die, you won't have it easy either. Your answer is so straightforward. You just don't believe me. Ning Shu, then I don't believe you. See, I knew you wouldn't believe me. 2333 was about to cry. Ning Shu, get out. Ning Shu and Wenxing waited for the people above. Fragrant wind appeared in front of them in a military uniform. Ning Shu put away the broken bowl in front of him and stuffed the money in the bowl into his bag. Is the report true? Fragrant Wind's face was cold. Ning Shu and Wenxing nodded. Fragrant Wind sighed imperceptibly and rubbed between his eyebrows. I'll stay here and observe. If there's really a problem with the plane, we might need a mission enforcer to stay here. Who's willing to stay? Fragrant Wind asked Ning Shu and Wenxing. Ning Shu looked at the sky and nudged Wenxing. He's willing. Wenxing, there was no love for his colleague. Wenxing silently took a step back. My girlfriend is still waiting for me to go back. Didn't you break up? Ning Shu looked at Wenxing in surprise. No, I still love her in my heart. Wenxing said passionately. When the mountains are flat and the sky and earth are united, I dare to break up with you. Ning Shu, damn, I give up. Fragrant Wind took off his military cap and looked at Ning Shu and Wenxing expressionlessly. We'll talk about this later. But if the plane is really going out of control, we need the mission enforcer to control the situation. There must be benefits, Fragrant Wind said. Ning Shu and Wenxing stared at Fragrant Wind. What benefits? Just say it. Whoever wants to stay, this plane will be given to them. From then on, they'll be the mission enforcer who builds the world, Fragrant Wind said. Giving a plane? Ningxu was shocked. So generous. Then Ningxu thought about it. Whether or not this plane could survive was a problem. Giving this plane was to tie down the mission enforcer. To make the mission enforcer pay attention to this plane at all times. But they could have a plane because of this. It was equivalent to building a world. This was generous. Ningxu's heart couldn't help but beat faster. If she agreed, they wouldn't have to work so hard to find the origin of the world. They could become the mission enforcer who built the world. Ningxu put his hands behind his back and pinched the back of his hands. Calm down. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. If they accepted, all their time would be spent on this plane. Because as their plane, they had to ensure that it wouldn't collapse. When Xing turned his head and looked into Ningxu's eyes. His breathing was a little rapid. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Ningxu's mind. He took a step back. I want to leave. Not to mention what was going on with this plane, Fragrant Wind could actually promise a plane to the mission enforcer. This made Ningxu very shocked. Then, Ningxu didn't want to waste his time on a plane. And this plane was a little disgusting. It might collapse in the end. Her world could be built slowly. Fragrant Wind raised his eyebrows and looked at Wenxing. Then you'll stay? Wenxing was a little conflicted. He was calculating the gains and losses in his heart. It was too difficult for mission enforcers to build a plane. If they got a plane because of this, it would be a qualitative leap. Then can I leave? Ningxu asked Fragrant Wind. Fragrant Wind nodded without much care. Ningxu said, Wenxing, maybe this plane will evolve successfully. It's worth a try. After all, building a world wasn't something humans could do. A suitable carrier and the origin of the world. Neither could be missing. Every one of them required luck. Fragrant Wind glanced at Ningxu. Who told you that this plane is going to evolve? Ningxu said directly, I guessed. The plane has undergone a major change. If it's not evolving, it's going to collapse. Isn't that the case? Fragrant Wind retracted his gaze. Ningxu shrugged and left. If there's a chance in the future, let's do missions together. Wenxing called out to Ningxu. Ningxu nodded. Ningxu returned home. 2333's voice sounded in his ear. Mission completed. Do you want to leave the mission world? Leave. Ningxu said immediately. Ningxu felt dizzy. It was quite uncomfortable to return to the system space. Ningxu sat on the sofa and absorbed the pure soul power. Well, the soul power this time was less. The mission was probably not completed well. Ningxu opened his eyes and opened the attribute panel. Name, Ningxu. Age, 27. Level, Super Mission Taker Points, 108/10 million points for 1 point. Soul, 2 Health, 1 Luck, 0 Wisdom, 2 Charm, 1 Spirit, 2 Martial Strength, 3 Aptitude, 2 Faith, 47,000 Merit, 15230 Soul Strength, 20 Rule, None Skills, 5th Ring Shooting Technique, Intermediate Close Combat Technique, Exceptional Martial Arts Proficiency, Intermediate Poison Technique, Beginner Business Management Knowledge, Beginner Code Programming, Beginner Lawyer Skill, Sage Ghost Catching Skill, Beginner Cooking Skill, Beginner Embroidery Skill. Honorary titles, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Tools, Calm Aura, Calming Pill, Faith Aura, Amulet 4, Upgraded Amulet 2. Aura, Mother of the World Queen's Blessing, Model Worker Sister Chen Shi's Blessing, Leader Aura Grass Blessing, Lifelong Friend Meow Meow Meow's Blessing. Savior Zhu Sun Yang's Blessing, Founding Lady Chen Ermiai's Blessing, Beauty of the Law Chen Ning's Blessing, Blood Clan Nemesis Jasmine's Blessing, Transcending Race Communication by San Yang's Blessing, Brave Wang Ying's Blessing, Complete Duan Shue's Wish, Not be harmed by the xenomorphs, Save money to buy a house. Mission completion rate, 70%. Obtained 3 points, 2 attribute points, 4,000 faith power, 2,100 merit points, 40% of soul power, and 1 authority ticket. 40% of his soul energy was indeed very little. His harvest this time was not much. He received 2,000 merit points. Ningxu did not expect to receive an authorization ticket. Ningxu suspected that this privileged ticket was given to her because she was too unlucky to always appear in this kind of world. He was really drunk. The completion rate of this mission was only 70%. He was holding them back again. Ningxu laid on the sofa and added his pitiful 2 attribute points. It was better to add it to his luck. Was she the one who was unlucky, or was life always going against the wind? Name, Ningxu. Age, 27. Level, Super Mission Taker. Accumulated points plate, 108. 3 million, 1 accumulated point per accumulated point. Soul value, 2 HP, 1 intelligence, 2 luck, 0/2 charm, 1 spiritual power, 2 martial strength, 3 aptitude, 2 faith, 47000400 merit, 152302100 soul strength, 20 authorization ticket, 1 law comprehended, none honorary titles, goddess of war, selfless ancestor tools, calm aura, calming pill, faith aura, amulet 4, upgraded amulet 2 skills, 5th ring shooting technique, intermediate fighting technique, exceptional martial arts, intermediate poison technique, beginner business management knowledge, beginner code programming, beginner lawyer skills, beginner ghost catching skills, beginner cooking skills, beginner embroidery skills. Aura, Mother of the World Empress blessing, model worker sister Chen Shi's blessing, leader Aura Grass blessing, lifelong friend Meow Meow Meow's blessing. Savior Zhu Sun Yang's blessing, founding Lady Chen Ermiai's blessing, beauty of law Chen Ning's blessing, blood clan nemesis Jasmine's blessing, transcending race communication by San Yang's blessing, Braveheart Wang Ying's blessing. Ningxu looked at the fist-sized black hole. When would this thing fuse? Ningxu was really impatient. Because of this existence, she could not see the client in advance. Most of the time, she was passive. 2333 did not know if she was thinking about her dream lover or something, but she was always out of it. Ningxu lay on the sofa and crossed her legs. She felt that it was necessary to have a deep conversation with 2333. Just as she was about to speak, she heard the sound of the chat system. Ningxu opened the chat system and saw that someone wanted to add her. Number 65,892. It should be when Xing. Ningxu clicked agree and the system immediately made a ding-dong sound. A message had been sent. 65892, hello, I am the system of mission 65892. I greet you on behalf of 65,892. Ningxu, yes, hello. Has your mission taker accepted the plane? 65892, accepted. He said that it would take more time. Mission takers have a lot of time. I hope you can take care of each other in the future. Ningxu saw Wen Xing's words and felt that the other party must be a cute little loli. There was no reason. It was just a feeling. It pretended to be serious, but it was cute. Ningxu, take care of each other. Thank you for this. Ningxu transferred the 50 points of faith that Wen Xing had spent to exchange for the gun. But as soon as she did, the other side turned back. 65892 system, I can't accept this for him. He was joking when he asked you to return the faith. If you return it now, he will definitely say that I am asking you to repay the debt. Ningxu's face was expressionless, but her heart was exploding. It must be a little lowly. Ningxu, this is supposed to be given to you. Since we are going to work together in the future, some things should be clarified. Otherwise, it will not be awkward. She didn't lack this bit of faith power. 65892 system, oh, okay. I will tell him. Ningxu, good girl, 65892 system. He is calling me. I am leaving. Ningxu was once again sure that it must be a little lowly. She tried her best to socialize for her partner. Her cuteness was exposed. Ningxu stretched and asked 2333, how long will it take for these two pearls to fuse? It should be in the final stage. I think it will form something very useful. Good things are not afraid of waiting. 2333 said. It had been fusing for so long. It seriously affected her mission. How could she not be anxious? 2333 felt wronged. Don't blame me. In order to suppress the aftermath of the power, I am really risking my life. I am not blaming you. Who knew this would happen? I think you are blaming me. Ningxu was speechless. Then I am blaming you. See, I know you are blaming me. Ningxu, what did you do this time? Otherwise, you wouldn't be like this. Ningxu suspected that 2333 had been possessed. That was why he was so crazy. The sudden outburst of passion made Ningxu think that 2333 had gone crazy. You must have done something terrible, Lin Feng said. 2333 said, No, I saw that you have an unprecedented dislike for me recently. I have been trying to explain to you that we are one. It is not true to say that we have feelings for each other. Our interests are the same. Our lives are tied together. Why would you think that I would do something to you? 2333 sounded puzzled. Oh, I see. I must believe that we are in the same boat. Ningxu believed that. 2333 was just playing tricks, but he wouldn't dare to do anything to her. Their lives were in each other's hands. Ningxu was holding 2333's balls. 2333 was also holding her neck. It was a strange situation. Their relationship was very strange. Then why don't you believe me? 2333 asked. Why do you insist that I believe you? Ningxu couldn't help but ask back. I am trying to ease the tension between us. 2333 felt helpless. You are always mocking me. You are always mocking me too. You mocked me, that's why I mocked you. 2333 said. That's because you mocked me first. You hurt my young and tender heart. Ningxu was weak. When she was ignorant, she was looking forward to her own system. She didn't expect that she would attract such a system. The naughty retard didn't explain. It was an indelible blow to her fragile heart and left an incalculable psychological shadow. 2333, no way, I remember that you mocked me first. 2333 retorted. Was he going to bring up old scores? Ningxu crossed her legs. These are all things in the past. It is meaningless to talk about them. If you want me to believe you, you must have done something wrong. I want you to believe me because I am guilty. What kind of logic is that? Then don't believe me. Okay, I don't believe you. Ningxu ended the topic. 2333, Ningxu wanted to see how the alien world was going. If it could be resolved, Wen Xing might be able to obtain a plane. However, there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Since they could promise a plane, if the plane collapsed, it would be all for naught. Sure enough, the xenomorph learned to directly drill into a human body when it was young. Women were the priority targets of the xenomorph because a woman's womb was the best place to live. Other than that, the xenomorph was also residing in a man's body. Some xenomorphs even crawled into a person's ears and nostrils when they were very young, lodging in a person's brain. He chewed on the brain. This caused a great deal of pain to the person, and sometimes, even the person who was lodging with them couldn't control their behavior. It was simply a carnival era for the aliens. Ningxu was dumbfounded. How was he going to deal with such a world? It was too difficult. No wonder Fragrance Guy would promise a plane. Ningxu saw that Wen Xing was incomparably tired. Currently, the aliens were using the human body as a host and a source of food. If you want to kill them, you have to kill people. Things were even more chaotic than before. Ningxu felt that the xenomorph would evolve, but he didn't know what would happen in the end. Ningxu even suspected that this plane would become the end of the world. Sure enough, a plane wasn't so easy to obtain. This kind of thing could only be controlled in this plane. If it escaped to other planes, it would simply be too bad. Fortunately, she left early. This kind of thing was not within his ability. Even if the sky fell, there would be a tall person to hold it up. Ha ha ha, it was better to go and cultivate. Ningxu stood on the passage to the law space. After a round and flat, he stood in the city of water. Then he went to the restaurant and ordered something, eating while comprehending the law of water. The law fluctuations in this city weren't strong, but Ningxu didn't comprehend a trace of it. Ningshu wanted to court death and go out of the city to take a look, but he also knew how much he was worth, so he ate the pastries with peace of mind. After eating, Ningshu walked around. Ningshu felt that in this city, the law in some places was strong, and in some places it was weak. Many mission takers couldn't leave the city, so they comprehended the law in the places in the city where the law was strong. However, these places were all occupied by powerful people. With Ningshu's current state, not to mention competing with others for the place where the law was strong, her soul couldn't stand it if she stood in a place where the law was slightly stronger. Ningshu wandered around the city and found a consultation room. A consultation room? Could it be the silver-haired man's consultation room? Did he open a chain store? Ningshu thought about it and walked in. He smelled an elegant fragrance. It should be incense. The layout was the same as in Ningshu's consultation room in the virtual space. Ningshu took a deep breath. The silver-haired man probably wasn't here. Ningshu planned to leave after taking a whiff of the incense, so as not to ask her for money. Ningshu had just turned around when the silver-haired man came out of the inner room. He lifted the curtain and held a book in his hand. The silver-haired man sat down and placed his book in front of him. Ningshu asked, "What do you want to ask?" Ningshu didn't have any questions to ask. He just came in to take a look. However, Ningshu was cautious and didn't ask any questions. Of the 3 free questions, there was only one left. Ningshu pursed his lips, waved his hand, and was about to leave. "Pay the consultation fee," the silver-haired man said. 1 point card. Ningshu was speechless. F***ck, it's so shady. So much? 1 point card was 10 million points. Everyone who comes here is a super mission taker. The consultation questions are definitely difficult, and the fee is expensive. Knowledge is power, and it's money. I didn't ask anything. This was a shady shop. He couldn't enter in the future. The consultation fee was calculated from the moment he stepped into the consultation room. Ningshu just wanted to roll his eyes. Ningshu paid the consultation fee and left quickly. She didn't even bother to bargain with him. Ningshu didn't even talk to the silver-haired man. If he chatted with him, she would be in trouble. She would probably have to sell 2,333 to get enough for the consultation fee. Seeing that Ningshu had left and there were no customers, the silver-haired man picked up his book, lifted the curtain, and disappeared. Ningshu found a place where the laws weren't that strong to comprehend the laws. Ningshu sat down on the side of the road. Other than Ningshu, there were other people sitting on the side of the road. Some people didn't have enough faith or merit to stay in an inn, so they found a street and sat down to comprehend. Ningshu sat down and calmed his heart to comprehend. He felt as if he was floating in water. Then, Ningshu leaned against the wall and fell asleep. Ningshu slept comfortably. When she woke up, she saw others sitting upright in meditation with their eyes closed, trying to comprehend. Ningshu repented, wiped the corners of his mouth, and sat upright to comprehend. Water was the source of life, nourishing all things. It was flexible, soft, and hard/BK. In short, the law of water was a very complicated law. Ningshu coughed, straightened his back, and began to comprehend. While comprehending, Ningshu fell asleep again. Floating in the water made him want to sleep too much. Ningshu gave up struggling. Instead of forcing his eyelids open, he might as well sleep. When Ningshu woke up, everything was normal in the law space. Ningshu rubbed his eyes and wandered around. He went to the trading hall to see if there was any news about the world's origin. The world origin was very precious because it was very hard to obtain and very difficult to obtain. But for mission enforcers, it was also very useless. Other than building a world, it was basically useless. Not only was it useless, but it was also hard to find. It was not something that made people scratch their hearts and lungs. Ningshu's heart felt like it was being scratched by a rake. When he saw something he liked, Ningshu would ask for the price. But the hard currency here was faith and merit. When he asked for the price, Ningshu's liver was in pain. He was so poor every day. If there was a day where she could point to everything without blinking, this, and this, pack them all up for me. Of course, this was just Ningshu's imagination. Here, Ningshu rarely saw things that could be paid with points. Her spending level could not keep up with the prices here. What a scam. After becoming a super mission enforcer, basically no one cares about points. More people want merit and faith, 2333 explained. Merit and faith can be used for anything other than buying things? Xianxia really did not know what they were used for. Merit will always be favored. As for faith, it can be used to kill gods. 2333's voice was a little low when he said the words kill gods. Kill gods? That was so domineering. How? Xianxia asked. Mission enforcers kill with faith. At this level, normal attacks can't kill them at all. You can only use faith to destroy them. The pure power of faith. Faith can give birth to gods, and similarly, the power of faith can kill gods. Xianxia thought about it for a moment. When the people above fought, everyone used faith power. Maybe if they used a big move, faith power would disappear. Xianxia memorized the function of the power of faith. The power of faith was also a means of attack. Then are the points useless? Xianxia asked. There's nowhere to spend them. Since it exists, it must be useful. 2333 said, there are special items with points, and there are also people who use points to buy a plane. But there are so many zeros in points, I don't think you can count them all in a day. Xianxia was speechless. Points were still useful. They could be used to exchange for small things like fasting pills and medicines. He didn't expect to be able to buy anything big with his points. How's your understanding of the law? 2333 asked slowly. Xianxia pursed his lips. It's very difficult. He couldn't help but want to sleep. Laws aren't something that can be comprehended in a day or two, Xianxia said. Sometimes when he didn't get anything, he had to tell himself not to care, or else he would be anxious. The more anxious he was, the worse he could do things. That's true. Maybe you can comprehend it with an epiphany, 2333 said. Xianxia was speechless. Hearing you say that, I'm even more anxious. Epiphany was something that could only be found by chance. Xianxia came out of the trading hall with nothing in his hands. He should use the power of faith sparingly. It might be useful in the future. Xianxia sat down and planned to comprehend the law of water again. If he could comprehend it, he would comprehend it. If he couldn't comprehend it, he would leave it to fate. Xianxia sat cross-legged, feeling the waves of the water, and fell asleep again. After waking up, Xianxia jumped up and said to 2333, let's not comprehend it first. In her current state, she wanted to sleep after reading a book. She said she wanted to comprehend the law, but in the end, she didn't comprehend anything. She felt the water gently shaking, making her want to sleep. The ever-changing water. Xianxia returned to the system space. Looking at the black hole on the space wall, Xianxia picked up something and threw it at the black hole. The black hole fluctuated and swallowed the thing. Xianxia sighed and sat on the sofa. She heard the sound of chatting. Someone sent her a message. Xianxia opened it. It was a message from Wenxing's system. 65892 system, dear, are you there? My master has something he needs your help with. The xenomorphs in that world are spreading too quickly, and he's starting to lose control. He needs your help. Xianxia was stunned when she saw the message. She wouldn't be able to do anything even if she went. Xianxia asked, didn't the higher-ups send anyone? What can I do to help him? 65892 system, they sent someone. If it's not convenient for you, then forget it. Sorry to bother you. I'll leave first. The black cube that had been on the bookshelf moved. Xianxia was surprised and grabbed it to take a look. This was the intelligent life of a super civilization. Now that it moved, was it going to wake up? Xianxia didn't think that the intelligent life would wake up. And she felt that this thing was sucking away her spiritual energy. It seemed that it was really moving. It used to be lying on the bookshelf like a corpse, but now it was moving. Xianxia didn't want this thing to suck away her spiritual energy. Xianxia put the black cube on the coffee table. 2333 said, since it wants spiritual energy and when Xing asked you for help, why don't you lend it to it? It's killing two birds with one stone. Xianxia narrowed her eyes, let it absorb other people's spiritual energy. It doesn't have to absorb other people's spiritual energy. Since it's an intelligent life, there must be a way to deal with it. 2333 said. The black intelligent life moved on the table. She didn't know if this thing could be controlled by Wenxing. If anything happened, it would be on her head. Ningxu tossed the Rubik's Cube back and forth, or tossed it up and down. If the AI was a human, it would have vomited by Ningxu tossing it back and forth. Ningxu didn't know whether to believe 2333 or not. She asked, how? Do you think this thing can destroy the aliens? It can use its spiritual energy to destroy the aliens. After destroying the aliens, it can obtain their spiritual energy. All biological actions are done by spiritual energy and bioelectric waves. 2333 said, if the intelligent life is used well, it will be good for you in the future. Can you guarantee that it will only absorb the alien's spiritual energy and not take away people's spiritual energy? If there is a problem, it will be on my head. Ningxu said while tossing the cube. Then I'll communicate with it. As long as it's a life, it can be communicated. 2333 said. Ningxu thought of her ability to communicate with intelligent life forms and said, let me give it a try. Ningxu tried to use her mind to imitate it, but her mind was swallowed by the Rubik's Cube. This brat, she wasn't here to deliver food to him. Ningxu Chao said to 2333, you try it. 2333 communicated with the Rubik's Cube, you can only kill aliens, not humans. The Rubik's Cube turned around and 2333 said, he agreed. Ningxu, why did it feel so unreliable? Mind power was a good thing. Ningxu opened the chat system and clicked on Wenxing's profile picture. Ningxu, I have something to do and can't go. I'll lend you something. Can you give it to your master? 65892 system, that plane belongs to the master for now. You can send things to him. Ningxu, that's good. Ningxu sent the Rubik's Cube to the 65892 system and taught her how to use it. 65892 system, thank you. You're such a good person. I'll tell the master now. Ningxu closed the chat system and opened the exchange store. He exchanged for fasting pills and some anti-inflammatory drugs. Ningxu thought about it and exchanged for a set of silver needles, just in case. Ningxu flipped through the page. Some things couldn't be exchanged, but some things could be exchanged. Ningxu saw that handguns could be exchanged. Ningxu thought about it and exchanged for a handgun. Since it could be exchanged, it meant that guns could be used in the plane. After the exchange, Ningxu said, let's go do the mission. Ningxu endured the pain of the soul transfer and felt his soul merge into his body. This should be a modern plane. After all, guns could be used. Ningxu endured the discomfort of his soul and opened his eyes. He was a little stunned. What entered his eyes was an ancient-looking canopy. Ningxu's eyes rolled. Everything around him was ancient. This was obviously an ancient plane. Why could guns be used? Was there a problem with the system? Ningxu operated the ultimate martial arts in his body and silently accepted the plot. The client's name was Su Jiru. Her father was the Marquis of Xianping and her mother was the third-rank Madam of Ronghua. He was born in a prestigious family and had a glorious family background. Su Jiru herself was engaged to Prince Xian's legitimate son, who was also the heir to the throne. It was originally a marriage of equal social status. The story was very simple. The fiancé erased the existence of his fiancée in order to promise a transmigrated woman that he would be with her for the rest of her life. He directly said that the Su family was going to rebel. Su Jiru was someone who couldn't live past one episode. This transmigrated woman had a plane transaction device with her, which could bring advanced weapons from the modern plane to this plane. The people in this plane were still brandishing their swords and spears, but in the end, the other party directly fired a shot. No matter how high one's martial arts skills were, they were still afraid of a kitchen knife. If it was really a situation where one fell, it would be a direct massacre. This was the reason why he could exchange for a gun. It turned out that there were guns in this plane. 2333 You want to absorb this planar trading device? Ningxu was too lazy to expose 2333's thoughts. Since he was already here, she might as well take things as they come. Suzuru, the one who had entrusted the mission, had her entire family wiped out. All the women in the Marquis's mansion had become slaves or prostitutes. The client entered a brothel. And Zhucheran was her original fiancé, relying on the modern weapons with great lethality provided by Yin Qing. He sat on the throne, subdued the surrounding small countries, and attracted the congratulations of countless small countries. It was said that Zhucheran had a divine weapon in his hands, which made people tremble in fear. The most eye-catching thing was the love story between the emperor and empress. Until Zhucheran's death, Yi Qing was the only woman in his harem. It was really touching. And the client had a pair of jade arms as a pillow for 10,000 people, struggling bitterly in a dirty place. The client didn't expect that just because she was engaged to Zhucheran, she wanted to kill her whole family. If she didn't want to get married, then don't get married. You could break off the engagement. At most, she would be a virgin for the rest of her life. She wouldn't implicate so many people in her family. It was better than forcing a smile in such a place. All her family members were dead, and the women were prostitutes and slaves. The client didn't hate Yi Qing. Yi Qing said that they would be together for the rest of their lives, but Zhucheran killed his fiancée's family behind her back. He said that he took care of everything himself and didn't need Yi Qing to worry. The reason for this was either that he really loved Yi Qing, or that Yi Qing had the dimensional trading device in her hands, so she was even more worthy of love. Zhucheran was the nephew of the current emperor, and the emperor liked him very much. He treated him like his own son, and sometimes his own son had to stand aside. There were also rumors that Zhucheran was the current emperor's son. Then Zhucheran's father, Prince Xian, was in a bit of a predicament. But Zhucheran's mother had died long ago. As for the details of the matter, and whether the emperor had anything to do with his sister-in-law, no one could say for sure. Suzuru's wish was to ensure the safety of the entire Marquis residence, so that Zhucheran wouldn't be able to sit on the throne. After receiving the plot, Ningxu propped himself up with his hands and got out of bed to drink some water. Seeing this wish, Ningxu's first thought was to pull Yi Qing over. "Come, sister, let's kill Zhucheran and then ascend to the throne. How about it?" She worked so hard to assist Zhucheran, just for the sake of being together for the rest of their lives, just for the sake of having you as the only woman in the harem, with such a big killing weapon in her hands, she was definitely fit to be the empress. Whoever was unconvinced, come and eat a bullet. She could directly attack. For Zhucheran to be able to ascend to the throne so smoothly, on one hand, it was because of fate, and on the other hand, it was because of the weapon provided by Yi Qing. The client's feelings towards Yi Qing were very complicated. Because of one sentence from her, the entire family died. But it wasn't Yi Qing who did it. In fact, Zhucheran did it without her knowing. He promised Yi Qing to be together for the rest of their lives. The person the client wanted to kill the most was Zhucheran, this fiancé. Ningxu didn't really believe that it was all for love. But Yi Qing's value was much higher than the entire Marquis Xianping's residence. It was worth it for him to spend effort to eradicate the Marquis Xianping's residence. If he wanted to be with Yi Qing, the Marquis Xianping's residence would be an obstacle. It would be strange if they didn't cause trouble. Moreover, Yi Qing's father was just a small official in the Ministry of Rights. Offending the Marquis Xianping's residence would cause endless trouble in the future, so he might as well cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. He killed decisively and strategically. In the end, as a prince, he defeated the emperor's sons and sat on the throne. Suzuru was a little bitter. It was just because she was in the way that it had to be like this. Her impression of her fiancé was only that her father said that the prince, Zhucheran, was a dragon among men and was favored by the emperor. He was a good husband. When there was a banquet, she looked at him from afar and felt that he was very good. As the daughter of a big family, there were some things that she didn't have to decide. Suzuru felt that Zhucheran was very good. And then there was no and then. The client didn't have a deep impression of Yi Qing. He only knew that she was a heroine who founded the army single-handedly. This army made people tremble in fear. It was Zhucheran's firm backing. Ningxu, sister, how about killing Zhucheran and ascending to the throne, but with such a big killing weapon in Yi Qing's hands, would Zhucheran be at ease, promising to be together for the rest of their lives was just to tie Yi Qing down. The woman who came was soft-hearted and said a few nice words. Others had 3 wives and 4 concubines, but he only had 1 woman. She would be so touched that her snot dripped down. Yi Qing and Xianxia's love was considered to be on par with each other. Both parties had the same interests. Only interests were the most reliable relationship. Xianxia had to rely on the modern weapons provided by Yi Qing. Yi Qing had also received the love of an emperor, the only love. Ningxu did not believe that Xianxia did not covet the things in Yi Qing's hands. After all, under the current conditions, it was impossible to make a gun because the economic conditions did not allow it. It was like building an attic in the sky. Xianxia could only rely on the weapons Yi Qing got from the modern world. As an emperor, could he really rest assured? Ningxu was not optimistic about this love. Besides, Yi Qing obviously had the conditions to ascend the throne herself. Why did she have to stuff herself into the harem? Was love so important? Love until the end of time? Why don't you go and generate electricity? Miss, why are you up? Xianxia pushed the door and entered the room. She saw Ningxu in her underwear sitting on a stool drinking tea. Ningxu immediately closed her legs tightly. The client was a lady from a noble family. She paid attention to her image. She engraved the rules into her bones. In the eyes of the commoners, noble ladies were quite arrogant. The client was sold to a brothel. The client wanted to be suzerain every day. Aren't you very arrogant? Aren't you very proud, breaking your arrogance, kneeling on the ground to beg me, serve me? The pleasure of conquering simply made one feel good from the heels to the top of the head. Xianxia quickly took a coat and draped it over Ningxu's body. Miss, put it on. The spring weather is cold now. Miss cannot catch a cold. Ningxu grunted and put on her clothes under Xianxia's service. After freshening up, she went to the front yard to greet old Madame's parents. On the way, she met a few concubine sisters. They looked at her with envy and jealousy. Ningxu did not have any feelings for these concubine sisters. After Marquis Xianping collapsed, these concubine sisters were like the original owner. They either became prostitutes or servant girls. They would always be slaves. Seeing Ningxu's forgiving gaze, the concubine-born sisters didn't know what to say. You look at me, I look at you in silence. Ningxu brought a group of concubine-born sisters to greet old Madame. Before he even walked in, he could already hear bursts of laughter coming from inside. Xianxia pulled up the curtain and Ningxu walked in. The place where old Madame lived was very simple, but everything was good. In such an environment, Ningxu felt like he was in the Jia mansion of the dream of the Red Chamber. Zhiru is here. Matriarch Ningxu waved her hand. Ningxu immediately felt a few jealous gazes on his back. Obviously, he was jealous that Ningxu was favored. Ningxu couldn't help but shake his head in his heart. Having a stable and peaceful life and being able to scheme against each other was also a blessing. When the nest is overturned, no egg can remain intact. Ningxu moved in small, quick steps. The swaying of his skirt should not be too big as he moved in front of Matriarch. This is your cousin Gufanlu. His grandmother and I are biological sisters. Matriarch Ningxu introduced the man standing beside her. This man was dressed in white and wore a crown on his head. With a smile, he had a harmless temperament. The first impression he gave was that of a white rabbit. He was dressed in white and wore a crown on his head. His ears were raised high. Very cute. Younger cousin. Gufanlu bowed to Ningxu. Ningxu bowed to return the greeting. Older cousin. Ningxu felt that the way older cousins addressed each other was very ambiguous. Your older cousin has entered the capital to take up a post. He will stay in the Marquis residence for 2 days. When his residence is completed, he will move out. Matriarch said. Ningxu naturally didn't have any objections. If he looked like a white rabbit, he was afraid that he was a black rabbit. How could someone who mingled in the officialdom be so white and harmless? He must be a black-bellied rabbit. Ningxu sat down in his seat. Matriarch introduced the other daughters of the Su family to Gufanlu. Gufanlu was polite and harmless. She didn't have any offensive power. No matter how harmless a rabbit was, it would still bite people and kick an eagle. Matriarch liked her younger sister's grandson. She pulled Gu Fanlu to talk about various things. Gu Fanlu listened obediently and didn't interrupt. She only spoke when it was time for her to speak. She didn't steal the limelight. Interpersonal communication was a skill. Rabbit Gu was like a fish in water. She wasn't a simple character. Ningxu stared at Rabbit Gu. The client, Su Jiru, didn't take this cousin to heart. He was an outsider. In addition, he was already engaged. He didn't care about Rabbit Gu. He only had a slight impression of her. It was Matriarch who said that if she wasn't engaged to Prince Xian's residence, Gu Fanlu would also be a good candidate. But now that the Marquis residence was in danger, Ningxu had to be wary of anyone. Ningxu used the teacup lid to brush off the floating tea powder. He suspected that Gu Fanlu's arrival had something to do with the destruction of the Marquis residence. She didn't come earlier or later. She just had to come at this time. Although Matriarch and Gu Fanlu's grandmother were biological sisters, the family's interests were above all. Matriarch was very happy. She asked Gu Fanlu to stay for breakfast and asked her granddaughters to stay. Ningxu felt that Matriarch was going on a blind date. She almost said directly, "Which granddaughter of mine do you like? Marry her." Men and women ate with a screen. Ningxu, his mother, and the other daughters of the concubines sat at the same table. The other concubines weren't qualified to come. During the meal, Ningxu ate very slowly and elegantly. He had to maintain his manners. Fortunately, Ningxu had been an empress, a princess, and a daughter of a noble family. He could still hold on. After the meal, Ningxu was half full. Madame Rongwa said, "That's enough." Matriarch was old and her hair was all white. She had a head of silver hair and wore a dark green headband. She was a rich old lady. Matriarch ate little and put down her chopsticks. Ningxu and the other daughters of the concubines also put down their chopsticks under Madame Rongwa's reminder. The others put down their chopsticks. Gu Fanlu also put down her chopsticks. Without a trace. In any case, the meal wasn't very comfortable. After the meal, Ningxu returned to his courtyard and thought about what to do next. Did the destruction of the Marquis residence have anything to do with Rabbit Gu? Ningxu was very suspicious of him. She quickly went back to cultivate. Right now, she was powerless. Especially when the other party had a gun. She also had a gun, but the other party had guns. One person against a group. The result was self-evident. She might as well assassinate Xianxia. Death would be the end of it. But counting the time, Xianxia and Yin Qing had already interacted. The two of them weren't far from having feelings for each other. When they tested each other, Yi Qing said, "The man I ask for in this life has to be loyal to me. I want a couple for the rest of my life." That was when Marquis Xianping was doomed. Ningxu didn't have much time left. Ningxu walked quickly to Marquis Xianping's study. There was a need to talk to Marquis Xianping, who was the head of the household. She was a woman of the inner residence, so there were some matters that required Marquis Xianping to step in. No matter what, she had to have the strength to fight back. Ningxu went to Marquis Xianping's study, pondering how to talk to him. "Cousin." Gu Fanlu called out to Ningxu and walked in front of Ningxu. "Cousin." Rabbit Gu said. Ningxu bowed. "Cousin shouldn't be here. This is the inner courtyard." The inner courtyard was filled with women. "Why was a man loitering around here?" Gu Fanlu said to Ningxu. "I'm lost." "How do we get out?" "I have to find uncle." Gu Fanlu said. Ningxu did not believe that Gu Fanlu was directionally challenged. "Go east. Turn west at the corner," Ningxu said blindly. Gu Fanlu was at a loss. She looked around, clearly unable to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. "Is there any special building? It's more convenient to go around. It's not easy to distinguish between north, south, east, and west." Fu Fanlu said. Ningxu, she was really an angel with broken wings. "I'm going to father's study." "Let's go together." Ningxu said with small steps. "Let's go to the ancestral hall first." Gu Fanlu said, looking at Ningxu with clear eyes. Ningshu's heart skipped a beat as he asked, "Why are you going to my ancestral hall? Didn't she find it abrupt?" "Going to someone else's house to see the ancestral hall?" Gu Fanlu said, "I'm a junior. It's fine to offer incense." Ningshu's heart raced as he thought of the gold bricks on the ground of the ancestral hall. When Marquis Xianping followed the Zhou family to conquer the world, he was a merchant who provided money and helped the Zhou family's ancestors. Then, he was given a hereditary noble title, Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping could be said to be very rich. That was why some people said that Zhuche was the illegitimate son of the current emperor. Because with such a family, it was like having a treasury. The floor of the ancestral hall was made of gold bricks, and the bricks on the walls were wrapped in a layer of mud. Otherwise, the ancestral hall would be a house of gold. Ningshu's expression didn't change as he said, "The ancestral hall is currently closed. It will only be open during festivals, such as the birth and death of the ancestors." Gu Fanlu bowed. "I was rude." Ningshu brought Gu Fanlu to Marquis Xianping's study. The two of them did not speak on the way. Ningshu was absolutely vigilant about the arrival of his cousin, Gu Fanlu. Maybe this person was one of Zhuche Ran's men. Back then, Zhuche Ran said that Marquis Xianping had committed treason. There was a letter in which the handwriting was Su Zhiru's father's handwriting and Marquis Xianping's seal. He even said that Marquis Xianping was providing financial support to the enemy. No one in the officialdom was clean, but Marquis Xianping was not stupid enough to commit treason. Coincidentally, the ancestor of the Zhou family had successfully rebelled with the financial support of the Su family and ascended to the throne. Fearing that the Su family would repeat the same trick, they sponsored others to rebel. He also discovered that the Su family's ancestral hall was actually made of gold. Such a large ancestral hall was actually made of gold. *CK, even I, a member of the emperor's family, didn't use gold to decorate my ancestral hall. You're just an official, yet you're even more extravagant than me. What the hell, the national treasury was empty. The evidence was both true and false. It said that Marquis Xianping plundered the people's wealth and sponsored the enemy. Marquis Xianping's residence had attracted a disaster. When a pig was fattened, it should be slaughtered. Marquis Xianping's residence was the emperor's machine. When encountering a natural disaster, he asked the officials to think of a solution. Marquis Xianping's residence tacitly handed over dozens of times more money than the other officials. This was the way of survival for Marquis Xianping's residence. Handwriting, gold ancestral hall. Ningshu's heart was spinning. This cousin who suddenly came, Ningshu opened his mouth and asked Gu Fanlu, "Where did cousin work before?" Gu Fanlu replied, "A small official in Yong County." Yong County, ah. This place was very remote. It was really not easy to be transferred back to the capital. Ningshu said in surprise, "Then cousin must have done a good job. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been transferred back to the capital." Gu Fanlu smiled, a little shy like a rabbit. "I didn't do a good job either. I was just a little lucky." Fate, life was the weak's excuse, luck was the strong's humble words. When Gu Fanlu said that she was lucky, Ningshu did not say a word. When they reached the door of Marquis Xianping's study, the manservant who followed Marquis Xianping went in to report. Ningshu and Gu Fanlu stood at the door. The manservant came out and said, "Master, let cousin young master go in." "Second miss, you can go back." With Gu Fanlu, this outsider, Marquis Xianping would definitely receive Gu Fanlu first. Ningshu did not say much and turned to return to his courtyard. It was better to cultivate first. He would tell Marquis Xianping about the ancestral hall matter later. The ancestral hall matter was not a big deal, but it was not a small matter either. It became the last straw that broke Marquis Xianping's residence. Ningshu felt that he needed to observe this cousin of his. Xianxia followed behind Ningshu. Ningshu said, "Cousin young master is funny. A grown man actually got lost?" "Yes, getting lost looks a little cute," Ningshu said lightly. No one would have any vigilance against such a person. Ningshu returned to his room and said to Xianxia, "I want to rest for a while. Do not disturb me." "Yes." When Xianxia went out, she closed the door. Ningshu lifted his skirt and kicked off his shoes. He sat cross-legged on the bed and formed seals with his 10 fingers. He set up a yang gathering array and started cultivating. Spiritual energy and yang fire energy flowed into his body. His meridians hurt and some filth appeared on his body. This was the filth in his meridians. Ningxu stayed in the room until the sky turned dark. Xianxia was really worried and pushed the door open to enter. Ningxu got up from the bed. Prepare water for me to bathe. Ningxu washed the filth off his body and ate some food. When everyone went to bed, Ningxu wore dark clothes. He avoided the guards and found Gu Fanlu's room. The candles in Gu Fanlu's room were still lit. Ningxu jumped on the roof and gently lifted the tiles. Gu Fanlu was still reading, slowly flipping through the pages. At this time everyone was asleep but Gu Fanlu was still reading. According to modern time, it was only 9 o'clock and the nightlife had just started. However, if the ancient people did not go out, they would have already woken up. Ningxu squatted on the roof and observed Gu Fanlu. Gu Fanlu yawned, put away her book, and went to bed. Even though Gu Fanlu was asleep, Ningxu still guarded on the roof. She was worried about Gu Fanlu. She was responsible for the lives of dozens of people in Marquis Schwamping's residence. Gu Fanlu slept soundly. Ningxu bitterly fed the mosquitoes on the roof. When dawn broke, Ningxu hurried back to his room. After washing up and eating breakfast, Ningxu said to Xianxia, prepare some light dishes and put them in the food box. Ningxu waited for Marquis Xianping to finish the morning court and wait for him at the door of the study room. The civil and military officials woke up early for morning court and did not eat breakfast. They would only leave the court when they were about to collapse from hunger. If the officials who lived further away from the palace had to wake up in the middle of the night, it would not be easy to attend the morning court. Ningxu carried the food box and waited for Marquis Xianping to leave court. When Marquis Xianping came back, his legs were shaking. Even if he could eat some snacks to fill his stomach on the way, he couldn't bear it after the court session. Marquis Xianping saw Ningxu and asked, "What's the matter?" Marquis Schwamping's expression was very ugly. He probably encountered something unpleasant in the court and didn't give Ningxu a good look when he saw him. Ningxu opened the food box and placed the light dishes on the table one by one. He placed the porridge in front of Marquis Xianping. "Father, eat first." Marquis Xianping was also hungry and started eating. Marquis Xianping was in his 30s. He had a beard and looked very dignified. "Father, what problem did you encounter?" Ningxu asked. "It's nothing. It's all court matters. You don't have to worry about it," Marquis Xianping said directly. After thinking for a while, he said, "Have you attended the banquets of the various matriarchs recently? Did you hear any rumors?" "What rumors?" Ningxu asked. Marquis Xianping frowned tightly. "Did you have a conflict with the Prince Xian family?" Ningxu shook his head. "No. There was nothing unpleasant with his future husband's family." Could it be that Zhucheran was starting to deal with Marquis Schwamping's residence now? The Hanyang region is dry again. Not a single blade of grass grows. Marquis Xianping put down his chopsticks. Ningxu instantly understood. Usually, when such a thing happened, it was time for Marquis Xianping to pay. Ningxu poured a bowl of porridge for Marquis Xianping and said, "For the sake of the people, so what if father pays a bit of money?" This was the tacit understanding between the imperial family and the Su family. "Who asked your family to be rich?" To put it bluntly, Marquis Schwamping's residence was only a merchant with a relatively high status. They had the noble title of a hereditary marquis. It's nothing to pay a bit of money. After all, it wasn't the first time he had been fleeced. Marquis Xianping was dissatisfied with Zhucheran, his future son-in-law. The disaster this time is a bit serious. Zhucheran told His Majesty to take out 5 million taels of silver. Ningxu, was Zhucheran starting to deal with Marquis Xianping's residence from now on? 5 million taels of silver was really strenuous. It was equivalent to half a year of the national treasury. He gave me 5 million this time. Next time, he'll ask for 10 million. 10 million each time. I can't help but ask for it. Follow your mother to Prince Xian residence and walk around, Marquis Xianping said. I'll get your mother to prepare a gift later. Let's go together. Ningxu nodded and asked, then Dad, give me 5 million. I'll give it to you this time. Next time, I'll only give more and not less. I can't give it to you. Marquis Xianping said directly. Xianping He was really conflicted. Each time he reached out for money, the more he asked for, the more he wanted. He was such a bully. It turned out that there was a thorn buried here. During the drought this time, Marquis Xianping did not pay the money and instead gave the money to the ancestral hall. I don't want the emperor to be scared. I asked you for money, but you didn't give it to me. Instead, you gave it to the enemy. What kind of intentions are you harboring? Ningxu said, Dad, it doesn't have to be real money. It's also fine to give food. Just say that 5 million is not enough. Donate all the food in the store. Now that Hanyang is suffering from drought, there will definitely be no harvest this year. Now that the price of food has risen so high, the emperor will definitely be happy. Ningxu also did not agree with giving out 5 million. If you give 5 million so easily, you can ask for more next time. In short, you can't give it to the emperor so easily. You have to give the emperor something like, I've already sold everything I have. You have to leave me some cash flow. Alright, you're a girl. Don't worry about these things. Marquis Xianping waved his hand and asked Ningxu to take away all the dishes on the table. He was no longer in the mood to eat. Ningxu placed the dishes in the food box and said, Dad, I feel that our ancestral hall is too ostentatious. If the emperor knew, he would definitely grumble in his heart. A house full of gold can't even afford 5 million. When Marquis Xianping heard Ningxu's words, his face could not help but darken. That was built by the ancestors. The ancestors had already passed away, Ningxu said silently in his heart. Ningxu carried the food box out of Marquis Xianping's room and met Gu Fanlu, who was feeding the fish in the garden. Gu Fanlu held the fish food in his hands and squatted by the pond, staring at the fish in a daze. From time to time, he would throw some fish food into the water. Ningxu avoided him, not wanting to interact with him too much. Cousin. When Ningxu heard the voice, he did not turn his head. He did not hear anything. Cousin. Miss, young master is calling for you. Lian Qiao, who was following behind Ningxu, could not help but say. I didn't hear. Cousin. Gu Fanlu caught up with Ningxu. Cousin, why did you run away when you saw me? Ningxu shook his head. I didn't hear. Cousin, why are you looking for me? This is my first time in the capital. Is there anything special about this place? For example? Ningxu asked with a sidelong glance. For example, a place where scholars interact? Gu Fanlu was a little confused. You also know that my sense of direction is a little blurry. It was not a little blurry, it was very blurry. A place where scholars interact? Ningxu said faintly, Yihonglu cousin, I'm not that kind of person. How can I go back to that kind of place? Ningxu wanted to roll his eyes. I didn't say that kind of place is not good. What are you refuting? Reciting poems, matching beauties, I'm telling the truth. Scholars like to go to such places. Gu Fanlu's ears turned red. I really don't go to such places. Cousin, you're a woman. How can you say such a dirty place? Ningxu rolled his eyes. Going to such a place to steal women and make waves, and still say it was a dirty place. If you men have the ability, then don't go there. After going to whore, you say you're so damn dirty. Their existence was reasonable. They only existed when there was a market demand. If it were not for the fact that he was concerned about his ladylike image, Ningxu would have kicked Gu Fanlu, who was blocking in front of him. Ningxu bowed. Cousin, I have to go back to embroidery. Why are you looking for me? Oh. Gu Fanlu said, I just wanted to say hello. Ningxu said politely and distantly, Cousin, you're a man outside, and I'm a woman. There's a difference between men and women. It's not good for others to see us. Did he stop her just to say hello? I was rude. I apologize to cousin. Gu Fanlu cupped her hands in greeting Ningxu. Ningxu returned the greeting. Cousin, you're too serious. It was really tiring to talk. Ningxu returned to his courtyard. Soon, Madame Ronghua called Ningxu over. She said that she had sent an invitation to Prince Xian's residence and that a donation banquet would be held in 2 days. It was a modern charity banquet. Let the noble ladies in the backyard donate some money. The banquet would be held at Marquis Schwamping's residence. Ningxu refused in his heart because the ancestral hall of Marquis Schwamping's residence was a ticking time bomb. If someone discovered it, especially in front of so many people, it would be terrible. Ningxu said, "Mother, change the venue. Don't hold it in our house." Madame Ronghua looked at Ningxu with a broad expression and asked, "Then where do you think is a good place?" "This time, the main guests are the women of your future husband's residence. You have to be considerate. You're not young anymore. There are some things you need to learn." Madame Ronghua was elegant and didn't get angry because of Ningxu's denial. Ningxu thought for a moment and said, "The summer lotus in the hibiscus pavilion is blooming just right. The lotus leaves are endless and there's a long bridge across the lake. It's a good day to admire the lotus." Madame Ronghua thought for a moment. "But it's hot outside." "Actually, it's very cool in the pavilion. Besides, it's not too hot near the water. The breeze is gentle and there's ice in the corner of the pavilion. It won't be hot." Madame Ronghua nodded. "Since that's the case, we can write invitations. Send invitations to the young miss of the family too," Ningxu said. Madame Ronghua was a little confused. "Which family?" Then she thought of something and asked, "Is it the daughter of Yuan, the Minister of Rights?" Sometimes, not everyone could attend these noble ladies' banquets. They had to be invited by the organizers. The family wasn't qualified to attend this level of banquet. Ningxu nodded. "Since they're officials in the same court as father, they can attend. Do as you see fit." Madame Ronghua obviously had concerns, but she let Ningxu make the decision. Ningxu asked someone to find out about the family, how many daughters they had and how their relationship with Yiqing was. If their relationship wasn't good, Ningxu could win in the chaos. The source of all this was the plain trading device in Yiqing's hands. After solving this, Shuiqi Ran would be easy to deal with. If she went up against Shuiqi Ran, it would be too dangerous. She might attract too powerful hostile forces. If she wanted to deal with Shuiqi Ran, Yiqing definitely wouldn't watch her deal with her lover. Yiqing had 2 younger sisters and their relationship wasn't very good. It was just that they were on good terms. Ningxu also wrote invitations to Yiqing's 2 younger sisters. The invitations were sent out. When Yiqing received the invitation, she was surprised. She wouldn't go to this kind of banquet. She was busy training her army. Yiqing touched the bracelet on her wrist. She didn't have time for this kind of hypocritical banquet between women. But looking at the invitee at the back of the invitation, Marquis Xianping's residence, that scoundrel's fiancé was from Marquis Xianping. With Shuiqi Ran's temperament, the woman who married him was really unhappy. Recently, Yiqing had been annoyed by this man. As a policewoman, Yiqing was a little impatient with such people. If it was in modern times, she would have already handcuffed him. Could he act like a hooligan just because he had a handsome face? Forget it, it was better to train his own army. Only in this ancient era would he have a place to stand. As for Shuiqiran's fiancée, Yiqing didn't plan to pay attention to her. Just based on the fact that Shuiqi Ran had a fiancée and spent his life with her, it was impossible for them to be together in this lifetime. She was a modern person and would not fight with an ancient woman for a man. So she would not go to this banquet. Shuiqi Ran and Marquis Xianping's residence had nothing to do with her. Yiqing didn't plan to go, but her father, Yuan, called her over and told her to attend the banquet. The inner court was closely related to the changes in the officialdom. If the inner court had a good relationship with the harem, it would also be beneficial. Yuan insisted that his daughter must attend the banquet. Yiqing could only agree helplessly. On the day of the banquet, Yiqing brought her 2 sisters to attend the banquet. For this banquet, the 2 sisters put on makeup and incense, wishing that they could wear all their jewelry. Yiqing couldn't help but facepalm. She told her 2 sisters that there was no need to dress so gorgeously. In the end, her 2 sisters said that she was meddling in other people's business and wanted them to make a fool of themselves at the banquet. Yiqing shrugged. What could she say? It was a thankless task. The three girls squeezed into a carriage and headed towards the Lotus Pavilion. The Lotus Pavilion was a place that the nobles often went to in the city. It was a patch of lotus flowers. In summer, it was especially spectacular. Yiqing got off the carriage with her two sisters and saw that there were already people at the Lotus Pavilion. There were guards around to protect everyone's safety. Ningxu saw Yiqing from afar. Yiqing was a rather heroic person. She was dressed very plainly and had a hairpin on her head. However, her charm suppressed the two girls beside her. Ningxu smiled and went up to her. "You must be Miss Yi. Welcome." Yiqing bowed to Ningxu. Ningxu hurriedly returned the greeting. "Please come in." Ningxu used his spiritual power to scan her and saw that there was a gun tied to Yiqing's leg. "Miss Su is too polite." Yiqing nodded and went in with her two sisters. She couldn't help but look back at Ningxu, who was greeting the guests. This should be Zhucharen's fiancée. She was a lady from a noble family. Yiqing pursed her lips, a trace of sadness on her face. Yiqing found a seat in the pavilion and sat down. She was surrounded by noble ladies from noble families. Each and every one of them was dignified and elegant. They chatted with each other. Even when they laughed, they used fans or handkerchiefs to cover their mouths. Beautiful and elegant. Ningxu secretly observed Yiqing. Yiqing was a very charming woman with a heroic spirit. She was different from the women raised in the backyard. Ningxu walked over and sat beside Yiqing. "Miss Yi." Ningxu glanced at the bracelet on Yiqing's wrist. The bracelet was made of high-quality mutton fat white jade. On Yiqing's hand, there was a kind of gentle beauty that softened Yiqing's fierce temperament. "Miss Su." Ningxu said, "Let's go to the bridge and take a look. The lotus flowers are blooming really well." Yiqing nodded and followed Ningxu and a group of noble ladies to the bridge. They looked at the lotus flowers and some young masters on the other side of the river. Some young masters were reciting poems in other pavilions. With these noble ladies around, they were singing even louder. Ningxu saw Yiqing walking by the bridge and released a wave of energy on Yiqing's body. Yiqing was pushed into the lotus pond by Ningxu. Plop. The surrounding people cried out in alarm. Ningxu said, "Hurry up and stop those young masters. Don't let them go into the river to save people." How could a woman's reputation be tarnished just because she went into the river to save people? How could there be such a good thing? As Ningxu spoke, he lifted his skirt and jumped into the pond. He swam towards Yiqing underwater. Yiqing could swim, but she was implicated by Ningxu. The two of them were entangled in the water. Ningxu held Yiqing tightly. Yiqing could not breathe in the water. Ningxu took off the bracelet on Yiqing's wrist and squeezed it hard. He wanted to destroy the bracelet. But even with Ningxu's strength, he could not destroy it. 2333 immediately said, "Let me do it." 2333 invaded the bracelet. After a while, Ningxu exerted more strength in his hand. As a result, the bracelet turned into powder and melted into the water. Yiqing popped her head out and dragged Ningxu to the shore. Ningxu spat out water plants. The noble ladies around him quickly came up to ask Ningxu how he was. The noblewoman was concerned about Ningxu. Xianxia quickly covered her with clothes, pushing Yiqing to the side. Yiqing didn't mind. She patted the water grass and dirt off her body and found that her bracelet was missing. Yiqing's heart skipped a beat. How did her bracelet disappear? Yiqing looked at Ningxu, who was spitting water. She didn't have the bracelet in her hand. Did she drop it in the pond? Yiqing gritted her teeth and jumped back into the pond with a splash. The young masters who were not far from Lotus Pavilion had their eyes lit up. They didn't have the chance before, but now they had the chance to save the beauty. They rubbed their palms and wanted to go down to save her. Ningxu spat out the moss in her mouth. When she saw the young masters who were about to save her, she hurriedly said, "Stop those men for me. Miss Yin, come up quickly." Ningxu shouted into the water. Yiqing popped her head out and took a deep breath before diving into the water. Ningxu wanted to jump down and pull Yiqing up. "Miss, you can't go down." Xianxia held on tightly to Ningxu. Yiqing popped her head out again and continued to look for her bracelet. That was her treasure. She couldn't lose it. Splash, a man jumped into the water and swam towards I Ching. He finally succeeded in holding I Ching in his arms. I Ching was already exhausted. She was held in Xianxia Ran's arms and could not move. I Ching and Xianxia Ran came ashore. Ningxu quickly let Xianxia put a thin cloak on I Ching. Xianxia Ran pushed Xianxia away. Xianxia fell to the ground and groaned in pain. Xianxia Ran took the cloak from the servant and put it on I Ching's pale face. Xianxia Ran looked at Ningxu coldly. Today, I have seen the upbringing of Marquis Xianping's residence. Ningxu bowed to Xianxia Ran unhurriedly. I don't know what I did wrong to make you feel uncomfortable. Regarding what happened to Miss Yin, I feel very apologetic. So, I asked someone to stop the young master over there in advance to prevent him from plotting against you. Xianxia Ran looked at Ningxu. His face was like a crown jade, water droplets rolled down from his hair and streaked across his jade-like face. He scoffed. Ningxu, me too, I don't know where you came from, but what you're doing is ruining Miss Yi's reputation. Saving the damsel in distress is very fun and awesome. So many people are watching. You, a man who is engaged, hugging another woman and putting your cloak on her. And it was in front of his fiancée. Is this how you treat your lover? He didn't care about the rumors about the woman he loved. You're awesome and aren't afraid of any rumors. But you're the one who let the woman fall into the trap of gossip. Ningxu took the cloak from Xianxiao's hands and walked over. He lifted the cloak that Xianxia Ran had draped over I Ching and put the cloak on I Ching. I Ching reacted and suppressed the panic of losing her bracelet. She bowed to Xianxia Ran without saying anything. Xianxia Ran stared at Ningxu and I Ching. Finally, he looked at I Ching and said to her, "Come here, I'll let the guards send you back. This is a place you shouldn't be." Ningxu almost couldn't control himself from rolling his eyes. I Ching thought that she was great, but she was being roasted on the fire. The surrounding people looked at Ningxu and I Ching differently. To a certain extent, Xianxia Ran was using the surrounding people to coerce I Ching. It was just like a confession. You called a group of people and the surrounding people all cheered together. When you didn't like the man, you would only feel awkward and embarrassed. Especially in ancient times, a woman's reputation was regarded as the sky. Xianxia Ran's actions were telling the surrounding people that there was an ambiguous relationship between them. After the event, I'll let the world know that you're my woman. Aren't you domineering? I Ching was originally annoyed to death because of losing her bracelet. Now that she was threatened by Xianxia Ran, she was very annoyed and could not advance or retreat. Ningxu said, "Your Highness, can you let us change our clothes?" Xianxia Ran then noticed that the place where I Ching and Ningxu were standing had some water accumulated. Her skirt was dripping water. Xianxia Ran quickly waved for the maid to bring the clothes over. Ningxu said to I Ching, "Missy, come with me to change your clothes." I Ching glanced at Xianxia Ran and followed Su Zhiru. It was not so awkward. I Ching and Ningxu nodded. Ningxu and I Ching went to the carriage to change their clothes. I Ching was extremely depressed. She sat in the carriage in a daze. Ningxu whispered, "Missy." I Ching came back to her senses. "I have nothing to do with your fiancé." Ningxu wiped his wet hair and said indifferently, "Yes, I know." I Ching was stunned for a moment and didn't know what to say. It was not impossible to say that she and Xianxia Ran were absolutely clean. After all, Xianxia Ran's feelings for her were clear. Sometimes, I Ching didn't know why Xianxia Ran liked her. Was it because of the army in her hands? But now that the bracelet was gone, the army might not have enough supplies and bullets. I Ching's heart was in a mess. I Ching was originally a policewoman and knew how to use a gun. She had an even more powerful rocket launcher in her hands to suppress the people who tried to recruit her. There were men and women in the army. The man was not convinced and was beaten up by her. He seemed to be well behaved, but it didn't mean that he wouldn't betray her. In the past, with the jade bracelet as her backing, I Ching wasn't afraid of betrayal. But now, with worries, I Ching had a lot of thoughts in her mind. The more I Ching thought about it, the more frustrated she became. Ningxu said, "Miss Su, I'm not feeling well. I want to go back first." Ningxu asked, "Are you feeling unwell? Then you can go back first. Remember to get something to induce vomiting. The lotus pond is very dirty." I Ching nodded and left with her maidservant. I Ching avoided Xianxia. Ningxu asked, "Have you absorbed it?" "Yes," 2333 said. "This thing has a lot of energy and a lot of luck. This thing is too illegal. In the future, it can also make tanks, planes, and bombs." Ningxu was speechless. It was a completely one-sided massacre, using blood to wash those who had strange thoughts. No wonder Xianxia was known as the Emperor of 10,000 generations and had unified so many countries. It wasn't to unify them, but to make these small countries pay tribute and worship him regularly. The world must be united for a long time and divided for a long time. Just like this, he used powerful force to intimidate these people and let them have sovereignty over their land. It made people feel aggrieved and could only accept it. All of this was thanks to the weapons provided by I Ching. But now, I Ching already had an army and weapons, but it wouldn't add too much burden to the plane. The weapons that I Ching had already traded should have less of an impact on the plane. After all, without supplies, they couldn't take out large weapons. They were afraid of nuclear weapons or something. If a nuclear bomb went down, not only would there be countless deaths and injuries, but there would also be nuclear radiation. This was something that shouldn't appear in the ancient plane. With the current economic level, the common people couldn't even feed themselves. The gap between the economic level and the level of iron smelting was too big. This time, he let 2333 absorb the system so that he wouldn't whisper in his ear all day long. "You've finished absorbing the energy so quickly?" Ningxu asked 2333. "Not yet. It will take some time. I'm slowly eating away at the other party's power. I'm actually very weak now. I have very little energy and can only barely hold on. It's impossible to get rid of this system in one go," 2333 said. Ningxu said without sincerity, "It's okay. I used to have to sleep, but now I can still talk." 2333, "Would it kill you to not insult others?" Ningxu tidied himself up and got out of the carriage. He saw Xianxia standing not far away with his hands behind his back. Xianxia turned to look at Ningxu. His eyes were cold and scrutinizing. "Why did you invite Missy here?" Xianxia felt that Marquis Schwamping's estate's reach was really long. They actually found out about him and his relationship with I Ching. Of the noble ladies who came to the banquet today, only I Ching fell into the water. Although his fiancée jumped in after that. They just wanted to distance themselves from the relationship. Ningxu said indifferently, "There's a drought in the Hanyang area. Marquis Schwamping's estate just wants everyone to gather some money to do something for the people." Miss Yi's matter was indeed not handled well by Marquis Schwamping's estate. Marquis Schwamping's estate will give Missy an explanation for this matter. Ningxu was neither servile nor overbearing. "On the other hand, Your Highness, what position do you have to question Marquis Schwamping's estate?" Now, the emperor was still counting on Marquis Schwamping's estate to take the money. Xianxia sneered. "I didn't realize that you were so glib in the past." Ningxu bowed. "Thank you for your praise, Your Highness. To be honest, everyone could tell whether someone was a good person or a bad person based on their own subjective judgment. For example, a murderer who killed someone but treated her family very well. To the victim, she was a bad person, but to her family, she was a good person. Ningxu had seen many couples who loved each other so much and were so loyal. For example, the man in front of her. To Suzhuru, Xianxia was the enemy who wanted to exterminate her family. But to I Ching, he was a man she could rely on. He was a man who was loyal to her and promised to be with her for the rest of her life. This was a good man. For some women, no matter how bad a man was, even if he was despised by the world, this man was good to her, loved her, and treated her sincerely. So what if he was a good or bad person? It was just that the positions they occupied were different, so the good and bad people were very vague. But these people's love stories were made by stepping on other people's corpses. The principle that Ningxu abided by was not to drag innocent people into this. Originally, his job was to fulfill the wishes of others, and he only did things that were within the scope of the mission. Your love is very touching, but you can't drag innocent people into it. It's fine to feed them dog food, but there's no need to die for your love. To Zhuoche ran, she and Marquis Xianping's residence were bad people and had an opposing relationship. Marquis Xianping's residence was still a bad person. How should he put it? A good person or a bad person, it all depended on his own subjective judgment and idealism. Ningxu said, "Your Highness, if there's nothing else, I have to leave." Ningxu turned and left. Ningxu went to entertain the other noble ladies. Everyone chatted as if what had just happened had passed. Everyone was happy and harmonious. Ningxu saw Zhuocheran leave from the corner of his eye. Ningxu let out a sigh of relief. The matter with the system had been resolved. Next, he had to resolve the matter with Marquis Xianping's residence. After the banquet, the noble ladies who attended the banquet all expressed their gratitude. Ningxu rubbed his shoulders and returned to Marquis Xianping's residence. The moment he returned, Madame Ronghua called Ningxu over to teach him a lesson. Such a thing happened at the banquet, causing Marquis Xianping's residence to lose face. "I told you to interact more with the women of Prince Xian's residence. Such a thing happened at the banquet. What do you think people will think of you?" Ningxu said without changing his expression, "Prince Xian's residence is at fault for this matter. Mother definitely knows what happened at that time. This is a signal. I think father shouldn't pin your hopes on Prince Xian's residence." Madame Ronghua frowned. "Zhuocheran is engaged to you. How can he do such a thing? In the imperial court, he asked Marquis Xianping's residence to take out 5 million to deal with our family. If we don't give it to him, His Majesty will definitely be dissatisfied. This is just the beginning." Madame Ronghua rubbed her temples. "I really can't figure out why he would do this. Even if it's for a miss of the Yi family, your family background, appearance, and etiquette are all comparable to the miss of the Yin family." Ningxu didn't say anything. Or is he doing this because he wants to take Miss of the Yin family as his concubine? As Madame Ronghua spoke, she also shut her mouth. Why would he want to deal with his own proper in-laws for a concubine? Madame Ronghua really couldn't figure it out. She said to Ningxu, "You must be tired. Go back and rest." It seemed like she wanted to discuss this matter with her husband. Ningxu bowed. "Mother, rest well." Ningxu walked out of Madame Ronghua's courtyard. He stretched his neck and saw Gu Fanlu reading in the pavilion. Ningxu avoided Gu Fanlu. With such an outsider in the house, it was inconvenient to do anything. She could only move out after his house was settled. This wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. How could she have the nerve to stay in someone else's house? Ningxu suspected Gu Fanlu. He returned to the courtyard and said to Xianxia, "Go out and find out what Gu Fanlu is doing every day." "Why is Miss asking about young Master Biao?" Xianxia asked blankly. Ningxu said faintly, "Go and find out." Xianxia nodded and turned to leave. Ningxu touched his chin. He wanted to see what Gu Fanlu was doing every day. If she really had bad intentions, then he would let Gu Fanlu fall ill for a period of time. She had just arrived in the capital and was not acclimatized. It was normal for her to fall ill for a period of time. Ningxu laughed. If Rabbit Gu was a good rabbit, she naturally wouldn't go and deal with rabbits for no reason. This kind of talent who was white on the outside but black on the inside was too similar to Zhuocheran's people. Ningxu sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. With martial arts, even if he couldn't control the development of the situation in the end, he could save more people and protect himself. No matter what, power was a powerful guarantee. The strong not only had wisdom but also power. In fact, the power that Ningxu held in high esteem was absolute power. Xianxia was back. When Ningxu heard the footsteps, she stopped practicing. Xianxia pushed open the door. Ningxu bowed and said, "Miss, I have inquired a little. I was chatting with Xiaoqing, the servant serving young master now. She said that young master did not do much. If he was not reading and practicing calligraphy, he would be admiring the scenery of Marquis Xianping's residence." "Miss, I am not boasting, but the scenery of our Marquis Xianping's residence is the best among the aristocratic families. Even young master admires it." Ningxu touched his chin. Marquis Xianping's residence was huge. The rockery and garden were exquisite. It was built with money. What was Gu Fanlu doing all day? Young Master Biao is really talented. Even little Qing wants to follow young Master Biao and serve him. Now that young master has entered the capital and is seeking an official position, his future is limitless. Lian Qiao was still chattering. Ningshu listened quietly. He was thinking that he would have to feed the mosquitoes at night. There were many people in Marquis Xianping's residence, but they were all servants who had served Marquis Xianping for generations. If one were to perish, the other would perish. Although there was no guarantee that there would be people who would take the risk, most people were still clear-headed. An outsider like Gu Fanlu came. Soon, Marquis Xianping's residence would be destroyed. At that time, it would be a mess. No one knew what happened to Gu Fanlu. Especially when Gu Fanlu had moved out of Marquis Xianping's residence before the incident. Ningshu did not want to suspect Gu Fanlu, but Ningshu's analysis pointed to Gu Fanlu everywhere. Bold guesses, careful verification. Ningshu believed that the letter of treason was written by Gu Fanlu. The ancestral hall filled with gold was also discovered by Gu Fanlu and told Shui Cheiran. Miss, do you think young master will take Xiaoqing with him when he leaves? The woman's eyes lit up as she gossiped. Ningshu said with certainty, no, definitely not. Taking away other people's maidservants was not good for one's reputation. It was not like he could not afford a maidservant, so he would not do such a thing to embarrass the master. Lian Qiao curled her lips, little Qing's tail is about to stick up. She can't wait to leave with young Master Biao, but in the end, young Master Biao doesn't want her at all. Ningshu pursed his lips and purposely teased Lian Qiao, that might not be the case. If cousin really likes Xiaoqing, he might tell old madam that he doesn't have a maid to serve him in his new house. Old madam would definitely be willing to send a maid and a few servants over. Lian Qiao opened her mouth, Miss, is that possible or not? Impossible. If Gu Fanlu wanted to draw a clear line with Marquis Xianping Ho, she would not have opened her mouth. Instantly, Lian Qiao laughed in schadenfreude, looking very smug. You two have a grudge? Ningshu couldn't help but ask when he saw Lian Qiao's expression. In the past, I lived in the same house as little Qing. Little Qing's hands and feet were a little dirty. Ningshu did not say anything and let Lian Qiao go down to prepare dinner. After a day of torment, he was famished, especially after drinking a stomach full of pond water. Lian Qiao carried a light meal into the house. After Ningshu finished his meal, he let Lian Qiao serve him to sleep. Once Lian Qiao left, Ningshu sat cross-legged and started to cultivate. In the middle of the night, Ningshu rushed to Gu Fanlu's room. Gu Fanlu had already gone to bed. Ningshu gently pushed open the window and entered the room quietly. Gu Fanlu's breathing was very shallow. Ningshu suspected that she was not asleep again. Ningshu went to the table where Gu Fanlu was reading and searched everywhere for Gu Fanlu's handwriting. Ningshu wanted to know Gu Fanlu's handwriting. The letter of treason was not written by Marquis Xianping Ho. At that time, Marquis Xianping Ho was also very confused. Although Marquis Xianping had money, he did not have any soldiers. If he rebelled, he would just change someone to exploit Marquis Xianping. Only someone with acid in their brain would do such a thing. At the foot of the imperial city, recruiting soldiers and buying horses would die even faster. Ningshu could not light a lamp and Gu Fanlu was sleeping beside him. Ningshu could only rely on his own eyesight. Ningshu looked around but could not find the waste paper of Gu Fanlu's handwriting practice. Didn't they say that Gu Fanlu was either reading or practicing his handwriting every day? Why couldn't he see Gu Fanlu's handwriting? Ningshu squinted his eyes, almost going blind. He flipped through Gu Fanlu's book. His book had handwriting. Ningshu had seen Marquis Xianping's handwriting before. It was different from Gu Fanlu's. However, he could not rule out the possibility that Gu Fanlu did not imitate Marquis Xianping's handwriting. Otherwise, why would Gu Fanlu's handwriting practice be gone? He suddenly laughed to death. Why couldn't he find it? Gu Fanlu must have destroyed it. Ningshu heard the sound of Gu Fanlu turning over and then jumping out of the room. Ningshu jumped over the courtyard wall and went out of Marquis Xianping's house towards the Lotus Pavilion. Taking advantage of the night, he touched the Lotus Pavilion. I Ching had lost her bracelet here and would definitely come back to look for it. Ningshu heard movement in the water. Someone was carrying a lamp by the riverbank. There were many people looking for something in the water. From time to time, someone would pop up to take a breath and then dive into the water to continue looking for something. These should be Xianxia Ran's men. Ningxu released his spiritual force and saw Xianxia Ran sitting in the pavilion, waiting for his subordinates to find something. Xianxia Ran had no choice but to look for something in the middle of the night. I Ching lost something and was a little flustered. It was just a bracelet. Xianxia Ran could send dozens or hundreds of them to I Ching. But I Ching insisted on this lost bracelet. He could only use this method, which was not a method, to search around in the water. Until now, there was no news at all. Xianxia Ran's face was ugly as he drank tea. Xianxia, do you want to drain the water here? It will be much easier to find. The people around him gave Xianxia Ran an idea. Xianxia Ran rubbed his eyebrows. I don't care what you think of, just find the bracelet. A man could do such a thing for a woman. No wonder I Ching was willing to assist Xianxia Ran in the end. Ningxu laughed in his heart. Keep looking. The bracelet had already turned into slag. I feel that there is someone around. Xianxia Ran felt that he was being stared at. The longer he stayed, the more obvious this feeling became. Ningxu did not expect Xianxia Ran to be so sharp. He withdrew his spiritual force and quickly retreated. There must be someone. Xianxia Ran's face was cold. The guards around him immediately hid in the darkness. Ningxu originally wanted to find I Ching, but I Ching must be protected by Xianxia Ran's people. And I Ching herself had a gun. Ningxu ran quickly and ran back to Marquis Xianping's residence. Ningxu lay on the bed. Although the system was solved, there were still many guns in this plane. People were flesh and blood. No one could resist the attack of guns and shells. Unless these guns and advanced weapons became a pile of scrap metal. The premise was that there were no supplies. Now that there was no system, there was no guarantee that there were no bullets stored. A gun without bullets was a piece of scrap metal. It was not that big of a threat. Bows and crossbows were also weapons of the era with great lethality, but compared to guns, they were really too far behind. But she did not know where I Ching's army was. Ningxu was worried that I Ching and Xianxia Ran would suspect her. On a moonless and windy night, it would be hard to find survivors if they came with an army and fired at Marquis Xianping's residence. Ningxu really had a headache. The next morning, when Ningxu was having breakfast, she said to Xiao, go provoke Xiaoqing and get Gufanlu's handwriting. Just say that young Master Dubiao's handwriting is very ugly. You should know what to do next, right? Ningxu said. Xiao nodded, Miss, I understand. After breakfast, Xiao cleared the dishes and chopsticks on the table. Ningxu said, Miss, I'll go now. I don't know if Xiaoqing will be provoked. Just do your best. If not, then forget it. Even if there was no conclusive evidence, Ningxu would let Gufanlu be weak for a few days. When the matter was settled, if Gufanlu was not suspected, Gufanlu would be alive and kicking. Xiao went to argue with Xiaoqing. Ningxu took the food box and went to find Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping's manservant said that Marquis Xianping was in Madame Rongwa's courtyard. Ningxu did not want to join in the fun when the husband and wife were together. After Marquis Xianping returned to the study, Ningxu went to find Madame Rongwa. When Madame Rongwa saw Ningxu, she asked someone to prepare a bowl of iced sour plum soup for Ningxu. It must be hot on the way here. It was the unbearably hot summer now. Ningxu took the iced sour plum soup and took a sip. It was sour and cold, and could only be described as refreshing. Don't drink too much. Cold things are not good for women. Madame Rongwa rolled her eyes at Ningxu. Ningxu finished the bowl of iced sour plum soup and asked Mrs. Rongwa, Mother, is father going to take out 5 million yuan? Madame Rongwa sighed. Your father brought up this matter after court. Your father was unwilling. 5 million is not a small sum. Our Marquis Xianping's estate can pool together and pay, but what will we do in the future? Madame Rongwa looked at Ningxu. I'm more worried about you now. You haven't even married him, and Prince Xian has already done such a thing. The two surnames are good because they combine two families. Madame Rongwa wanted to say something but hesitated. They hadn't even gotten married yet and he was already adding insult to injury. This showed that Zhuche Ran didn't take his daughter seriously at all. It could be said that Ningxu was now being roasted on the fire. If she married him, it was obvious that the two families would not be able to support each other. Ningxu was an abandoned child, but if she didn't marry him, her reputation would be tarnished. Ningxu cursed in his heart. Ningxu changed the topic and said, "The weather is extremely hot now. The Hanyang region is dry and many people have died. It's easy for a plague to occur. When the time comes and the disaster can't be controlled, the entire court will blame Fodder. That's a problem." Madame Rongwa was melancholic. "I'll tell your father. Your father has already transferred money from various shops. Your father is just complaining. It's impossible for him not to pay," Madame Rongwa said. Ningxu nodded. No one in the imperial court was stupid. It was impossible for Marquis Xianping not to pay. Firstly, he didn't dare to anger the emperor and bear the consequences. Secondly, if something really happened, all the negative emotions would be directed at Marquis Xianping and the Marquis Schwamping's estate. According to the usual practice, it should be your family who pays. If you don't pay now, do you know how serious the consequences are? Mother, tell father that not only do we have to pay, we have to do it quickly. If we drag it out, the emperor won't be happy, Ningxu's Madame Rongwa said. Madame Rongwa held Ningxu's hand. You didn't care about these things in the past. Why are you worried about them now? Ningxu smiled. Mother, it's better to know something than nothing. I was born in the Marquis Schwamping's estate, so I naturally prioritize Marquis Schwamping's safety and interests. Madame Rongwa touched Ningxu's face. But what will you do in the future? Madame Rongwa had a negative attitude towards the marriage between the two families. The two families might not be able to get together. Ningxu smiled. As long as the Marquis Schwamping's estate is there, I will have roots and live well. Mother, don't worry. No matter how bad it was better than being a prostitute in the Marquis Schwamping's estate. I'll urge your father again. You can go back. Madame Rongwa, Ningxu said. Ningxu nodded. Mother, I want to go out later. If there's anything you need to do, just let the servants do it. I just want to go out for a walk and buy some rouge and face powder. The weather is hot. Come back early. Thank you, Mother. Ningxu returned to her courtyard. Xianxia had already returned. Ningxu saw Xianxia's expression like a cat that had stolen fish. You got the thing? Ningxu sat down and slowly poured a cup of tea. Xianxia took out a piece of paper. Miss, that Xiaoqing really can't stand being provoked. This servant said that Xiaoqing couldn't even get close to young master before she exploded. Ningxu put down the teacup and took the paper. She unfolded it and looked at it. The handwriting on the paper was steady and dignified, giving off a sense of conformity. This was Marquis Schwamping's handwriting. On the other hand, Gu Fanlu's handwriting was graceful and meaningful, flowing naturally. The two of them had different feelings. Gu Fanlu was indeed imitating Marquis Schwamping's handwriting. Ningxu kept the paper in a box. This was a piece of evidence. Take this. Ningxu took out a twisted silver bracelet from the box and gave it to Xianxia. Miss, this is too precious. Xianxia waved her hands. Ningxu took her hand and put it on her wrist. You are the personal maid of Marquis Schwamping's legitimate daughter. It's not out of place to have such a bracelet. Ningxu felt that Xianxia was still quite loyal. Thank you, Mississippi, go prepare a sedan chair. I plan to go out. Ningxu went out with Xianxia. They strolled around and bought rouge and face powder. They also went to the pharmacy to get some medicine for relieving the heat. After that, they returned to Marquis Schwamping's residence. When they returned, Ningxu began to prepare the medicine. Gu Fanlu was definitely Zhuo Kairan's woman. So what if she was his grandaunt? Her meager bloodline had to take a step back in some matters. Ningxu ground the medicine and kept it in a small bottle. In the middle of the night, Ningxu snuck into Gu Fanlu's room and put the medicine in the teapot. He shook it twice and then stood guard outside, waiting for Gu Fanlu to wake up in the middle of the night to drink water. Ningxu fed the mosquitoes outside. After Gu Fanlu drank the water, Ningxu slipped into the room and poured the rest of the water away. There was medicine in the teapot. Leaving it here would give others a handle. Gu Fanlu was not a stupid person. Ningxu liked to do things secretly. After finishing these things, Ningxu returned to his courtyard to rest. Every day is a night owl's life. My heart is bitter. The next day, Gu Fanlu fell ill. She had a fever and vomited, as if she had a heat stroke. In short, old Madame hurriedly invited a famous physician to treat Gu Fanlu's illness. Gu Fanlu could only stay in her room. She was weak and feeble. Both her ears drooped. Ningxu was relieved. Gu Fanlu had contributed to the extermination of Marquis Schwamping's residence. Gu Fanlu was Xianxia Rant's vanguard. Miss, there is a visiting card. Xianxia took the visiting card. Ningxu took the visiting card. It was I Ching. Ningxu nodded. Bring her to the reception pavilion. I will receive her there. Yes. When Ningxu reached the reception pavilion, I Ching was already there. She looked a little haggard. When she saw Ningxu, she quickly bowed. Ningxu returned the greeting and asked, Miss Yin, is there anything I can help you with? I am here because of the incident at Lotus Pavilion. I am here to thank you for the trouble. When I Ching spoke, she kept observing Ningxu's face. I Ching was a police officer. She had studied the micro-expressions of criminals. Xianxia Ran did not find the bracelet in the lotus pond. I Ching suspected that the girl in front of her had taken her things. Ningxu smiled sweetly. She put down the teacup and said in a light tone, It's okay. It was an accident. No one wanted it to happen. I Ching felt that it was not an accident because she felt that someone had pushed her into the water. There were so many people on the bridge at that time. She did not know who to suspect. I Ching took the gift box from the servant girl. This is my thank you gift. Ningxu smiled and let Xianxia accept the gift. She said to I Ching, Thank you. I Ching wanted to touch the bracelet on her wrist. In the end, she touched nothing. Her heart was sad. Ningxu pursed her lips. She thought for a while and asked I Ching, Can I ask about your relationship with Xianxia? I Ching subconsciously retorted, Miss Su, I have nothing to do with Xianxia. Xianxia. Ningxu's expression dimmed. I could feel it from the Lotus Pavilion. His Highness cares a lot about you. I Ching sighed in her heart. Miss Su, there's really no such thing. Ningxu took a deep breath. Actually, I also know that it's impossible for a man to only have one woman. I've long been aware of this. I Ching didn't know whether to laugh or cry in her heart. Could it be that this Miss Su agreed to share a husband with her, even if Miss Su was willing, she wouldn't? I Ching didn't know what to do now. She couldn't advance or retreat. Xianxia Ran obviously would not let her go. The army in her hands would be exposed sooner or later. I Ching was afraid that Xianxia Ran would get the army in her hands, and then she wouldn't be able to live. I Ching was a police officer and had dealt with many criminals before. She had shown some mercy to people. Without supplies, she didn't even have a trump card. After getting the bracelet, he hadn't even been happy for a while before the bracelet disappeared. Without the bracelet, I Ching was a little uneasy. If you were to rely on something and suddenly lose it, you would be terrified. Ningxu forced a smile. The Crown Prince likes you. You're quite lucky. I Ching was really helpless. Seeing Miss Su like this, the bracelet probably wasn't in her hands. Then where was her bracelet? Now Xianxia Ran was pressing on. A strong woman was afraid of a pestering man. I Ching felt that her situation was getting more and more dangerous. Her father was just a small official, while Xianxia Ran was the crown prince, the emperor's favorite nephew. His father was Prince Xian. I Ching was worried that the army and weapons in her hands could be a life-saving talisman or a life-threatening talisman. Xianxia Ran wasn't a simple man. He was a dragon among men. Just by looking at the secret guards he sent to protect her, she knew that Xianxia Ran was a man with ambition in his heart. I Ching felt a headache just thinking about it. Ningxu let Xianxia serve the pastries. This is mung bean cake. It's good to eat it on this kind of day. Thank you. I Ching just ate a piece symbolically. Ningxu saw that I Ching's face was full of worry and asked, What's troubling Missy? I Ching shook her head. Nothing. She wanted to explain that she had nothing to do with Xianxia Ran and let Miss Su take good care of Xianxia Ran. But thinking of the women in this era, they all treated their husbands like gods. How could they manage a crown prince? I Ching and Ningxu chatted for a while and then took their leave. Ningxu drank the sour plum soup and waited for Xianxia to come back. He asked, "Did Missing say anything to you?" Xianxia shook her head and asked blankly, "Did Missing want to say anything to me?" To be honest, this kind of daughter of a small official was not worthy of Xianxia's servile attitude. Ningxu felt that I Ching had something to say, but he gave up in the end. Ningxu had seen many protagonists. They were either naive and sweet, or they were conceited and arrogant. Protagonists like I Ching who could judge the situation and seize the moment were rare. Maybe it was because she was a policeman before she transmigrated, someone who dealt with criminals. Ningxu drank another mouthful of the sour plum soup. "How is my cousin now?" Xianxia pouted. "Xiaoqing, that wretched girl, is lucky. Young master is sick and she has to serve him every day. She really made her presence known." "He doesn't practice calligraphy now?" Ningxu asked. "Young master is feeling unwell now. He doesn't have time to practice calligraphy," Xianxia said. Ningxu narrowed his eyes and went to look for Madame Ronghua. Madame Ronghua put down the embroidery in her hands. Ningxu took a look. It was embroidered with green bamboo, probably for Marquis Xianping. "How's the talk with Miss Yin?" Madame Ronghua asked. Ningxu was not surprised. The matters of the inner house were all in the hands of Madame Ronghua. "It's not that great," Ningxu sat down and said directly. "Let's not talk about Miss Yin." "Mother, did father pay?" Ningxu asked Madame Ronghua. Madame Ronghua nodded. "He paid 3,020,000 dan of grain. Your father almost cried in the court." Ningxu did not believe that he cried, but he had to act out such an effect. Madame Ronghua looked at Ningxu. "You little girl, if you were a man, you wouldn't be trapped in the inner house and hope to be in harmony with your husband. You would not be jealous, and you would be generous and decent. We women don't know what we want in this life. Getting married and having children, all women go through this. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Ningxu nodded. "Mother, I understand. As a woman, I should not have any improper thoughts. I should know how to be satisfied because all women go through this." Madame Ronghua nodded. "Yes, because this way you won't have a hard life. A maverick will always be attacked. There's a simple path to take, don't take the difficult and complicated path." "I know it's because of the air." Ningxu pursed her lips and smiled at Madame Ronghua. "Mother, I understand." Ningxu once again rejoiced that she had become a task enforcer and jumped out of the shackles. Although it was difficult, this was a world where the strong were respected. There was only strength and no gender. Usually, Ningxu was very low-key in the mansion. He would do everything secretly at night. Please search to see the most complete. The fastest to update. Ningxu gave the little beggar some food and asked him to keep an eye on the Yin family. The last time I Ching came to visit, Ningxu always felt that I Ching had something to tell him. She probably had some concerns. Speaking of which, she and I Ching were on opposite sides. Xianxia Ran was a member of the royal family. If he wanted to treat a woman well, if he wanted a woman, there was basically no woman in the world who could oppose him. Gu Fanlu was sick. When he got a little better, Ningxu went to his room and wandered around. The next day, Gu Fanlu fell seriously ill again. Old Madame invited several doctors to take turns to treat Gu Fanlu. She was afraid that her sister's grandson would die in Marquis Xianping's foo. Even if the sick Gu Fanlu's mind was muddled, she could still guess some things. She was still lying on the bed when she told old Madame that she wanted to move out. How could old Madame let Gu Fanlu go out to recuperate alone? She insisted on making Gu Fanlu stay. Gu Fanlu's face turned pale. "Stay my ass." Gu Fanlu knew that she had been tricked. This time, she made him sick. Next time, she might make him die. This was most likely done by Marquis Xianping. Gu Fanlu insisted on leaving, saying that she was so seriously ill that it might be an epidemic. It would not be good to infect the people of Marquis Xianping's manor. The old madam had no choice but to send a few people to serve Gu Fanlu. Gu Fanlu was carried out of Marquis Xianping's residence. Ningshu stood in the pavilion and watched Gu Fanlu leave from afar. Little Qing really went with them. What good luck. Lian Qiao stomped her feet and curled her lips. She's there to serve someone, not to be his pillow. Why are you so agitated? Ningshu said indifferently. Most likely, Lian Qiao had suffered in the hands of Xiaoqing in the past, so she would seize the opportunity to mock and ridicule Xiaoqing. Ningshu turned to look for old madam. Ningshu bowed. Granddaughter greets grandmother. Jiru, come to grandmother. Dowager Duchess Ningshu beckoned. Ningshu walked over and asked old madam with a smile, cousin is so sick. How can we send him away? What will Grandaunt think? Cousin, even if you want to leave, you have to wait until you're seriously ill. Ningshu said as he massaged the Dowager Duchess's shoulders. Being pressed by Ningshu like this, the old madam felt very comfortable. She squinted her eyes and said, Fan Lu insisted on leaving. She said that she was afraid of passing the disease to us. Ningshu said softly, cousin doesn't want to implicate us, but we can't think that way. Great aunt must have a grudge against grandmother. Grandmother also doesn't want others to say that our Marquis Xianping's residence is harsh and merciless, throwing people out when we see them sick. The Dowager Duchess was so comfortable that she was about to fall asleep. When she heard Ningshu's words, she said, it's indeed not very appropriate. Cousin said that he was afraid of passing the disease, but the people who serve him are not sick. This means that cousin doesn't have the disease. Grandmother, is it comfortable? It's really what granddaughter learned from medicine. It can promote blood circulation, remove blood stasis, and relieve fatigue. Ningshu changed the topic. It's very comfortable. Jiru is still filial. In the future, when you have nothing to do, come and give grandmother a massage. Ningshu's voice was light as he agreed. The Dowager Duchess was old and went to take an afternoon nap. After that, the sick Gu Fanlu was carried back to Marquis Xianping's residence. No matter how much Gu Fanlu didn't want to come back, her delicate body was still weak. She was carried back to Marquis Xianping's residence. Ningshu stood in the pavilion and looked at the weak Gu Fanlu. Ningshu didn't go near Gu Fanlu. There was no need to flaunt his prowess and make Gu Fanlu suspicious. If Gu Fanlu was suspicious, it would arouse Shuiqiren's suspicion. She was just an ordinary girl in the inner courtyard. She didn't step out of the house and only embroidered. Miss, young master doesn't find it troublesome to go back and forth like this. When will the illness be cured? Lian Qiao was a straightforward girl. She asked whatever was on her mind. Ningshu said, just walk around and breathe in the fresh air. Then the illness will be cured. Lian Qiao's face was full of question marks. Ningshu returned to his courtyard and picked up the embroidery to embroider the word longevity. After a while, it would be the Dowager Duchess's 60th birthday. Miss, Sister Cui, who serves Madam, came over. She said that Madam has something to discuss with you. Ningshu put down the embroidery and moved his neck. He asked, did Cui say anything? The Marquis is also here. Ningshu tidied up and followed Cui to Madame Ronggua's courtyard. Ningshu entered the room and felt that the atmosphere was very tense. Marquis Xianping's face was dark as he drank tea. Madame Ronggua looked helpless. Ningshu bowed. Father, what happened? Madame Ronggua couldn't help but sigh. She looked at Ningshu with eyes full of love and helplessness. Marquis Xianping put the teacup on the table and said directly, the marriage between Marquis Xianping and Prince Xian can't go through. Ningshu's expression didn't change. Your daughter will listen to father. Marquis Xianping's expression became slightly better. Aren't you going to ask father why? No matter what father does, it is for the sake of the Marquis Xianping's residence, Ningshu said. From today onwards, you will be infected with a serious illness. When the time comes, father will cancel this marriage. Madame Ronggua spoke. Marquis, why must you be infected with a serious illness? This is too unfair to Jiru. Who will dare to marry Jiru in the future? Why not find an enlightened monk and say that their 8 characters are not compatible? Back then, when our 8 characters were matched, it was said to be a heaven-sent match. Now, you say that our 8 characters are not compatible. Do you think others are stupid? How should I explain this to His Majesty? Marquis Xianping's residence had a headache. He really couldn't figure out how he had offended Xianxia to the point that he wouldn't let him go. It wasn't easy for him to gather 3 million taels and 20,000 dan of grain. In the end, Xianxia was still not satisfied and told His Majesty that the disaster in Hanyang was too serious and there was already a riot. This bit of money was not enough. Xianxia had always been liked by His Majesty and he agreed with Xianxia's words. He also felt that this bit of money was a bit too little. Marquis Xianping really wanted to curse. Marquis Xianping didn't want to marry his daughter over now. Of course, the one who would suffer was still his daughter, regardless of whether she was married or not. Madame Rongwa's heart ached for her daughter. This was the legitimate daughter of Marquis Xianping's residence. She had been raised well, learned poetry, followed rules and etiquette. Her daughter, who had been raised with great difficulty, was ruined just like that. Not to mention that this was trampling on Marquis Xianping's residence's face, not to mention that this was her own daughter. What do you think? Marquis Xianping felt a little guilty when he saw that Ningxu didn't make a fuss or cry. Ningxu bowed. Daughter will listen to father. Father doesn't want daughter to marry into Prince Xian's residence because he loves daughter dearly. Daughter understands this in her heart. Marrying into Prince Xian's residence would be a disaster. Marquis Xianping's residence would be destroyed. Su Jiru would be circling around in the mountains of romance, singing decadent songs of romance. Her heart was already riddled with holes and was incomparably vicissitudes of life. She had originally thought that Marquis Xianping did not force her to marry him because he felt sorry for her. Actually, it was just a daughter. It did not matter if she married him. At most, he would sacrifice a daughter. Firstly, he felt sorry for his daughter. Secondly, he could not vent his anger by marrying his daughter to someone who was so against him. Although he would rather let his daughter get infected with a bad disease and sacrifice her life than marry the daughter of the Marquis of Xianping to someone else. The Marquis of Xianping was not so despicable. Prince Xian's residence is too much. Marquis Xianping was so angry that he could die. He gave them money but did not get a good word from them. Father, I am in the backyard and do not understand what happened. Why is His Highness so against you? Ningxu asked curiously. But father, what is the difference between your political views and Prince Xian's? Marquis Xianping took a sip of tea and glanced at Ningxu. When I go to court, I am so sleepy that I want to sleep. Ningxu understood immediately. Marquis Xianping did not participate in such matters. He just wanted to earn money and be the royal family's money bag. This was the way to survive in the Marquis of Xianping's residence. Ningxu took out a piece of paper from his long sleeve and said, Father, take a look. Marquis Xianping took it and looked at it. Why are you collecting my handwriting? Father, take a closer look. Marquis Xianping looked carefully. Where did you find it? Cousin seems to admire father and is imitating father's handwriting. Marquis Xianping's expression changed. Could it be that he is plotting against the Su family's property? Ningxu was speechless. Father, it's not just about the Su family's business. If you want to do something else, alright, don't go out so often in the future and recuperate well. Ningxu waved his hand. Ningxu bowed. Madame Rongwa looked at Ningxu worriedly. Ningxu smiled at her comfortably. She and Xianxia did not have a good ending. Now, the entire Marquis of Xianping's residence was standing behind her. No matter what, it was better than being in the past, swaying in the wind and rain without any roots. Lian Qiao looked at Ningxu with teary eyes. Ningxu smiled indifferently. She was not pitiful at all. Furthermore, she would not argue with Marquis Xianping's estate and say that she did not care about her happiness. Don't act like this in the future, Ningxu said with a smile. Young miss, you can still laugh? Really, what will others think of you in the future? Ningxu didn't care. With so many mouths, he couldn't control them at all. Therefore, he could only deceive himself and not hear anything. If you want to say it, then say it. Ah, spirit is very important. After that, Marquis Xianping used the excuse that his daughter had contracted a serious illness and that Prince Xian Manor and Marquis Xianping Manor were not suitable to be in-laws to cancel the engagement. Both parties wanted to break off the engagement. His Majesty felt that he could not let his nephew marry a sickly woman. The annulment of the engagement was unexpectedly smooth, and both parties cancelled the marriage contract. After that, Ningxu became the laughingstock of the capital. Everyone said that she didn't have the good fortune to become the heir's wife. Even the servants of the Marquis Xianping estate looked at Ningxu strangely. When such a thing happened, it was a woman's reputation that was damaged. Ningxu was incomparably calm. When she had nothing to do, she would go and massage old Madame's body. Ronghua Foreign would always send good things to her room. With great fanfare, it was obvious that she wanted to support Ningxu. Now that there was no one blocking Xue Cheran's path, he didn't know if Xue Cheran would still take action against Marquis Xianping. Ningxu was a little uncertain about Xue Cheran's style of doing things. Sometimes he would cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, and sometimes he would not overdo it. Ningxu turned a blind eye to the surrounding gazes. She did what she should do. Contracting a serious illness was just an excuse. Ningxu was not angry, but Lian Qiao was as angry as a toad all day long. Her stomach was full of anger. Once she heard something, she would be so angry that she wanted to explode on the spot. "Young miss, you can still embroider. Do you know what those people are saying?" Lian Qiao wished she could snatch the needle and thread from Ningxu's hands. Ningxu said calmly, "If you are angry, they won't say anything." "All right, there is nothing to be angry about." "Young miss, are you going to become a monk?" Lian Qiao looked at Ningxu and asked, "Young miss, are you disheartened?" "Ningxu. Your young miss's heart is burning." I love life, I love life." Lian Qiao wanted to say something, but it was a little quiet outside the courtyard. Lian Qiao hurried out. "Young miss, the gatekeeper said that there are beggars coming from the back door." Lian Qiao said. Ningxu nodded, "Get some buns for those beggars. Go and ask them what happened." It was not strange for beggars to come to Marquis Xianping's residence. Everyone knew that Marquis Xianping's residence was rich and imposing. Sometimes they could ask for some food. "Yes." Ningxu picked up the needle and thread and continued to embroider the word longevity. Not long after, Lian Qiao came back. Ningxu said, "Young miss, His Highness the Crown Prince has swaggered to the Yin residence. Now everyone knows that Xue Cheran likes Miss Yin. He said that he broke off the engagement because of Miss Yin." Lian Qiao looked at Ningxu's calm face and stomped her foot. Young Mississippi Lian Qiao was exasperated that Lian Qiao did not live up to her expectations. Ningxu said helplessly, "Then what do you want me to do? I have nothing to do with the Crown Prince of Prince Xian anymore. Whatever I do, it will only be a joke. Some people are just waiting to watch the show. It really makes one feel aggrieved." Lian Qiao hammered her chest. "Young miss should teach Missing a lesson." "So what if I teach her a lesson?" If she wanted to teach her a lesson, she would teach Xue Cheran a lesson. If she killed one woman, Xue Cheran would still have other women. Women were as numerous as chives, coming in batches. Even if Xue Cheran had promised to be with I Ching for life, it did not mean that Xue Cheran would fancy other women. In Lian Qiao's heart, she really wished that she could chew I Ching alive. Lian Qiao was after all a teenage girl. Encountering such a situation, she was furious. Ningxu shook her head. What was there to be angry about? Ningxu put down her embroidery and went to greet Madame Ronghua. Madame Ronghua felt guilty towards Ningxu. She kept all the good things in Ningxu's arms. "How are you feeling today?" Madame Ronghua asked Ningxu. Ningxu smiled and said, "My daughter's face is like a peach blossom. You are so beautiful." "Of course, my health is good." Loquacious. Madame Ronghua glanced at Ningxu. "Did father tell you about the imperial court? Is Prince Xian's residence still targeting father?" Ningxu asked. Madame Ronghua thought for a while and said, "I did not hear your father mention this. However, he donated another 1 million taels of silver, saying that Hanyang is in turmoil." Ningxu understood. Xue Cheran still did not give up on targeting Marquis Xuanping's residence. Perhaps Marquis Xuanping's money was too eye-catching. Money could make the devil turn millstones. Some rioters directly rushed into the county yamen and injured many people. This military expenditure made your father unable to sleep well for a few nights. Madame Rongwa sighed. Ningxu thought for a while and said, Mother, Marquis Schwamping's business is too big. Eating meat together was the right thing to do. That was how helpless it was. His Majesty was definitely dissatisfied with this small amount of money and wanted to get a share of the Su family's business. Shuicheran was His Majesty's beloved nephew, so he definitely knew about His Majesty's intentions. Many factors made Shuicheran speak up for His Majesty. Zhu Ru, this is a matter of the imperial court. Don't ask about it. Madame Rongwa said. Yes. Ningxu also wanted to find out if Shuicheran would be leading the army to suppress the riot this time. It was not good for girls to ask about these things. In the middle of the night, Ningxu changed her clothes and went to the Yin family. She needed to observe Yiqing and see if Yiqing had already opened her heart to Shuicheran. From Ningxu's initial impression of Yiqing was a woman who knew how to scheme. In the plot, the army was in her hands. And Shuicheran seemed to trust her completely. In order to repay Shuicheran, Yiqing provided weapons and built an army for Shuicheran, which became the important weapon of the country and a divine weapon to intimidate small countries. It was enough to love someone, and the remaining 30% loved him. Yiqing had a backup plan to protect him, which meant that Yiqing was a woman with a clear mind. Ningxu approached the Yin family and released her spiritual power to check if there were any secret guards guarding the Yin family. There were secret guards guarding several places, probably to protect Yiqing. There were two sides to everything. It could be said to be protection, but it could also be said to be surveillance. Yiqing was probably unhappy. If Yiqing refused, Shuicheran would only force her to accept it. The overbearing prince's courtship was so good and overbearing. With the help of her spiritual power, Ningxu avoided the secret guards and arrived not far from Yiqing's courtyard. There were more people guarding Yiqing's courtyard, so Ningxu could only release her spiritual power to check. Yiqing was already asleep. Her hand under the blanket was holding the pistol. Her eyelashes were trembling. Obviously, she was not sleeping soundly. Yiqing was on guard against someone. Ningxu thought for a moment and knew that the overbearing prince broke into her room in the middle of the night, flirted with her, and took advantage of her. Some women liked this, and some didn't. Ningxu couldn't imagine that such a thing would happen in ancient times, where a woman's reputation was regarded as heaven. If someone found out, it would be a fatal blow to a woman. Meeting her lover at night, tsk, Yiqing didn't seem to buy it. Ningxu heard the sound of the window opening. Someone had entered Yiqing's room. Yiqing grabbed the gun and pointed it at Shuicheran. Shuicheran held the gun, his expression unchanged. It's me. Shuicheran didn't know enough about guns to be able to hold the barrel so calmly. Yiqing was furious. The other party wasn't afraid of guns, but she didn't dare to shoot. If she killed a crown prince, the entire Yin family wouldn't be enough to pay for it. There was nothing they could do about the oppression of power. Look at how angry you are. Shuicheran was also somewhat helpless. In 2 days, I'll be going to Hanyang to suppress the riot. I'm already leaving, yet you're still so aggressive. Yiqing's expression relaxed. Then I wish you success. Shuicheran squeezed onto the bed. Yiqing wanted to push him away, but Shuicheran grabbed her hand. Imperial uncle only gave me 800 troops. I don't even know if I can come back. Yiqing frowned and didn't say anything. Shuicheran looked at Yiqing with gentle and lingering eyes. When I come back, I'll ask for your father's hand in marriage. I'll treat you well and promise you that you'll only have one person for the rest of your life. Yiqing felt bitter in her heart. She looked at Shuicheran who was holding her. He was really charming and outstanding, making people's hearts beat. Especially when he said such words, it made people dazzled. To be able to have such a husband, it was a blessing from her previous life. Yiqing didn't understand in her heart whether Shuicheran really liked her or the thing in her hands. Or the person and thing he wanted. People who fell in love were always paranoid. Yiqing thought for a moment and put the gun in her hand in Shuicheran's hand. Take this to protect yourself. what is this? I see that you're carrying it. It's quite heavy. It's made of iron. It's quite exquisite. Xianxia said carelessly. He put the gun aside and kept his eyes on I Ching. Ningxu listened to the sweet words, chuckled, and turned to leave. Xianxia was going to suppress the riot and was not in the capital, which was conducive to her plan. And the riot could not be suppressed in a day. Ningxu really suspected that Xianxia was the emperor's illegitimate son. There were so many generals in the court, but he insisted on letting a Xianxia take command. It was obvious that he was giving credit to Xianxia. Princes, father, we're the biological ones, those princes probably would not let go of such a good opportunity. After all, it was a riot. It was not impossible for them to die. Ningxu returned to Marquis Xianping's residence, took off his clothes, and then sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. 2 days later, Xianxia took nearly 1,000 soldiers and horses to Hanyang to suppress the riot. He went to the city gate under the cheerful farewell of the people. Ningxu stood at the door of the tea house and released a stream of energy towards Xianxia who was walking in front. As a result, the energy did not hit Xianxia. Instead, it startled the horse under Xianxia and made Xianxia avoid the energy. Animal senses were the most sensitive. Xianxia accidentally avoided the energy. This was what made the villain the most helpless. The protagonist was the one who was doted on by the heavens. Although Xianxia avoided the energy, the horse was startled, causing the troops to be in chaos. They panicked for a while before calming down again. Such a commotion cast a shadow over people's hearts. Such a thing happening before the expedition was a warning from the heavens. The morale was a lot lower, and they were no longer as valiant and high-spirited as before. Ningxu wiped her face. The person she wanted to deal with was Xianxia. She could make Xianxia uncomfortable. After missing the opportunity, Ningxu also gave up. Xianxia left the city, and the emperor sent a deputy general to chase after him. Obviously, he was also muttering in his heart. He was afraid that the imperial court soldiers would not be able to suppress the rebels. It was really embarrassing. Ningxu put down the teacup and planned to go back. When she opened the door, she met I Ching in the cubicle. I Ching saw Ningxu and hurriedly bowed, "Miss Su." Ningxu also returned the greeting, "Miss Yin. Let's go have a cup of tea." Ningxu smiled and invited. I Ching thought for a moment and was about to agree when a female guard beside I Ching immediately blocked in front of I Ching and looked at Ningxu warily. "Miss Yin is not feeling well. She is going back to the residence now." Ningxu did not look at the female guard, but looked at I Ching. "Are you not feeling well?" "I was rude." "Hong Ling, stand to the side," I Ching said with some displeasure. Hong Ling immediately said, "Miss, the heir said to let you go to the side. I want to talk to Miss Su." I Ching had a smile on her face. "Let's go in and talk." Ningxu asked the waiter to serve the pastries and tea again. Ningxu said gently, "The heir will come back with meritorious service. At that time, he will marry you with 10 miles of red dowry." "Miss Su." I Ching did not know what to say. I Ching naturally knew that Xianxia and Marquis Xianping's legitimate daughter had broken off the engagement. Many people looked at her strangely. They all said that it was because of her that the engagement was broken off. I Ching also felt a lot of pressure. I Ching couldn't ignore others. Ningxu said carelessly, "I understand feelings. Even if I marry him, I won't have a good life." I Ching didn't know if she really didn't care or if she was pretending. If it were her, she would definitely pull out a gun and kill someone if her fiancé was stolen. Facing I Ching's suspicious gaze, Ningxu said, "Xianxia threatened me in private. He said that even if I married him, I would only be a nominal consort. Sometimes I think it's not bad to marry him like this. The consort has a noble status and a luxurious life. Moreover, it's good for the heir to make the woman he likes his concubine." I Ching couldn't see through this legitimate daughter of Marquis Xianping's residence. Was she angry or not? "Drink tea. The tea is getting cold." Ningxu picked up the teacup and said to I Ching. I Ching nodded and raised the teacup for He was afraid that Ningxu would do something to Yiqing. Hong Ling, you can go out. Yiqing said to Hong Ling. Mississippi. Hong Ling didn't agree and refused to go out. Yiqing frowned. Go out first. Your master said that if you follow me, you have to listen to me. Seeing that Yiqing was angry, Hong Ling could only go out. Ningxu said with a smile, the heir is so good to you. He even sent someone to protect you. Yiqing looked bitter. You saw it too. She's the heir's woman after all. She's not very obedient. Ningxu propped up his chin, reached his finger into the teacup, dipped it in the water, and wrote the word freedom. That's because the heir values you. Others might not have such an honor. Ningxu said as he wrote. Yiqing could not understand what Ningxu meant. Logically speaking, they were still rivals in love. Yiqing's heart was a mess. If she didn't have the army, there would be nothing to say about Zhuche Ran treating her like this. After all, the weak were protected by the strong and depended on the strong. However, she had an army in her hands, and the supplies of this army were enough to cause a coup and wash the palace with blood. With confidence and strength, Yiqing didn't like the feeling of being controlled like this. Yiqing didn't answer Ningxu's question. She coughed and said, I'm not feeling well. I have to go. Ningxu nodded and looked at Yiqing's back. Miss, why are you so courteous to her? Xianxia's lips curled into a smile. Don't tell me you want me to argue with her? Some things are not as simple as they seem on the surface. Ningxu left the tea house and sat on the sedan chair to return to the Marquis Xianping estate. After washing up, Ningxu went to give old madam a massage. Grandmother, does Grandaunt know that cousin is sick? Matriarch Ningxu asked. Your father wrote a letter to tell her. Matriarch looked at Ningxu massaging her leg. I don't know when your cousin will recover from his illness. Have you gone to see him? Ningxu shook his head. There are differences between men and women. I just broke off the engagement. It's not appropriate for me to meet cousin. Grandmother, cousin is Grandaunt's beloved grandson. She must be very anxious. How about letting cousin go back? With an outsider like Gu Fanlu around, the Marquis Xianping estate couldn't carry out large-scale construction and renovate the ancestral hall. Something eye-catching would definitely be found. Previously, when they carried Gu Fanlu into the Marquis Xianping estate, it was to keep Gu Fanlu under their noses to prevent her from scheming with Zhuche Ran. Matriarch also had a headache. But what if the bumpy ride worsens cousin's illness? Gu Fanlu was now a hot potato. If anything happened to her in the estate, the Gu family would come to the Marquis Xianping estate and fight it out with them. But if they sent Gu Fanlu away and something happened on the way, the Gu family would blame them for chasing away a seriously ill person. If the bumpy ride worsened the illness, she would die. No matter what they did, it would be *King trap. They were kind enough to take her in, but the two families would become enemies. Ningxu pressed Matriarch's acupoints and said, cousin is from the south and has never lived in the north. Naturally, he can't adapt to the weather in the north. When he goes back, his body will naturally get better. Let Grandaunt's family come and pick him up. Ningxu said briskly. Matriarch nodded. Let your father handle this. Don't pinch anymore. I'll go and take a nap. Ningxu helped Matriarch to sleep and waited for a while. When Matriarch fell asleep, he took out a silver needle and inserted it into her acupoints. When one got older, their body would have all kinds of problems. Ningxu kept the silver needle and closed the door when he left. Xianxia, who was guarding the door, quickly fanned Ningxu. Miss, quickly wipe your sweat. Xianxia took a handkerchief and wiped Ningxu's sweat. The weather was hot and Matriarch was old, so there was no ice in the house. Ningxu saw that Xianxia's forehead was also sweating. You should wipe it too. It's hot standing outside. I'm fine. After leaving Matriarch's courtyard, Ningxu went to Madame Rongwa's courtyard. Madame Rongwa said unhappily, don't you feel tired running back and forth? Is your grandmother asleep? Ningxu smiled and said, grandmother is already asleep. Mother, are you blaming me for not massaging your shoulders? I'll do the same for you. Alright, you're tired too. You're filial to your grandmother, how can I blame you? Madame Rongwa asked someone to bring a bowl of sour plum soup to Ningxu. Ningxu drank the sour plum soup and asked, "Mother, what has father been busy with recently?" "Zhiru, these things are not for the women in the inner courtyard to worry about," Madame Rongwa said earnestly. Ningxu put down the bowl of sour plum soup and said with a smile, "Mother, I'm worried about Marquis Xianping's residence. I was born in Marquis Xianping's residence and have been living in luxury since young. I won't do anything out of line. I've never thought of leaving the inner courtyard. I can no longer establish a relationship with Prince Xian's residence for my family. I've already made Marquis Xianping's residence lose face," Ningxu said sincerely. "Wretched girl, you're the only one who knows how to talk." Madame Rongwa poked Ningxu's forehead. "Don't jump up and down just because you're a little smart. No one in this world is really stupid. Your father isn't really stupid either." Ningxu rubbed her forehead. "I'll follow mother's teachings." "What has father been doing recently? I haven't seen him at all." "Your father? I don't know either." Ningxu was speechless. "You're a little naughty." Ningxu came out of Madame Rongwa's courtyard with an ugly expression. She sighed in her heart. After all, Madame Rongwa was doing it for her own good. Marquis Xianping's residence didn't lack a pair of chopsticks. Madame Rongwa hoped that she would be safe and sound. Ningxu walked to the front of the ancestral hall. The door of the ancestral hall looked very shabby. It was hard to imagine that there was a lot of gold inside. After Gu Fanlu left, she had to get Marquis Xianping to fix up this ancestral hall. In ancient times, filial piety was a priority. How could the ancestral hall built by the ancestors be demolished? The place where the memorial tablets were placed was full of gold. Even when they were underground, they could still enjoy such glory. Men die for wealth and birds die for food. Marquis Xianping's residence was destroyed because they had too much money. Even the people sitting high above were jealous. Ningxu stared at the ancestral hall. Sooner or later, he would tear down this room. This thing was too dangerous. The ancestors underground would not blame him, right? After all, the future generations were in danger and the family could not be passed down. "Miss, let's go first." Xianxia touched her arm. It felt gloomy even in the summer. Ningxu nodded and turned to leave. Back in his courtyard, Ningxu took out the printed invitation card, wrote an invitation card and handed it to Xianxia. "Send it to the Yin residence." Xianxia looked at the exquisite printed invitation card with a displeased expression. "Miss, why do you still want to interact with Miss Yin?" "Just do as I ask," Ningxu said impatiently. "Also, get someone to keep an eye on the Yin residence. Be careful. The maid by Miss Yin's side is highly skilled in martial arts. Don't talk too much to avoid suffering," Ningxu instructed. Xianxia acknowledged and went to send the invitation card. However, when she returned, her clothes were covered in dust. She ran to Ningxu angrily with an aggrieved expression. "You were beaten up by Yiqing's maid, Hong Ling. Was your attitude bad?" Ningxu looked at Xianxia and said without raising her head. "She was busy with her embroidery. It's that Hong Ling who threw me out of the Yin family without any explanation. Her Yin family is just a small official and yet she threw me out. This is a slap to your face." Xianxia was so angry that she stomped her feet. Ningxu put down her embroidery and poured a cup of tea. "Go and freshen up. Don't act pitiful in front of me." "Did Miss Yin accept the invitation card?" "Miss, this servant was really thrown out by that red silk." "Miss, this servant feels so shameful and has lost the face of Marquis Xianping's residence." Xianxia saw that Ningxu was unmoved and was so angry that her face turned red. Ningxu nodded. "You deliberately provoked Hong Ling. It would be strange if Hong Ling didn't throw you out. Hong Ling is Prince Xian's residence's subordinate. Why would he care about a maid from Marquis Xianping's residence? I knew you would get beaten up." "Xianxia, miss, then why did you ask me to go?" "I don't want to." Xianxia felt extremely wronged. "Alright, I know that you feel wronged. Go and freshen up." "Oh right, when you were thrown out, what was Miss Yin's expression?" Xianxia thought for a moment. This servant did not notice, but she stopped it. Ningxu fell into deep thought. Young miss, the Yin family looks down on us. To think that young miss even sent a gold-colored floral invitation card in exchange for such treatment. Young miss, alright, you lass, go wash up. You've suffered. Xianxia hurriedly said, if the master is humiliated, the servant will die. I am fine, but the one who is humiliated is you. Mississippi Ningshu put down his teacup. These are all within my expectations. There's nothing humiliating about it. I know what I'm doing. Xianxia did not say anything else and went to wash up. Ningshu stood up and stretched his body, preparing to walk around the courtyard. As he walked around, he saw Gufanlu's manservant. This manservant had hurriedly returned home to report the news when Gufanlu fell ill. Now that he had returned, it meant that the Gu family had arrived. Ningshu thought for a while and went to old Madam's courtyard to massage old Madam's shoulders. There was an old mama guarding the entrance of the courtyard. When she saw Ningshu, she bowed and said, eldest miss, old Madam has guests now. Ningshu did not say much and turned to leave. It was probably the Gu family's guests, so they had to pay a visit to their elders. Ningshu sat in the pavilion to enjoy the cool air. Xianxia fanned Ningshu and poured tea for him. Ningshu saw a few people coming out of old Madam's courtyard. The next day, the Gu family took the seriously ill Gu Fanlu and left. Ningshu went to look for Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping was practicing his calligraphy. Seeing Ningshu put down his brush, Ningshu asked, is it easy to imitate my handwriting? Ningshu glanced at the paper on the table. Marquis Xianping's handwriting was neat and steady without any special characteristics. It was easy to imitate, but it was also difficult to imitate, because it was too common and did not have a strong personal style. Ningshu said, whether it is similar or not depends on what the person thinks. Marquis Xianping took a sip of tea and looked at his own handwriting. Father, cousin has left. Ningshu said. Cousin once told me to lead the way to the ancestral hall. The ancestral hall. Marquis Xianping's expression did not change. That child fell ill in Marquis Xianping's residence. It's our fault for not taking good care of her. If there is nothing else, go out. I am practicing my handwriting again. I have not written for a long time and am rusty. Marquis Xianping picked up his brush and said lightly. Ningshu originally wanted to talk about Marquis Xianping's business, but she saw that Marquis Xianping did not want her to interfere in external affairs. Ningshu did not believe that Marquis Xianping would just let it go. Ningshu thought for a while and said, Father, our ancestral hall is very eye-catching and heart-wrenching. Marquis Xianping held his brush and did not pause. If there is nothing else, help your mother to manage the inner courtyard and the inner courtyard. There are many eyes in the inner courtyard. It is not easy to manage the inner courtyard. Marquis Xianping glanced at Ningshu. Ningshu bowed and left the study. Marquis Xianping knew that if she said too much, it would be annoying. Ever since Taizu ascended the throne, Marquis Xianping's residence must have its own survival manual. Marquis Xianping did not look like someone who would be fine after being spat on and wiped clean. When Ningshu left the study, he closed the door behind him. Ningshu and Yiqing agreed to meet at the tea house 2 days later. Ningshu arrived at the tea house early and Yiqing was already in the private room of the restaurant. Yiqing arrived earlier than her. Yiqing bowed to Ningshu. Miss Su. Ningshu returned the greeting. Miss Yin, I am late. No, I'm the one who came early. Yiqing glanced at Xianxia who was beside Ningshu and said, my servant girl was disobedient and hurt Miss Xianxia. I apologize to Miss Su. Ningshu glanced at the unruly Hong Ling who was glaring at him covetously and said indifferently, I am clear about your difficulties. Why would I force something that you cannot control onto you? Hong Ling was Shuicharan's man and was ordered to protect Yiqing. However, it did not mean that he would obey Yiqing. When Yiqing heard Ningshu's words, she was filled with emotions. Hong Ling was always by her side to protect her and would say, heir apparent said, heir apparent said. Yiqing felt that Hong Ling did not think highly of her. She was only the daughter of a small official while Shuicharan was Prince Xian's son and the emperor's favorite nephew. Hong Ling looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze, as if trying to see if there was anything about her that was worthy of Shuicharan. Thank you for your magnanimity, Miss Su. I thank you on behalf of Hong Ling. Yi Qing said politely and asked the waiter to order tea and snacks. Ningshu smiled and said, I have something to tell you. It is not easy for us to come out. Let these girls go out for a walk. Lian Qiao, who was beside Ningshu, was very obedient. She took Yi Qing's maid and went shopping, but Hong Ling remained in the room like a wooden stake. Hong Ling hugged his sword and did not move. Yi Qing was a little embarrassed and said to Hong Ling, you go out first, I want to talk to Miss Su. Miss, this servant's responsibility is to protect Miss at all times. This way, I will not let down His Highness's instructions. Hong Ling looked at Ningshu warily. Ningshu calmly drank his tea, ignoring Hong Ling's sharp gaze. Yi Qing took a deep breath, please go out, please. Miss, this servant is under His Highness's orders to protect Mississippi. Miss should not be with. Hong Ling looked at Ningshu. Ningshu put down his teacup, his finger tapping the table. Oh, His Highness thinks that I want to harm Miss Ying? Hong Ling did not speak, but his expression was obvious. Ningshu smiled at Yi Qing, since we met, what have I done to you? Yi Qing felt that she had never been so embarrassed, her expression changed. Ningshu adjusted his sleeves, actually, it's not a big deal. I am here to ask you something on behalf of Marquis Schwamping's residence. Yi Qing nodded, please ask. Ningshu said, I just want to know how the war is going in Hanyang. There's still no news from Hanyang. I guess the Crown Prince is very good to you, so he must have written to you. Did he mention the current situation? Before Yi Qing could speak, Hong Ling spoke first. His Highness did not send a letter to Mississippi. We also do not know the current situation of the war. Ningshu smiled faintly and said with some regret, then forget it. My father was still preparing the provisions for the army. Now that we don't know the situation, maybe he is already on his way back. Then forget it. Hong Ling's expression froze, he did not know what to say. Yi Qing wanted to laugh. Ningshu stood up, thank you for coming to the banquet today. I will take my leave first, do as you wish. Yi Qing stood up and bowed, His Highness did write me a letter. The situation seems to be a little unexpected. The riot seems to have spread. Mississippi. Hong Ling's voice was a little fierce, with a murderous aura. He shouted at Yi Qing, how can you say such things so easily? His Highness is fighting a bloody battle. Hong Ling was just short of saying that Yi Qing stabbed him in the back. Ningshu was a little surprised as she said, your attitude really makes me surprised. Miss Ying is, after all, the young lady of the Guan family. You shouldn't treat her like this. Mississippi Su, His Highness. His Highness. His Highness. His Highness. His Highness and you. Is His Highness and you. Hong Ling was a talent in the dark department. He was unhappy that he was sent to protect an official's daughter. In the end, this housekeeper's daughter did not know what was good for her and simply stepped on the heir's face. This Miss Ying did not prioritize the interest of His Highness, and she could not do anything for His Highness. She even dragged him down. Hong Ling could keenly sense that Su Jiru of the Marquis Xianping estate had bad intentions. Hong Ling was very anxious. Maz. Yi Qing was suppressed by Hong Ling's aura. She was also unhappy. I asked you to follow me. Do you think I want to let you follow me? The atmosphere was quite tense. Ningshu covered his mouth and laughed. His voice was pleasant. He said to Yi Qing, don't quarrel because of an outsider like me. Okay, I have to go back and tell my father about the situation. Ningshu looked at Yi Qing, thank you for telling me. Mississippi. Yi Qing bowed lightly, it's okay. Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the world. His Highness cares about you. That's why he sent a secret guard to protect you. Many women want this treatment, Ningshu said. Yi Qing said directly in front of Hong Ling, not every woman wants this treatment. Ningshu thought for a moment and said, I think Miss Ying has the absolute confidence and ability to ask for freedom. Ordinary women will only be happy when they encounter this kind of thing. No one wants to have someone following them. Ningshu smiled and turned to leave. Hong Ling immediately said to Yi Qing, Miss, you can't have any contact with Su Jiru. She's trying to drive a wedge between you and His Highness. His Highness loves you deeply. You can't be provoked by others. Hong Ling was worried that Miss would have a bad impression of His Highness because of him. I Ching turned to look at Hong Ling. Of course I know what Miss Su is thinking. But she's right about one thing. I have the absolute confidence and ability to ask for freedom. I Ching took out a gun and pointed it at Hong Ling's forehead. Hong Ling didn't recognize this thing, but he felt that it was a very dangerous thing. Miss, you. Hong Ling's expression changed. Miss, I'm His Highness's man. I Ching pursed her lips and said, I've had enough of you. Do you know that? I Ching fired and hit Hong Ling's thigh. Hong Ling immediately knelt down and covered his wound. His face was pale and he was sweating. Miss, you. Hong Ling was really shocked. Mississippi, you follow me every day. I can't even do my own things. I Ching hadn't seen the army in her manner for a long time. She didn't know how they were doing now. She had to control the army and get rid of those who had ulterior motives. This Hong Ling followed her everywhere. She was really a hindrance. She couldn't stand it. She kept saying that His Highness was doing her a favor and that it was her honor. I Ching was annoyed. Help her back, I Ching's two personal maids said. Hong Ling felt sorry for her master and wanted to run away. I Ching shot Hong Ling's other leg. Hong Ling fell to the ground and was held down by the two maids. I Ching, you have to think carefully. If you do this, His Highness won't let you off when he comes back. His love for you is in vain. Hong Ling's face was as white as paper and he was sweating profusely. He was held down by the two maids and his legs were limp. I Ching said faintly, I didn't kill you. What do I have to be afraid of? I'm here to see Miss Su today. I Ching pursed her lips. You had a conflict with the Su family. Ning Shu stood at the corner and watched as Hong Ling was pulled into the carriage. Hong Ling would not live past tomorrow. The reason why Hong Ling was still alive was because I Ching wanted some people to see him. She was afraid that she would become a suspect for killing Hong Ling and that His Highness would fight with Marquis Xianping's residence. I Ching finally exploded. Miss, what happened to Hong Ling with eyes on his head? Xianxia saw the blood on the ground and couldn't help but ask. Even though Xianxia didn't like Hong Ling, she was still afraid that something like this happened. Ningxu said to Xianxia, you go back first. I still have to walk around. Miss, I'll follow you, Xianxia swallowed and said. Ningxu tried her best to persuade Xianxia to wander around and wait for her at the restaurant. Ningxu followed behind I Ching's carriage. I Ching, who was in the carriage, tied the red silk around the wound to prevent it from bleeding too much and dripping everywhere. The carriage went straight out of the city to a manor in the suburbs. It was a small manor and did not attract attention. Hong Ling was pulled down from the carriage. I Ching straightened her back and pointed the gun at Hong Ling. Hong Ling knew that this thing was powerful. He supported himself with his hands and kept retreating. He said painfully, Miss Yin, think carefully. If you kill me, will you and the heir still have a future? I Ching said calmly, I don't know if there will be a future, but who will care about a dead person? If Shuicheran knows about your attitude towards me, I'm afraid that he will kill you personally. Do you know why I'm so confident? It's because of this thing in my hand. I Ching closed her eyes and pulled the trigger, shooting Hong Ling in the heart. The gun was equipped with a silencer. Even the birds in the forest were not startled by the shot. Find a place to bury it. I Ching's voice was trembling. In a lawful society, she was a righteous police officer. But here, she had to shoot someone. But I Ching had to do this because someone in the manor reported that someone in the army had betrayed them and ran away with the gun. If one day these people who ran away made a big deal about the gun, it would be terrible. An ordinary man's wealth would arouse the envy of others. The entire Yin family would be finished. These things could not be made in this era. I Ching was afraid that she would be caught and questioned about how these things came about. How were they made? Her jade bracelet was gone. Her supplies were gone. She still had to rely on these things to survive. I Ching was afraid that the gun she hid would be discovered. But Hong Ling was by her side every day. She could not get away. Today's meeting with Miss Su could push Hong Ling's death to the Su family. I Ching did not want to fall out with Shuicheran. She could only do things in a roundabout way. I Ching felt that fate was not in her control. Ning Shu squatted between the branches of a tree and watched what was happening below. I Ching and the two girls entered the manor. Ning Shu followed behind them. Ning Shu kept his attention on I Ching. When I Ching arrived at the manor, she first gathered her army. There were men and women in the army, and they were of different ages. They were dressed in coarse hemp clothing and had obviously returned from working in the fields. When they saw I Ching, they all saluted her. There were about 100 people, and they were lined up neatly. It was obvious that they were trained according to modern methods. I Ching gave these people a warning, saying that if they had any thoughts of betrayal, they should get out of the manor. I Ching took out her gun and shot a few people to death. These people had been sneaking around all the time. There were people with ulterior motives in the team, but there were also people who were loyal to her. After I Ching killed someone, these people dragged the body away. I Ching's ferocious methods shocked some people. They looked at I Ching with reverence and fear. I Ching's hands behind her back trembled again. This was not a modern society with a complete legal system. Once these weapons were discovered, they would most likely die. Therefore, they had to be suppressed with blood. If she had a choice, she would rather not take out these things. If the bracelet was still there, she could take out a more powerful weapon and sweep the world. But the bracelet was gone. Where did the bracelet go? Why did it suddenly disappear? Or did the bracelet abandon him and go away? I Ching could not calm down. This thing was a threat to her whether she handed it over or not. After giving her people a warning, I Ching asked her two maids to make some food. She went to a remote cave in the back of the mountain. Ning Shu followed I Ching and hid outside the cave. I Ching stayed inside for a long time before coming out. When I Ching was far away, Ning Shu bent down and walked into the cave, releasing his spiritual power. There were traces of soil being refurbished in the innermost part of the cave. Ning Shu squatted down, dug up the soil with his hands, and dug up animal fur. The fur was wrapped in guns. Obviously, they were afraid that the moisture in the soil would make the guns and bullets damp. Ning Shu dug hard and dug out enough guns to assemble an army of about 500 people, not counting the bullets. Ning Shu stopped digging and covered it with soil. Then, he stepped out and stepped on the footprints he had made when he came in. He stepped backward and smoothed out the footprints with one step. Out of the cave, Ning Shu mobilized his chi and quickly shuttled through the forest. Then, he returned to the city. Xianxia stretched her neck and waited for Ning Shu. Seeing that Ning Shu had finally come to the restaurant, she looked at Ning Shu with tears in her eyes. "Miss, what did you do? If you didn't come back, I would have gone back to find Madam and apologize with my death." Xianxia was about to cry. "I just strolled around." "What did you buy?" Ning Shu changed the topic. Ning Shu had just returned to Marquis Schwamping's residence when he was called over by Madame Ronghua. Madame Ronghua's face was cold. "Did you hurt the Yin family's Mrs. Maid? Do you know that the whole capital has spread the news that you were angry about the broken engagement and went to look for the Yin family's miss, got into an argument, and even hurt her maid?" Madame Ronghua was exasperated. "The Yin family is nothing. You are the daughter of Marquis Schwamping's residence. Why do you have to use porcelain against a stubborn stone?" Ning Shu was not surprised by this result. He said to Madame Ronghua, "Mother, don't worry about it. These people will talk about it for 3 days at most. Then, they will talk about new gossip. Zhu Ru, you represent the image of the Su family's daughter. People will say that the Su family's style is not good. You are the one who broke off the engagement. I feel sorry for you and blame you for not living up to expectations." Ning Shu bowed. "Mother, I know." Madame Ronghua rubbed her eyebrows. "Don't go out for a while. Stay at home." Xianxia pouted. She wanted to say something several times but was stopped by Ning Shu. "Yes." Ning Shu bowed. He thought for a while and said, "Mother, I want to live in the manor for a while." Basically, every noble official's family had a manor. It was called a manor, but it was the land of the high officials and nobles. Then they hired people to work and produce grain and vegetables. Madame Ronghua was very angry. "I thought you were a smart girl. How could you do such a thing?" Ning Shu said, "When I went out, I did meet Miss Su in the tea house. As for the rumors, they were exaggerated by busybodies. The more they spread, the more outrageous they became. I was not careful enough. I want to live in the manor for a while. Madame Rongwa waved her hand. It's up to you. If you need anything, just tell the housekeeper. Don't make yourself suffer. Go out for a while and come back, okay? Thank you, mother. Ningxu bowed and returned to his courtyard. Miss, when did you hurt Miss Yin's maid? Miss didn't even touch her. How can you accuse her like this? Lian Qiao wanted to explode on the spot. This was too much. Lian Qiao was full of grievances from being wronged. She looked like she wanted to chew I Ching alive. Ningxu calmly took a sip of tea. I gave her the opportunity. Fortunately, I also gained something. Miss, what are you talking about? Lian Qiao was angry and at a loss. Nothing. Prepare some hot water for me to wash up. Ningxu said to the blushing Lian Qiao, you should use cold water to wash up. Calm down. Miss, aren't you angry? Lian Qiao wanted to beat her chest. I'm about to die from anger. I've never seen such a despicable person. Ningxu indicated that there were still some unimaginable people that you haven't seen. Don't be angry. It's not worth it if you get angry. Go prepare the water. Lian Qiao prepared the bath water for Ningxu. After washing up, Ningxu took out a piece of paper and a brush and started to practice writing. Ningxu dipped the brush in ink and slowly practiced writing. Ningxu's hand was very difficult because she was imitating someone's handwriting. Gu Fanlu's handwriting. Gu Fanlu's handwriting was elegant and graceful. Ningxu had seen Gu Fanlu's handwriting in books. Her mind clearly displayed Gu Fanlu's handwriting. She needed to imitate it again and again. As Ningxu practiced, she said to Lian Qiao, don't just stand there. Pack your things. We'll go to the manor tomorrow. Miss, we're really going to the manor? Lian Qiao looked at Ningxu in shock. Wasn't Miss just saying it? Ningxu moved her wrist. Pack your things. We'll go to the manor tomorrow. She remembered that there was a manor in the Xianping Marquis residence that was slightly closer to the Yin manor. Even if it was slightly closer, it was still not far away. Miss, the manor's condition is not good. You shouldn't go. Ningxu did not even lift her head to practice. You can stay at home. You don't have to go to the manor with me. Miss, what are you saying? Wherever you go, this servant will follow. This servant's heart aches for Mississippi. Lian Qiao's loyalty was questioned and she was instantly enraged. Ningxu sincerely hoped that Lian Qiao would not go. However, if Lian Qiao stayed at home, Madame Rong would probably find trouble with her. Thus, Lian Qiao did not dare to not go. My daughter has already gone to the manor, and you, a personal maid, are actually enjoying life in the manor. After Lian Qiao had finished packing, Ningxu was still practicing his calligraphy. After imitating for so long, her handwriting was somewhat similar to Gu Fanlu's, but it was very stiff and not natural at all. One look and one could tell that it was an imitation. Ningxu practiced calligraphy until midnight. He stretched his wrists before going to bed. Early the next morning, the steward prepared a carriage and moved everything onto the carriage. Ningxu, Madame of Rongwa, said, I'll be back in a while. Madame Rongwa agreed with Ningxu to avoid the limelight. She was a little afraid that Ningxu would think too much. First, the engagement was broken off, and now, such a thing had happened. Ningxu, Madame of Rongwa waved her hand. Madame of Rongwa's eyes were a little red. There were not many children who could accompany her. Her son and the concubine's sons had all gone to take care of the family business. Everyone had something to do. In the backyard of Marquis Schwamping's residence, there were only a few concubines and daughters. The men were all doing business. The carriage swayed. Ningxu closed his eyes. Lian Qiao wanted to say something, but seeing Ningxu like this, she closed her mouth. Lian Qiao felt that she really could not keep up with Mrs. Thoughts. She did not know what she was thinking. When they arrived at the manor, the person in charge of the manor led the tenant farmers to unload the things in the carriage and put them in the newly tidied room. Lian Qiao looked at the simple room. Miss, let's go back. This is not a place where you can live. Not bad. This is the best house here. The other tenant farmers' houses were not even 1/10 as good as this one. Ningshu came here to do something, so he could live anywhere. Ningshu asked the servants in the manor to buy a box. It was the kind of big box. The person in charge of the manor was a servant of Marquis Schwamping's household. He was specially sent to manage the manor. After resting for a while, Ningshu took out a brush and ink to practice writing. In short, he wanted to imitate the words as soon as possible. At first glance, people who knew Gu Fanlu would think that Gu Fanlu was the one who had written it. The servants of the manor moved a few big boxes. Ningshu asked them to put the boxes in the courtyard of the house. Xianxia asked, "Miss, what do you want these boxes for?" "Guess. If you guess correctly, you will have candy to eat." Xianxia, Ningshu took out a piece of paper, dipped it in ink and started to write the letter. The beginning of the letter was addressed as Your Highness the Crown Prince. Ningshu felt that Gu Fanlu was working for Xianxia. "This time, I will let you take the credit. There is no need to thank me." Ningshu wrote a few pages of the letter. When the ink was dry, Ningshu folded the letter and put it in an envelope. He then wrote to Your Highness the Crown Prince on the envelope. "Miss, who are you writing to?" Xianxia asked again. "Go boil some water and make some tea. Are you not thirsty?" Ningshu kept the letter. "Xianxia, I totally don't understand. What is master doing?" The food in the manor was not as exquisite as in the Marquis residence. During the meal, Xianxia was chattering nonstop about how Miss could suffer like this. "Eat. The taste is quite good. Whether it looks good or not, it will be the same in your stomach," Ningshu said to the picky Xianxia. When the sky turned dark and everyone in the manor was asleep, Ningshu carried a box in each hand and went to the Yin manor. This place was a little far from the Yin manor. Under the moonlight, Ningshu ran with all his might for more than 2 hours before he reached the entrance of the cave. Ningshu pulled the box in and dug up the soil. He first filled the box with bullets and then put the gun into the box. After filling both boxes, he ran back with one box in each hand. On the way back, Ningshu seemed to be struggling. After all, the 2 big boxes were filled with iron lumps and were very heavy. Back at the manor, Ningshu put down the boxes and quickly shook his hands. Then, he carried the 2 empty boxes to move the guns. Ningshu ran back and forth a few times and filled 7 to 8 boxes. He did not sleep for the whole night. On the last trip, Ningshu buried the boxes and erased his footprints. Yinqing was a police officer and was very good at detective work. Before everyone woke up, Ningshu stuffed the boxes into the horse carriage. As the boxes were too big, he could not stuff too many boxes in one go. Ningshu locked the boxes in the courtyard and then rode the horse and left the manor. Ningshu first moved the 2 boxes of bullets. When he reached the city gate was not opened yet. Ningshu went around the other side of the city and arrived at the moat. Ningshu moved the boxes down, opened them and poured the 2 boxes of bullets into the moat. Without bullets, those guns were just scrap metal. Of course, Ningshu felt that he was kind and would also leave a box of bullets for Xianxia, although it was not much. But it was enough for him. A box was a little too much, it was better to leave half a box. After pouring the bullets, Ningshu found the best escort company to send the guns and remaining bullets to Xianxia. Sending them to the Hanyang area at the fastest speed cost Ningshu a lot of bodyguard fees. This business was really a loss. Fortunately, Marquis Xianping Fu had some money. Before leaving, he shamelessly asked for some money from Madame Ronghua. After settling the matter, Ningshu drove the carriage back leisurely. Xianxia had just woken up. When she saw Ningshu, she hurriedly asked, "Miss, where did you go?" "The morning air is good, so I went to walk the horse." Ningshu got off the carriage, tied the horse and washed her hands. The servants of the manor sent breakfast. It was not very sumptuous, but there were 2 refreshing side dishes. "Miss, when are we going back?" Xianxia asked Ningshu. Ningshu said, "I think you should take some medicine to control your emotions." She had been clamoring to go back every day. She would have to stay for at least 7 or 8 days. After that, there should be news from the Hanyang area. "Xianxia?" After breakfast, Ningshu strolled around the manor. The manor was quite big. There were fruit trees, vegetable gardens, chickens, and ducks. There were also dogs running around. There were fish swimming in the small stream. There were also small gray shrimps. There were tenant farmers weeding in the fields. They carried hoes and walked around the edge of the fields. They stepped on the grassy edges of the fields. The wild flowers and weeds swayed with the wind. It was a peaceful rural scene. Staying in such a place was more comfortable than staying in the Marquis's residence. There was no need to bow so often. She couldn't find such a good environment in the modern plane, nor did she have such good air. Xianxia took a deep breath and felt very comfortable. Lunch was pancakes. The pancakes were very chewy. After eating, Xianxia took out the embroidery and embroidered the word show. There was no ice in the countryside, but Xianxia was very hot. She held 2 fans, one for Xianxia and the other for herself. Seeing that Xianxia was not sweating, she asked, "Miss, are you hot?" "Yes," Xianxia said without raising her head. Xianxia wanted to say, "You don't look hot at all. You're fresh and you're not sweating." Under Xianxia's anxious gaze, Xianxia finally decided to go back. Xianxia was about to cry when she got into the carriage. They were finally going back. Xianxia stayed in the manor for 10 days. When he returned, Madame Rongwa saw Xianxia and said that Xianxia was dark. Xianxia drank a bowl of iced sour plum soup and asked Madame Rongwa, "Mother, what happened?" "I just went to see grandmother and she didn't look good." "Your cousin passed away. The Gu family said that your cousin fell sick at the Su family's house. In the end, he passed away. Your great-aunt couldn't accept it." Madame Rongwa frowned and said, "Your cousin is so young and his body is so weak. Why did he go?" Xianxia's pupils constricted. This matter was most likely done by Marquis Xianping, who directly caused Gu Fanlu to fall ill and die. Xianxia's medicine would only make Gu Fanlu's body weak, but it would not kill Gu Fanlu. "The Gu clan is here to cause trouble?" Xianxia asked. "Yes, but they are not in the right. After all, she didn't die in our house." Madame Rongwa said indifferently, "But we can't be relatives anymore." Even if they were not close, Gu Fanlu had never thought that they were relatives after doing such a thing. Xianxia left Madame Rongwa's courtyard and said to Xianxia, "Go out and find out what happened recently." "Yes." When Xianxia came back, she did not look good. Xianxia said, "Now the whole capital is talking about His Highness the Crown Prince." Xianxia asked calmly, "What are they talking about?" "They are talking about how the Crown Prince is the god of war with a magical weapon. It didn't take long for him to suppress the riot." "Miss, I heard that the magical weapon is very powerful. It doesn't need to be close to the target. It can kill people from a distance and it can't be seen." Xianxia said mysteriously, "Miss, what kind of magical weapon is it?" Xianxia said unhappily, "How would I know?" Now the people were talking about Xianxia as if he was an immortal who came down to earth and knew magic. He could kill people just by holding a black object in his hand. In short, the more the rumor spread, the more ridiculous it became. Xianxia smiled in her heart. I Ching and Xianxia should thank her. Xianxia didn't need to be mentioned. With these magical weapons, he was invincible. He could even rebel. Xianxia was probably being watched by the whole world now. The magical weapon in his hand was also being watched by the emperor. I Ching should also thank her. To be honest, I Ching's current situation was like riding a tiger and it was hard to get off. There were insufficient supplies. If these things were exposed, it would be like training a private army. This was a matter of life and death. If they were discovered, they would need to protect themselves. When they ran out of bullets, they could only be at the mercy of others. Now they were given to Xianxia using Gu Fanlu's name. Now Gu Fanlu was dead. Where did these things come from? Xianxia should ask the ghost. In the letter to Xianxia, Xianxia also wrote in detail how to use these guns. Xianxia felt that she was very considerate. If I Ching was smart enough, she should have distanced herself from these things. The gun that was given to Xianxia before was also given by someone else. I Ching was able to protect herself in the plot because she could continuously take out more powerful firearms. Military binoculars, bombs, tanks. To a certain extent, they were invincible. No one dared to provoke them. But now that the bridge in the middle was gone, she couldn't take out more powerful firearms that could intimidate people. It caused such an awkward situation. She couldn't go up or down. Ningxu hummed a little tune. She reckoned that the emperor was also interested in this magical weapon and was afraid of it. After suppressing the riot this time, Xianxia also had a lot of bullets left. After all, there was only a small half-box of bullets and it would be used up soon. Especially those who had never touched a gun before. It wasn't that they would become sharpshooters once they touched a gun. They would definitely waste bullets. In short, these weapons actually looked awesome, but in fact, they weren't that good. Without bullets, they were useless. Moreover, they attracted fear and covetousness for no reason. It seemed that Xianxia didn't control himself and used this thing. She was a woman in the backyard. She couldn't fight with Xianxia face to face. She could only take a roundabout way and borrow strength from all sides. Compared to Ningxu's relaxed and comfortable feeling, Yiqing seemed a little flustered. Ever since she heard that Xianxia's army used magical weapons. As soon as she heard about magical weapons, Yiqing's heart sank. Her intuition told her that it was a gun, but she only gave Xianxia a gun for self-defense. How could there be so many? Yiqing rushed to the manor in a panic. She dug up the soil in the cave and saw that only fur was left. The fur and the guns wrapped in withered grass were gone. Not even a gun was left. Yiqing had always felt that she hid things very well. How could they be discovered? Was it someone from the manor? Or was it someone around Xianxia who followed her to this place? So Xianxia approached her for these guns? Then when did Xianxia know that she had these things? And her bracelet, was it also in Xianxia's hands? Yiqing was a police officer and had the instincts of a police officer. She would habitually be suspicious of everything. Yiqing now suspected that her bracelet had fallen into the lotus pond in Fuchu Pavilion. She kept it instead of giving it to her. Yiqing also didn't think about it. What was the use of a bracelet for a man like Xianxia? Was he wearing it for fun? Now Yiqing's heart was in a mess. She was afraid that this matter would bring disaster to the Yin family. Yiqing understood the ancient law. The central government was highly centralized and the emperor had the power to kill. He especially liked to implicate people and wipe them all out. Human trafficking was legal. Although the women in the families who committed the crime didn't have to die, their fate was miserable. Going to court was just bullshit. Yiqing regretted the army very much. If she had a choice, she would rather not transmigrate. She would live a comfortable life in the modern world. She could work and earn money and go wherever she wanted. In ancient times, one had to rely on their legs to walk and shout to communicate. Women had a low status and men had absolute control over women. Yiqing felt that transmigration was not so beautiful. Even if there was a handsome man, it couldn't make up for Yiqing's desire to die. But she didn't dare to die. What if she really died? Yiqing, what can I do? I'm also very desperate. There were still more than 100 people waiting for her to deal with. Thinking of these people, Yiqing had a headache again. There were so many people if she killed them. But if she let them go, they might spread rumors. But if she raised them, there were so many mouths to feed. The Yin family was a small family. Yin Guangyuan was just a small official with no real power in the Ministry of Rights. It was very difficult for Yiqing to support so many people. She was in a dilemma and surrounded by enemies. Yiqing really wanted to pull her hair out. Why did she establish such an army? It was better to carry the cannon when she encountered trouble. Why did she lose her bracelet? Her heart was so tired. Fate really didn't control people at all. Yiqing thought that she was just an ordinary woman in the backyard now. Yiqing was almost trembling in fear as she waited for Xianxia's triumphant return. How could she explain the gun problem? How could she explain Hong Ling's death? Could she really push the blame to Su Zhiru? At that time, Hong Ling didn't die. She didn't kill Hong Ling directly because she was afraid that the Su family would fall out. If she didn't recuperate well, Hong Ling would die. Yiqing wiped her face. Whether she lived or died or not, she could only resign herself to fate. How miserable. Ningxu asked Lian Qiao to get the lunchbox and wrap the gun with a handkerchief. When Xianxia came back with the lunchbox, Ningshu placed the gun into the lunchbox. Let's go to the study. Ningshu walked towards the study room with small, quick steps. Xianxia followed behind her and asked while carrying the food box, Miss, are you not going to prepare some food for Master? Was it really okay to carry an empty lunchbox there? This is quite edible. What had Marquis Xianping not eaten before? This was what Marquis Xianping wanted to see. At the door of the study, Ningshu was stopped. The servant said, Miss, the master is busy. You should go back. Really busy, she guessed that Marquis Xianping was annoyed by her. Ningshu was not annoyed. He said to the servant, give this food box to Fodder. Xianxia hurriedly stuffed the food box into the manservant's hands. The manservant's face turned ugly. Mississippi, go ahead, I promise I won't blame you. Ningshu stood still, waiting for the servant to send him in. The servant had no choice but to carry the lunchbox in. After a while, the servant came out. Ningshu said, Miss, the master asked you to go in. Ningshu walked into the study room. Marquis Xianping was holding the gun with both hands and looking at it carefully. Where did you get this? Ningshu asked Marquis Xianping. Daughter stayed in the manor for a few days. I heard the people in the manor talking about the crown prince's magical weapon. Daughter spent money to get it. Ningshu lied without changing her expression. Marquis Xianping looked at the gun. How did you do it? Marquis Xianping was a businessman. When they saw this kind of thing, the first thing they thought about was how it was done and whether it could be done to make money. Ningshu could only say that it was impossible. Some things were too delicate and could not be made in this era. The technology was not good, the tools were not good, and the economy could not support the country to make this kind of thing. You should give up. Who is the person you found to be able to get this thing? I heard that the crown prince treasures this thing a lot. The rioters wanted to get the gun but were not able to get it. Marquis Xianping's hand was on the thumb ring. Pung da, a fake sound rang out, scaring him so much that he threw the gun away. Master, what happened? The servant asked outside the door. Hearing the commotion in the room, he wanted to rush in. Marquis Xianping coughed. His voice had an undetectable tremble. Nothing. Ningshu bent down to pick up the gun on the ground. He put the bullet in the gun and pulled the bolt. Then, he aimed at the vase at the foot of the wall and pulled the trigger. With a pung, the vase exploded and the bullet was embedded in the wall. Marquis Xianping's face was pale as he glanced at Ningshu. Ningshu placed the gun in front of Marquis Xianping and said, Father, just this is not enough. You also need this little thing. Just like how it's useless to have a bow without arrows. Ningshu placed a bullet on the table. Marquis Xianping naturally saw the power of this thing. The most important thing was that it was too fast. Marquis Xianping held the bullet. The bullet was a bit heavy. He muttered, how is this made? Ningshu could only say that with his current level, it was very difficult to make. The bullet was made up of a bullet head, a cartridge case, and gunpowder. The bullet head was usually made of lead alloy. The surface was covered with a layer of brass. Pulling the trigger would cause the firing pin in the gun to hit the fuse at the bottom of the cartridge case, causing the gunpowder to explode. How do you know how to use it? Marquis Xianping looked at Ningshu. Ningshu smiled and said, Father, your daughter has spent a lot of money. If you don't even know how to use it, that won't do. She had spent a lot of money to find an escort company to deliver the package. Father, you should let His Majesty see such a godly weapon. Ningshu said. How do I use this? Marquis Xianping asked. Ningshu began to teach Marquis Xianping how to use the gun, how to load the bullet, and other things to take note of. Since he was going to present it to His Majesty, he had to let His Majesty know how to use this thing and how powerful it was. Perhaps men were a bit self-taught when it came to showing off. Out of an instinctive desire for power, Marquis Xianping quickly learned how to shoot and his accuracy was not bad. This thing is not bad. Do you have more? Marquis Xianping touched the gun and did not raise his head as he asked Ningshu. Ningshu, no. Why don't you get 2 more? Marquis Xianping said unhappily. If this gun was really sent to His Majesty, he would have no more. Ningxu said lightly, "Father, it was not easy for your daughter to get one. Plus, I don't have money." Marquis Xianping looked at the gun over and over again. He sighed. His face was filled with reluctance as if he was caressing a lover. Ningxu had never seen Marquis Xianping like this. His face was filled with infatuation, which gave Ningxu goosebumps. "Father!" Ningxu shouted. Marquis Xianping put away his gun. "I got it." No matter how reluctant Marquis Xianping's residence was, now was the best time to give Xianxia ran some eye drops. In the past, Xianxia had hit him when he was down. This time, he had to repay him. Xianxia ran held such a powerful weapon in his hand. He didn't believe that His Majesty didn't have a trace of that in his heart. But this thing is so powerful. What if? What if it shoots at Marquis Xianping's residence? How many people can survive? Ningxu touched Marquis Xianping's concerns. He looked at the bullet casings on the ground and said, "These bullets are single-use items. Once used, there will be one less. The Crown Prince is suppressing the riot, so he must not have many bullets left." Ningxu let Lian Xiao carry the food box away. The next day, Marquis Xianping took out his gun and demonstrated the destructive power of the gun. The emperor was so shocked that he almost jumped out of his dragon throne. This thing is so powerful. As long as you can pull the thumb ring, you can kill people. Even a 7 or 8-year-old child can kill people. When the emperor thought that Xianxia had this thing in his hands, his expression changed. In any case, Marquis Xianping succeeded in using the eye drops, but the price was that his gun was confiscated. Marquis Xianping was very disappointed. Ningxu looked at Marquis Xianping's expression and knew that his gun was gone. As long as the guns were in the emperor's hands, the emperor would definitely be afraid of Xianxia. Accompanying the monarch was like accompanying a tiger. The emperor liked Xianxia before, but now that Xianxia threatened his throne, he might not like him so much anymore. Ningxu smiled and waited for Xianxia's triumphant return. "Who did you get this from?" Marquis Xianping Ningxu asked. Ningxu rolled his eyes and said, "It's a down-and-out Jianghu man. My daughter gave him money and he helped me steal it. Now I can't find him." Marquis Xianping stared at Ningxu. "You don't speak the truth. If you have nothing to do, you should learn the precepts for women from your mother." Ningxu bowed and turned to leave. "Learn your sister's precepts." Xianping Ho looked at Ningxu's proud back and sighed. It was a pity that he wasn't his son. Xianxia had quelled the chaos in Hanyang and returned in triumph, but it was a little different from the welcome of the common people. The army could not enter the city, and the emperor directly ordered Xianxia to be stationed outside the city. Moreover, he didn't even summon Xianxia. Instead, he made Xianxia wait. Originally, they had won the battle, but now they were being treated so coldly. It was really disheartening. Their morale surged, and they were filled with resentment. The emperor waited until it was about time before summoning Xianxia into the city. Xianxia was still alone. Xianxia only needed to think a little to realize that during the riot, he had no choice but to use the weapons that Gu Fanlu had sent over. He knew that this thing would arouse fear, because the power of this thing made even him feel abnormally fearful. Xianxia felt that this trip into the palace boded ill rather than well, so he brought a gun with him for self-defense. Xianxia arrived at the main hall. As expected, he saw the emperor's ugly expression. Xianxia knelt down and bowed. "Imperial uncle, this nephew is back." The emperor said indifferently, "It's good that you're back. It's time to reward you." "Thank you for your grace, Imperial uncle. This is what this nephew should do," Xianxia said respectfully. The emperor's expression was indifferent. "If I don't reward you, wouldn't the whole world say that I'm harsh and ungrateful? I'll become an unjust person and be laughed at by the world." Xianxia immediately kowtowed. "Your Majesty, this subject definitely doesn't mean that." The sweat on Xianxia's forehead dripped onto the obsidian floor. The atmosphere was tense. The emperor took out a gun. "Xianxia, where did you get this?" "Forging weapons privately," Xianxia immediately said. "Your Majesty, this subject didn't forge weapons privately. The emperor wanted to throw the gun heavily on the ground, but in the end, he didn't harden his heart and couldn't bear to do it. Then tell me, where did these things come from? The emperor said with a cold face. The person who could make such things was simply a talent. Xianxia had such a talent in his hands. What did Prince Xian residents want to do? Did Prince Xian residents have a lot of such weapons? Other than such weapons, there were other more powerful weapons. The more the emperor thought about it, the more alarmed he became. The gaze he looked at Xianxia became colder and colder. Xianxia felt unwell. He didn't know how to answer. Could it be that Gu Fanlu gave it to him? That would be dragging the Gu family into this. The Gu family was his secret chess piece. He couldn't say it out loud. Even if he directly said that Gu Fanlu gave it to him, why would Gu Fanlu give him these things? Xianxia felt that no matter how he explained, he would be stuck. How do you explain? The emperor held the gun tightly. Xianxia also touched his thigh. There was a gun hidden in his thigh. In short, the whole scene was very strange. It was clearly the era of cold weapons, but ancient people dressed in complicated ancient costumes were holding guns and facing each other. It should be more harmonious if they were holding swords. Capture the heir to the prison first and send the imperial guards to surround Prince Xian residence. The emperor ordered with a cold face. Xianxia clenched his fist and immediately said, Your Majesty, Prince Xian residence is innocent. Prince Xian residence forged weapons privately. Can you quibble? Xianxia, how should he explain? If they could really create such weapons, Prince Xian wouldn't have failed in the fight for the throne back then. He couldn't explain it. He couldn't explain it. Xianxia sighed and stood up. He said, Uncle Emperor, Prince Xian residents can't create such fine weapons. Why don't you believe it? Seeing Xianxia stand up and being so disrespectful, the emperor's face instantly turned black. He pointed his gun at Xianxia. How dare you? Xianxia also took out his gun and pointed it at the emperor's head. Xianxia said, Uncle Emperor, let's bet on who can hit more accurately. How dare you? The emperor was so angry that his face turned red. His hand that was holding the gun kept trembling. On the contrary, Xianxia's posture was graceful as he pointed his gun at the emperor. This was simply a great disrespect. Since it was already like this, Xianxia pulled the trigger. The bullet flew out of the gun barrel and shot toward the emperor, who had a ferocious expression but was unable to dodge. With a bang, the emperor's head exploded with blood. He sat weakly on the dragon throne. He died with his eyes wide open and his expression ferocious. Help! Help! There's an assassin! There's an assassin! With the emperor dead, the entire palace was in chaos. The imperial guards surrounded Xianxia. Xianxia took out his gun and killed the guards who were charging toward him, successfully intimidating the others. Everyone looked at the gun in Xianxia's hand in horror. The emperor is already dead. Who are you loyal to now? Do you want to be loyal to the dead? Do you want to go down and compensate the late emperor? You guys are really loyal. Xianxia took a step forward and the imperial guards opened up a path. They were very afraid of the divine weapon in Xianxia's hand. The emperor was dead, and the bell tolled 3 times. The whole city could hear it. When Marquis Xianping heard the bell, the teacup in his hand dropped. The emperor has passed away? Marquis Xianping looked a little frightened. He remembered that today was the day His Majesty summoned Xianxia. Could it be that Xianxia had been killed? Marquis Xianping had an uneasy expression. He did not forget that Xianxia was rather displeased with Marquis Xianping's estate. If Xianxia ascended the throne, then it would be a disaster for Marquis Xianping's matter. Not long ago, he had used eye drops. Marquis Xianping wiped his face. Holy shit, why the hell did Xianxia dislike Marquis Xianping's estate so much? Ningxu calmly took a sip of tea and said to the uneasy Marquis Xianping's residence, Father, what are you afraid of? Xianxia will definitely kill the monarch. What I'm worried about is the invincible weapon in Xianxia's hands. Xianping Marquis Fu and Xianxia were in opposition. Xianping Marquis was the first to be unwilling for Xianxia to ascend the throne. Ningxu put down his teacup, straightened his long sleeves, and said, Father, these things are not as powerful as you think. Without bullets, they are just scrap iron. But who knows how many bullets there are? Since Prince Xian residence is able to create something like this, they must have a lot of bullets. Marquis Xianping's residence is in danger. Marquis Xianping's expression was ugly. It seems like we need to make some arrangements. I hope we can preserve the foundation of Marquis Xianping's residence. In essence, Marquis Xianping's estate was a merchant. Since they couldn't stay here anymore, they could only change locations. Prince Xian residence definitely can't make these bullets. Moreover, Xianxia doesn't have many bullets in his hands. Ningxu said with certainty, "Father, please believe me. This thing is not a threat at all." "How did you know?" The Marquis of Xianping glanced sideways at Ningxu. Ningxu said, "Since we spent money, we must get the service we deserve. Let the Jianghu man check the number of bullets. That's why I asked you to enter the palace without worry. Xianxia may not be able to ascend the throne. After all, there are so many princes." Ningxu said, "Father, what we need to do now is not to let the soldiers outside the city gate come in. They're afraid of scaring people with a pile of scrap iron." "Are you sure?" Marquis Xianping struggled. Ningxu nodded. How could a traitor like him ascend the throne? How could he obtain the approval of the civil and military officials? The most important thing now is to close the city gates. Xianping Ho flung his sleeves and left. No matter what, he had to work hard. Ningxu stood up and went to give the old madam a massage. I Ching stared in the direction of the palace. How did things develop to this point? That bracelet was an ominous item. He could take out modern things, such as pistols, tanks, all kinds of high-tech modern weapons, and some high-tech daily necessities, such as rice cookers, mobile phones, and so on. However, these things were completely useless in ancient times where there was no electricity. The only thing that was powerful was the firearms of that world. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have used this bracelet. I Ching clenched her fists, hoping that the chaos would end soon. I Ching didn't know whether she wanted Xianxia to live or die. Everyone in the Yin family was trembling. I Ching suppressed the urge to rush to Xianxia. She couldn't cause trouble for the Yin family. She had taken over I Ching's body and had to be responsible for her family. If she rushed over now and Xianxia died, the entire Yin family would be implicated and executed. I Ching squatted on the ground, biting her cheeks. She wanted to go back, she wanted to go back. She didn't want to live in this era. I Ching's tears fell to the ground, splashing into water. The atmosphere in the capital was extremely solemn and tense. Every household had their doors tightly shut. Outside, there were footsteps and a chilling murderous aura. Everyone was in a state of panic. Ningxu stayed in the courtyard, embroidering the word longevity. "Miss, why are you still in the mood to embroider?" "Something like that happened outside." Xianxia said uneasily. "Can't I embroider?" Ningxu asked back. "Something happened outside and I can't even embroider?" "Xianxia, miss, you know what I mean. Aren't you afraid?" Xianxia couldn't help but ask. "How can you be so relaxed?" "Whether I'm nervous or not, there will be a result anyway." "Why should I be nervous?" She had enough power to deal with what would happen next, so she wasn't nervous at all. Let's not talk about whether Xianxia could become the emperor. Even if he did, she had a way to pull him down. So there was no need to be nervous. Ningxu put down her embroidery, stretched her neck and poured a cup of tea. He took his time to drink it. Xianxia saw that Ningxu was very calm and also became calm. Seeing that Ningxu had finished her tea, she quickly poured another cup of tea for Ningxu. "Miss, who do you think will ascend the throne in the end?" Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Ningxu propped up her chin, her fingers tapping on the table. "If the crown prince and the other princes can unite, it won't be a problem to deal with Xianxia. After all, many ants can bite an elephant to death." But what?" Xianxia quickly asked. Ningxu's expression was languid, but Xianxia was a person doted on by the heavens. Maybe the princes didn't defeat Xianxia because they had their own selfish motives. They wanted to win in the chaos and take advantage of the situation. In the end, they all knelt in front of Xianxia. But what? Xiao asked anxiously. Could it be that the heir will become the emperor? If the heir becomes the emperor, what will happen to our Shanping Hofu? Ningxu laughed. You also know this. Miss, the heir was once your fiancé. If he becomes the emperor, no one in this world will dare to marry you. Xiao stomped her feet. Miss, this servant knows this. Who would dare to marry the emperor's woman, even if it was an unwanted woman? Then won't it be fine if I don't marry? Ningxu said carelessly. Mississippi. Xiao looked at Ningxu faintly. Miss is such a good person, how can you stay in the boudoir all your life? Miss should be happy. Husband and wife love each other, children and grandchildren, and live a rich life. Ningxu smiled. I'll take advantage of your auspicious words. But you have to find me a man first. After all, no man dares to ignore Xianxia. Xiao, it's all the heir's fault. Go guard the door. When father returns, quickly inform me. I'll go find mother. Ningxu said to Xiao. Yes. Ningxu went to find Madame Ronghua. Madame Ronghua was in old Madame's courtyard. A house full of womenfolk, every face was filled with fear. Zhu. Old Madame Ningxu shouted. Her face was filled with worry. Grandmother, granddaughter will massage for you. Ningxu walked over and pressed her fingers on old Madame's temples, gently massaging. All the womenfolk in the backyard gathered in the Dowager Duchess's courtyard. No one spoke, and even their breathing was careful. The atmosphere was extremely stifling. Ningxu massaged the acupuncture points on both sides of the Dowager Duchess's forehead and looked at the door. Don't massage anymore. You should rest too. It's useless no matter how much you massage now, Dowager Duchess Ningxu said. A new emperor brings in new courtiers. Even if one lived a rich and boundless life, one would still tremble with fear, afraid of causing trouble. Ningxu sat in front of the concubine's daughters and picked up a teacup to drink water. The concubine's daughter sitting next to Ningxu suddenly spoke, Grandmother, if the heir fails, will we be implicated? After all, the concubine's daughter looked at Ningxu. After all, eldest sister and the heir had an engagement in the past. Ningxu put down the teacup calmly, the heir and I have already broken off the engagement. It has nothing to do with our marriage. This was a decree personally issued by the late emperor. But others might not think so. I don't care what others think. Ningxu sat upright on the chair. Half of his buttocks were on the chair, and his buttocks were numb. Ningxu wanted to collapse on the chair and be as comfortable as possible. In fact, whether or not Xianxia became the emperor was not good for the Marquis Swamping's residence. After all, they had an engagement in the past. They might be implicated if they failed. If they succeeded, the Marquis Swamping's residence would come to an end. Enough, what are you arguing about? The Dowager Duchess tapped her walking stick and stopped the concubine's daughter who still wanted to speak. The concubine's daughter bit her lip and looked aggrieved. Tears welled up in her eyes. Grandmother only likes eldest sister. Now that eldest sister's engagement has been broken off, it has implicated our younger sister's reputation. Ningxu sighed and said, things change rapidly in the world. When I was engaged to Prince Xian's residence, I also wanted to marry over peacefully. But who knew that such a thing would happen? This matter has hurt your eldest sister even more. Speak properly and know what to say and what not to say. When you go out, you still say that I didn't teach you well. Madame Ronghua looked at the concubine's daughters with a sharp gaze. His own daughter was being defiled by someone else. A few concubine daughters lowered their heads. They were not convinced, but they did not dare to be disrespectful to their mother. Mother had the final say on what they ate, what they wore, and who they married in the future. His entire life's happiness was in the hands of his mother, so he didn't dare to act rashly. However, when the concubine daughters thought about how Ningxu's engagement had been broken off, they felt a little better. With this commotion, the originally oppressive atmosphere in the room became even stranger. Xiao entered the room, bowed to everyone and said, the Marquis has returned. The womenfolk in the room all stood up, and Marquis Xianping's Fu entered the room like a gust of wind. The womenfolk bowed one after another. Marquis Xianping sat down and picked up the teacup to drink tea. The Dowager Duchess hurriedly asked, what's the situation outside? Marquis Xianping put down his teacup, shook his head and said, "The situation is still unclear. The army stationed outside the city has begun to attack the city. They want to enter the city to support Shuichairan." Then the heir really rebelled? Old Madam asked in disbelief. He rebelled and killed the emperor in the main hall. However, it shouldn't be a big deal. Right now, it's mainly supported by the guards of Prince Xian's mansion. Ningxu felt that this riot would soon stop. After all, the crown prince and a few other princes were all the emperor's sons. These people were the legitimate heirs, and they also had a vendetta against the murderer of their father. They shouldn't let Shuichairan ascend the throne. To be able to force Shuichairan to kill the emperor in the main hall, the emperor must have forced him too much. Could it be that he didn't search Shuichairan before entering the palace? As for the army stationed outside the city, they wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. Back then, the emperor had only given them 800 soldiers and horses to suppress the riot. Now, only half of them were left. Once the city gates were closed, these people wouldn't be able to do anything. It was just unknown if there were any of Shuichairan's men among the imperial guards in the city. Would these people change sides at the last minute? After all, Shuichairan had a halo around him. Ningxu asked Marquis Xianping, "Father, is everyone in the palace now?" "They are in the palace," Marquis Xianping said. Ningxu thought for a moment and said, "Father, I have something to give you." Marquis Xianping called for the servant beside him and followed Ningxu to get the things and returned to his study. Ningxu returned to her courtyard and took out a gun from under her pillow. She wrapped the gun in a handkerchief. "Give this to father." "Forget it, I have something to tell father." Ningxu went to the study and said directly to Marquis Xianping, "Father, bring me into the palace." "Nonsense, you are a girl. The palace is in such a mess now, what are you going to do in the palace?" Marquis Xianping berated Ningxu. Ningxu flipped open the handkerchief. "I still have a gun. If possible, I can use this gun to get rid of Shuichairan. As long as Shuichairan is dead, Prince Xian residents won't be able to cause any big waves." "You have indeed hidden it." Marquis Xianping stared at the gun in Ningxu's hand. "Ningxu, that's not the point. You want to enter the palace to kill Shuichairan?" Marquis Xianping stared at Ningxu in a daze. He looked at his daughter with a strange gaze. "Do you know what you are talking about?" "Alright, it was fine for a man to kill someone, but a woman who killed someone was a vicious woman. She was not beautiful and pure enough." "Father, my gun skills are not bad. This thing can kill people from a distance. Actually, father can give this thing to the crown prince or other princes. But if Shuichairan is dealt with, the others will definitely ask father for this thing." "Father, you said that there is only one of this thing. Will they believe it?" Ningxu asked Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping rubbed the space between his eyebrows. He wanted Shuichairan dead more than anyone else. This was a gamble. Once they lost, they would have their properties confiscated and their ancestors exterminated. "I can kill Shuichairan quietly without exposing the gun," Ningxu said. "All of this is for the sake of Marquis Xianping." Marquis Xianping shook his head. "The entire palace has been sealed off. No one can enter." "They couldn't enter." Ningxu pursed his lips. This was a little difficult. "Give it to me. I will think of a way to send this thing to the palace. As for how many princes this thing will fall into, that's hard to say," Marquis Xianping said. Marquis Xianping summoned a secret guard and asked him to find an unfamiliar person to send the gun to the palace. Ningxu looked at the secret guard. Marquis Xianping said, "Who doesn't have some secret power?" Private soldiers were not allowed to be trained, nor were they allowed to forge weapons, but these secret guards could still be raised. "You really only have one gun?" Marquis Xianping Ningxu asked. Ningxu raised his hand and swore, "This is really the last one." "Really? I hope you're not lying. Otherwise, I'll get your mother to search your house." Marquis Xianping's expression was not worried. "Search as much as you want. Anyway, I really don't have it. After this incident, this thing is not a good thing. Keeping it in my hands will cause trouble," Ningxu said. Perhaps he would be thought of as the creator of this thing. Someone was probably trying to find out where this thing came from. The gun that Ningxu contributed was filled with bullets. It was sent into the palace by Marquis Xuanping's spy. After many twists and turns, the gun ended up in the hands of the crown prince. Marquis Xianping placed his bet on the crown prince. After all, the crown prince was the legitimate heir. Even if the crown prince failed in the end, no one would know that Marquis Xuanping's manner had given him something. Marquis Xianping tapped his finger on the table as he listened to the report. After the secret guard explained the situation, Ningxu asked, "Father, when are you going to fix the ancestral hall?" If Cousin Gu had noticed the problem with the ancestral hall, Marquis Xianping probably wouldn't be here now. Marquis Xianping looked tired as he pinched his nose until it turned red. "Is now the time to talk about such things?" Ningxu asked, "Then when is the time?" While everyone's attention was on the palace, it wasn't hard to pry away the gold tiles on the ground and replace them with normal tiles. He did it on the sly. "Daughter can do it at night," Ningxu said, taking charge of everything. Marquis Xianping almost couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Are you the kind of person to do such things?" "Anyway, the person who does such things has to be someone our family trusts," Ningxu said. "Okay, I know what to do. You don't have to worry." Marquis Xianping was annoyed with this daughter. Staring at the ancestral hall every day would make people suspicious. What a blow. Ningxu clutched his chest. "Do you think I want to care? It's just that it's too dangerous to leave this thing in the manor." She was like an old woman who kept on chattering and making people hate her. However, Ningxu still had to say, "Father, it will be grandmother's birthday soon. At that time, we have to open the ancestral hall and light incense. When the new emperor ascends the throne, it's too ostentatious to find someone to kill as an example. What if we bump into them?" No matter how rich they were, they had to keep a low profile. Especially in ancient times where imperial power reigned supreme. The emperor had the capital to have the best things in the world. However, you couldn't have what the emperor didn't have. Marquis Xianping nodded, "I will pay attention to this." "Okay, you can leave." Things were changing rapidly. Everyone was staring at the palace to see what would happen in the end. Under such an atmosphere, it was hard to breathe. Ningxu was too lazy to embroider, especially when the forsythia kept circling in front of her. It made her dizzy. Xianxia's mouth was muttering and her hands were clasped together in worship. Ningxu asked, "What are you talking about?" Xianxia said, "This servant is praying that the crown prince will not become the emperor. Otherwise, Miss will not have any happiness in this lifetime." Ningxu couldn't help but laugh. "Is praying useful?" "I don't know. Praying is better than not praying at all," Xianxia said. There was still no news from the imperial palace until nightfall. Early the next morning, there was finally news from the imperial palace. Xianxia had been killed. At the same time, the crown prince and 3 other princes had also died. There was only one adult prince left, the 5th prince. The 5th prince was simply a dark horse. This was out of everyone's expectations. Marquis Xianping was stunned when he heard the news. He asked again, "Who is it?" "The 5th prince?" This was King a scam. Didn't they give the crown prince a spear? How did the crown prince get killed? Ningxu searched for information about the 5th prince in his mind. This 5th prince was rather low-key and usually did not have much of a presence. His mother's status was lowly and did not have a strong maternal family or a strong in-laws. In short, he was an unknown person who was ignored by others. In the end, he survived. He might even ascend to the throne. It was enough to make many people's eyes fall to the ground. This 5th prince's luck is unusually good, Marquis Xianping sighed. The crown prince and the other princes were dead. The rebel Xianxia was also dead. It was not clear what kind of chaotic battle had happened. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. "It's really luck?" "It's really luck. The 5th prince did not join the ranks of the rebels. Maybe the 5th prince will ascend to the throne. The 5th prince has no enmity with Marquis Xianping. It's not bad for him to ascend to the throne." Marquis Xianping let out a sigh of relief. As long as it was not Xianxia who ascended to the throne, it was fine. Besides the 5th prince, there are other princes in the harem. Although they are not adults, they have strong maternal families. They can also get support to ascend to the throne. Ningxu said. Marquis Xianping nodded. I don't think the dust will settle for a while. Ran was dead. Her mission was completed. Yiqing knew that Ran was dead. She was stunned. Ran died just like that. In Yiqing's heart, Ran should not be someone who died so easily. Yiqing clutched her chest. She felt empty in her heart. Tears came out uncontrollably. It was impossible to say that she did not have any feelings for Ran. Especially since Ran was originally a glorious figure. For a moment, Yiqing felt like her heart was dead. She seemed to have lost her spirit. What a hopeless era this was. It was not easy to survive. There was no freedom to speak of. It was not even easy to go out. It was impossible to fight for any right to speak in this era. After hearing the news of Ran's death, the Ying family's attitude towards Yiqing changed 180 degrees. Her stepsister mocked and ridiculed her. Didn't she want to marry the heir? Didn't she want to be the heir's consort? Now that the heir was dead, let's see who she would marry. She was so envious and jealous back then. Now, she was adding insult to injury. Even Yiqing's father had a look of exasperation on his face. Ever since the woman had a relationship with the heir, the other colleagues had been polite to him. Some people even complimented him, saying that he had become the heir's father-in-law. He was still hoping to rely on Prince Xian residence to be promoted. Now that Ran was dead, everything was ruined. Moreover, his daughter might become a withered flower and no one would marry her. If Ran could succeed in his rebellion, he could become the father-in-law of the country. In the end, he did not have this fate. Ying Guangyuan beat his chest and stamped his feet in his heart. What a pity, what a pity. No matter how disappointed Ying Guangyuan was or how sad Yiqing was, this was already a foregone conclusion. Ran entered the palace to meet the emperor. Although he knew that it might be dangerous, he did not expect the emperor to fall out with him just like that. When the emperor needed to reward the army after winning the war, he was going to throw him into prison. Once he was in prison, anything could happen. It was even possible for him to die inside. The emperor also did not expect that the other party would be so bold and crazy to shoot him to death. After that, in the confrontation between the princes and Ran, the princes all tacitly agreed to get rid of Ran first before fighting for the throne. After Ran died, the first to die was the crown prince. The crown prince was the first in line to inherit the throne. Only with his death would the other princes have a chance. In the end, they were all wiped out. It was simply sending their heads to their deaths. The one who survived was the fifth prince, who had been observing silently from the side. The process was very tortuous and the battle situation was really tragic. A general success was built on thousands of bones. Back then, Ran made the surrounding small countries worship him because he had undergone a baptism of iron and blood. He intimidated these small countries so that they didn't dare to act rashly. The weapons provided by Yiqing gave a war executioner like Ran a strong motivation. He was invincible. Was unifying the continent really so worth writing about? Everything had a natural development trajectory. These firearms had already caused interference in this plane. Ningxu let out a long breath and stretched. He had finally completed the mission and was about to leave. He didn't like the ancient plane. It was too restrictive on the mission. In the middle of the night, Ningxu didn't sleep. He slipped to the ancestral hall, took out the key he stole from the steward, and opened the ancestral hall. Ningxu walked into the ancestral hall and bowed to the ancestors. Ancestors, please don't blame me. This is all for Marquis Xianping's residence. During the holidays, unfilial children and grandchildren will burn more paper for you. Ningxu finished muttering and took out his tools to start prying the gold bricks. He pried all the gold on the ground. Ningxu couldn't figure out why Marquis Xianping refused to do these things. Could it be that he wanted to turn it into a tourist attraction for everyone to visit? Taking advantage of the current chaotic situation, it was simply great to take care of the ancestral hall. Since Marquis Xianping couldn't make up his mind and was hoping for a fluke, she would do it first. Marquis Xianping definitely wouldn't let the ancestral tablet stay here. Don't expect no one to discover this place. There were many people in Marquis Xianping's residence. Some servant might go around showing off and talking nonsense. Ningxu knew that this ancestral hall was the last straw that crushed Marquis Xianping's residence. Many good things were taken out during the confiscation. The golden house made everyone sigh in admiration. All of these were taken to the national treasury, and some were taken to the emperor's private treasury. Ningxu didn't light a lamp. He could only slowly feel around and pry the floor. If there was a piece of this gold, it could let an ordinary person live for a lifetime. Not only the floor, but the walls were also made of gold bricks. The walls were painted with dust, so it didn't look so ostentatious. When the sun was about to rise, Ningxu locked the door. He would come back in the evening to pry it open again. Marquis Xianping offered incense to the ancestor and asked the ancestor to bless Marquis Xianping's residence so that Marquis Xianping's residence would be safe. As soon as he opened the door, he saw that the ancestral hall was in a mess. The gold on the ground had been dug out, and there were bumps and hollows everywhere. Marquis Xianping almost screamed like a girl seeing a mouse. Go and call the eldest miss over. Hurry up. Marquis Xianping's chest heaved violently as his face flushed red. When Ningxu rushed to the study, he first poured a cup of tea for Marquis Xianping. Xianping Ho grabbed the teacup and wanted to smash it on Ningxu's head. Ningxu just stared at him. Marquis Xianping could only angrily drink his tea. The tea was a little hot, so Marquis Xianping directly spat it into the teacup. Are you trying to burn me to death? Marquis Xianping roared, who allowed you to touch the ancestral hall? It's one thing for a girl to enter the ancestral hall, but how dare you touch the ancestral hall? Who gave you the guts? In ancient times, the sacrificial rites were all done by men. There was no place for women. It's because I've been too lenient on you that you became so bold. Marquis Xianping was so angry that his face turned red. Ningxu said, is it because I'm a girl, so entering the ancestral hall will tarnish the ancestors? Yes, in the future, if I find out that you sneak into the ancestral hall again, I will punish you according to the family rules. Marquis Xianping Ningxu waved his hand, get out. Go back and reflect on your mistakes. Ningxu bowed and turned to leave. After leaving the study, Xianxia hurriedly fanned Ningxu and cautiously shouted, Miss, are you all right? I'm fine. What can happen to me? It seemed that this time, she had really angered Marquis Xianping. Ningxu sighed in her heart and returned to her courtyard. On the way back, she was called by Madame Ronghua for a scolding. I told you not to jump around just because you are a little smart. Madame Ronghua looked at Ningxu and frowned. Are you afraid of losing your status in the family after breaking off the engagement? Is that why you are showing up everywhere? The family doesn't lack a pair of chopsticks. You will always be my daughter. With me around, no one can bully you. Why do you want to make your father angry? Ningxu was silent. After listening to Madame Ronghua, she said, I am afraid of being abandoned by the family. That's why I am showing up everywhere, thinking of using my own strength to do something for the family. Didn't I say that no matter what you are, you will always be my daughter? The way you are now will only make your father annoyed. Just follow me to take care of the inner residence. Your father will deal with it outside. There is a division of labor. You crossed the line and that's why your father is so angry. Ningxu bowed and said, I know. I won't do it again. Be quiet for a few days and let your father cool down. Madame Ronghua said. Ningxu nodded and bowed before leaving Madame Ronghua's courtyard. Xianxia looked at Ningxu blankly and asked, Miss, what did you do wrong? Why did the Marquis and Madame Ronghua scold you? I must have done something wrong. Ningxu said. Xianxia? You don't even know, hence, Ningxu stayed in the courtyard and did not go out. She was embroidering in the house. Marquis Xianping found someone to renovate the ancestral hall. The hall was in a mess. He cleaned the gold on the floor and hid it in a secret passage. Then, he covered the floor with obsidian. It was not gold after all. It did not have a glorious feeling. Marquis Xianping's residence was very unhappy. They made Ningxu copy the Buddhist scriptures for half a month and put them in front of the ancestral tablets to gain their forgiveness. Ningxu stopped embroidering. She took out a piece of paper and started copying the Buddhist scriptures. She did not like the ancient times. She followed her father at home and followed her husband after marriage. Men dominated women and she could not even say no. Otherwise, she would be unfilial, not a good woman, not virtuous, not gentle, not blabbering. Xianxia did not know what her miss did wrong to make the Marquis so angry. He even made her copy the Buddhist scriptures for half a month. She looked at Ningxu with tears in her eyes. Miss, poor Mississippi Ningxu, eldest miss seemed to have been disliked by the Marquis. The direction of the Marquis Xianping's residence changed. A few concubine daughters came to visit when they had nothing to do. They were probably here to see a joke. Ningxu was not so calculated with a few junior high school girls. Every time they came to visit, Ningxu closed the door and refused to see them. Every time Xianxia heard something unpleasant, she would run back angrily and complain to Ningxu. Miss, they all said that you have fallen out of favor. Miss, they said that you will not be able to get married and will be an old lady for the rest of your life. Don't you think it's infuriating? Ningxu put down the brush and looked at the fuming Xianxia. They want you to suffer, but you let them do as they wish. Are you stupid? Miss, I am so angry. When Miss was still the prospective heir's wife, those people tried to curry favor with Mississippi. Xianxia was a straightforward person. In front of Ningxu, she would say whatever was on her mind. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Wasn't he afraid that she would feel uncomfortable? Ningxu washed his hands and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Those people are just fence-sitters. In the past, when young Miss was in power, they flattered her. Now, they turn around and speak ill of young Miss behind her back. They are simply vile people. Xianxia wiped Ningxu's hands with a handkerchief. Ningxu said, "Xianxia, don't tell me about these things in the future. What other people say is none of our business." Ningxu didn't care, but he was afraid that Su Zhiru would come back and hear these words and feel sorry for herself. However, Su Zhiru had passed away in a brothel. She had sold her body in a brothel, so this kind of blow was nothing to her. Yes, newbie will remember. Newbie will never bother Miss with this kind of vexing matter again. Xianxia bit her lips, her voice carried a sobbing tone. Anne, is there any news from the Yin family? Is there any news from the little beggar? Ningxu changed the topic. Xianxia shook her head. At this time of the day, there is no one on the streets. The little beggar also did not send any news. If that's the case, then go and give old madam a massage. Ningxu went to old madam's courtyard and gave her a massage. He also injected a bit of spiritual energy into old madam's body. Old madam treated Su Zhiru quite well. Her being alive was also a form of protection for Su Zhiru. When he had nothing to do, he would help old madam boil some medicinal cuisine to eat. As for the Marquis of Xianping, forget it. He didn't have a share. Even if she did, Marquis Xianping would be impatient when he saw her. Why bother? He turned the ancestral hall upside down and felt more at ease. Anyway, it was fine as long as the matter was resolved. The process was not important. Recently, the diet had been very bland because the emperor had passed away, the crown prince and a few other princes had passed away. They couldn't get married during the national funeral, nor could they sing and dance in celebration of peace. Even the brothel's business had declined significantly. Especially when the situation was so tense, no one had the guts to do anything out of line. The emperor's princes were buried in the imperial mausoleum, but Zhucheran and Prince Xian did not receive such good treatment. Rebels and traitors are only fit to be buried in mass graves. Zhucheran's corpse was hung on the city wall, exposed to the wind and rain. It was hot, and flies buzzed around the body. As long as one walked past the corpses, they could smell the vomit-inducing stench. Corpse oil dripped from the ground. Yiqing looked at Zhucheran, who was hanging on the city wall, with a sad expression. She turned her head and saw Ningxu sitting in the palanquin. Their gazes met. Yiqing couldn't pretend not to see it. She walked over and bowed to Ningxu. "Miss Su." Ningxu held Xianxiao's hand and got down from the sedan. He returned the greeting, "Miss Yin. Are you here to see him too?" I Ching looked at the miserable corpse hanging on the wall. Ningshu said, sort of. It's not easy for a woman to survive. That person has already passed away. The important person is still alive, Ningshu said. I Ching nodded. There were tears in her eyes, as well as lingering tiredness and sadness. You're right. Actually, I've always wanted to say sorry to you. You broke off the engagement with Xianxia partly because of me. I Ching used a handkerchief to wipe the corners of her eyes and said apologetically. Ningshu didn't care much. Things are unpredictable. Maybe I was at a disadvantage at that time, but now I'm not involved in this rebellion case. Ningshu felt that I Ching was a smart person. Now that Xianxia was dead, there was nothing for them to fight over. Moreover, the difference in status between the two families was a little big. The Yin family was just a small family. In this capital where a random brick could hit a third-rank official, it was really inconspicuous. It was too easy to deal with them. On one hand, I Ching sincerely apologized to eliminate the resentment in Ningshu's heart. On the other hand, she had to think about the Yin family. As a modern woman, it was really not easy to struggle to survive in this era. A little mistake could ruin a woman's life. Ningshu understood what I Ching was thinking and said, just take it that Xianxia and I are not fated. He likes you. I Ching bowed. Thank you, Miss Su. When I Ching left, she took 2 more glances at the corpse on the wall. The next day, Xianxia's body disappeared, becoming an unsolved case. Ningshu heard Lian Xiao talk about this matter and felt that I Ching took the risk to take Xianxia's body away and found a place to bury it. She couldn't watch the person she liked die. In this era, love was really a luxury. It was really not easy to meet someone from a similar family background who loved each other. Even if they loved each other, perhaps a man had more than one woman. Depressed, the disappearance of Xianxia's body didn't attract much attention. Now the ministers were quarreling over the choice of the new monarch. It was reasonable to say that the only adult prince, the 5th prince, should ascend the throne. But it seemed that the 5th prince was too low-key. There weren't many people who supported him. Another candidate was the imperial concubine's son. He was 13 years old now. He could be considered old but also young. These ministers were afraid that the imperial concubine would take over the throne and control the court. Some ministers wanted to kill the imperial concubine and let the prince ascend the throne. But this was the imperial concubine of the late emperor and the one who gave birth to a prince. She couldn't be buried with him. When the imperial concubine heard the minister's suggestions, she was angry and afraid. In the end, the ministers discussed and pushed the 5th prince to the throne. The 5th prince looked easy to control. He didn't have a strong maternal family or a strong maternal family. He didn't have any useful talents when he ascended the throne. He was just a puppet. Under this tacit understanding, the crown fell from the sky and hit the 5th prince's head. Ningshu wanted to know the situation in the court and asked Marquis Xianping. But when she saw Marquis Xianping's face, she gave up. She would know who ascended the throne. The ascension must be announced to the world. I don't need you to tell me. Ningshu didn't approach Marquis Xianping. Her actions challenged the male power and made Marquis Xianping even more unhappy. Well, heroines were few and far between. Ningshu felt bitter. She didn't find the origin of this world. Anyway, Marquis Xianping's residence didn't have the origin of the world. If there was the origin of the world, 2333, he should have told her. Ningshu wanted to wander around the palace. There were all kinds of rare treasures in the palace, and there might be the origin of the world. But she didn't seem to have the chance to enter the palace now. Ningshu was thinking about the origin of the world. Now that she had found 2, she was still short of 3. When would she be able to gather them? Planes, couldn't she condense 1 or 2 extra origin of the world? Ningshu still wanted to go to the palace, but Madame Ronghua called her over. After thinking for a while, Ningshu said, "Your father wants you to enter the palace." Ningshu's heart skipped a beat. She asked, "The one ascending the throne is the 5th prince?" If it was a 12 or 13-year-old prince, he wouldn't be in a hurry to enrich the harem. Ningshu's heart turned cold. It's the 5th prince. The heavenly worship ceremony will be held soon. The fifth prince has ascended the throne. He must enrich the harem. You are the most suitable age in the marquis's residence. Madame Rongwa sighed. Ningxu. After the fifth prince ascended the throne, it was inevitable that the harem would accept noble ladies from aristocratic families. After all, the fifth prince was isolated and helpless in the court. Marriage was a means to obtain the support of the court officials. The court and the harem were closely related. Ningxu didn't expect Marquis Xianping to let her enter the palace. After all, she was someone who had broken off the engagement. Mother, can I? Ningxu asked Madame Rongwa. Madame Rongwa touched Ningxu's face. Why not? It's because you broke off the engagement. It's a good thing to be able to enter the palace. I reckon that many people will enter the palace this time. Every family has a daughter in the harem, except for our Marquis Xianping's residence. What will the new emperor think? Will he say that our Marquis Xianping's residence looks down on the royal family? Madame Rongwa sighed. Someone has to go to the harem. Ningxu said directly, can I make the emperor cuckold? What cuckold? You just had an engagement with Shuiche Ran, and it was broken off. Madame Rongwa said angrily. Ningxu spread her hands. Mother, don't forget what reason was used to break off the engagement. It was because your daughter was ill. Aren't you afraid that your illness will be passed on to the emperor? Madame Rongwa looked at Ningxu. You don't want to enter the palace. Ningxu analyzed seriously, Mother, this daughter entering the palace is a kind of contempt to the imperial family. Firstly, this daughter's engagement was broken off and I'm suffering from a serious illness. Secondly, this daughter was once Shuiche Ran's fiancée, the fiancée of a traitor. My reputation is not good. Your daughter understands that father wants someone from Marquis Xianping's family in the harem, but your daughter is not the best candidate. Instead, it will cause a knot in your heart. It's not good for your daughter or Marquis Xianping's residence. Although the fifth prince is isolated and helpless now, he will endure it. However, he can't touch the tiger's butt. When the fifth prince is strong, any reason can cause Marquis Xianping's residence to suffer. For example, if the concubine did something crazy, he could directly blame the concubine's family. As long as he wanted to find trouble, reasons were not a problem. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Madame Rongwa nodded. What you said makes sense. Your father thinks you're quite smart. It's fine to send you to the palace. No, your daughter is just a little smart. She jumps up and down and will be cannon fodder in the palace, Ningxu immediately said. It's time to admit that you're being clever. Madame Rongwa was not in a good mood. She reached out and poked Ningxu's forehead. But if you don't enter the palace, who will you marry in this world? After all, you were once Shuiche Ran's fiancé. Shuiche Ran has been executed, but this is ultimately a stain. No one will marry a woman who will be attacked by their political enemies. No one will dare to say anything once they enter the palace. What woman can't the emperor have? Madame Rongwa said. Zhu Ru, mother can't bear to see you remain unmarried for the rest of your life. You should have your own children and be able to enjoy the happiness of being surrounded by your children. Ningxu was speechless. What can I say? I can also despair. If she had not been engaged to Shuiche Ran, many things would not have happened. Marquis Xianping's residence would not have been confiscated. Su Zhiru would not have spent her life in a brothel. A pure and innocent noble lady serving all kinds of people. Now Shuiche Ran was dead, but the mark engraved on her body was still there. Damn it. It was simply too much. Ningxu simply did not know what to say. Madame Rongwa said, think about it carefully. Ningxu nodded. I know, mother. I will think about it. Ningxu left the courtyard. She felt helpless. She wanted to have fun in the palace, but not in this way. In fact, entering the palace was essentially the same as entering the brothel. It was just the difference between serving many men and serving one man. The women in the harem served the emperor, and it was a way for the emperor to weigh the aristocratic courtiers. Miss, do you want to enter the palace to be a consort? Lian Qiao said happily. Miss, entering the palace is also a good path. Yes. Ningxu sighed. She had no choice. Sister, father, and mother really dote on you. A concubine's daughter walked over. Ningxu bowed. This concubine's daughter was called Xianxia. She was only 1 year younger than Su Jiru. A woman whose engagement was broken off can still become an imperial concubine. Xianxia's tone was sour and jealous. She twisted her handkerchief in her hands. Ningxu raised her eyebrows. Could it be that this girl wanted to enter the palace? Her age was suitable, 15 years old. The minimum age for the draft was 14 years old. Unfortunately, she was a concubine's daughter. If a concubine's daughter entered the palace, wouldn't it be telling the emperor that the Marquis Schwamping's residents did not like her and that a concubine's daughter was enough? Ningxu cursed in her heart. Trying to figure out the emperor's intentions was really too tiring. A person was changeable. It was impossible to completely understand a person. For example, after interacting with 2333 for so long, she still did not understand what kind of person 2333 was. He was always selective and mentally retarded. It would be impossible to say that 2333 was mentally retarded. Ningxu unceremoniously rolled her eyes and said arrogantly, "Father and mother dote on me. So what? If you want to enter the palace, go tell them. What's the use of being jealous of me?" Xianxia was angered by Ningxu. "Sister, you don't have any reputation. I really don't know what you're so proud of." Ningxu smiled and said, "I'm proud of myself. I'm just like this." Xianxia was too lazy to argue with Ningxu. She bowed and headed towards Ronghua Foreign's courtyard. Xiao immediately said, "Miss, does second miss also want to enter the palace to become an imperial concubine? Marquis and Foreign have already said that miss is entering the palace. Does second miss want to replace you?" Ningxu brushed her sleeves and smiled. She was afraid that Marquis Xianping would not give up on letting her enter the palace. A concubine's daughter was not enough. In the end, it could be, the two of them entering the palace together. A buy one get one free package. Ha ha ha, Ningxu returned to her own courtyard. Should she enter the palace or not? Ningxu felt that her mission was almost complete. It was time to leave this world. As for whether to enter the palace or not, it was up to her, Su Jiru, to decide. Leave this world, leave this world. However, 2333 did not inform her to leave this world. Therefore, this mission had to continue. Should she grow a rash on her face or participate in the selection, her client should give her some hints. Fortunately, after the fifth prince ascended the throne, the court would be stabilized for a period of time. This was enough time for Ningxu to feel conflicted. Xiao kept chattering by Ningxu's ear, telling Ningxu not to be replaced by second Mississippi. Ningxu propped up her chin and asked lazily, "Is it really that good to enter the palace?" "Of course it's good. Enter the palace to become an imperial concubine, give birth to a prince, give birth to a prince. If she gave birth to a prince, he might inherit the throne in the future and become the Empress Dowager, the most honorable woman in the world." Ningxu's heart was filled with a string of thoughts. Whether to enter the palace or not depends on fate. Moreover, this imperial concubine is chosen by His Majesty. Whoever he likes will be. As Ningxu was talking about the selection, he suddenly felt like he was selecting animals. He looked at the teeth, body shape, limbs, and other aspects. The more he thought about it, the funnier it became. Standing in rows for selection. Then locked in a cage, survival of the fittest. If the mother was strong enough, she would raise a strong child. But Xianxia was very anxious, "But we can't let second miss go. Without second miss, I may not be selected." Ningxu looked at Xiao's anxious expression. "All right, what's there to be anxious about?" "Miss, I'm so anxious and you're still like this. Miss, can you not bully me?" Xiao felt like she was a fly in a bottle, blindly bumping around. Then Miss looked at her with a smile. Xiao's heart, "If you really want to enter the palace, you have to be calm. There are many noble people in the palace. What if you offend them by making a fuss like this?" Ningxu shook his head and started to embroider. Ningxu spent a lot of effort on this birthday gift. Ningxu even used his embroidery skills. This thing was also very sentimental. It was like painting, but it used needle and thread. The next day, Ronghua Foreign called Ningxiu and Su Xianxia over. The two met at the entrance of the courtyard. Su Xianxia bowed to Ningxiu, sister. Ningxiu grunted. Seeing Su Xianxia, Ningxiu roughly understood what Marquis Xianping was thinking. He wanted the daughter and the concubine daughter to participate in the selection. One of them would be selected. If both of them were selected, they would have more power in the harem. No matter who was favored, it would be beneficial to the Marquis Xianping's residence. Ningxiu cursed in his heart. Ningxiu and Su Xianxia entered Ronghua Foreign's courtyard. Marquis Xianping and Ronghua Foreign sat in the front hall. The two of them bowed. Marquis Xianping put down his teacup and looked at Ningxiu and Su Xianxia, saying, "Both of you will participate in the selection. As for who will be selected, it will depend on your luck." Marquis Xianping's residence would produce an imperial concubine. As for who it was, there was no guarantee. Su Xianxia bowed emotionally. "Thank you, father." "Thank you, mother." Ningxiu also bowed. Everyone had their own ambitions. Su Xianxia wanted to enter the palace to fight for riches and honor. As for whether or not he could enter the palace, Ningxiu did not have any opinion. After the announcement of Marquis Xianping's residence, Madame Ronghua continued. "Next, there will be a tailor who will take your measurements. There are also jewelry in the shop. You can pick whatever you like. The quality of these things is more important than quantity. You have to choose something suitable for yourself. When you go out, you will represent the Marquis Xianping's residence." "Thank you, mother," Ningxiu said to Su Xianxia. In the following days, Ningxiu and Su Xianxia were very busy. If they weren't choosing accessories, they were choosing clothes. Of course, there was no lack of friction. Sometimes, when Ningxiu set his eyes on something, Su Xianxia would snatch it from him and even use sour words to pressure him. "You are the daughter of the first wife. These things should be enough. I am the daughter of a concubine. I don't have any jewelry that I can take out." If it was just a piece of jewelry, Ningxiu would not take it to heart. If you said you wanted it, he would give it to you. However, if you were to pressure him like this, you would think that you could become an imperial concubine, so you had to vent your anger. Respect was mutual. Ningxiu did not give in at all. He directly said, "If you lack something, tell mother. Why are you telling me what you lack? If you haggle over small benefits every day, how can you go far in the palace?" It was not without reason that a daughter should be raised well. She had seen many things and would not be blinded by small benefits. Su Xianxia wanted to disgust him. Su Xianxia was refuted by Ningxiu. His face darkened. "You can't take away all the good things." "How can I take away all the good things? You can choose whatever you want in such a big shop." There was a jewelry shop in the Marquis Xianping's residence. The shopkeeper moved all the things to the Marquis Xianping's residence for the two to choose. Ningxiu took a pair of earrings, 2 hairpins, and a high-quality bracelet. Then, he turned and left. Ningxiu rarely went out of his courtyard. He was waiting to enter the palace for the selection. Not long after the 5th prince ascended the throne, the ministers reported that the imperial harem was empty and wanted to hold a selection. Naturally, the 5th prince agreed. Then, the selection began on a grand scale. Early in the morning, Ningxiu was tidied up by a few maids and nannies. He was tossed around and washed. When entering the palace, he had to go through all kinds of examinations. They checked whether he was a virgin, whether he had body odor, and whether his teeth were neat. Ningxiu felt that the examination and virginity part was really King fraudulent. Ningxiu still wanted to insist on checking whether the 5th prince's penis was too long. He wanted to give him a surgery while he was at it. Ningxiu and Su Xianxia were stuffed into a sedan and carried to the imperial city. There were many people on the way to the imperial city. There was a queue at the entrance of the palace. Ningxiu got down from the sedan and entered the palace with Su Xianxia. First, he had his body checked. To be honest, Ningxiu was afraid that his penis would be broken if he poked it with his finger. His penis was very fragile. If he ran and jumped, it would be gone. Only those who had it were considered virgins. If the nannies used too much force, tisk, Ningxiu's mind was scattered. He waited for the nannies to check him over and over again. Only then did he pass. Other things aside, Suzuru's appearance and figure weren't bad. After the examination, Ningxu stood at the side, bored. He stared blankly and communicated with 2333 in his mind. Does this palace have the origin of the world? After a while, 2333 said, no. Really? Ningxu asked. I really didn't. I swear on my integrity. 2333 said firmly. Then how did you find the origin of the world? Ningxu asked 2333. She had always been curious about how 2333 found the origin of the world. The system can scan a certain range. The origin of the world has a pure attribute. It is very easy to scan. 2333 explained. No origin of the world. If he had known, he would have grown pockmarks on his face. Ningxu touched the sachet on his waist. If something happened, he could use it to solve the problem. Miss Su. Yiqing walked over and bowed to Ningxu. Yiqing dressed herself up and was extremely beautiful. Ningxu was surprised. Yiqing actually came to participate in the selection. It was quite ironic. Shuiqian's 2 women were now participating in the selection. It was very likely that they would be sharing a bed with other men. Ningxu returned the greeting. Miss Yin, you also came to participate in the selection. My father forced me. As a woman, I can only obey the family's arrangements. Yiqing looked sad. It was different from the cheerfulness Ningxu saw for the first time. This was an era that made women depressed and made men happy. Ningxu said, I wish you the best of luck. Yiqing was the female lead. Now the story had changed. It was no longer a story of conquering the world, galloping on the battlefield and achieving unparalleled achievements. Now it had become a plot. From conquering the world to scheming in the palace, the story changed too quickly like a tornado. But whether it was conquering the world or scheming in the palace, they were both soul-stirring stories. They were all stories of fighting to the death. Ningxu grinned. Yiqing was indifferent to Ningxu's blessings. She had to become a concubine of a man she had never met before, enter the boxy harem, and go around for a man. It was quite a despairing thing. Sometimes, Yiqing wanted to die with Shuiqian. It wasn't that she wanted to die for Shuiqian. It was that in this era, Yiqing's heart was filled with uneasiness. She didn't feel safe at all. This wasn't the world she was familiar with. But she was also afraid of death. It wasn't easy for her to be reborn. She was originally a police officer who punished evil and promoted good, but here, she could only restrain her personality and live like walking on thin ice in this world. I'm just the daughter of a small official. The emperor probably won't take a fancy to me, Yiqing said. Those who came to the selection were all noble ladies from aristocratic families. There was a set of rules. Some women were just here to go through the motions. They would definitely be selected. Who said that a small official can't be selected? Ningxu said lightly. Men liked to be heroes in front of women. They were men. When facing the noble ladies of aristocratic families, the pressure was great. They might want to dote on women with low status. Now that the 5th prince had a favor to ask of these aristocratic family officials, it was inevitable that he would feel weak in front of these noble ladies. So, anyone could be selected. Yiqing just smiled and didn't say anything. You have a high chance of being selected. The empress was also the daughter of an ordinary official. She suddenly became the empress. This empress was probably in a difficult situation. The new concubines in the harem had better family backgrounds than her. It was inevitable that she would lack confidence and couldn't even control these concubines. The emperor and empress were really cowardly. The noble ladies who entered the palace would enjoy a period of time. If the emperor's wings were full, he didn't have to dote on the women in the harem. How miserable. Yiqing sighed. Fate really doesn't control people at all. People lived in this world not only for themselves. There were many roles. To parents, you were a child. To children, you were a parent. To bosses, you were an employee. To the country, you were a citizen. Every role had responsibilities and obligations. People and their surroundings were a huge network of relationships. If you wanted to break free from the network of relationships, reality would teach you a lesson. This was the reason why Ningxu and I Ching were here. We're about to leave this world. Find a place to sit down and wait for our client to return to this world. 2333's voice rang in Ningxu's mind. Ningxu bid farewell to I Ching. Coincidentally, it was also time for I Ching to meet the emperor. Ningxu sat on a stone bench and heard the eunuch announce loudly, Yin Guangyuan's daughter, I Ching, has been selected. Ningxu smiled. As expected, she was the female lead. At the same time, it also showed that the fifth prince's heart was weak, and that he was afraid to face the daughter of an aristocratic family. Ningxu left Suzuru's body and returned to the system space. After a bout of dizziness, Ningxu stretched her back. She was a lady of a respectable family, so she couldn't move too much. With his soul imprisoned in such a body, Ningxu felt that his soul was about to rest. It was Suzuru's choice whether to enter the palace or not. If she didn't want to enter the palace, she had prepared something in the sachet. Smearing a little on her neck, there would be raised red dots like an allergic reaction. However, if such a situation occurred in front of the emperor, she might be blamed for being impolite in front of the emperor. If her body became ill, it would be even harder for her to marry in the future. Ningxu lay limply on the sofa and began to absorb the soul energy. Ningxu felt that the soul energy this time was more than the previous mission. She felt very carefree. Ningxu let out a long breath. Her hard work in completing the mission was not in vain. Ningxu lowered her head and looked at her soul. Her soul was stronger than before. Ever since she completed the mythical beast mission, her soul was at the point where it would be blown away by the wind. Now, it wouldn't be blown away by the wind. Her soul was slowly becoming stronger again. She hugged herself in pain. Don't do this again next time. If it happened again, Ningxu felt that she would be F***ked. Ningxu opened the attribute panel and looked at the rewards. Name, Ningxu age, 27 level, super mission taker accumulated points plate, 111. 1 million points for 1 accumulated point plate. Soul value, 2 life value, 1 wisdom, 2 luck, 2 charm, 1 spiritual power, 2 martial strength, 3 aptitude, 2 faith, 50900 merit, 17330 soul strength, 20 authorization ticket, 1 law comprehension, none honorary titles, goddess of war, selfless ancestor tools, calm aura, calming pill, faith aura, amulet 4, upgraded amulet 2 skills, 5th ring shooting technique, intermediate close combat technique, exceptional martial arts proficiency, intermediate poison technique, beginner business management knowledge, beginner code programming, beginner lawyer skill, sage ghost catching skill, beginner cooking skill, beginner embroidery skill. Aura, Mother of the World Empress blessing, model worker sister Chen Shi's blessing, leader Aura Grass blessing, lifelong friend Meow Meow Meow's blessing. Blessing of the healer Zhu Sun Yang, blessing of the founding lady Chen Ermiai, blessing of the law beauty Chen Ning, blessing of the blood clan's nemesis Jasmine, blessing of the transcending race communication by San Yang, blessing of the brave Wang Ying fulfill Suzuru's wish, ensure the safety of the Marquis mansion and prevent Shui Cheiran from sitting on the throne. Mission completion rate, 100%. Mission reward obtained, 5 point cards, 3 attribute points, 4000 faith power, 60% of soul power. Intermediate embroidery skill. Exceptional martial arts minor achievement. It turned out that there was 60% of soul strength. No wonder it took longer to absorb soul strength this time. It was great. Ningxu felt very satisfied. The only regret was that she didn't find the world's origin. If she did, she would be even happier. Ningxu was about to add the 3 attribute points when she heard a ding from the chat system. Ningxu lay on the sofa and opened the chat system. Unknowingly, her friend list had 3 friends. Mei Ziqing, Wen Xing, one she didn't know, and the last one she didn't contact. This time, it was Wen Xing's system that sent the message. It was the cute little loli system. But could a loli become a system? Okay, she couldn't underestimate anyone, especially that pervert Qing Fei who became a system. Anyone who could become a system was a talent. 65892 system, darling, are you there? Ningxu saw this name. So sweet. Ning Shu, I'm here. What's the matter? 65892 system, my master wants me to thank you. The thing you lent him is very useful. Ning Shu, that's good. 65892 system, it's so nice to kiss you. Are you free now? My master needs support, Ning Shu coughed. She really couldn't bear to refuse, but she still firmly refused. I'm not free. The 65892 system felt embarrassed and told Ning Shu not to take it to heart and to pretend that she didn't hear it. If you feel guilty, please support its master. Ning Shu was speechless. When did I feel guilty? This little loli is really, every time Ning Shu chatted with System 65892, he felt like a knife was stabbing his heart. There was no harm without comparison. However, Ning Shu did not expect 2333 to take care of him in every possible way. It was not impossible to communicate with others. After ending the chat with System 65892, Ning Shu opened it. It was a message from Mei Ziqing, whom he had not seen in a long time. Ning Shu, what's the matter, Mei Ziqing? Do you want to do a mission together? Ning Shu thought for a while and asked, what kind of mission is it, Mei Ziqing? It's a world of humans and humanoid weapons. Do you want to do it, humanoid weapons? What kind of strange world is this? His worldview was being refreshed every second. Ning Shu thought for a while, alright, I accept. But I need to wait for a while. I need to understand the law. Mei Ziqing, what law are you comprehending now? Ning Shu, water law. Mei Ziqing, I'm in Water City now. You can come. Ning Shu, okay. Ning Shu closed the chat system, distributed his 3 attribute points, and went to find Mei Ziqing. Name, Ning Shu. Age, 27 level, Super Mission Taker Points Plate, 1115. 10 million points for 1 point plate. Soul Points, 2 Health Points, 1 Wisdom, 21 Luck, 21 Charm, 1 Spirit, 2 Combat Points, 31 Aptitude, 2 Faith, 5090040000 Merit, 17330 Soul Strength, 204 Authorization Ticket, 1 Law Comprehended, none honorary titles, Goddess of War, Selfless Ancestor Items, Calm Halo, Tranquilizer, Faith Halo, Amulet 4, Upgraded Amulet 2. Skills, 5th Ring Shooting Technique, Intermediate Close Combat Technique, Intermediate Martial Arts, Intermediate Poison Technique, Beginner Business Management Knowledge, Beginner Code Programming, Beginner Lawyer Skill, Sage Ghost Catching Skill, Beginner Cooking Skill, Intermediate Embroidery Skill. Aura, Mother of the World Empress Blessing, Model Worker Sister Chen Shi's Blessing, Leader Aura Grass Blessing, Lifelong Friend Meow Meow Meow's Blessing. Blessing from Zhu Sun Yang, Blessing from Chen Ermiai, Blessing from Chen Ning, Blessing from Jasmine, Blessing from Bai San Yang, Blessing from Wang Ying, Blessing from Wang Ying. The Heart of Bravery. Ning Shu stood in the passage leading to the law space. After kneading the dough for a while, he stood on the bluestone slab of the law space. He felt that the person who created the space did not have a good sense of aesthetics. Every world space was the same. A barren aesthetic. Ning Shu opened the chat system and asked Mei Ziqing, where are you? Mei Ziqing, let's meet at the restaurant. Ning Shu went to the restaurant. When he arrived, Mei Ziqing was already there. Ning Shu waved at him. Ning Shu walked over and saw that Mei Ziqing was covered in water vapor, but he was not wet. Mei Ziqing must have improved his comprehension of the law space. Ning Shu sat opposite Mei Ziqing and said, you're much stronger than before. Mei Ziqing flicked his hair. Just a little bit of improvement. It's all accumulated over time. Sometimes, I feel defeated. You don't know this, but when I was comprehending the laws, a little imp beside me had an epiphany. I even had thoughts of killing myself. Mei Ziqing shook his head. I really wanted to kill that little imp. It destroyed my confidence. Ning Shu. It was indeed a blow. Sometimes, comparisons were odious. Ning Shu comforted Mei Ziqing. You're fine. I slept for a long time. Mei Ziqing. You're even weirder than me. How can you sleep like that? Mei Ziqing called the waiter and ordered some pastries. Ning Shu ordered 2 cups of hot drinks. As he drank, he asked, how did you find me for this mission? The background of the world is huge. 1 mission taker is useless. So it's better to have a few more, Mei Ziqing said. Ningxu nodded. Eat. Then you can comprehend the law, Mei Ziqing said. Ningxu nodded. The two left the restaurant and looked for a place to comprehend. Mei Ziqing comprehended some laws and found a place with stronger laws. Ningxu could not. Before he even walked in, he felt a strong pressure. Go ahead. I'll stay here, Ningxu said. Ningxu sat down and started comprehending the law. With his eyes closed, Ningxu felt like he was floating on the sea, wave after wave. F*ck, I want to sleep again. Ningxu pinched his thigh. F*ck, he sacrificed so much and risked his life to enter the law space. He did not come here to sleep. Ningxu was exasperated at himself for not living up to expectations. Ningxu straightened his back and earnestly comprehended the laws. In his ears, there seemed to be the sound of waves, the sound of dripping water, and the sound of surging tsunamis. The sound waves were nearly enough to shatter his heart. All kinds of sounds rang in Ningxu's ears. Then Ningxu fell asleep. She slept very soundly and did not need to think about anything. She swayed and did not seem to have any thoughts. She did not need to do anything. She just wanted to sleep like this. Well, to hell with comprehending. I want to sleep. Ningxu felt as if she was a fish swimming in the sea, incomparably happy. Then a wave hit and the fish was washed ashore. He jumped with all his might. Then Ningxu woke up. Ningxu was hugging a stone pillar by the side of the road. He was drooling as he slept. Fortunately, he was in his soul form. Otherwise, he would have been raped. Ningxu felt very lucky. Although Ningxu felt that he was overthinking. Mei Ziqing looked at Ningxu silently. Ningxu stood up and asked, "How long have I slept?" "I don't know. If you slept here in the Time City, you would have slept until you died. Or your soul would have been exhausted," Mei Ziqing said calmly. A well appeared on his forehead. "You said you were sleeping. I thought you were joking." "Ningxu, what can I do? I am also in despair. But there is some water vapor on your body." "You should have comprehended something," Mei Ziqing said. Ningxu looked at his body. "No, I didn't comprehend anything. To comprehend a law, you have to turn yourself into that law, merge with it, and then control it," Mei Ziqing said. "There is some water vapor on your soul. You should be starting to comprehend the law." "Ningxu, who knows what's going on? Could it be that one could comprehend the law while sleeping? That would be strange. If it was that easy, so many people would not have failed and chose to cultivate incantations instead of comprehending the law. Comprehending the laws is a very difficult process. It can only be done slowly. This depends on one's perception." Mei Ziqing patted Ningxu's shoulder and realized that his hand had sunk into Ningxu's shoulder. Mei Ziqing was speechless for a moment. He retracted his hand naturally and said, "Honestly, your soul is so weak right now. Is it hard for you to do missions?" "Ningxu, it's okay. One of the missions is too difficult, so my soul is like this. I can't do anything about it." Ningxu shrugged. "Can I do the mission now?" "Yes." Mei Ziqing disappeared first. Ningxu also told 2333 to go back. Ningxu hated the feeling of being pinched. It was mainly because his soul was weak that the feeling was strong. Every time he teleported, he felt like he was carsick. "Ningxu, I'm so empty. No, I'm so weak." Ningxu lay on the sofa. He heard the sound of the chatting system. Ningxu opened the chatting system to see who had sent a message. The chatting system was trash. With this thing, one would want to have fun. One would not be able to control the urge to chat with others. It was Mei Ziqing. She said that she would enter the plane first and asked Ningxu to prepare. Ningxu replied, "Be careful." She had to take it slow. Before every mission, she had to relax for a while. Ningxu opened the interface. He wanted to see what the client, Suzuru, would choose. Would she choose not to enter the palace or not? Ningxu looked at the screen. Suzuru was wearing a palace dress and sitting in the palace. There were many other women in the palace. They were all concubines. Sujuru's seat was in the middle. Her position was not high. The empress sat at the head of the table. She was talking about the rules of the harem. She said that she wanted to reduce the expenses of the harem, that the drought in Hanyang was serious, etc., but most of the concubines, especially those who sat in the front and had higher positions, had disapproving expressions. They obviously did not care about the empress. The empress's family background was not enough for her to be the empress. Without a strong maternal family, there was no one in the harem who could support her. Therefore, she did not have any dignity in front of the concubines in the imperial harem and did not take her words to heart. The empress clenched her fists and told the concubines to go back. These concubines stood up and bowed, then left the empress palace in twos and threes. Ningxu was not surprised that Suzuru would choose to enter the palace, because Suzuru really had no other choice. If she really hurt her body to avoid the selection, would the final result be better than entering the palace? It was difficult to have the best of both worlds. At the very least, in the palace, one would be dressed in brocade and surrounded by palace maids. What would one lose if they enjoyed these things? At least, compared to the commoners who relied on the heavens for food, their lives were much better. He wanted freedom, wealth, power, and love. He wanted everything. There was no such good thing in the world. You have to give up something to gain something. Ningxu believed that Suzuru would be able to survive in the harem. If she could survive in the brothel, she wouldn't be able to survive in this harem. She wouldn't be looked down upon and ruined by all kinds of men. She would have a noble status in the harem. Ningxu turned off the video. He hoped that Suzuru would have a safe life and survive the struggle in the harem. Ningxu took out a book from the bookshelf and read it. He flipped through it page by page. In the entire system space, there was only the sound of Ningxu flipping through the book. It felt a little peaceful. Ningxu read 10 lines at a glance. He finished reading the book and put it back on the bookshelf. Seeing the peerless martial arts on the bookshelf, Ningxu used his spiritual power to invade the peerless martial arts. There was chaos inside. There was nothing. It was pitch black, similar to the black hole on the wall. Ningxu withdrew his spiritual power. As long as he found the other world origins, he would be able to form a world. It would slowly form heaven and earth, mountains and rivers. Heaven and earth would have light, water, and black clothes. Slowly, creatures would be formed, and creatures would slowly evolve into all kinds of creatures. Ningxu's heart was filled with endless imagination, and his face was full of longing. Oh, my world, when he thought of this, Ningxu's heart was full of motivation. He felt that the world was full of love. She would always find the world origin. Ningxu sat on the sofa and asked 2333, has anyone summarized what plane the world origin appears in the most? Ningxu counted on his fingers. One world origin was found in the ancient plane, and the other was found in the magic world. Was it more likely for the world origin to appear in the fantasy world and the ancient world? That's not necessarily true. The world origin is originally the plane building the attributes it wants, and then accidentally producing one or two attributes. It can appear in any plane, or it can appear in many planes. But there are hundreds of millions of planes, countless planes. It's still possible to find 5 world origins. 2333 said. But if you want to find one world early, maybe the next world will have it. Maybe the next world won't have it. It's full of uncertainty. Ningxu was speechless. It was all luck to find this kind of thing. To search one plane after another, Ningxu didn't know how long it would take. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Ningxu pulled his hair. Can't you find out if a plane has a world origin in advance? Sorry, I don't have such an ability. Almost no one has such an ability to find out if a plane has a world origin. What, you want to take a shortcut now? 2333 said. Ningxu shrugged. Finding the world origin and completing the mission are both the same. How can you say that I'm taking a shortcut? Wouldn't it be better if I could find out the world origin? Sorry, I'm so incompetent. If the world was so easy to build, there wouldn't be so many task takers who didn't build a world. 2333 said with some sarcasm. Obviously, he was mocking Ningxu. Ningxu rolled his eyes. He didn't know what he said had hit 2333's glass heart, making 2333 have such a big reaction. You're the one who said that you're incompetent. He had just made the system, and now 2333 was throwing a tantrum. He hadn't even crossed the bridge, and he was already tearing it down. Ningxu felt that 2333's hormones were a little out of whack. Ningxu opened the exchange store and bought some fasting pills and water. These were things that could ensure survival. He could spend some points to exchange for them. These little things could be of great use. Eating these was better than eating garbage. They could prevent hunger and were hygienic. If he could make good use of them, why not? Ningxu asked 2333, you know what plane Mei Ziqing is talking about, right? Don't send it wrongly, 2333 replied, I've been locating it. It's done. Good, then let's go do the mission. Become Pifumai, marry Mr. Perfect, build a world, and do whatever he wanted. However, the process of teleportation made Ningxu Feiyang unhappy. Ningxu's soul was weak now, but now that they were in a high-level plane, it was as if Ningxu had been crushed during the teleportation. Her soul seemed to have been crushed into a piece of paper and stuffed into her body. It was simple and rough. It was really bitter. Ningxu opened her eyes and vomited. Transmigrating to this plane was even more uncomfortable than the previous ones. Was it more advanced than the high-level plane? Ningxu vomited. Someone patted her on the back and asked gently, what's wrong? Ningxu wiped her mouth with her sleeve and turned to see a man. This man had a head of neat black hair. Seeing Ningxu staring at him, his face turned red. Nicole, are you okay? Ningxu shook her head. I'm fine. Ningxu looked around and saw many corpses lying around. They were animals covered in white scales. They were very strange animals. Yes, there were monsters. Ningxu did not finish the plot and did not know the background of this world. What's wrong with you? The man asked Ningxu. Ningxu waved her hand. It's nothing. Let's rest for a while. Okay. The man nodded and took out something that looked like bread but also didn't look like bread for Ningxu. Ningxu tore the bread in half and gave half to the man. The man looked at Ningxu strangely. You eat it. I don't eat this. Ningxu saw the man's strange expression and did not know if she had done something taboo. She silently chewed on the bread. The man patted Ningxu's back. Slow down. Be careful not to choke. You just vomited. Eat slowly. Ningxu nodded and swallowed the coarse bread. She began to receive the plot. This was a world of people and weapons, and the man beside her was a weapon. Ningxu was speechless. The man had a crossbow. It was a long-range weapon. The weapon was a kind of fruit that the moon tree bore. When it matured, people would pick it and sign a contract. After the contract was formed, the contract runes would appear on both parties' bodies. Of course, this kind of contract could be cancelled, and the weapon and the person could cooperate for a short period of time. Weapons could turn into humans, but they ate a kind of wild beast called the Luna beast. As long as the weapon hunted these beasts, it would be able to obtain energy. Some weapons could work with humans to hunt Luna beasts for food. Weapons could only be used by humans, and only weapons could kill Luna beasts. The two relied on each other and resisted each other. The weapons looked down on the weak bodies of humans. However, they could only be used by humans to kill the Luna beasts. Although weapons could transform into humans, no one would treat weapons as humans because they were of different races. Weapons could be enjoyed like humans, but female weapons couldn't get pregnant, and male weapons couldn't make human women pregnant. Ningxu guessed that it might be the separation of birth and reproduction. Furthermore, weapons couldn't taste human food because they didn't have a sense of taste. Instead, it would affect them to a certain extent. It was actually a weapon, but it was rusty and blunt. That was why the man felt a little strange when Ningxu gave him bread. The moon tree, the moon beast. No one knew why they had such names. The weapons in this world were dazzling. Male, female, single, double, multiple, of course, they could transform into humans, twins, multiple births. There were so many weapons that it was unimaginable. bows, crossbows, spears, staffs, knives, swords, spears, shields, axes, halberds, maces, whips, maces, hammers, forks, palladium, dagger axes. There were also all kinds of hidden weapons. Other than that, there were also guns, cannons. Weapons were divided into long-range, close-range, and defensive weapons. There were all kinds of weapons. This was a world where weapons, humans, and Luna beasts existed. Luna beasts grew up eating all kinds of ores. They especially liked to attack the moon tree that could produce weapons. Weapons relied on hunting Luna beasts for food. It was really a circle. Similarly, Luna beasts were also a very dangerous existence to humans. When Luna beasts grew to a certain extent, they could release laser cannons. Luna beasts would also attack human cities according to the moon's cycle. Without the Luna beasts, the weapons would not be of any use to him. Of course, there were also weapons that were born with good conditions. They didn't need humans to help them hunt. They were sought after by humans and worshipped by weapons. Other than weapons, humans, Luna beasts, and Luna beasts, there was another type of weapon. Some weapons were abused, defiled, and treated cruelly by their owners. They chose to become evil. Their hearts were twisted and filled with hatred. They drank their owner's blood and ate their owner's flesh to break free from their restraints. These weapons were called depraved weapons. The person who commissioned them was called Nicole. She was a martial master. Actually, she wasn't really a martial master because she didn't have enough money to use the weapons. Weapons also needed money. If she had money, she could let humans use the weapons to hunt. She didn't need to choose a fixed contract with a human. Some weapons were free. If she was hungry, she could spend some money to let the martial master use the weapons to hunt. Nicole didn't have any weapons. She found a crossbow in a garbage dump. The garbage dump was filled with dead weapons. They were either destroyed or had lost their value. They were left here to survive. Without humans to hunt, the weapons would only starve to death. The crossbow was full of wounds. Nicole found it. It was the black-haired man's crossbow, Lar. The crossbow was originally a deadly weapon. It was a small crossbow, a long-range weapon. If it stood too far away, it wouldn't be lethal enough. If it stood too close, it would be easy for the enemy to get close to it. In short, it was a useless weapon. A martial master didn't only have one weapon. They also had weapons for long-range attacks. They cooperated with each other. However, Nicole and Lar, a poor martial master and a weapon that was reborn from a garbage dump, struggled to survive in this dangerous world. They worked hard to save money and supported each other. Lar asked Nicole to find another weapon, a fire stick. However, Nicole didn't want to. They had feelings for each other, but Lar felt inferior. He felt that Nicole deserved better. Lar was dealt with because he had some flaws. He could give up his life for Nicole and protect her. However, he didn't have the guts to accept Nicole's feelings. It was rare for a relationship between a human and a weapon to end well. Weapons wouldn't age and had a limited lifespan. They couldn't give humans a complete family. Maybe it was a temporary relationship. In the end, humans would still spend their lives with other humans. What's more, humans actually looked down on weapons. If a person spent his life with a weapon, he would be laughed at. Lar was grateful to Nicole for not letting him die in the garbage dump. Like a knight, he protected Nicole courteously and loyally. Even if Nicole became stronger later on, she still didn't have any other weapons. She only had a contract with Lar. The other weapons were only temporary. Lar felt that he had delayed Nicole. When the Luna beast attacked the city again, he blocked the attack for Nicole and became half-crippled. With Nicole's help, Lar managed to survive, but no one knew who killed him. Nicole was dumbfounded. She saw Lar turn into a pile of scrap. His arrows were broken and his body was split in half. The person she liked was dead. Nicole was in pain. She hugged Lar's body and refused to let go. The lumps of iron were rusty and lifeless. Weapons gathered around Nicole. They wanted to contract with her. Nicole wiped her tears. She had to find the person who killed Lar. Even if Nicole didn't like Lar, she was still obligated to find Bowler's murderer and avenge him. But when Nicole was investigating, she was killed. She didn't know who killed her or why they wanted to kill her. Was the person who killed her the same as Lar? Nicole's wish was to keep Lar alive. She didn't say that she liked Lar. Lars blocked the attack on Nicole's behalf. Wasn't that just asking for death? Xianxia was speechless. Why did love have to be labeled with so many labels? You're a human and I'm a weapon. We won't be happy together. I'm too weak. I was picked up from the trash. I don't deserve you. Good love will make you better and more adorable. Xianxia chewed on his bread and thought. This mission was to keep Lar alive. Also, he didn't know who killed Lar and Nicole. 2 missions. Where was Mei Ziqing now? Lar passed Xianxia a bowl of water. It was freshly fetched from the river. He boiled it and let it warm before passing it to Xianxia. He was such a considerate man. They met in the most difficult times of their lives. They were willing to risk their lives for each other. However, it didn't end well. Xianxia took the bowl and drank the water. The coarse bread was harsh on his throat. Drinking some water made him feel better. Xianxia looked at Lar. He didn't understand. He dared to die. Why couldn't he accept the feelings of the person who entrusted him? Was it so unbearable to come out of the garbage? I've even eaten garbage before. Archer Lar had a head of black hair. His bangs covered his eyes, making him look a little gloomy. He wore simple and neat clothes. There were fine scars on his face. These scars were very shallow and old. They were not only on his face, but also on his body. Scars from weapons would appear on his body. Seeing Xianxia staring at him, Lars lowered his head and said, "Let's find a safe place to rest." Xianxia nodded. "Whatever you say." Larvi put the empty bowl back into his body. Xianxia was surprised, but his expression did not change. "Master," Lars said thoughtfully, "our weapons all have a small space." Xianxia was surprised. "Can I have a look?" Lar began to take off his clothes. Xianxia looked at him with an adorable expression. Lar hurriedly explained, "Master, I have to take off my clothes to show you." Xianxia nodded calmly. Lar took off his clothes. His body was full of scars. Lar immediately regretted taking off his clothes. What if she saw all the scars on his body and got scared? However, Lar still opened his chest. It was dark inside. Xianxia calmly walked over. The space was not big. He leaned in and saw some things neatly placed inside. There were bowls, chopsticks, hair rings, and a thumb-sized Luna Beast core in the corner. There were people who collected these cores, but they didn't know what they were used for. Every time they killed a Luna Beast, Lar would look for the core in its body. "It's very neat. You must be a little OCD. Everything had to be placed in a specific place." Lar put on his clothes and said, "These are the things you need, Master. They have to be placed in a proper place." Xianxia was speechless. "But can you keep all the hair in the hairband and put it in there?" Not bad, Xianxia complimented. He didn't care about the scars on Lar's body. Lar heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Xianxia didn't notice the scars on his body. These scars weren't from merit. They were from a weapon that hadn't been maintained in time. It was a weapon that wasn't cared about in the past. Xianxia and Lar found a place and built a simple tent with large leaves. Both of them were smeared with the smell of weeds that the Luna Beasts hated. When night fell, there were 3 blood-red moons in the sky. 3 moons, Xianxia was very calm. He had seen 10 suns before. 3 moons were nothing. The 2 of them huddled together. Xianxia was bored to death. He flipped through the manual of Lar in his mind. It wasn't a manual. Every weapon was born with various martial arts techniques. Using the martial arts techniques would teach the user how to use the weapon. The higher the level of the weapon, the more martial arts techniques it would have. For example, Lar didn't have many martial arts techniques. Xianxia's body was circulating the ultimate martial arts technique. However, Xianxia cursed in his heart. There was very little spiritual energy in this plane. He thought that there would be a lot of spiritual energy. Xianxia stealthily formed hand seals and set up a yawn gathering array in the surroundings. "I'm going to sleep." You should rest too, Ningxu said to Lar. You sleep. I'll watch over you. It's dangerous at night, Lar said in a low voice. In the darkness, his eyes couldn't be seen. In addition, his bangs were covering his eyes. Ningxu nodded. You've had a hard time. Ningxu started to cultivate. However, she was stunned. She realized that she wasn't absorbing the power of the sun. Instead, it was a strange substance. It was fusing into her energy center. Ningxu had an adorable look on her face. What the hell was that? Where was the power of the sun? As these substances accumulated in his dantian, a vast starry sky was formed in his dantian. Ningxu was speechless. How did she absorb the power of the stars? Why did she absorb the power of the stars? Was it because there were 3 moons in this world? Ningxu was just guessing. Who knew what the power of the stars was? This substance had never appeared in the previous world. No wonder they were called moon trees and moon beasts. Did they absorb the power of the stars? A new kind of power had appeared, but Ningxu still did not know how to use it. Lar was guarding Ningxu diligently and checking if there were any moon beasts around. Many moon beasts were moving towards Ningxu. Maybe it was because of the power of the stars. Master, something is approaching. Lar quickly woke Ningxu up. Ningxu stretched out his hand. Lar turned into a crossbow and appeared in Ningxu's hand. When the weapon appeared in his hand, Ningxu couldn't help but take a second look. The crossbow was completely black. There were scratches on it. Even the arrowhead was missing half of its body. When he held it in his hand, he felt as if he was connected to fate. The area between his thumb and forefinger was slightly warm. It was the totem that was formed by the contract between the two of them. The crossbow vibrated slightly. Ningxu released his mental strength. Many Luna beasts were approaching them. Ningxu took the initiative to attack. He raised the crossbow and shot at a strange-looking Luna beast. Ningxu aimed at the Luna beast's eyes. This Luna beast was covered in yellowish-white scales. Its defense should be very strong. Its eyes should be its weakness. Ningxu pulled the thumb ring on the crossbow. The short arrow flew out at high speed, creating a whistling sound as it traveled through the air. This speed was amazing. The arrow accurately pierced into the Luna beast's eye. The Luna beast writhed in pain and rushed toward Ningxu. Ningxu raised the crossbow again and shot at the Luna beast's other eye. The Luna beast was completely blinded. It was spinning in circles on the ground. It kept crashing into the trees around it. Lar transformed into his human form. He grabbed Ningxu's hand and said anxiously, "There are too many of them. Let's run first." Lar dragged Ningxu and ran. His hands were trembling. Ningxu looked at Lar, who was running with him. His hair was split in the middle by the wind. There was more than one scar on his forehead. As Lar was running, he suddenly stopped and took out some herbal juice from his body and smeared it on Ningxu's body. Ningxu said, "Don't panic. There shouldn't be any Luna beasts behind us." Lar looked up at the sky, and Ningxu looked up as well. Then, she felt like she was a little cute. There seemed to be 4 moons in the sky. One of them was not very obvious. "Can you tell me how many moons there are in the sky?" Lar whispered. "Master, we should go to the town now. When there are 5 moons in the sky, the Luna beasts will start to attack. It is very dangerous in the wild. Furthermore, there are many martial masters in the town. When the Luna beasts attack the city, these martial masters will be there to defend against them. Also, there are many weapons in the town." "Master, you can choose better ones," Lar said. "This is the best for you." Ningxu shrugged. "I don't have money. I don't think they'll let me use those weapons. Besides, I'm just a weakling. I still need your protection. If you don't have me, I will starve to death. Just like in the past, I was so hungry that I turned into my original form. If I don't have you, I will be torn apart by the Luna beast." Ningxu said directly, "It's a good weapon if it's useful. Why are you thinking so much? I've even eaten garbage, moldy food. Who doesn't have a dazed past? You think I deserve better, but the question is, can I really find one?" There were some things that needed to be said. It was tiring to be too sensitive. Both Nicole and Lar kept everything to themselves. I'll treat you well, but I won't tell you anything that hurts me. Xianxia wasn't like that. I'm not happy. I'm not comfortable with you doing this. Xianxia said directly. If I hurt you, it's none of my business. There's nothing wrong with revealing your bottom line. Both of them carefully tested each other. Like snails, they stretched out their feelers and then retracted them after touching each other. Lar suddenly didn't know what to say. He asked, "Are you that poor?" Poor. Lar didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he felt a little relieved. He was terrified. He had met this woman at the end of his life. He wanted to protect her, but he was worried that he wasn't strong enough. He was originally a waste product waiting for his death. He had already accepted this fate. But now, fate had taken a turn. He was terrified. I'm a defective product, and my abilities are of little value. Let's cancel our contract, Lar said. However, in his heart, he was desperately saying, don't cancel it, don't cancel it, don't cancel it. Xianxia looked at Lar from the corner of his eyes. He deliberately said some demeaning words to drive him away. He was also silently testing whether the other party would really leave. It was like a girl posting a selfie on her moments and saying that she was very, very ugly. What she said wasn't really ugly. What Lar said wasn't his true thoughts at all. He felt inferior and awkward. What should Xianxia say? To be honest, it was quite tiring to get along with such a person, but Lar was absolutely loyal. Xianxia pondered for a moment. So? That's why you should find a powerful weapon, a normal weapon, not a useless piece of trash like me. Lar's hair covered his eyes. Under the blood-red moonlight, his face couldn't be seen clearly. Xianxia rolled his eyes. You want me to find a powerful weapon, but do you think I have the ability to make a powerful weapon like me? I can protect you. I can protect you until you find a powerful weapon. Believe me, there are weapons that are willing to form a contract with you, Lar said. Xianxia, Lar was really sensitive and fragile. Nicole was a ray of light in his life. He was both lucky and fearful. How should she answer Lar? Xianxia organized his words and looked at Lar's blurry face. Without me, what will you do? My fate is on the right track. Dying silently is my destiny, Lar said with his head lowered. Xianxia, Lar had a glass heart. Xianxia said, Lar, I can't live without you. Xianxia raised his hand. There was a black circle mark between his thumb and forefinger. This was the mark of the contract. You're always worrying about things that haven't happened yet. You're making yourself sad because of things that haven't happened yet. We're companions. Please don't say such things in the future. Lar and Nicole really had a hard time loving each other. Nicole refused to accept other weapons because of him, but Lar felt that he was blocking Nicole's path. Both of them were in pain because they wanted to sacrifice themselves. Damn. Xianxia face-bombed. He was really heartbroken. He was so conflicted. Xianxia just wanted to complete the mission quickly. Young man, let's just say what we have to say. You can say that you'll only have me as your weapon in the future. Or, if you want to form a contract with other weapons, you must get my permission. It's not that I can't say these things. Xianxia spread his hands. Since we've formed a contract, we're responsible for each other's lives. Lar was silent. Well, he didn't expect a child who lay beside his companions' corpses to have any normal thoughts. He was very humble and sensitive. Xianxia felt a little tired. Life was short, so why not be more optimistic? It was important to find joy in the midst of pain. Young man, Lar looked up. If you have new companions, you can't abandon me. Lar had used up all the courage he had in his life to say that he could not abandon him. Xianxia nodded. I know. We are partners. I will not abandon you. That's how it should be. Tell me what is on your mind. If you don't speak, I won't know what you are thinking. No matter how much he guessed, he might not be able to get it right. If he kept it to himself, it would explode sooner or later. Both Nicole and Lar had been enduring silently. They had thought for each other and sacrificed for each other in the way they thought was right. but in the end, both of them had died. If it had been Ning Shu, he would not have let out a fart. He would have beaten the fart out of you with a stick. Once he opened his mouth, he would talk. He did not have a glib tongue, but he would still say what he needed to say. Otherwise, he would not have a mouth. Repeat what you just said, Ning Shu said to Bao Lar. It is not up to you to decide whether you are strong or not. As long as I think you are strong, that is enough. You are an individual. Do not compare yourself to other weapons. Who did not start off weak and stumble their way to where they were now, heroes did not care about their origins. Even if they came from a garbage dump or a recycling bin, so what? They could still make a comeback in life. Even if Crossbow Lar were to explain these grand principles, it would be of no use. Bao Lar opened his mouth and repeated, if you have a new partner, you can't abandon me. Ning Shu nodded. Very well. Ning Shu and Bao Lar talked under the blood-red moonlight. They were more open to each other. Living in this world, there were no misfortunes or hardships. Everyone had their troubles. What could they do? They could only find joy in the midst of misery. A Luna beast came towards them. Ning Shu laughed heartily. Lar. Lar immediately turned into Bao Lar. Ning Shu held the Bao Lar and shot an arrow at the Luna beast's eyes. Golden liquid spurted out from the Luna beast's eyes. The Luna beast roared in pain. Ning Shu rushed over. Ning Shu jumped up and kicked the Luna beast's chin. The Luna beast was flipped over. Bao Lar was speechless. Ning Shu leaped onto the back of the Luna beast and shot an arrow at its head. The black short arrow pierced through the yellow-white scales and pierced through the Luna beast's head. The Luna beast whimpered and fell to the ground. The crossbow in his hand transformed into a human form. Ning Shu's Bao Lar raised his hand. Bao Lal looked at Ning Shu in confusion. Ning Shu said, in the future, every time we kill a Luna beast, every time we overcome a challenge, we will high-five to celebrate. Bao Lar hesitated for a moment before raising his hand to slap Ning Shu's palm. Other than the high-five, we have to record the number of Luna beasts we have killed every day and how many Luna beasts we have escaped from in a month. Ning Shu's Bao Lar said. Life was precious, and the idea of sacrificing oneself for others was terrifying in Ning Shu's eyes. Humans are selfish. It's normal to love oneself. If one doesn't even love or cherish oneself, how can one love others? Maybe it's love, but think about how miserable and desperate it must be to live. In fact, Ning Shu wanted to say that the pain of love was because the person you loved was wrong. However, Nicole had just picked up Bao Lar. She should be able to correct Bao Lar's temperament. In this hazy relationship, both of them were in the wrong. Being honest was the best solution. I won't say this, but you should understand my efforts. Oh, what do I understand? I can't read minds. Bao Lar said, I don't have a notebook, but I can remember it. Oh, then keep it in mind. Bao Lar nodded and took out his arrow. He cut open the Luna beast's head and found a thumb-sized beast core. This Luna beast was a creature without intelligence. It reproduced like locusts. Bao Lar wiped the beast core clean and placed it in his body. The moonlight tonight was exceptionally red. It was as if the ground was dyed in a layer of blood. It was extremely horrifying. Let's go to the town now. Ning Shu released his spirit to check if there were any Luna beasts around. Follow behind me, Ning Shu said to the young man. Bao Lar said, I should be the one protecting you. Let's protect each other. Everything he saw was red. Ning Shu felt that his eyes were blurry as if there was a layer of red cloth covering them. He could not help but rub his eyes. Ning Shu took a detour when his spirit came into contact with the Luna beast. Bao Lar smeared some wild grass juice on Ning Shu's body. There was a fishy smell. It was unpleasant. It was quite far from the town. They would not be able to reach it in a short period of time. Under the influence of Bloody, the Luna beast was a little restless. Nobody knew if it was excited or not. Bao Lar said, shall we take a break? Ning Shu nodded. Sure, let's go up the tree. It was a good idea to lie down on the tree branch. Ning Shu hugged the tree and climbed up. With her strength, with a stomp of her foot, she would definitely be able to step on the tree trunk and reach the top. However, Ningxu estimated that Bao Lar had a fragile heart of glass. Since you're so powerful, you should look for a powerful weapon. Sometimes, you don't have the same rhythm. That's how tough it is. Seeing Ningxu climb up the tree, Bao Lar carried Ningxu up the tree. The tree then let go of Ningxu. Ningxu found a thick tree branch and lay down. His legs were swinging in the air. Ningxu saw Bao Lar staring at him. You should take a break too. Don't pull a long face all day. Bao Lar sat down. His fringe covered his eyes. There was a tiny glow in his eyes as he looked at Ningxu through his fringe. What are you looking at? Ningxu asked. She was the one who asked him to save her, not her. It wouldn't do to break up this marriage. You seem. Bao Lar stuttered a little. He was afraid that Ningxu would be angry and didn't dare to speak. Just say what you want to say. Say it. Ningxu hung his legs on the tree branch, swinging leisurely. You seem different, Bao Lar said. The one who picked him up at the recycling bin was a shy girl. She would thank him in a soft voice and blush. But this girl was calm and leisurely, mature and wise. She wouldn't say those words before. Bao Lar really wanted to say, "Give me back my girl." Ningxu sat up. It's the same. It's different, Bao Lar said weakly. How is it different? Ningxu looked at him from the corner of his eyes. This gaze was different. This tone, this was not his girl. It's really different. Bao Lar felt his heart tremble. Ningxu nodded. That's right. If you have anything to say, just say it. Bao Lar, why did you suddenly become like this? I'm Nicole's other personality, Ningxu said calmly as he flipped his hair. Bao Lar looked at Ningxu with a puzzled face. He clearly didn't understand what Ningxu was saying. It was really pitiful. Ningxu explained, the body is like a house. There's only one person in your body, but there are two in mine. Understand? Bao Lol's face flushed red. Can you tell me the secret? When will the other Nicole appear? Bao Lol asked. Ningxu spread his hands. I don't know about that. Maybe tomorrow, maybe a year. We won't know of each other's existence. But you know, Bao Lol said weakly. Ningxu tilted his head. That's because I'm smarter. Bao Lol really wanted to say, you're much more evil than a maiden. Bao Lol stared at Ningxu. Ningxu resisted the urge to roll his eyes. What now? You're clearly the same person. Why do you feel different? Bao Lol asked curiously. Ningxu suddenly realized that Bao Lol was developing in the direction of being a chatterbox. But talking more was better than not talking at all. Even if the face is the same, the temperament is different. It's definitely different. Nicole was now only a 13-year-old girl. The feeling of a maiden was very strong. With Ningxu's age, it was still a little difficult to pretend to be a maiden. If I can't pretend to be a maiden, I'll pretend to be my other personality. What can you do to me? I'm a schizophrenic. Ningxu bullied Bao Lol for his lack of knowledge. Bao Lol was a little dazed. Looking at Ningxu's leisurely appearance, he asked, do you know that Nicole picked me up? I don't know. I saw you when I woke up. Although I don't know where you came from, Nicole acknowledged you. I can't say anything. Without being Nicole, Ningxu found that he was much more relaxed. Bao Lol pursed his lips tightly. I know I'm very weak. I can't protect Nicole well. Ningxu was speechless. F***ck, he hit his glass hard again. People like Bao Lol were really pitiful and hateful. He was always blaming himself. Sometimes he was a little one-track minded. You had to be careful not to say anything that would make him sad. To be honest, it was quite tiring. Can you stop saying such things? It doesn't matter if I'm weak or strong. We're in the same boat now. Ningxu felt that his mouth was dry from talking. I'm sorry. Bao Lar lowered his head and apologized. Ningxu couldn't see his face again. Lar, can you look at me when you talk? Ningxu asked. Look into my eyes. Bao Lar raised his head and looked into Ningxu's eyes. Ningxu nodded. I don't want to preach to you. Even if we are weak, we can still straighten our backs. We didn't do anything wrong. Ningxu leaned on a tree branch and said. To Bao Lar, repeat after me, I, Bao Lar, am the best. Bao Lol's face turned red as he waved his hands. I'm just a weapon from a garbage recycling station. Can you forget about the recycling station? Why did he always get hung up on such unimportant things? What's wrong with the recycling station? Can you just pretend that you've come back to life and come back to life? Bao Lol, I want a girl, Bao Lol said in a voice as soft as a mosquito. I, Bao Lol, am the best. Ningxu didn't make him shout anymore. True strength was the strength of one's heart and spirit. It wasn't something that could be made strong by shouting a slogan. I'll rest for a while. Ningxu said. Then he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. What he absorbed was still bits and pieces of the power of the stars. They surged into his dantian, causing it to become deep and dark. There were bits and pieces of starlight arranged there. Well, after the power of the fiery sun, he could absorb another thing. However, her dragon was gone. Bao Lol looked around warily. Seeing that Ningxu had fallen asleep, he lifted the strands of hair in front of his forehead and looked at Ningxu. His gaze was so hot that Ningxu felt uncomfortable. Ningxu opened his eyes and met Bao Lol's gaze. Bao Lol immediately let go of his bangs and lowered his head. He looked a little uneasy. Ningxu felt that he should pretend to be Bao Lol's mother-in-law. Become Nicole's mother and teach her son-in-law, Bao Lol, so fierce. Want a girl, why are you looking at me? Ningxu asked. Bao Lol had a premonition that he was going to tell the truth. He might get beaten up. Ningxu asked again, do you like my other personality? I don't. I really don't. Bao Lol hurriedly waved his hands and explained with a pale face. He lost his balance and fell from the tree. Ningxu chuckled. You can only repay the kindness of saving your life with your body. There's nothing wrong with you liking her. Bao Lol liked the girl who saved him. She was soft and shy, a girl that he wanted to protect with all his might. Bao Lol climbed up the tree. It's impossible for a human to be with a weapon. TSK, here we go again. Why do you need to label her? Besides, it wasn't like they couldn't have sex. Once feelings were felt, they would naturally communicate. Ningxu stretched and closed his eyes to cultivate. The next day, Ningxu followed Bao Lol into the city. He seemed to be going to a shop to sell the beast cores he found. After getting only 1 silver coin, Ningxu sent Bao Lol to the weapon maintenance center for maintenance. At the very least, he wanted to remove all the scars on his body. A body full of scars and bangs covering his eyes. No matter how one looked at it, he was full of depression. Don't spend this money. You humans need food. All the money is used for maintenance. Do you still have money to buy food? Bao Lol refused. At the door of the maintenance center, Ningxu kicked Bao Lol in. He paid the bill and waited outside. A silver coin was exchanged for a few copper coins. Ningxu put away the copper coins. Earning money was too damn difficult. Ningxu sat on the steps, propping up his chin and looking at the people coming and going in front of him. There were warriors, beautiful weapons, men and women. When Bao Lol came out, the scars on his face were gone. His hair was cut short, revealing his obsidian eyes. Bao Lol shyly moved over to Ningxu. Ningxu squinted and asked, "Who are you?" Bao Lol was a little petrified. "I'm Lol." "Don't worry, I'm just kidding." "Of course, I know you are Lol." Ningxu sized Bao Lol up and kept staring at him. Bao Lol's face turned red. "You look more energetic," Ningxu said. Then, Ningxu and Bao Lol strolled on the streets. Master." Bao Lol looked hesitant. Ningxu said, "What's the matter? Tell me." "I want to buy a book to record the Luna beasts I kill every day," Bao Lol said. Ningxu nodded. "Okay, so just tell me what you want. If you don't tell me, I won't know what you are thinking." "Oh, I know. What do you want, master?" Bao Lol asked. Since his master wanted to be honest, he had to ask his master what he wanted. Ningxu smiled and said, "Take a guess." Bao Lar was speechless. Why did it feel like it was a one-sided confession? Ningshu spent some money and bought a book for Bao Lar. Bao Lar kept the book and smiled. There was no scar on his face, and his eyes were curved. This was the first time Ningshu saw Bao Lar smile. Ningshu and Bao Lar did not have the money to buy a house, so they slept on the streets. They found a roof that could shelter them from the rain. Bao Lar felt very guilty and directly said that he had caused Ningshu to suffer. Ningshu only said, "This is not your responsibility. There's no need to blindly pin everything on yourself. You are taking responsibility even though it's not your responsibility." "Stupid," Ningshu said as he rolled his eyes. Bao Lar said, "I want the girl." Bao Lar did not dare to say such words again. Ningshu and Lars lived a life of hardship and living in the open. When there were 5 blood-red moons in the sky, the Luna beasts started to attack. All the warriors and weapons in the town participated in the defense. Ningshu was not strong enough, so he could only kill a few Luna beasts. The battle only ended when the sun was about to rise. Ningshu raised his hand and wanted to high-five Bao Lar. There were many people around. Bao Lar felt awkward. When he saw Ningshu raise his hand, he reached out and gave Ningshu a high five. Again. "This is our victory ceremony. Be serious. We survived again." Ningshu raised his hand. Bao Lar pursed his lips and high-fived Ningshu. "Pa." It was loud and clear. Bao Lar took out a pen and a book and wrote down a number. "How many Luna beasts did we kill today?" Ningshu went over and asked. Bao Lar tilted his head and said, 18. "Not bad. We survived and even killed 18 Luna beasts." Ningshu clasped his hands behind his back and said with a smile. Ningshu sold the beast cores he had obtained and bought some coarse bread. He squatted at the foot of the wall with the crossbowman Lar, waiting for tomorrow to find Mei Ziqing. Ningshu said to 2333 in his mind, "Talk to Mei Ziqing's system and ask him where he is right now." "Oh," 2333 said. After a while, he said, they replied that they are in Kahilda. Ningshu went to buy a map of Casilda and studied it carefully. Bao Lar watched from the side and asked, "Where are you going?" "Casilda town," Ningshu answered without raising his head. Ningshu confirmed the route and bought enough coarse bread. Even if he had the fasting pill, he wouldn't be able to use it. It was normal for weapons to not eat for a few days, but it was strange for Ningshu not to eat. Crossbow Ral stuffed the object into his body. The next day, Ningshu and Bao Lar embarked on their journey to Casilda town. Along the way, they killed many Luna beasts. 5 Luna beasts today. There are quite a lot of Luna beasts today. There are actually 10 of them. Master, we seem to be lost. We seem to be walking on this road. Get lost. I am not a person who will get lost. Let me look at the map. Ningshu and Bao Lar stood in front of Casilda town. Their bodies were dirty and bitter. Casilda town was huge and prosperous. The people here wore luxurious clothes. The people who came and went did not have a sense of superiority. Bao Lar tugged at his clothes and asked, "What are you doing here?" As a weapon, he could feel that there were many powerful weapons in this town. "Tell Mei Ziqing that I'm already at the city gate," Ningshu Chao said to 2333. After a while, he replied, "Mei Ziqing is coming over to look for you. Stand there and don't move." "What's wrong with you?" Ningshu asked. "Your friend's system is really unfriendly. We don't get along very well," 2333 said. Ningshu squinted. "How so?" "I just said, hey, my mission enforcer is looking for your mission enforcer." Ningshu did not believe it. "That's it?" "I just said, hurry up and tell your master." Then he started acting weird. Ningshu was speechless. "Go to hell, don't you know how to be polite?" Ordering your subordinates around, Ningshu sat down and waited for Mei Ziqing to come out. Crossbow Carl asked Ningshu, "Aren't you going in?" "I'm waiting for someone." Ningshu took out some coarse bread and ate it. Lar passed Ningshu a glass of water. Ningshu took a sip. A luxurious carriage drove out of the city and stopped. A handsome red-haired guy came down from the carriage. Ningshu stared at him. He was very handsome, but the color of his hair was probably something that only weapons could have. Another man came down from the carriage. 5 handsome men came down from the carriage in succession. A fair hand reached out from the carriage and touched the man's hand. A woman came down from the carriage. The woman looked around and hesitated when she saw Ningxu. Ningxu walked over. The 5 men surrounded the woman. Ningxu walked over, surrounded by a group of handsome men. Ningxu stood up and patted the breadcrumbs off his body. I'm 2333, Ningxu said. You're here. Mei Ziqing smiled and looked at the crossbow beside Ningxu. These are my weapons. Ningxu was speechless. Damn, so many handsome men. Jealous. And Mei Ziqing's client was really beautiful. Jealous. Crossbow Lar was a little uncomfortable. Facing these weapons, the inferiority complex in his bones began to act up again. He leaned against Ningxu. Ningxu said, these are my weapons. Mei Ziqing pulled Ningxu to the side and asked, what's your mission this time? 2. Make sure the weapons don't die. Ningxu looked at Crossbow Lar. Mei Ziqing's 5 weapons stood together, and Crossbow Lar stood on the other side. The 2 sides were clearly separated. It was very quiet and did not speak. Other than this mission? Mei Ziqing asked. The friction between humans and weapons is the greatest grievance, especially the blackened weapons. My client is dead. Naturally, I have to find the person who killed her, Ningxu said. Now he realized that this mission was a little difficult. Crossbow Lar was sensitive and had an inferiority complex. He was the biggest problem. Crossbow Lar had to bear most of the responsibility for Nicole and Bao Lar's ending. What's your mission? Ningxu asked. Mei Ziqing was speechless. My client was killed by 5 weapons. All 5 weapons are blackened? Ningxu was surprised. This kind of collective blackening is rare. Ningxu was gloating. Beauty was disaster. He was not at all jealous of being surrounded by so many handsome men. What kind of infuriating thing had they done to cause all 5 weapons to turn black and kill their users? Ningxu asked. Did you enslave them and not pay them? Did they turn evil and kill your client? Mei Ziqing rolled his eyes. The client's family doesn't lack money. Then what's the reason? Are you guys 6p? Ningxu rubbed his chin and guessed. Scram. Mei Ziqing rolled his eyes. Then did you have sex with the weapons? Ningxu shrugged. How is that possible? Exactly. You didn't even have sex with them. I want to have sex with all 5 of them. How can you think of something like that? Mei Ziqing realized that the topic was heading in a strange direction and quickly changed the topic. Why do you only have 1 weapon? The client only wants 1 weapon. What can I do? Ningxu said. What's your mission? Find out why the spear class killed the client. The client loves the spear class, Mei Ziqing said. Ningxu squinted. Why did they keep talking about love? Your client must have done something to cause all of them to turn evil. Ningxu rubbed his chin and pondered. Could it be that they all like you and no one can have you all to themselves? So they decided to share you and eat your flesh? Mei Ziqing, you are so perverted. Even if they all like you, you can still have sex. Ningxu squinted. The weapons will eat their owner's flesh when they turn evil. No matter what, they will eat your flesh. Could it be that they love each other and you, the user, stopped them? Ningxu speculated. Mei Ziqing, who is the spear class? Ningxu asked Mei Ziqing. Mei Ziqing pointed at a red-haired man. Although this man had flamboyant red hair, his expression was cold. He didn't look like someone easy to get along with. Mei Ziqing's client liked this type of weapon. Then what do you think caused the 5 weapons to turn evil? Ningxu asked Mei Ziqing. Mei Ziqing was also puzzled. I counted with my fingers. The client was fine with her weapon, but there was no lack of money. There's no such thing as a weapon that can torture itself. Why would it torture and kill its client? Mei Ziqing face-bombed. God knows. She didn't even know who killed her client and crossbow Ral. Ningxu sighed, feeling that this was really difficult. On the other side, Bao Lars felt goosebumps all over his body as he kept moving away from the 5 weapons. He saw Ningxu and the woman he had just met huddled together and talking nonstop. I don't have a place to stay. Let's go to your house, Ningxu said. Okay. Mei Ziqing nodded and returned to the center of the 5 handsome men, surrounded by them. Yep, Ningxu was jealous again. There were so many handsome men. Mei Ziqing got on the carriage. The carriage isn't big enough. You can walk to my house. Ningxu was speechless. She must be holding a grudge against him for mentioning her 6p. The 5 handsome men got on the carriage and it drove away. Bao Lars let out a sigh of relief and asked, do you still know such rich friends? Yep, I do. Ningxu strode toward the city. Bao Lars lowered his head and followed beside Ningxu. Your friend's weapons are all so powerful. They were so powerful that he could be suppressed just by standing beside them, let alone in a fight. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Ningxu didn't care and said, others are others. I'm not as rich as my friends. I didn't say anything. There are too many powerful people in the world. Look at the numbers recorded in the book. We're not simple people and weapons. Lars, don't compare yourself to others. We have our own paths. It was easy to lose one's mind when comparing. There were too many powerful people. Even if they were mission enforcers, the disparity in strength was too great. One step couldn't reach the sky. If one kept comparing, one couldn't even take a step forward. If you have something to say, just say it. Do you think that powerful weapons will abandon you when you come to such a big city? Ningxu looked at Bao Lars. Bao Lars pursed his lips and said, I can't be so selfish. You should have other weapons. Ningxu sighed. You don't have any weapons, but you're interested in a beautiful but poor girl like me. Bao Lars was speechless. Ningxu found a place and sat down. Are you going to sit on the street like this? Aren't we going to a friend's house? Bao Lars saw Ningxu sitting on the ground. The ground is cold. It's easy to get sick. Ningxu said, you don't seem to want those weapons. Then let's not go to her house. Bao Lars lowered his head, looking defeated. Is it because of me that you have to sleep on the streets again? Ningxu stared at him. Do you always like to take responsibility for yourself like this? What's the point of torturing yourself when you can't take responsibility for yourself? In the past, we also slept on the streets and slept in the open. We didn't live the life we used to. You're always like this. I even have to consider if I should entrust Nicole to you, Ningxu said with a sullen face. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Bao Lars lowered his head and apologized. Don't apologize. What did you do wrong? Ningxu asked. I made you unhappy. Bao Lars realized that without his bangs blocking his eyes, he didn't even have a chance to dodge. Lars' back was bent. Ningxu could only see the top of his head. Please look me in the eye when you speak, Ningxu said. Bao Lars raised his head. His pure obsidian eyes met Ningxu's. The moment their eyes met, Lars immediately looked away in a panic. I'm sorry, what are you apologizing for? What did you do wrong? Ningxu asked. I. Lars couldn't apologize, nor did he know what to say. Ningxu was speechless. Sigh, Ningxu was cursing in his heart. Young man, don't apologize for things that have nothing to do with you. Do you know that sometimes apologizing can be very annoying? You're not really apologizing. You're just avoiding things. Did you do wrong? What did you do wrong? Ningxu tilted his head and asked. I. Lars stuttered. Damn, what did he do wrong? Yes. Ningxu stared coldly at Bao Lars. Lars' eyelids twitched wildly. Help, what did you want to say? Bao Lars bit his handkerchief and cried in his heart. Oh my god, so scary, so scared. Sure enough, he wasn't a shy girl anymore. I want a girl. Ningxu saw that Bao Lars was trembling all over. His expression was constipated. Ningxu tilted his head and grunted. Squeak. Ningxu was speechless. Alright, if you have something to say, just say it. Ningxu was moved. Bao Lars, I'm sure you're not the Nicole who saved me before. Oh, didn't I tell you earlier? Ningxu propped up his chin and looked at the people coming and going. A person's experience was hidden in their temperament. Ningxu couldn't pretend to be a girl even if he tried. It could be said that Lar had fallen in love with Nicole at first sight for the rest of his life. Even though she was wearing Nicole's skin, her temperament was different. Although Ningxu didn't think he had the temperament, after experiencing so much, it was inevitable that something would settle down. What kind of settling down would a young girl have? Ningxu wasn't surprised that Lar could recognize her. If it was because of her face and ignored everything else, Ningxu didn't know if she loved Ningxu or not. Ningxu propped up his chin and looked at the passers-by. A copper coin was thrown in front of Ningxu. Ningxu's eyes lit up. She immediately stepped on it and looked around. Seeing that no one was staring at her, she picked it up and put it in her pocket. Ningxu realized that sitting on the side of the road had an advantage. Maybe someone would think she was a beggar and throw money at her. Wahahaha, a middle-aged man walked over. Ningxu asked, "Are you a friend of Miss?" "I'm the housekeeper. Miss sent me to pick you up." Ningxu nodded. "I am." Ningxu stood up, patted the dust off his butt, and followed behind the housekeeper. Lar followed Ningxu and saw a 5-year-old child crying on the side of the road. She cried loudly, crying very sadly and in despair. The child was wearing tattered clothes and had flaxen hair. Occasionally, he would raise his head, revealing his watery eyes to look at the passers-by. When he saw that no one was paying attention to him, he buried his head and cried again. "Master, that child is crying," Lar said. Ningxu, "Oh. Master, that child is a weapon. It should be an abandoned weapon." "It's so small," Lar continued. Ningxu, Oh. Master, you need other weapons. My weapon alone isn't enough." Lar stared at the small weapon. Ningxu, "Oh." No matter what Lar said, Ningxu only responded with an "oh." He didn't even show any emotion. He was very cold. "Ballista Lar, I want the maiden." "Master, let's take it in." "It's an abandoned weapon anyway, so it won't cost Master's money," Lar said directly. If he continued, it would always be an "oh." Ningxu, "No. Crossbow pull, dejected pond. Master only wants me as a weapon." Lar is very touched, but Master doesn't only have one weapon. "To be honest, I'm a defective product. In the words of you humans, I'm a deformed child. If Master has other weapons, I don't have to worry about Master's safety all the time. However, if Master is injured because of me, the pressure on me will be even greater and I will be ashamed. Although I'm worried that Master will abandon a useless weapon like me once you have other weapons, I still hope that Master will have other weapons. I'm sincere." Ballista Lar's heart was conflicted, and he despaired of his own abilities. Ningxu, "Oh." Bowman Lar, the butler leading the way, stopped and waited for Ningxu and Lar to make a decision. He didn't say a word. The sobbing little boy saw that someone was staring at him. He sobbed and hiccuped, looking very pitiful. Ningxu's expression didn't change. He turned and left. Ballista Lar said angrily, "Nicole, you're making me very angry." Ningxu looked at Lar. "Yeah, if you're angry, just say it." "Brother." The little boy ran over and hugged Lar's leg. "Brother, I'm so hungry. Can you take me hunting?" "Nicole." Lar looked at Ningxu awkwardly. Ningxu reached out, grabbed the little boy's collar, and threw him away. Ballista Lar, his master couldn't be so cruel. His master couldn't be so unsympathetic. Corrupted weapon. "Stay away from my weapon," Ningxu said coldly. The little boy rolled on the ground and stood up with an innocent smile. He tilted his head and looked at Ningxu. "I'm not a corrupted weapon. You can even accept that defective weapon. Why can't you accept a small and new weapon like me?" The little boy was confused. Ballista Lar opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. He looked at the little boy with a strange expression. The little boy walked in front of Ningxu and asked innocently, "Sister, how do you know that I'm a corrupted weapon?" Ningxu, pretend to be obedient. Ningxu smiled and patted his head. "Guess." Lar, master is so evil. The little boy waved Ningshu's hand away. Don't touch me, disgusting human. Master. Ballista Lar stood in front of Ningshu. The little boy sneered. You think a defective weapon can stop me? Ningshu didn't want to argue with the little boy. He pulled Lar away. The little boy squatted on the ground and cried. There was a blurry mark on the back of his hand. Ballista Lar lowered his head and said dejectedly, Nicole, it's all my fault. It's okay. There are many tricks in the city. You're just a country boy. Of course, you can't guard against them, Ningshu said casually. At that time, I saw that the weapon was very powerful. I felt the pressure and wanted to get you another weapon. Ningshu nodded. I understand your efforts, but we're not strong enough now. Don't show our sympathy. Corrupted weapons have twisted hearts and are full of uncertainty. Normal weapons will be affected if they stay with them. Emotions were contagious. I understand, Ballista Lar immediately said. There was a hint of determination in Lar's expression. Even if the child was a normal weapon, Ningshu didn't want it. Children were troublesome. Besides, Lar already made her feel tired. She could forget about the others for now. The butler brought Ningshu and Lar to the door of a luxurious mansion. Ningshu looked at the mansion. Damn, jealous. Why were her clients always poor? The butler brought Ningshu and Lar to the room. There were countless maids along the way, and all kinds of luxurious decorations. Ningshu followed behind the butler without a change in expression. Lar didn't care about the surroundings and followed Ningshu without blinking. Even if he felt that there were many powerful weapons in the mansion, he tried his best not to show any fear. This is your room, the butler said. Just one room? Lar stuttered. Although it's just one room, it's very big inside. There are also compartments. This was arranged by Mississippi. The butler left after saying that. Ningshu nodded and thanked him. Dinner was delivered by the maids. Since coming to this world, Ningshu had never tasted such delicious and sumptuous food. Slowly tasting it, his mouth was full of fragrance. It was too delicious. Lar stood to the side and watched Ningshu eat. With a smile on his face, he asked, Is it delicious? Humans seem to value eating. Eating was a desire. Of course. It's delicious, but you won't be able to taste it, Ningshu said directly. Lar was speechless. Was it really okay to be so direct? When Ningshu was full, a maid came to take away the bowls and chopsticks. We've been running around for a long time. You should rest early. Ningshu sat cross-legged and started to cultivate. Lar made a mattress on the floor. Ningshu was cultivating when he felt someone coming in through the window. Meizicheng was hanging on the window, and his eyes met with Ningshu's. Why did you come in through the window? You look like a thief. Ningshu rolled his eyes. Meizicheng came in and sat beside Ningshu. He said, I came in stealthily. I can see that, Ningshu said. My 5 weapons followed me everywhere. I couldn't even find a chance to talk to you. Ningshu frowned. If that's the case, why don't we just get rid of the weapons? Besides, they will definitely do that. What's the point of keeping them? Keep them for winter. If we get rid of them, we won't know many secrets. I want to ask you for a favor, Meizicheng said softly. What do you want me to do? How can I cooperate with you? Ningshu asked. Meizicheng whispered into Ningshu's ear, You just need to do this. Challenge me when the time is right. Why? What's the point? Ningshu was confused. Meizicheng said, Actually, the 5 weapons that my client keeps have never been used. They are just kept like this. Aren't they useless? They're not even as good as my Lar, Ningshu said directly. Lar, who was sleeping in the cubicle outside, heard this. He curled his lips and blushed. He turned around and looked at the cubicle door. Meizicheng was speechless. Can you keep your voice down? Then how do your weapons eat? Ningshu asked. The weapons could only eat after killing the Luna Beast. Someone brought the half-dead Luna Beast to me. All I had to do was to use my weapon to finish it off. Meizicheng shrugged. Ningshu's mouth twitched. This was no longer an ordinary piece of trash. Rich people really knew how to have fun. Ningxu rolled his eyes. I think this might be the reason why your weapon has turned dark. It was originally a powerful weapon, but now it's more like a taboo pet that you commissioned. If you want to eat the half-dead Luna beasts, you will be mocked by the other weapons. The purpose of weapons is to kill. Ningxu rubbed his chin and analyzed. Raising weapons like this will kill the nature of weapons. What about the dignity of the weapon? That's why the weapons want to regain their freedom. Perhaps your client didn't agree to terminate the contract, so they all turned evil. Mei Ziqing shook his head. That's what I thought too. But I asked them and they said that life is good. Men's words can't be trusted. What's the use of challenging them? It's better to just tell them to cancel the contract. With a slap, the two parted ways. Mei Ziqing sighed. But the client loves the spear squad. Love my ass. You don't even have your life anymore. If the spear squad had even the slightest bit of affection for their master, they wouldn't have turned evil and gnawed on his flesh and blood. The lifespan of weapons was not long. In essence, everything would decay and disappear with the passage of time. Especially when weapons were used to kill Luna beasts, the process of decay was accelerated. Weapons only had a lifespan of 50 years at most. Weapons that did not know how to cherish could even have a lifespan of more than 20 years. It was indeed difficult for humans and weapons to stay together. Mei Ziqing rubbed his chin. Why don't we keep the spear squad and let the rest go? I reckon that the spear-wielding class will be corrupted even faster. Ningxu shrugged. Mei Ziqing was speechless. Besides this mission, what's wrong with this world? Ningxu did not believe that Mei Ziqing had called him over just for love. Otherwise, there was something wrong with this world. Mei Ziqing nodded. The higher-ups have detected that something is wrong with this plane, but they don't know what the problem is. Therefore, besides fulfilling the client's wish, our mission is to find out what's wrong with this plane. Ningxu rubbed his chin and asked, is it because there are too many corrupted weapons? Weapons have emotions too. Maybe it's because of the corrupted weapons. Speaking of grievances, there are too many people and they have a greater impact on the plane. I don't think that's the reason. Mei Ziqing shook his head. Everyone was suffering. Many people were struggling to survive. Pain, resentment, hatred. There were too many of these emotions. Ningxu shrugged. He could not think of a reason. Let's solve my problem first. My 5 weapons. Mei Ziqing lowered his head. If you don't want to kill them, just cancel the contract. But the client has been dismembered. Are we going to let them go just like that? Mei Ziqing shook his head. Ningxu gave him a sideways glance. Then beat them up. If they're half dead, throw them out. Mei Ziqing shook his head. There's a better way. You can go now. You've been out for a while. Your weapons must be looking for you everywhere, Ningxu said. Remember to challenge me tomorrow. Mei Ziqing climbed out the window. Challenge again, Ningxu asked 2333, is there a world origin here? 2333 replied lazily, how can there be? Even if there is, this mission taker got there first. Ningxu was disappointed. Every time they went to a place, he would ask 2333 to scan for world origin. It had been a long time since she got a world origin. A long time. So long that it made her despair. The next morning, Ningxu was still putting on his clothes when Mei Ziqing came over with his 5 beautiful weapons. He wanted to challenge Ningxu. Lar opened the door and saw Ningxu changing. He hurriedly closed the door and said to Mei Ziqing, Nicole is putting on her clothes. Wait a moment. Okay. Mei Ziqing sat down and looked at Lar calmly. There was no disdain or praise. He had been through a lot. He would not mock a weakling to get a thrill. Lar felt a bit pressured. The weapons in the room were all stronger than him. This feeling was really bad. Mei Ziqing's 5 weapons were not happy. The red-haired spearman said, I still don't know what this challenge is about. Mei Ziqing smiled. Don't worry. It's just a friendly match. The spearman's face was tense. Another weapon said, so many people are waiting for her. This country girl is really something. Although Lars respected these powerful weapons, he would not allow them to insult his master. My master didn't ask you to come so early, Lars said, stiffening his neck. Ningxu came out from the inner room and smiled at Lars. She looked at Mei Ziqing's 5 weapons and felt a sense of superiority when she saw that they were all top-notch. Ningxu said to Mei Ziqing, I didn't eat breakfast. I'm hungry. Let's compete after breakfast. Mei Ziqing nodded and asked the maid to serve breakfast. Mei Ziqing and Ningxu sat together and ate. One of Mei Ziqing's weapons asked, Miss, where did this country bumpkin come from? I've never heard you talk about her before. Mei Ziqing put down her spoon and wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. She said calmly, this girl is my nanny's daughter. Is there a problem? Ningxu was speechless. She didn't even know who the client's mother was. Regardless of whether it was true or not, she had blocked the weapon's mouths. No wonder. She's so unruly. So she's a country bumpkin. Ningxu looked at the weapon. What does it have to do with you? The competition hadn't even started, but the smell of gunpowder was very strong. Mei Ziqing didn't seem to hear Ningxu and continued eating with her spoon. The weapons' faces turned ugly after being rebuked by Ningxu. They looked at Lar with disdain. Lar was originally a defective product and felt inferior when facing these weapons. Now he was being looked at with disdain by his own kind. His heart felt like it was being fried. Ningxu looked at Lar, who had his head lowered, and sighed in his heart. It was natural to feel inferior, just like a lame person. When facing normal people, they would feel inferior. When facing strong people, people would more or less feel inferior. Everyone had feelings of inferiority. He had to defeat these 5 weapons to build up Lar's confidence. After breakfast, Ningxu and Mei Ziqing went to the training field. It was 6 against 2. The other side had more people and more momentum. Compared to Ningxu's side, they seemed weaker. One was a girl, and the other's weapon seemed to be a defective product. Milo, Mei Ziqing called out. Mei Ziqing shouted. Milo's weapon transformed into a sword. The blade of the sword shone brightly with a beautiful tassel. In short, it was a beautiful and powerful weapon. Mei Ziqing held the sword hilt and swung it in the air, looking extremely dashing. There were also many maidservants surrounding the training ground, cheering for Mei Ziqing. Mei Ziqing winked at Ningxu again and again. Ningxu felt that her eyes were cramping. Mei Ziqing raised his sword and rushed towards Ningxu. Ningxu reached out and grabbed the crossbow. He dodged Mei Ziqing and fired an arrow at him. A shield appeared in Mei Ziqing's hand and blocked Lar's arrow. Ningxu, what af** King fell. Ningxu rushed over and stomped heavily on the shield. Mei Ziqing took a few steps back from Ningxu's kick. His hand that was holding the shield was numb. He was really strong. Shield, who had been kicked directly by Ningxu, felt uncomfortable all over. It was very uncomfortable. Ningxu kicked again and the shield left Mei Ziqing's hand. The shield fell to the ground with a clang. Ningxu fired an arrow at Mei Ziqing. Mei Ziqing blocked with his sword. With a ding, a mark appeared on the sword. The sword vibrated back and forth. Mei Ziqing naturally couldn't use the sword anymore. He shouted, "Ban!" A spear appeared in Mei Ziqing's hand. The sharp tip of the spear was dazzling with red tassels. Each one was prettier than the other. Mei Ziqing performed a beautiful dance with the spear and attacked Ningxu. Ningxu didn't have any close combat weapons. He could only dodge the spear that was aimed at his head. Ningxu reached out and grabbed the spear. Both sides held onto the spear and refused to back down. However, Ban was held back violently by the 2 women. Mei Ziqing was a little angry and threw the spear away. The weapons turned into humans. They were all injured and in a sorry state. Lar, on the other hand, was fine as usual. Mei Ziqing did it on purpose. With her strength and a few powerful weapons, she wouldn't have been defeated. Mei Ziqing stomped her feet and said to a man standing in front of the railing, "Dad, look at me. I have so many weapons, but I can't beat a country girl." Ningxu, country girl. The man called Dad by Mei Ziqing was chubby and looked like a gold ingot. He smiled and said, "Is it because you don't have enough weapons?" Dad will buy you more powerful weapons. Meiziqing Ningxu, no matter how powerful a weapon was, it was useless in his hands. No, Dad. I want to go out and train. That country girl defeated me with just a weapon. I want to go out and train. Meiziqing was almost acting coquettishly as she said to the gold ingot. Gold ingot was smiling at first, but when he heard what his daughter said, his face turned serious. That won't do. You are my only daughter. What if something happens to you? I am still hoping that you can find a son-in-law and give birth to a good grandchild. If something happens to you, who will take over my family business? Ningxu looked on coldly from the side. It was none of his business anyway. Meiziqing said, I have so many weapons. Ordinary people are no match for me. You can't even beat this country girl. Who can you beat? Gold Ingot shook his head and disagreed. Meiziqing's dad was so fat that his neck couldn't be seen. He looked like a snowman. Ningxu, country girl. What's wrong with you? Meiziqing gave Ningxu a look. Ningxu coughed and said, I am not an ordinary country girl. I have killed many Luna beasts. How many are there? Ningxu turned to Lar and asked, how many? 58 Luna beasts, Lar replied immediately. Ningxu lifted her chin slightly and said proudly, 58 Luna beasts. A total of 58 Luna beasts. Jin Yuanbao's face was full of question marks. So? Then? So I am not an ordinary country girl. You can leave your daughter to me. You can also send someone to follow her. If your daughter doesn't go out, she will not be willing to give birth and carry on the family line. Gold Ingot looked indifferent. Who are you? Is it your turn to speak? I am the daughter of your daughter's nanny. The nanny died a long time ago, Gold Ingot said. Ningxu said, so now I am an orphan. Meiziqing nodded. I want to go out. Maybe I will meet the man I like and bring him back to give birth to my child. Gold Ingot was hesitant. Must you go? Yes. Gold Ingot arranged for some people and found a powerful weapon for Meiziqing to form a contract with. Meiziqing, just the 5 weapons were already too much for her. Now she had to form a contract with them. Weapons that were not trustworthy and loyal to each other would only be troublesome. Also, it was a big problem for new weapons to be compatible with old ones. Ningxu's face was cold. Why was there such a big difference between people? Lar's eyes widened as he watched from the side. It would be great if Nicole had such a powerful weapon. Meiziqing's father had prepared a luxurious carriage for Meiziqing. He had prepared all kinds of necessities, including food, clothing, accommodation, and transportation. It did not look like they were going there for training, but for a vacation. Meiziqing held her forehead and said to her father, there is really no need to prepare so much. We will be robbed. Wasn't this telling others that she was a fat sheep? Jin Yuanbao settled for the next best thing. He did not prepare a luxurious carriage for his daughter. Instead, he prepared a simple carriage. Before they set off, Jin Yuanbao held Meiziqing's hand and said, this time, we must find a man. Do you understand? Meiziqing nodded seriously and said, I will definitely find a man. Don't worry. Regardless of the era or the plane, people would always urge people to get married. Ningxu, Meiziqing, and 6 other weapons were squeezed in the carriage. The carriage was quite big, but with so many people, it became cramped. They were squeezed together with the powerful weapons and looked at Lar with unfriendly eyes. It was embarrassing that a few weapons had been defeated by a defective one. Lar looked uneasy. He turned around and saw Ningxu staring at him. Lar recalled that he had defeated a few weapons. Although most of them were from the hands of their masters, he had still managed to escape from the powerful weapons. Lar straightened his back and tried his best to ignore the needle-like feeling. Ningxu asked, where are we going now? Meiziqing took out a map and pointed to a place. We are going to this place. Ningxu looked at the place. It was a very small place. It was very far and desolate. Ningxu asked, why? What did you find? Meiziqing said, many people died in this place. Ningxu nodded and did not ask any more questions in front of so many people. Traveling was a very tiring thing. At night, they had to stop and rest. The people who were secretly protecting Mei Ziqing were also having a tough time. Ningxu brought Lar to hunt Luna beasts for him to eat. After killing a few Luna beasts, Lar did not need to eat anymore. Ningxu stopped. Lar took out his notebook and recorded the number of Luna beasts that he had killed. Then, the two of them returned to their camp. Mei Ziqing stayed by the fire and put some things into the pot. Ningxu sat beside Mei Ziqing and asked, "Is there a problem if too many people die?" Apart from natural disasters, there are only natural disasters that can cause such a large number of deaths, Mei Ziqing said as he poked at the fire. Although I don't know what's going on, I have to go and take a look. If there's a problem, I'll try my best to save it. If not, there's nothing I can do. Ningxu asked, "How do you know that someone died here? Don't you know what the client's family does? They have businesses all over the world." Ningxu nodded. Since he was here, he had to find the problem. Also, the person who killed Lar and Nicole hadn't appeared yet. Ningxu was not in a hurry. If the heavens wanted people to die, it could happen sooner or later. Even if they managed to avoid it once, they would not be able to avoid it again. Eventually, they would die. Ningxu looked around and asked, "Where are your 5 beautiful weapons?" Lar was always by her side. No matter when she turned around, she could see him. Mei Ziqing's weapons did not seem to be aware of this. "They are in the tent," Mei Ziqing said calmly. Ningxu asked, "What do you plan to do with them?" "I'll take it one step at a time." Ningxu was not worried. After all, it was not her problem. After all, it was his mission. It would not be good if he interfered too much. Ningxu released his mental strength to prevent any Luna beasts from charging over without him noticing. Ningxu sensed that there were many people hiding in the surroundings. Apparently, they were sent by Mei Ziqing's father to protect her. Ningxu released more mental strength to cover a wider area. In the end, he saw a little boy. This little boy was holding a dagger and stabbing a Luna beast. This Luna beast was already dead. When the little boy stabbed it with the dagger, blood spurted out and splattered on the boy's face. The boy's eyes were hidden in the darkness. He smiled and revealed a sharp tooth. He stabbed the Luna beast again and again. The places that were stabbed became minced meat. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. Why was this little boy here? Did he follow her here? This little boy's body was only the size of a 5-year-old child. Although he did not know what he had gone through, he had turned evil. He had chosen to fall. This child was a weapon with all the negative energy in his body. Hatred, cruelty, bigotry, and torture. Ningxu was more inclined to believe that this child was here for her. The child seemed to be tired. He stood up. Blood was dripping from the dagger. Unexpectedly, he smiled in Ningxu's direction. He was giggling like a naive child. Ningxu retracted his mental strength. It did not matter if this child had followed them here. As long as he appeared in front of her, she would definitely be spanked. Mei Ziqing scooped a bowl of soup from the pot for Ningxu. Ningxu drank the soup. It was delicious. After eating, Ningxu wanted to go up the tree to rest. Lar reached out his hand and lifted Ningxu up high. Lar thought, so light. Ningxu lowered his head and Lar raised his head. Their eyes met. Lar blushed and used all his strength to lift Ningxu up the tree branch. Ningxu sat on the tree branch. He felt a little pain in his butt. Lar climbed up the tree and sat opposite Ningxu. He said, "Nicole, you have to eat more. You're so light." Ningxu said, "It's strange that I'm so heavy. Your arms are so skinny. Eat more next time." Lar looked at the tent under the tree. "Isn't your friend rich? You should eat more next time." Ningxu was speechless. There was something wrong with Lar's attitude. Such an honest child was asking her to eat shamelessly. "I'll kill more Luna beasts in the future. I'll sell the cores and buy more delicious food for you." Lar said, "Now I can only eat from your friend." "Hey, I can hear you." Mei Ziqing, who was beside the fire, looked up at the tree and said. Ningxu could not help but laugh. "Even if you want to kill Luna beasts, I'll be the one bringing you there. What you eat is not important. What's important is that you stay alive." Oh, I know. I've heard people say that humans value wealth, power, and strength. What do you want, Nicole? Ningshu asked Lar. Ningshu swung his legs and touched his chin. I have to think about it. I don't have anything for now. We can't eat 3 meals a day and have nowhere to stay. We can't talk about wealth. We'll talk about the future in the future. Ningshu lay down and released his spiritual energy. He wanted to see where the kid was. Within the range of Ningshu's spiritual energy, he found that the kid was killing Luna beasts again. The Luna beasts were already dead, but he was still stabbing them calmly. If this blackened weapon appeared around them, they would have to walk for a while before they could know if it was following them. They might get into trouble. Blackening was a disease that was contagious. Ningshu retracted some of his spiritual power and shrouded the surroundings, constantly observing. Then he began to multitask and began to absorb the power of the stars. The power of the stars in his dantian was increasing, and the number of stars in his dantian was also increasing. Ningshu didn't know how to use this power, nor did he know how to develop his ultimate martial arts. In short, it felt more and more strange. Ningshu felt like he had picked up a treasure. Although it wasn't very eye-catching, it had always been by her side. She had always relied on it. I love ultimate martial arts. Lar took off his jacket and covered Ningshu with it. Then he looked around vigilantly, wary of any danger. Mei Ziqing sat by the fire for a while, deep in thought. She used a dry branch to poke at the fire. The light from the fire shone on her face, sometimes bright and sometimes dark. She sat motionless. Finally, she threw the branch in her hand into the fire and entered the tent. Ningshu opened his eyes, sat up, and stared at Mei Ziqing's tent. Nicole, what's wrong? Lar saw that Ningshu was awake and asked, do you need to pee? Ningshu, no, I was sleepwalking. Ningshu lay down. Why don't you sleep in the tent? Lar said. There's too much dew outside. There's no tent for us, Ningshu said carelessly. The tent was made by Mei Ziqing's weapons. There was no such thing as hers. Ever since they set off, Mei Ziqing had been a little distracted. She was often in a daze. Go and squeeze with your friend. Lar didn't say anything. He reached out and lifted Ningshu up high. Then he jumped down and carried Ningshu to Mei Ziqing's tent. Ningshu, why did Lar like this method? It was like lifting a child up high. Can I sleep in? Ningshu asked. He pulled open the curtain and squeezed in with Mei Ziqing. Ningshu asked Mei Ziqing, what's wrong? Mei Ziqing's voice in the darkness was muffled. I'm fine. Ningshu frowned. Mei Ziqing was crying. Ningshu had never seen Mei Ziqing like this since she had known him. Ningshu didn't know whether to ask or not. Forget it, if she didn't want to. Since she was crying, it must be something painful. If he were to say it out loud, it would be like tearing open a scar. Ningshu's back to Mei Ziqing. Ningshu was very clear about Mei Ziqing's expression and whether or not he was crying under the scan of her mental strength. Ningshu retracted his spiritual power and closed his eyes to sleep. When he woke up, there was no one beside him. He walked out of the tent and saw Mei Ziqing preparing breakfast. Ningshu walked over and sat beside Mei Ziqing. He saw that Mei Ziqing's eyes were a little red. It seemed that last night wasn't an illusion. Mei Ziqing was really crying. Mei Ziqing's 5 weapons were hovering around. No one noticed what happened to Mei Ziqing. Ningshu frowned. It seemed that these weapons didn't care about Mei Ziqing. Or rather, they didn't care about Mei Ziqing's employer. They used to be close friends and comrades. Now, they didn't even know that the core had changed. Lar soaked a handkerchief from the nearest river and brought it over to Ningshu to wash his face. Ningshu rubbed his face with the handkerchief and felt much better. He was very proud. The 5 weapons couldn't compare to Lar. Ningshu passed the handkerchief to Lar and gave him a thumbs up. Lar didn't know what it meant, but he still smiled at Ningshu. Mei Ziqing looked at Ningshu and Lar from the corner of his eyes. When Lar went to wash the handkerchief, Ningshu asked, "Don't tell me you've taken a liking to that kid." Ningshu, this kid is the employer's lover. He also likes my employer. You're just looking at him with dirty eyes. Mei Ziqing used a branch to stir the fire. The pot was steaming. Mei Ziqing put in some jerky and dried mushrooms. Soon, the aroma wafted out. Ningxu stared at the pot. Mei Ziqing scooped a bowl for Ningxu. Ningxu looked at Mei Ziqing. He felt that Mei Ziqing carried an inexplicable sadness. This emotion had already affected Ningxu. Ningxu guessed that something might happen on this trip. Ningxu drank the meat soup. It was very fresh and delicious. His stomach warmed up. He was sweating all over. It was very refreshing. Ningxu saw that Mei Ziqing didn't eat much. Drink some. I see that you have a lot on your mind. No matter what, you have to eat. Mei Ziqing forced himself to eat a little. Seeing that Ningxu was enjoying it, he gave all the meat in the pot to Ningxu. Ningxu didn't refuse any of the food. She ate as much as she could and said, "Is there any danger on our trip this time? You look like this. It's hard for me to ignore and pretend that I don't know anything." Mei Ziqing sighed. He looked at Ningxu with guilt. "Ningxu, don't look at me like that." Ningxu felt goosebumps all over his body. "If there's anything, just say it," Ningxu said. Mei Ziqing shook his head. "You'll know when the time comes. As for me, I have something to tell you. I want you to witness something. Something that hurts me. Now, I have to put an end to it." It was getting more and more mysterious. Did Mei Ziqing know something? Ningxu finished the meat soup and burped. "Although I don't know what you're talking about, I still hope that you can let go of some things. Otherwise, you'll be the one suffering." So conflicted, so painful, and so heartbroken. It was most likely related to love. Love was the thing that people yearned for the most in the world. It was sweet and bitter at the same time. There was poison in the sweetness. Who knew when love would end up foaming at the mouth? Could it be that Mei Ziqing had a lover? This lover seemed to have done something that hurt Mei Ziqing and put him in a difficult position. Could it be that what followed next was a melodramatic story of love and hate? Ningxu's mind had already filled in the story. He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. When she was still an intermediate mission enforcer, Mei Ziqing was already trying to become a super mission enforcer. This meant that Mei Ziqing had been a mission enforcer longer than her, but he had a lover. It seemed that love was something that all humans yearned for. Ningxu propped up his chin and looked at Mei Ziqing. He felt a little helpless. Couldn't Mei Ziqing tell her what had happened so that she could be mentally prepared? What did he want her to witness? Ningxu's heart was scratching. Why did all the mission enforcers he had met recently seem so sad, when Xing had a girlfriend that he loved very much? In the end, they broke up. Even the carefree Mei Ziqing seemed to have endless sorrow in his heart. How could he be considered a qualified mission enforcer if he did not have a sorrowful past? Looking at Wen Xing and Mei Ziqing, Ningxu felt that something was wrong with her. Ningxu looked at her hands and wondered if she could not love anymore. Ningxu only questioned herself for a moment before she felt relieved. Everyone had their own way of life. Ningxu did not care much about these things. Humans were divided into loners and losers. Ningxu felt that she should be the loner. Humans were contradictory. They were afraid of loneliness in a group, but yearned for solitude in a noisy environment. They never knew what to do. Ningxu stretched her back and felt refreshed. She did not need to find someone to relieve her loneliness just because she was lonely. After breakfast, they started their journey again. The 7 of them squeezed into the carriage. The carriage rocked and swayed. Suddenly, it came to a stop and neighed. Everyone's body leaned forward, and then fell back heavily. Mei Ziqing lifted the curtain and asked the coachman, "What happened?" The coachman pointed to the ground. A 5 or 6-year-old child was lying unconscious on the ground. "Why is there a child?" Mei Ziqing asked with a frown. Ningxu jumped down from the carriage and walked to the child. "Be careful." Lar shielded Ningxu. Ningxu grabbed the child by his collar and shook him. "Stop sleeping." Mei Ziqing got down from the carriage and asked, "Do you know this child?" "No, but we met once." Ningxu shook the child with all her might. The child opened his eyes and stretched out his hand to scratch Ningxu's face. Ningxu threw him out. He fell to the ground with a thud, stirring up dust. Everyone was speechless. How cruel, the child got up from the ground and pointed at Ningxu. You despicable woman. Ningxu chuckled. She did not forget how this child poked the Luna beast's corpse last night. Even after it died, he would not let go of the corpse. Mei Ziqing rubbed his forehead and asked tiredly, "Is this your son?" Scram. How can my son be a weapon? Ningxu snapped, his eyes fixed on Mei Ziqing's wrist. Mei Ziqing didn't have a good night's rest and looked exhausted. He kept rubbing his forehead and revealed his wrist. There was a faint red mark on it. The red mark was not obvious, but Ningxu still took it to heart. The little boy howled and rushed towards Ningxu like a tiger cub, baring his teeth. Ningxu pressed down on his head. The boy bared his fangs and brandished his claws, but he couldn't reach Ningxu. What are you trying to do? Ningxu asked. If you don't tell me, I'll break you in half. What kind of weapon are you? Mei Ziqing glanced at the blurry mark on the back of the boy's hand. How did you provoke a corrupted weapon? Corrupted weapon? Mei Ziqing's 5 weapons were shocked. No wonder I feel uncomfortable. Ningxu smiled and said to Mei Ziqing's weapons, do you want to be corrupted? As long as you're corrupted, you can break free from the shackles of your weapon. You don't need to rely on humans to hunt for food. You can hunt and do whatever you want. Mei Ziqing looked at Ningxu coldly and said mockingly, since it's so good to be corrupted, why don't you make your weapon corrupted? Ningxu shrugged. How can I make my weapon corrupted? After it's corrupted, the weapon will have to endure pain every day. Freedom comes with a price, okay? A weapon that was wrapped in negative emotions would hurt the weapon itself. Then why do you want us to be corrupted? Woman, what are you thinking? Mei Ziqing's weapon immediately roared at Ningxu. I saw that you all needed freedom, so I mentioned it casually. There's a corrupted weapon. Here that can guide you, Ningxu said without any sincerity. The little boy sat on the ground and asked, which one of you wants to be corrupted? I can guide you. The veins on Mei Ziqing's forehead twitched. He was speechless. Let's settle this quickly. We need to be on our way. Mei Ziqing boarded the horse carriage, and the 5 weapons followed suit. Lars shielded Ningxu and asked, what should we do now? Ningxu looked at the little boy sitting on the ground. Tell me, what's your purpose? The little boy said directly, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. The little boy was a little lost. He could not find a goal and had nothing to do. He did not know how to live. The little boy pulled out a dagger and looked at Ningxu. A human's body is much softer than a Luna beast's body. A dagger piercing a human's body is different from a Luna beast's. Ningxu said, oh. Don't you dare hurt my master. The crossbowman, Lar, stood in front of Ningxu and looked at the little boy nervously. The little boy smiled contemptuously, full of malice. You? You're a defective product. Trash like you should stay in the recycle bin. Why would anyone want a defective product like you? Ningxu did not say anything. Lar's body trembled. You're jealous of me. Yes, you're jealous, I'll be jealous of a defective product. The little boy's voice was a little shrill. I'll kill you now. Ningxu stretched out his leg and kicked the little boy away. Then, he pulled Lar into the horse carriage. Mei Ziqing asked, is it settled? Yes, we can continue our journey, Ningxu said calmly. Lar was speechless. The carriage started to move, and the little boy ran after it. Damned woman, I'll definitely kill you. You kicked me, so I'll cut off your leg. You touched me with your hand, so I'll remove your hand. Ningxu lifted the curtain and stuck his head out of the carriage. Come at me if you can. Run as fast as you can. Don't get lost. Good luck. The little boy ran after the horse carriage. He was sweating profusely, and his face was red from holding back. Mei Ziqing face-bombed. What kind of depraved weapon will not rest until you're dead? How did you provoke this kind of person? If anything happens, you'll have to be careful of that little brat. Ningxu crossed his legs and rested his chin on his hand. He said indifferently, that little brat. It'll only take a few minutes to break him. Ningxu grabbed Mei Ziqing's weapon, the spearman's hand. He squeezed hard, and the spearman's bones cracked. The spearman's expression changed. Ningxu let go. See, I'm very strong. I have no qualms about fighting the heavens and the earth. Everyone looked at the spearman's hand. The bones in his hand were already deformed. The weapons in the horse carriage looked at Ningxu with eyes full of anger. Don't be too arrogant. Although you're Master's friend, you've damaged her weapon. Your friendship with Master is really impressive. Ningxu spread his hands and said without sincerity, it's because of her face that I'd break him in half. Mei Ziqing was speechless. Mei Ziqing didn't say anything to Ningxu. She seemed to have a lot on her mind. Maybe she didn't have time to care about her weapon, or maybe she didn't care at all. Damned woman, stop, I'm going to kill you. I feel so bad. All of you should die, die, die. The little boy's voice came from behind the carriage, full of resentment and malice. In the carriage, Ningxu ignored the little boy's curses. She propped up her chin and narrowed her eyes. Next to her, Lars's resentment was so strong that Ningxu couldn't ignore it. What's the matter? Ningxu asked. Nicole, you touched his hand, Lars said with his head lowered. Ningxu, oh. Do you want me to crush your hand too? Ningxu asked. Lars pursed his lips tightly. I don't like Nicole touching others. You can use your feet instead of your hands. Everyone, use your feet? You're much more violent than this strong girl. Damned woman, I can't run anymore. Stop. I feel so bad. I'm going to die. The little boy wailed and fell to the ground. His face was covered in dust as he looked at the carriage in front of him and cried. Ningxu lifted the curtain. Come on, come on. Chase me. If you catch me, I'll let you. Hee, kill me. Ningxu put down the curtain and said to the coachman, run faster. Don't worry about the people behind us. Hiya. The coachman waved his whip and the carriage became even more bumpy. Suddenly, a dagger pierced through the carriage and into the carriage. The dagger didn't stop and went straight for the coachman. Ningxu's blind hands were fast. She caught the dagger with her fingers, but the dagger was too strong. It dragged Ningxu out of the carriage and he fell to the ground with a thud. Ha ha ha, damned woman, you finally have a day like this. The little boy pointed at Ningxu and laughed eerily. Ningxu stood up without a change in expression. She patted the dust off her body and grabbed the dagger. The blade of the dagger was thick and shiny. There were also complicated patterns on the blade. In short, it was very beautiful. Give it back to me. The little boy looked at Ningxu gloomily. Sure. Ningxu flicked the dagger and threw it at the little boy's head. The little boy chuckled and held the dagger. My things won't hurt you. Oh, so you are a dagger. Ningxu stared at the little boy. Don't treat my tolerance as fun. If there's a next time, I'll break you in half and crush you into powder. Ningxu clenched his fists and cracked his knuckles. Wah wah wah, why? The little boy sat on the ground and cried loudly. Ningxu ignored him and got into the carriage, saying, we can go now. It was a tough journey. After a few days, they would occasionally come across a small town where they could wash up and replenish their supplies. Mei Ziqing's 5 weapons appeared to be impatient, and the atmosphere was restless. It was easy to encounter Luna beasts in the wild. If they wanted to eat, they had to hunt by themselves. In the past, these weapons only needed to hunt half-dead Luna beasts for food. Now, it was more difficult to hunt by themselves. The wear and tear of the weapons would make them feel uncomfortable. It was like a person doing heavy work. Their bodies would feel uncomfortable, and they would suffer from illnesses. Therefore, the 5 weapons did not look good and had many complaints about Mei Ziqing. The other weapons asked the spearmen to ask Mei Ziqing when they could reach that place. How much longer do we have until we reach this place? The spearman asked Mei Ziqing with a grim expression. Encouraged by the weapons, he asked. Ningxu drank the meat soup and looked at the spearman impatiently. There was a hint of disgust in his eyes. Ningxu felt that Mei Ziqing knew that the weapons who entrusted him liked the spearman. It seemed that the spearman saw this as a disgrace. Mei Ziqing said calmly, of course I have something to do. You are my weapons. You should follow me wherever I go. Do you have any objections? The spearman's expression froze. He turned and walked towards the 4 weapons with an ashen face. Ningxu held the bowl and said to Mei Ziqing, I finally know what's up with these weapons. They are all spoiled. They don't have to worry about food and clothing. They only need to finish the hunt. They also get a lot of money. They enjoy such a life, but they also want dignity and freedom. You really want them to kill each other to gain the dignity of the weapons. They are making a fuss again. He wanted to be a man, but he also wanted the dignity of a man. Mei Ziqing nodded and did not say anything. Ningxu drank the soup and glanced at Mei Ziqing's wrist. The red mark was more obvious now. It looked like a red string bracelet. This bracelet looked familiar. Ningxu thought for a moment and asked, this is the string of affection, right? Ningxu pointed at Mei Ziqing's wrist. Mei Ziqing covered her wrist with her sleeve and nodded. It is the string of affection. The string of affection was a tool that could make 2 people fall in love. Especially in the same plane, the string of affection would guide them. The closer they were, the hotter the string of affection would be. Some couples would wear the string of affection after falling in love to show their loyalty. Only when one party died and the string of affection was broken would the string of affection lose its effect. Firstly, it could be used as a love token. 1 red string for each person. It was beautiful and romantic. Secondly, it could sense the location of the person in love. If they were in the same plane, the string of affection would guide them. Wearing this was equivalent to a promise. It was like 2 people wearing handcuffs. As long as they were alive, the seas would run dry and the rocks would crumble. Back then, Xianxia had wanted to trick her into wearing it. It seemed that Mei Ziqing was not the only one in this world. There was another mission enforcer who had a close relationship with Mei Ziqing. It could be her lover. Ningxu said, we are companions now. You have to tell me what might happen next. Otherwise, I will leave. Ningxu stood up. Mei Ziqing reached out and grabbed Ningxu's wrist. Ningxu sat down. As you can see, there is another mission enforcer in this world. He is my lover. More accurately, he is my ex-boyfriend, Mei Ziqing said. Ningxu was speechless. He had never heard of Mei Ziqing having a boyfriend before. He could not tell that she was hurt by love. Ningxu was surprised by the sudden appearance of a boyfriend. Ningxu quickly asked, he's the one who cheated on you. I'm here to teach him a lesson. Mei Ziqing sighed. I would rather he cheated on me than see him like this. Ningxu was silent as he listened to Mei Ziqing speak. Aren't you going to ask me how he is now? Oh, what happened to him? Mei Ziqing touched her wrist. He went crazy. I don't know when he became like that. He is crazy. What did he do? Ningxu asked. He wants to change the heavens. He wants to merge with the heavenly Tao, Mei Ziqing said. Ningxu? It sounded very powerful. Heaven changing, merging with the heavenly Tao, Ningxu smiled. What the hell? Mei Ziqing saw that Ningxu was silent. You think it's crazy too, right? Ningxu, how does the heaven changing work? Ningxu asked. He felt that he was not in the same dimension as these mission enforcers. Otherwise, why would he be so ignorant? This is an extremely cruel and unorthodox method. I don't know where he got the heaven-changing array. The injection of the heaven-changing array requires the most negative and evil things in the world to cause irreversible damage to the heavenly Tao. Then, with the help of the heaven-changing array, he will become the heavenly Tao and control this plane. Mei Ziqing explained everything in one breath. Ningxu, what kind of person could create such an array? He is really crazy. He has planned this many times. With the retaliation of the heavenly Tao, he did not succeed. I also stopped him a few times. But I did not report it. My heart softens when I see him. I can't let him go on like this. Mei Ziqing covered her face with her hands and started crying. I asked you to come this time because I want you to be a witness. With you by my side, I can't let her go on like this. Ningxu stood up and turned to leave. Mei Ziqing asked, where are you going? I don't want to do something as dangerous as the heaven-changing array. I already know about this. I will report it to the higher-ups. Ningxu shrugged. Mei Ziqing, didn't you tell him? Ningxu asked. And where does the evil aura that drives the heaven-changing array come from? Mei Ziqing said faintly, killing continuously. In the heaven-changing array, the hatred, resentment, and fear of the soul will be magnified infinitely. He probably chose this world because of the existence of corrupted weapons. Mei Ziqing looked at the little boy who was holding a dagger and stabbing into the bodies of the Luna beasts. The little boy curled his lips. His eyes were cloudy and his body was emitting a black aura. His face was twisted with pleasure and pain. This kind of corrupted weapon is the best nourishment for the great sky-changing array. Mei Ziqing hugged his knees and shivered. He seemed to be cold. Ningxu took off his coat and covered her with it. He asked, does he want to control a plane? Ningxu asked, so it's considered your own world? Mei Ziqing nodded. He wants to have his own world, but it's not easy for mission enforcers to have a plane where life can flourish. He was tired of this feeling of hopelessness. He was tired of always shuttling back and forth between different skins. The life of a mission enforcer is too long. Immortality is both a blessing and a punishment. But if you're killed, you'll disappear forever. Even if you want to die, you don't dare to. Ningxu clicked her tongue twice. She really couldn't get used to this kind of melancholy style. If you're really so conflicted, then go die. You'll feel as if the whole world owes you. Of course, this was referring to Mei Ziqing's lover. Ningxu squinted and asked, does he still feel lonely when you're with him? I just can't figure out what he's thinking. Mei Ziqing wiped her tears. Let's put an end to this. He can't continue making mistakes like this. My indulgence and soft-heartedness will only make him go further down this path. Mei Ziqing held Ningxu's hand. Please come with me. Ningxu pulled his hand away. It's too dangerous. I'm not going. With what your boyfriend has done, he'll definitely be killed, Ningxu said. Mei Ziqing's face was pale. I know. He's not him anymore. He's already gone mad. He's been invaded by evil energy. He's not him anymore. Ningxu said, oh. Mei Ziqing, I feel like I'm in a pickle. This was supposed to be between you two, but now I'm involved. How you want to end your relationship is your problem. If I really report it, the higher-ups will send someone to kill your lover. When you think of your lover and keep beautifying him, you'll blame me for killing him. I'm not going to take the blame. Ningxu waved his hand and said directly. Mei Ziqing looked bitter before. Now that she heard Ningxu's words, she couldn't help but laugh. You're really... This isn't just about my lover. It's about the plane. I'm wrong about this. I'll deal with it myself. I've dragged you into this. When I looked for you, I wanted someone to be a bystander. It seems like I have to deal with it myself. Ningxu spread his hands. This is something you should deal with. Mei Ziqing propped up her chin and looked at the stars. Do you know? He was already a gentle person, but now he's become so crazy and evil. Ningxu was about to doze off. Forgive me for being blunt. Your man doesn't mind eternal loneliness. He just wants to take a shortcut to get a plane. Since it was eternal life, having some time to do what he wanted was just a waste of time. Since it was eternal life, was he afraid of not having enough time? Mei Ziqing, there's a limit to a person's bottom line. Faced with the temptation of getting a plane, he couldn't control himself, Mei Ziqing said lightly. Ningxu, oh. You've really made up your mind. You were defending him just now. Ningxu asked. He felt like he had gotten himself into trouble. Me defending him doesn't conflict with me stopping him from making mistakes. Ningxu, there was no doubt in this conversation. She was really in the wrong. Ningxu stood up. I'm going to rest. I don't want to get involved in this. Mei Ziqing lowered her head and apologized. I'm sorry. If there's no one around, I might be soft-hearted towards him. I can't watch him make mistakes. I'm afraid he'll be killed and disappear forever. Ningxu, phew, he was cursing in his heart. Ningxu shouted at the blackened weapon that was torturing the Luna beast's corpse. Poke your head. What did the corpse do to you? Why do you look like you've been betrayed by the whole world? Who are you trying to impress? You're sick. If you're sick, go home and take your medicine. The kid who poked the corpse, Xianxia, wanted to climb up a tree to rest. Lars lifted Xianxia and Xianxia up the tree. Xianxia looked at Meizicheng under the tree. This incident made Xianxia very unhappy. Meizicheng, I don't like you like this. You used to be so carefree. I can't bear to see you like this, Xianxia said directly. Xianxia had to consider whether he should continue to interact with Meizicheng in the future. Meizicheng lifted her head. Xianxia smiled. I've always been carefree. It's just that there are some things that I can't do. If you want to kill someone who loves you with your own hands, the person you love, what would you do? Meizicheng asked Xianxia. There were 2 reasons to kill your lover. One was love, and the other was morality. If they didn't stop it, who knew how long this massacre would continue? Meizicheng's lover seemed to have gone crazy. She went from a gentle person to a crazy person. What are you going to do? Meizicheng looked up at Xianxia, who was sitting on the tree. Just tell me what I should do. How can I get out of this situation? Xianxia, that's not right. Love is between the 2 of you. Now that there's a problem, why are you asking me? When the 2 of you are in love, I have no part in it. Xianxia's words were a little harsh. Meizicheng sighed. I'm sorry. I know you don't feel good. Yes, I don't feel good. Xianxia said directly. When there's a sign, it should be stopped immediately. Dragging it out has led to this situation. Are you worried that if you report it, the higher-ups will punish your boyfriend? Are you worried that your boyfriend will treat you badly? If it's true love, you should have the courage to accept your man's hatred. Xianxia sighed. I know it's hard to do. After all, I haven't experienced this kind of thing. I can't say much about your relationship. Xianxia lay on the tree branch. He couldn't be bothered to say anything to Meizicheng. There were thousands of knots in love. If they couldn't be cut, it would be messy. The next morning, Xianxia said to Meizicheng, let's part here. I won't be going. Meizicheng pursed her lips and said, Xianxia, I'm sorry. I'm in the wrong. Xianxia waved his hand. It's okay. But love is between 2 people. Your boyfriend killed so many people. He has karma. The end result won't be good. Meizicheng said, it's my fault. From the beginning, I should have hardened my heart. Things wouldn't have turned out this way. Meizicheng smiled at Xianxia. He took out some food from the tent and passed it to Lar. Xianxia said, I've thought it through. I shouldn't have dragged you into this. Lar took the package and held it in his arms as he looked at Xianxia. In any case, he would go wherever his master went. Xianxia sighed heavily. I'd better go with you. If something really happens, we can take care of each other. But let's make it clear, if anything happens, you have to cover for me to leave. Your man definitely won't bear to kill you. Meizicheng, then I might as well go myself. You'll be a burden. What's the use of having you around? Xianxia asked Lar, are you going or not? Go ahead. If he stopped Meizicheng's boyfriend, he might gain some merit. Besides, he had already come all the way here. It was impossible for him to not go. Xianxia didn't like this Meizicheng. A lot of troubles were self-inflicted. Since they were together because of mutual love, why couldn't they support each other? Meizicheng patted Xianxia's shoulder. Don't be so soft-hearted next time. I know you agreed to go because of me. No, I'm going for the merit. Xianxia's face was cold. Meizicheng touched Xianxia's forehead. Don't be too soft-hearted next time. I'm an example. Do you understand? Lar, who was holding the package and looking at the 2 of them, was speechless. What's with this weird atmosphere? Lar was very unhappy. He pulled Xianxia aside and said, although I don't understand what you're talking about, it seems like you lied to my master. Xianxia nodded. Yes, she lied to me. I feel so wronged, so wronged. Meizicheng waved his hand. Don't worry, it's just a lie. I really couldn't find anyone else, so I went to your master. You clearly know that my master is a poor country girl and that you are the daughter of a wealthy family, yet you still deceived my master. Lar stood in front of Ningxu and protected him behind him. He looked at Mei Ziqing with an ugly expression. Ningxu nodded. Yes, she lied to me. Mei Ziqing was speechless. Your master is not a country girl, nor is she a weak person. Is she an ordinary person to be able to crush the bones of her weapon? Mei Ziqing wanted to speak to Ningxu again, but Lar blocked Ningxu. Mei Ziqing was speechless. Mei Ziqing had no choice but to go hunting with his weapons. The 5 weapons followed behind Mei Ziqing weakly. When Mei Ziqing was far away, Lar turned to Ningxu and asked, I heard your friend call you Ningxu. You're not called Nicole? Ningxu shrugged. Was I? Yes. Lar nodded. I heard it clearly. Really? I already said that there are 2 people in one body. Since they're different people, they have different names. I named myself Ningxu. Lar rubbed his chin and pondered. Then I can't call you Nicole anymore. I have to call you Ningxu. A name is just a form of address. You can call me whatever you want. Ningxu looked around. I'll bring you to hunt. Lar turned into a crossbow and placed it in Ningxu's hands. Ningxu held the crossbow and walked past the little boy who was poking the Luna beast's corpse without changing his expression. After taking a few steps, Ningxu turned back and said to the little boy, Why are you torturing the corpse? What kind of hobby is this? I'm in pain. I want everyone to be in pain, including you. The little boy stabbed the dagger into the Luna beast's body. The corners of his mouth curled up as he smiled sinisterly at Ningxu. One day, I will stab this dagger into your body. Warm blood will splash out, and your soft flesh will be pierced by the dagger. Ningxu rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, Idiot, these filthy things will only make you feel more pain. The faster it corrodes, the faster it will disappear. The little boy laughed. I'm in pain, I'm in pain, I'm in pain. Since you've chosen to be evil, this is the price you have to pay. Bear with it, Ningxu said with a smile. Master, let's not add fuel to the fire. Lar couldn't help but say. He was afraid that his master would drive him crazy. The little boy stabbed the dagger into the Luna beast's corpse. The place where the dagger was stabbed had turned into minced meat. The Luna beast's corpse was beyond recognition. Oh, he. Ningxu covered his mouth and laughed. He walked past the little boy arrogantly. Lar was speechless. Was this really okay? Ningxu killed a few more Luna beasts. When Lar didn't need to eat anymore, he went back slowly. When he returned to the bonfire, Mei Ziqing had already returned. However, all 5 of her weapons were injured. They were just hunting. How did they end up like this? Mei Ziqing looked indifferent. She didn't heal the weapons. It was obvious that she wanted to teach the weapons a lesson. When Mei Ziqing saw Ningxu, she smiled and waved at Ningxu. You're back. We have to go. Mei Ziqing's weapons were speechless. Damn, they couldn't even compare to a country girl? It wasn't that Mei Ziqing's weapons didn't sense the change in their users' attitudes. But based on their previous experience, they would always coax them and apologize if they did something overboard. That cowardly user would forgive them. But now, when they were hunting, the user didn't seem to care about them. She just chopped at whatever was hard. The 5 weapons suffered a lot because of the wear and tear. They had never suffered like this before. Even the spear squad that the user liked was not surprised. They didn't escape the fate of being abused. Now that they saw the user treating a country girl with such a kind attitude, the 5 weapons were indignant. They looked at Ningxu with displeasure. Ningxu ignored their gazes and boarded the carriage. The little boy also climbed into the carriage. Ningxu stretched out his leg, wanting to kick him down. The little boy hugged Ningxu's leg and cried, Don't throw me down. I can't run. Ningxu shook his leg but couldn't shake the little boy off. Let go. Sister, the little boy cried so pitifully that one couldn't bear to see him cry. Ningxu said, Scram. The little boy hugged Ningxu's leg and refused to let go. Ningxu held his forehead. If you want to go, then go. Anyway, the place we're going to is the graveyard of your fallen weapons. Let's go. I'm not afraid. The little boy said. Even if Ningxu agreed, he wouldn't let go. He took out a dagger and wanted to stab Ningxu's leg. Ningxu stepped on the little boy's hand with her other foot and squeezed it. Behave yourself. Mei Ziqing, he always felt that the things around this girl would become quite strange. The little boy sobbed as he stared at Ningxu with his teary eyes. Ningxu didn't feel anything. He ignored the boy's gaze and closed his eyes to rest. After a few days of bumpy travel, they finally reached their destination. It was a huge mountain with a few villages built around it. Not far from the mountain was a small town. But this town wasn't prosperous. They seemed to be ordinary people, with fewer martial artists and fewer weapons. Ningxu's group arrived at the town and found a restaurant to settle down. Mei Ziqing sat by the window and looked at the few people on the street. He was a little worried. Ningxu ordered a table of dishes and then asked the waiter, "Are there not many people in your town?" Ningxu gave the waiter a few copper coins as a tip. The waiter looked very happy. Ningxu said, "Sir, you may not know, but I don't know what happened recently. Many people have gone missing. You guys shouldn't go anywhere either. Some villages are empty, disappearing for no reason at all. Many people have fled." Ningxu ate while listening to the waiter. Mei Ziqing waved at the waiter, and the waiter left. Ningxu swallowed the food in his mouth and said, "It seems that your boyfriend has already taken action. There doesn't seem to be any weapons in this town. Could it be that they have all been used as sacrifices to the great heaven-changing array?" Ningxu glanced outside the window. Mei Ziqing put down his chopsticks and said tiredly, "In this situation, there's no need to think. It should be him." "Why?" Ningxu rolled his eyes. Wasn't this obvious? Why was he so conflicted? He was doing it for the plane. Why was he asking why? Actually, Mei Ziqing's hidden meaning was, why didn't you care about me and did such a thing? You knew that this was a very dangerous thing. Why did you do it without caring about our future? What a difficult thing to do. Dong, dong, dong. The blackened boy held a dagger and poked the steamed fish corpse again and again. Why was this child always so interested in torturing corpses? Ningxu ignored the child poking the corpse. This child was a dagger, and his name was Dagger Mu. As for the reason for his blackening, no one knew. He was in a very painful state every day. According to Lars, the pain of a corrupted weapon was like breaking the weapon, and this pain would continue. Ningxu only had one word. Everyone's path was difficult. Ningxu didn't feel much about corrupted weapons. He didn't hate them, but he didn't like them either. It was just plain. Corrupted weapons were weapons that people hated because they were stained with human flesh. Dagger Mu seemed to feel uncomfortable if he didn't poke something for a day. He looked like he wanted to destroy the world. He was in pain, and others had to suffer with him. He wanted to destroy the world. Mei Ziqing said, "I'll go find him after dinner. The sky-changing array needs to be set up in a hidden place. This array is very big, covering a radius of 10 miles. As long as the formation is activated, all living beings within the range of the formation will be stripped of their life force, including their souls." Ningxu was speechless. Damn, this is a huge sin. If we step into the array and your boyfriend activates it, we'll all die. We'll be sacrificing our souls and life force. Ningxu felt that he had dug a hole for himself. How good would it have been if he had just left? Mei Ziqing shook her head and said, "Wait for me here. I'll go by myself." Mei Ziqing and Ningxu smiled. "Thank you. You agreed to my request so readily. I've kept many things from you." Ningxu rolled his eyes. What's the use of saying such things now? Ningxu rubbed his forehead. He felt a headache coming on. Such a heaven-defying array was created by that person who ate too much. Did it have any flaws? No, the flaws were obvious. It gathered the evilest things in the world and had a huge impact on one's mind. Even a mission enforcer's mind was blinded by the temptation of pursuing such power. Ningxu suspected that even if it merged with the heavenly Tao, this plane wouldn't be able to hold on for long. It was chaos. In the end, it couldn't hold on any longer and exploded. Countless pieces of trash were produced, causing a huge impact on the surrounding planes. An individual's strength was weak, but a butterfly could also cause a huge storm. Mei Ziqing said firmly to Ningxu, if something really happens to me, report it to the higher-ups. Ningxu asked, how do I know if something happened to you? Mei Ziqing touched the string of affection on her wrist. The string of affection that was previously hidden under her skin was now completely exposed. It was a simple red string. There's one more thing. Ningxu took a sip of tea and put down the teacup. You seem to have to complete the mission. If something really happens to you, your mission won't be completed. Mei Ziqing scratched her head. I came here prepared to be obliterated. Ningxu stood up and could not help but say, are you retarded? Do you want to disappear with that man? It wasn't easy for you to become a super mission enforcer. You worked so hard to understand the nomological laws just to be obliterated with that man? When Ningxu heard that Mei Ziqing was prepared to be obliterated, he felt very uncomfortable. I really don't like the way you are now. Since you've made up your mind, don't drag things out. You know that there's no turning back, so what are you still hoping for? Your lover's mind is so lost that he might not even recognize you, yet you still want to disappear with him. Don't tell me that this is your wish. If we die together. You have to think carefully. Mission enforcers will disappear without a chance to be reincarnated, let alone have an afterlife. Ningxu didn't want to say it, but he was very unhappy. This wasn't the Mei Ziqing he knew. She was no longer the same person after getting involved with this thing. She always had unrealistic fantasies. Ningxu was very angry. What kind of person could make Mei Ziqing like this? Mei Ziqing looked at Ningxu angrily and said, I've never thought of disappearing with him. I prepared beforehand. I have a tool to resist obliteration. Don't worry. Ningxu shook his head. I'm not worried. I just feel like you've been taken over by someone. You're not the Mei Ziqing I knew. Indeed, love is all brainless. It was all based on feelings. Mei Ziqing was speechless. I was partly responsible for him becoming like this. If I had stopped him earlier, he wouldn't have become like this. This matter will always be in my heart. It will slowly grow into a tumor. I can't watch him go crazy anymore. He's always wanted to get rid of his identity as a mission enforcer. But how can it be so easy? You either become strong or disappear completely. Mei Ziqing's face was pale. The strings of affection on her wrist shone with a bright red light. Mei Ziqing's lover should be nearby, no matter how far she was, given such a huge reaction from the strings of affection. Ningxu asked, have you reported this matter to the higher-ups? Don't tell me you haven't reported it and are going to find your lover yourself? Little sister, please calm down. Mei Ziqing remained silent. Ningxu face-bombed. You didn't report it, did you? Mei Ziqing, what are you trying to do? Mei Ziqing. Ningxu smiled, Anla, I've already reported it. Don't worry, I won't implicate you in this matter. If something really happens to me, you can report it again. Ningxu cursed inwardly, she hadn't even completed her mission yet. She hadn't even found out who killed Lara and Nicole. This time, Mei Ziqing had really screwed her over. She wasn't really screwed over. After all, she had come willingly. She was just a little disgusted. She really wanted to give him a tight slap. Ningxu didn't say anything even if he had to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. He was just so lovey-dovey and incomparably confused. Things that even the person involved couldn't decide were the most annoying. If she made a move, she would resent her in the future. However, she wasn't the person involved, so she definitely wouldn't understand how it felt. Can only hang high, but that didn't stop her from making sarcastic remarks. Wahahaha, they ate their meal very slowly. The sun was about to set. It seemed like they wouldn't be able to go today. Mei Ziqing still had a whole night to think about. They stayed at the inn. When night fell, the entire town was very quiet. There wasn't a single person on the streets. There wasn't even the sound of the night watch. It was like a ghost town. Ningxu and Lar were in the same room. Ningxu slept on the bed while Lar slept on the floor. There was also a corrupted weapon, Dagger Mu, squeezed together with Lar. It was laughing under the blankets, hugging Lar, making Lar very uncomfortable. Corrupted weapons were a type of disgusting existence that normal weapons didn't like. Corrupted weapons would make normal weapons restless. Affected. Ningxu grabbed Dagger Mu's collar. Don't come near my weapon. Dagger Mu didn't struggle as Ningxu grabbed him by the collar. He lowered his limbs and raised his head. Ningxu laughed, his face full of malice and mockery. Why are you afraid of me coming near your weapon? If you really trust and are loyal to each other, no matter how much I encourage it, it won't turn evil and eat your flesh. No matter how scared you are. Ningxu loosened his grip and Dagger Mu fell to the ground. Ningxu stepped on him, crushing him. What's there to be afraid of? I've never doubted my weapon's character. It's just that when a toad falls on the instep, it doesn't bite but it's disgusting. Dagger Mu was still laughing as Ningxu stepped on him. It's hypocritical and disgusting humans like you that are the most annoying. Ningxu, oh. I also hate people like you the most. When you get hurt a little, you feel like the whole world has betrayed you. It's just a small matter. Ningxu stepped on Dagger Mu's face. Dagger Mu, he had never seen such a cruel woman. She trampled on his dignity. I'll fight you to the death. Pfft, he stepped on Dagger Mu's face again. Dagger Mu, damn woman, I'm going to kill you. Ningxu kicked Dagger Mu away and said to Lar, if he comes near you again, kick him away. You're just making yourself suffer. Lar nodded. Got it. Ningxu made a trumpet with his hand and said loudly to Lar, don't talk to this coward in the future. Who are you calling a coward? Dagger Lar stood up with his head lowered and his arms hanging by his side. Ningxu made a trumpet with his hand and shouted at Dagger Mu, I'm talking about you, coward. You chose to turn evil, chose to fall, and now you want to take revenge on the whole world. There's a price to pay for everything. Since you've chosen to go dark, you'll have to walk down the path you've chosen. Choosing to fall meant that he no longer needed to be controlled by others, and he didn't need humans to help him hunt. Shouldn't there be a price? People always blame their failure on the environment. I was forced to do this. I found many excuses for my failure. Dagger Mu laughed. A woman who only knows how to say disgusting things. What do you know? Disgusting woman who only knows how to talk big. I'm going to tear you apart. Lar stood in front of Ningxu. Mu, if you dare to do anything to my master, I won't let you go. You? You're nothing but a defective product. Dagger Mu mocked. His voice was filled with endless malice. Lar said, yes, I'm a defective product. Do you have a problem with that? Why don't a piece of trash like you die? Why don't you die? Die. You're really a disgusting thing. Die. Dagger Mu screamed. Ningxu, it seemed that she had nothing to do with this anymore. The two weapons started to quarrel. How long are you going to be so stubborn? Can't you talk nicely? Lar punched Lar in the head. Ningxu saw Lar's actions and felt a little horrified. Lar's head was swollen, but he didn't resist. Ningxu was even more shocked. Ningxu looked at Lar and moved from the corner of her eyes. She didn't know what had happened between them. Ningxu, I can discipline him. He's being tortured by the user because he's young, Lar said to Ningxu. The corners of Ningxu's mouth twitched. Hurry up and pull it. Your weapons have mature minds, regardless of age. When did you guys connect? Ningxu asked with a raised eyebrow. Mu the dagger started laughing again. Ningxu said with disdain, what are you laughing at? You're laughing so hard. Were you suspecting your weapon just now? Suspecting that your weapon is in cahoots with me? Are you thinking that your weapon has been influenced by me? Will it eat your flesh and become corrupted? Ningxu was speechless. You're a little crazy. Lar quickly said to Ningxu, I won't betray you. Really? I know. I trust you. Why would I trust a corrupted weapon that wants to take revenge on the whole world? Lar punched Mu's head again and said to her, apologize to my master. I won't apologize. She really suspected you just now. Lar, go dark. Get rid of this disgusting human from now on, Mu said to Lar, covering her head. I won't betray my master. If it wasn't for her, I would be dead now. Lar's face darkened. Apologize to my master. I won't. Mu stiffened her neck. Then leave. Don't follow us. You've always wanted to hurt my master, Lar said coldly. I won't. Lar pouted. She was about to cry. Lar, why do you want to be with humans? They're hypocritical and fickle. They're cruel and evil. Ningxu was speechless. Lar and Mu's style was a little strange. Ningxu kicked Mu out of the window and asked Lar, you want to take him with you? D*mn woman, D*mn woman, I'm going to tear you apart. Lar shouted from downstairs. Lar was silent for a moment, then said, Mu is an innocent child. His first contract was with a child. Perhaps the child's ignorance and viciousness caused him harm. Ningxu. Oh. With some training, it can still be master's weapon. Although it's fallen, it can still be used. Oh, your master has been forced to use a corrupted weapon? You think too highly of your mental fortitude and state of mind. To pollute a cup of water, only 1 drop of ink is needed. But to restore a cup of polluted water to its original state, no amount of ink can do it, Ningxu said. Dagger Mu is a drop of ink. Lars lowered his head. I know. Ningxu face-bombed. Up to you. Let him follow you if you want. However, a normal weapon will be affected by a corrupted weapon. You're the one suffering. Why do you want to keep Dagger Mu with you even if you have to endure the pain? Or have you been corrupted by him? Ningxu asked the question in his heart openly. Lars said firmly, I will never be corrupted. If I am corrupted, I will kill myself. I will not eat your flesh to extend my life. Ningxu was tired. A corrupted weapon was randomly thrown in, and it seemed that this corrupted weapon was always trying to poach him. And Lars seemed to want to use this weapon for his own use. You want to use love to influence him? Ningxu lay on the bed and asked, let him feel that there is true love in this world? Lar? I just feel that he is a child who is throwing a tantrum. I don't want to influence him. Master can use sex, Lar said. I'm so tired. Ningxu waved his hand. Dagger Mu went upstairs and roared at Ningxu on the bed, I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Lar's face darkened. Don't speak so loudly. Dagger Mu's expression froze. He lowered his voice and whispered, damned woman, I'm going to kill you. Kill you. You can't call me master. Damned woman, she has a name. You can't say that you're going to kill her, Lar said. Dagger Mu was impatient. Lar, go ahead. I will protect you from now on. You don't have to follow this human. Ningxu looked back and forth between Lar and Dagger Mu. He had some guesses. People always said that birds of a feather flocked together. Dagger Mu considered Lar to be one of his kind. Lar was a defective product, while Dagger Mu was a corrupted weapon. Loneliness and Lar's attitude made Dagger Mu hold on to Lar tightly. Compared to other weapons, Lar's attitude towards Dagger Mu was much better. He even had the air of a strict elder brother. Ningxu held his forehead and closed his eyes to rest. He ignored the 2 weapons. Was it good or bad to have this corrupted weapon by his side? The next morning, Mei Ziqing had her breakfast. She packed her things and was about to go find her lover. Ningxu walked her to the door. Mei Ziqing smiled and said, I'm leaving. Ningxu confirmed again, did you really report it? This is not a small matter. I did. Don't worry. I'm afraid you'll be soft-hearted, Ningxu said. It seemed that Mei Ziqing's lover had tried to use the sky-changing array a few times, but it had all failed. Mei Ziqing didn't report it because she was soft-hearted. She should have destroyed it back then. Why don't we just leave him alone? There are plenty of people who can take care of him, Ningxu said to Mei Ziqing. Mei Ziqing looked at the mountain in the distance. Ningxu, there are some things and feelings that you won't understand. Okay, I don't understand. Go ahead. I won't go. Ningxu raised his hand. She wouldn't interfere in the affairs of the couple. If anything happens to me, please report it again. Sorry to trouble you. Mei Ziqing left with her 5 weapons. Lar walked over. Ningxu asked, she's gone. Aren't you going? Ningshu shrugged. I'm not going. It's too dangerous. She would just wait patiently. When the time came, she would waste a privilege ticket. Ningshu wouldn't get involved in such a dangerous matter. Ningshu spent his days leisurely in the inn. He watched Lar chatter in Daggermu's ear. He couldn't do this. He couldn't do that. Daggermu was sinister. There were a few times when he couldn't control himself and wanted to kill Lar. Ningshu walked over and stepped on Daggermu's face, grinding her foot on his face. Ningshu liked cremation. He didn't like reform. Mei Ziqing left for 2 days without any news. Ningshu said, ask Mei Ziqing how she's doing. Be polite. 2333 nodded. After a while, he replied, she's still in the mountains. I haven't found her. Ningshu held his chin. With the guidance of the strings of affection, how could they not find her? Ningshu was getting impatient. Her mission hadn't been completed yet. Ningshu was bored out of her mind. She rested her chin on her hand and said to 2333, help me write a report about this. 2333 said, it's a waste of an authorization ticket. You can't report anything that you can't handle in the future. Ningshu said, I'm scared. I'll report it. If I don't have an authorization ticket, I'll ask Mei Ziqing for one. What if Mei Ziqing doesn't have one? 2333 asked. Then let her owe it. She must pay it back. Ningshu propped up her chin and looked at Lar and Mu the dagger through the window. The two of them were buying some toys from a small stall. What if she doesn't pay you back? What if you run into another problem that you can't solve? 2333 asked. Ningshu thought for a while and said, you don't want me to help Mei Ziqing? Because there's no way you can help her. 2333 said directly. The friendship between gentlemen is as clear as water. Ningshu said, oh, I'll report it. Let's get through this first. Reporting it twice will attract attention. Ningshu said. 2333 said casually, then how should I write the report? Ningshu rolled his eyes. Just say that someone wants to steal the day. 2333, oh. After a while, 2333 submitted the report. Ningshu said, there's only one authorization ticket. It's okay if there's none. There'll be more. Ningshu said casually. Ningshu drank tea and ate sunflower seeds. He looked out the window and practiced his ultimate martial arts. Multitasking, so easy. To be honest, Ningshu didn't dare to practice ultimate martial arts. He was afraid that his body would become a black hole because his energy center was getting deeper and deeper. It was like a vast universe. In the end, he would lose himself. He was afraid. Ningshu felt guilty. He had to figure out everything on his own. Ningshu Chao said to 2333, ask Mei Ziqing's system, how is Mei Ziqing now? 2333 said, can you not ask so often? Talking like this is a waste of the system's power. Besides, even if you ask, the system might not give you an answer. Save it, 2333 said. You already asked 2 hours ago. How many times have I suffered from the system's disdain on your behalf? 2333 sounded like he had been wronged. Ningshu's mouth twitched. You didn't seem to be very polite. Maybe the system doesn't like you. Do you have a low EQ? Everyone liked to hear nice words. If you didn't stand on ceremony the moment you went up, the other party would scold you if they felt uncomfortable. You should be more careful. I'll be interacting with more and more mission enforcers in the future. If you're like this, I think my future days will be miserable. Ningshu said helplessly. If it was in the modern plane, it would be fine. With just a phone call, he could know the other party's situation. But now, in this plane where communication was not developed, he could only know the other party's situation through the system. With 2333 like this, Ningshu felt a little awkward. Do you not want to be my system? Is that why you're so casual about my affairs? Ningshu propped up his chin and looked out the window. 2333 immediately said, I've never thought of that. We're bound together. Harming your interests is harming mine. I'm not that stupid. Ningshu, oh. The next day, Ningxiu asked 2333 again, any news from the other side? The other side's system didn't send a message, 2333 said. Ningxiu frowned. Why was there no news at all? Could it be that the two of them had gone to live together, or else, they'd gone to be lovey-dovey? Burn a couple to death, oh utensils. The waiter served breakfast and said to Ningxiu, Sir, please renew your bill. Ningxiu, didn't the previous person pay? Mei Ziqing had leaked a little bit of money. It was enough for her to stay for 10 days to half a month. Mei Ziqing didn't pay? She was too muddle-headed. She did. It seems that the lady wanted her weapon back. She said she couldn't stay for that long. The waiter said. Ningxiu, what did she look like? Red hair. Spear class, Ningxiu rolled her eyes. She guessed that he was still holding a grudge against her for crushing his hand. Mei Ziqing definitely didn't notice. It seemed that he had been using his own money to eat and drink recently. Ningxiu felt a chill in his heart. Ningxiu returned most of the breakfast and said to the waiter, I can't eat this much. I don't want the rest. It's not easy to return this. Ningxiu licked the plate clean. When it was time to check out, the manager was calculating on the abacus. Ningxiu took out all his savings, but it still couldn't make up for the past few days of eating and drinking. Ningxiu stared at the dagger class. Do you have money? You're staying in the room. Dagger Mujiajia laughed. Ningxiu laughed like an L. What are you laughing at? Do you have money? No. Lar took out some money from his body. Ningxiu asked, where did you get it? I saved it. Did you forget that I've been collecting the money from selling the beast course? Lar said to Ningxiu. Lar was really a good man. After leaving the inn, Ningxiu wandered around the streets with his two weapons. He found a place to sit down. He was sleeping on the streets again. What a bad life. Haha, Lar, go dark. Your master is so poor that he doesn't even have money. If you go dark, I'll protect you. Dagger Mu encouraged Lar again. Lar said indifferently, I used to be in the recycling station. I just slept on the streets. Dagger Mu fiercely glared at Ningxiu. Ningxiu looked at Dagger Mu with disdain. This little guy wanted to steal him from her. Ningxiu stood up and sat down. He sat down and stood up again. He didn't feel comfortable. He asked 2333, what's going on over there? My usage is limited. Can I exchange for something powerful? Ningxiu asked. 2333 nodded. What do you want to exchange for? Ningxiu didn't know what to exchange for. He thought for a moment and said, how about something that's not affected by the formation? Let me see if there's anything in the shop. Wait. Lar saw Ningxiu's expression and asked, did something happen? You look a little panicked. Am I panicking? I don't think so. I'm just. Before Ningxiu could finish, he saw the leaves on the roadside turning yellow. Soon, the leaves fell to the ground. The tree withered in no time. Ningxiu looked at the people walking on the street. Some young and old people fell to the ground. Ningxiu felt some kind of power sucking the life out of her body. Even her soul was being pulled out of her body. More and more people fell to the ground. Their eyes were empty, and all signs of life had been taken away. They had turned into dried corpses. In such a strange situation, Ningxiu instantly thought of the Great Sky-Changing Array formation. Why would the heaven-changing formation appear in the town? Could it be that Mei Ziqing's lover had placed the heaven-changing formation in the town, but there were more creatures in the forest? There were countless trees, plants, animals, and souls. Why would it appear in the town? 2333's voice appeared in Ningxiu's mind. Mei Ziqing told you that her lover had activated the heaven-changing formation. Originally, it only covered about 10 kilometers, but now it has expanded to 50 kilometers. The town is within its range. Ningxiu said, F***ck, Mei Ziqing wants you to run. Her lover has put everything on the line. 50 kilometers is the limit of the formation. 2333 Ningxiu said. Ningxiu felt like he was in trouble. How could he run? Before he could escape the range of the formation, his life had been taken away. Ningxu looked up at the sky. It was gray, and there was something blocking his vision. Lar and Mu were in pain. They held their heads and squatted down. It was very painful to forcibly take one's soul out of one's body. A strong suction force tried to suck Ningxu's soul out of his body and into the sky. Ningxu used his qi and drew a talisman on Lar and Mu's foreheads. These talismans could fix the soul in the body. Lar and Ben looked better. They were not in so much pain. But they could only hold on for a while. The power of the formation was getting stronger. Ningxu could not hold on any longer. It felt like his soul was going to be sucked out of his body at any time. Did you find something that can fix the soul? Ningxu asked Ningxu anxiously. Do you want the soul anchoring pill? 2333 Ningxu asked. Yes, yes. Now we just need to solve the problem, Ningxu said. But it's a little expensive. It costs 5 merit points for one pill. Ningxu gritted his teeth. Yes, I want 3. 3 golden pills appeared in Ningxu's hand. Ningxu gave one each to Lar and Muse the dagger. Then, he stuffed one into his mouth. Damned woman, what did you feed me? Dagger Mu dug into his throat. The moment the steadying soul pill entered his mouth, his soul felt as if it was being weighed down by a heavy weight. He no longer felt as light as a feather. The 3 of them felt much better. Ningxu wiped his sweat and asked 2333, where is Mei Ziqing now? Get Mei Ziqing's system to give us a location and a map. Ningxu was very unhappy. Oh, okay. 2333 said confidently. He probably went to attack Mei Ziqing's system again. After a while, 2333 said, Mei Ziqing is in the mountains. Ningxu smiled. I know she's in the mountains. Where is she? The other party's system gave me the location. I just have to follow it. This feels so good. The other party's system is so cowardly. Ningxu was speechless. No matter how you looked at it, Mei Ziqing was in the wrong. 2333 was taking advantage of her. Ningxu said to Lar, we're going to find my friend now. Lar nodded. I'll go wherever you go. In a short while, the people in the town were all dead. Some of the trees had also withered. Ningxu went to a shop and found some biscuits. The shop owner was already dead and had turned into a dried corpse. It was hard to imagine how many people had died in a 50-mile radius. Mei Ziqing didn't seem to have killed her lover and allowed him to activate the sky-changing array. As long as she wasn't affected by the array, she was invincible. Lar put the biscuits into his body and took some water from the shop. Ningxu looked at Dagger Mu. What can you do? Dagger Mu grabbed a bowl and put it into his body. I can also stuff things. I'm also very strong. I'm a person with off the charts. Ningxu chuckled. Ningxu started to look for Mei Ziqing according to the map given by the system. Ningxu suspected that Mei Ziqing's heart had softened again. This made Ningxu very unhappy. Since she had made up her mind, why drag it out? The sky-changing array covered a 50-mile radius. Ningxu shuttled through the forest and found the red dot. The last place he found was a small lake. Mei Ziqing was tied up and thrown on the ground like a caterpillar. The entire forest had withered. The grass on the ground had turned yellow. Even the ground had become dry. Ningxu reached out to Dagger Mu. Dagger Mu ignored Ningxu. Lar said, turn into a weapon. Let the owner cut the rope. Dagger Mu was very impatient, but he still turned into a dagger. Ningxu walked over and wanted to cut the rope around Mei Ziqing. However, Ningxu couldn't cut the rope even after a long time. Mei Ziqing smiled at Ningxu. Why are you here? Why are you tied up? With your ability, can't you cut the rope? Ning. Shu cut the rope. It seemed that the rope was really sturdy. Sigh, all life within a 50-mile radius has been wiped out. Ningxu sighed. Mei Ziqing didn't know what expression to make. Why are you tied up by him? Is this a bondage play? Mei Ziqing was speechless. Why are you still joking? Don't waste your energy. It can't be cut. This is the product of the system. He's been guarding against me. Mei Ziqing said. Ningxu looked around and didn't see Mei Ziqing's 5 weapons. Where are the weapons? Ningxu asked. Mei Ziqing lifted his chin and signaled Ningxu to look over. Ningxu looked at the lake. Dead? Turned into scrap metal and thrown into the lake? Killed by him? Ningxu asked. Mei Ziqing nodded. Killed. Ningxu grinned. All 5 of his weapons were killed. TSK, Mei Ziqing's mission was already half done. Where's your lover? Ningxu looked around. What kind of person was he? How should I stop him? Ningxu looked at the gray sky. Just use violence to defeat him. Where's your man? Ningxu looked at him from the corner of his eyes. You can't do anything if I tie you up? Mei Ziqing, you're being soft-hearted again. Can't you do something? Ningxu felt helpless. He's up there. He doesn't have a body now. His soul has fused with the sky-changing array. When he absorbs the life force, the hatred, and fear in his soul, his strength will increase. At that time, the sky-changing array will cover a larger area. Ningxu was speechless. Good game. Ningxu used all his strength to pull the rope tied to Mei Ziqing. He wanted to break the rope. It's useless. If I don't do it myself, I can't break it. Mei Ziqing shook his head. Since he couldn't open it, Ningxu gave up and said, everywhere is desolate and deprived of life. You're still fine. He really can't bear to leave you. Mei Ziqing closed his eyes and didn't say anything. Ningxu clenched his fists and looked up at the array in the sky. By the time Mei Ziqing's lover had completely absorbed the life force and souls within a radius of 50 miles, the array formation could cover an area of 80 miles or even 100 miles. Moreover, the land where the life was absorbed would start to turn into deserts. He had to break the array. Ningxu clenched his fists and flew up, using his fists to resist the array. When his fists and the array came into contact, Ningxu felt as if he had punched a very thick bulletproof glass. Ningxu's hand hurt, and a huge rebound force sent her flying back. Ningxu fell heavily on the ground, kicking up a thick layer of dust. Lar said, Master. Daggermu said, Haha, you deserve it. Daggermu saw Ningxu running over and could only look at him from the corner of his eyes. He asked, Are you dead? Ningxu spat out a mouthful of blood and rubbed her chest. It was King painful. Ningxu asked Mei Ziqing, How can I break this thing? Give me a hint. Mei Ziqing was tied up like a caterpillar. Ningxu shouted, It needs a huge amount of power to break it. It would be best if you could break this array. Ningxu said, Get lost. The array was 50 miles in radius. It was so complicated that it would be too late to break it. Mei Ziqing's lover seemed to have put all his eggs in one basket. He probably couldn't handle the array within 50 miles. Ningxu jumped up from the ground. He wiped the blood from his mouth and looked up at the sky. Ningxu said to Lar, Take me with you. Lar didn't know what Ningxu was doing, but he was very worried about him. Ningxu waved his hand and said to Lar, You guys go to the side. I'll try again. Ningxu clenched his fists and mobilized the power of the stars in his dantian. She had never used this kind of power before, but now she wanted to try it. The power of the stars poured into Ningxu's fist, and Ningxu felt an immense power gushing out. When Ningxu rushed towards the formation in the sky, he was like a meteorite full of power. With gushing power, he charged towards the formation. The power of the spell formation collided with the power of the stars, creating a loud sound. The whole world seemed to be shaking. It was as if a meteorite had landed on the ground. The huge force bounced Ningxu back, and he fell to the ground with a plop. Ningxu spat out another mouthful of blood. Ck, it hurts. Mind your own business, or I'll make sure you never reincarnate. A man's voice came from the magic array. She must be Mei Ziqing's lover. Ningxu smiled and stood up, wiping the corners of his mouth. So I have to care? What, do you want to save the world? Haha, are you really the goddess of mercy with the halo of the Holy Mother? The voice in the magic array was full of sarcasm. Ningxu shook his hand. Thanks for the compliment. I'm just that pure and beautiful. Mei Ziqing shouted, Yu Qing, give up. Don't do this again. I beg you, I beg you. I can't turn back. I can only go on like this. Do you think the people above will let me go? Only by getting the plane can I live. Yu Qing's voice passed through the magic array, and it was surprisingly clear. Mei Ziqing cried in a daze. It's all my fault. I should have stopped you. I shouldn't have let you keep making mistakes. Wrong? What did I do wrong? I didn't do anything wrong. Mission enforcers, eternal life. It's just that the people above enslaved us. You don't dare to resist. You use their rules as the standard to judge right and wrong. You still use these rules to ask me. Mei Ziqing, you're hopeless. The voice in the magic array was furious. I want to jump out of these rules, and you say I'm wrong. What did I do wrong? Mei Ziqing opened his mouth and tears fell. You'll be killed like this, Yu Qing. As long as I successfully merge with the heavenly Tao of this world, no one can do anything to me, Yu Qing said coldly. You won't let me fail, right? Take this woman and get lost. This woman was talking about Ningxu. Ningxu sat on the ground and rested for a while, listening to Yu Qing and Mei Ziqing's conversation. In summary, Mei Ziqing felt that Yu Qing would be killed like this. Moreover, the people above would not let him go for killing so many lives. Yu Qing, on the other hand, was eager to escape from being enslaved. He hated Mei Ziqing for using the rules of the mission enforcers to ask him. In short, both felt that something was wrong. Mei Ziqing screamed at Yu Qing, Yu Qing, Yu Qing, can you give up now? I beg you. If you give up, I'll think of a way to save you so that you won't be killed. I beg you, please think about me. Yu Qing did not speak. The magic array in the air was operating, and its range seemed to have expanded. Ningxu. What do we do now? Ningxu asked Mei Ziqing. He was in a dilemma. Ningxu, who was watching from the side, felt very tired. Clearly, there was a difference in their thoughts and views. The two of them were in love, but there was a difference in their morals and thoughts. This relationship might be doomed. Why hadn't the people above arrived yet? Ningxu felt that he was in a dilemma. Should he make a move? The magic array was slowly expanding. Ningxu looked at Mei Ziqing. Mei Ziqing said to Ningxu, please help me stop him. What if you blame me in the future? Ningxu shrugged. I'm complaining in front of you. My husband blathered on and on. You said that he was such a scumbag. Why don't we just get a divorce? But she said that her husband was not such a scumbag. We're fine. We won't get a divorce. What can you do? Mei Ziqing's face was pale and he looked weak. He said slowly but firmly to Ningxu, I can still distinguish between right and wrong in this matter. The one who doesn't understand is Yu Qing. His current strength is not enough to jump out of the rules. Mei Ziqing looked up at the magic array in the sky. Only the strong have the right to speak, to set the rules. Why doesn't Yu Qing understand? Mei Ziqing's expression was pained. Ningxu stretched his neck. Let me try. When will the people above arrive? Mei Ziqing's face was pale. If the people above really arrive, it will be Yu Qing's death. Then what do you think we should do? Ningxu asked. If we don't cause any more damage, we should break the magic array. When the people above arrive, perhaps Yu Qing won't die. Ningxu, There was no life within a few dozen miles. The people above were not blind. Ningxu saw the hope in Mei Ziqing's eyes and couldn't bear to say anything. He clenched his fist and used the power of the stars to attack the array. However, the array was very sturdy. Ningxu was shocked by the power of the array. Ningxu used even more power of the stars. His fist carried the power of a meteorite as it smashed into the array. Every time they collided, the array lit up. The power of the array was about to pull Ningxu's soul out of his body. Fortunately, with the power of the soul anchoring pill, it wasn't much of a hindrance. Ningxu shouted out and slammed his fist into the array formation, causing a slight gotcha sound to emerge from the laws. Yu Qing quickly repaired the crack. The array released an attack towards Ningxu. It was very fast and arrived in front of Ningxu in an instant. Get out of the way. Mei Ziqing's voice cracked as he shouted at Ningxu. Lar was scared silly. Ningxu gritted his teeth and stretched out his fist. His fist surged with power and smashed towards the attack like a meteorite. The two collided and exploded like a nuclear bomb. Ningxu was blown far away by the shockwave. His body dragged on the ground for a long time. The clothes on his back were torn. His back was stained with blood. Broken twigs and stones pierced his skin. Ningxu spat out a mouthful of blood. Lar turned into a crossbow and flew into Ningxu's hand. Use me. Ningxu held Lar. Lar's power was of no help to this battle. However, he couldn't say this out loud. Ningxu stood up slowly. He felt like his body was about to fall apart. Mei Ziqing looked worriedly at Ningxu. He was originally tied up like a caterpillar and was slowly moving towards Ningxu. He asked, "Are you okay?" "Damn it, it hurts." Ningxu turned to look at his back. Dagger Mu reached out and pulled out the branch on Ningxu's back. It was very rough. "Hee, serves you right." Ningxu kicked Dagger Mu away. What a heartless thing. If it wasn't for her steadying soul pill, such a soul filled with resentment would have already been taken in by the great heaven-changing array. "Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Ningxu held the crossbow and looked at the array formation in the sky. He felt powerless. Furthermore, this array formation was constantly changing. Ningxu and Mei Ziqing's eyes met. Mei Ziqing's eyes were filled with struggle. If Yu Qing succeeded, even more living beings would be robbed of their life force and souls, not even having the chance to reincarnate. But even if Yu Qing succeeded, it would have caused such a huge impact. Who knew what the outcome would be? If he failed, Yu Qing would face the fate of being completely obliterated. Mei Ziqing's heart was probably being repeatedly kneaded and tortured. All the struggles and pain were because he wasn't strong enough, because he wasn't strong enough. If he couldn't jump out of the rules, he could only be judged by the rules. Ningxu mobilized the power of the stars in his body and covered Lar's body. Then, he shot an arrow at the array formation. Lar's arrow was imbued with immense power. It shot towards the great heaven-changing array and finally passed through it. But Lar's arrow was injured. Half of the arrowhead was cracked. But it also damaged the array. Black smoke drifted out of the array formation. Clearly, it was the evil energy absorbed by the array formation. There was a loophole in the array formation. Ningxu placed the crossbow on the ground. Lar turned into his human form. He was covered in injuries. Dagger Mu hurried over to help Lar up. He said darkly, "How could she treat you like this?" Lar laughed. "I can help her. I'm still useful." "Mei Ziqing, why are you doing this to me?" "I'm about to succeed." "Why are you stopping me?" "I'm about to escape this fate." Why? "I'll never forgive you. I hate you." Yu Qing's clear voice became somewhat ferocious. "I didn't want to be in the swamp. You just had to pull my leg and force me to stay in the swamp with you. I hate you. I hate you." Yu Qing's accusations were like knives stabbing into Mei Ziqing's heart. Blood dripped, and the pain was unbearable. Mei Ziqing's face twisted. "I know you're tired of the mission enforcers. You're tired of the feeling of uncertainty. But a fish dies when out of water. You haven't transformed into a dragon yet. You'll die when out of water. Yu Qing, you've absorbed the evilest things in the world to break through the heavenly Tao. These things will affect your mind. You'll become something that you don't even recognize. You'll become something controlled by evil energy. Yu Qing, I beg you, don't degrade yourself. I've never thought of dragging you into the swamp. If one day you really break free from your shackles and surpass the rules, I'll only give you my blessings. I want to succeed now, but you're stopping me. This is the blessings you speak of. If I fail this time, Mei Ziqing, I'll hate you for the rest of my life. We'll never meet again." Ugh. The rope around Mei Ziqing's body tightened. His face flushed a sickly red. His body was tightly bound by the rope. The tighter it became, the more uncomfortable Mei Ziqing felt. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His internal organs were clearly injured from the pressure. "You can't go on like this," Mei Ziqing said with difficulty. The blood in his mouth dyed his teeth red. Why not? It's just because some people have been sacrificed. That's not right. Those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. All success is built on bones. I'm willing to sacrifice my future. I'm willing to give up everything in exchange for great power. I'm willing. I'm willing. What right do you have to say that I'm wrong? Meiziqing, you're really a detestable and pedantic woman. Meiziqing closed his eyes and vomited blood. His face was pale. Meiziqing opened his eyes. Ningxu said, I'm begging you. Ningxu held his forehead and clenched his fists. He mobilized all the qi in his body. A huge dragon formed from the power of the stars appeared behind him. Ningxu flew up and smashed into the array in the sky. The huge dragon behind Ningxu crashed into the great sky-changing array. A series of cracking noises could be heard from the array, and a dark and evil aura drifted out from the cracks. Ningxu punched the array again and again. More and more fine lines appeared on the array. Stop, stop. Yu Qing shouted in exasperation. Ningxu ignored Yu Qing and raised his fist. The giant dragon raised its head and roared soundlessly before slamming into the spell formation. The cracks on the array spread rapidly. Finally, with a bang, the array shattered into countless pieces. The sun shone down, shining brightly. Ningxu was blown far away by the explosion. Lar hugged Ningxu from behind, using Ningxu as a cushion. He slammed into the ground and slid for some distance. Ningxu hurriedly asked, Are you okay? He actually used such a huge impact to cushion her. Ningxu didn't know what to say about Lar's actions. He saw that Lar's back was badly mutilated and that he had poured some maintenance fluid on it. Lar smiled. Luckily, I'm a weapon and you're made of flesh and blood. You can't take such damage. Ningxu couldn't help but say, Don't be so stupid next time. Weapons can die too. Lar didn't say anything. Ningxu got up. He was weak and his fingers were bleeding. These were the wounds left by the forceful resistance of the array. However, the array was broken. Yu Qing roared. I hate it, I hate it. Yu Qing's body was shrouded in black smoke. The black smoke slowly dissipated under the sunlight, revealing a sunny boy in casual clothes. He was a handsome man with short hair and sunshine. However, Yu Qing was in spirit form and didn't have a body. Ningxu couldn't help but ask Meiziqing, Are you in a relationship with a younger man? Meiziqing, who was vomiting blood, was speechless. In terms of temperament, Meiziqing felt more mature than Yu Qing. They were definitely in a relationship. Meiziqing spat out a mouthful of blood. The ropes on her body tightened and she couldn't bear it. Meiziqing looked at Yu Qing and endured the pain. Yu Qing, wake up. You can't control this power. It will corrupt your mind. You have no right to interfere in my affairs. Yu Qing looked at Ningxu with bloodshot eyes. I don't mind if you want to save the world. However, you shouldn't have stepped on Meiziqing and me. You're only doing this to show that you're a righteous person. Ningxu spat out a mouthful of blood. He pointed at his nose and asked incredulously, When did I step on you too? I'd be crazy to care about you. He was speechless. Ningxu rolled her eyes. In the end, she saw a person floating in midair. He was dressed in black and was quietly floating there. He looked down without making a sound. A gentle breeze blew at the corner of his windbreaker. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and looked down at them. He just looked at them coldly. When did he appear? Could it be that he had been quietly watching from the side, even when they tried their best to break the formation but failed? He just watched and didn't do anything. When they saw Ningxu looking at the sky, they looked up as well. Meiziqing and Yu Qing's expressions changed drastically when they saw the school doctor floating in the air. Meiziqing endured the pain in his body and stood in front of Yu Qing. He pleaded with the school doctor, Yu Qing will change. Please give him a chance. I am willing to accept any punishment. The school doctor floated down, but he didn't step on the ground. Instead, he was floating. Ningxu took a few steps back to avoid being accidentally injured. Yu Qing gritted his teeth and shouted like a trapped beast, What did I do wrong? What right do you have to kill me? Mei Ziqing hurriedly stopped Yu Qing from speaking. Stop it, stop it. Yu Qing roared, why are you so afraid of him? What right does he have to be so arrogant? What right does he have to kill me? I'm not wrong, I'm not wrong. What right do you have to determine that I'm wrong based on your narrow definition of right and wrong? I'm not wrong at all. All I did was kill a few people. There are so many mission enforcers out there. Who dares to say that they haven't killed anyone? Their hands are clean. I'm not wrong, I'm not wrong. Yu Qing repeated his point of view. His expression was ferocious, and layers of black gas surged up from his soul. Yu Qing screamed even louder, but it was more of a desperate struggle. The school doctor looked at him coldly. Mei Ziqing coughed up blood and pleaded with him, please don't kill him. I will definitely teach him well. He just went astray. It's just this once. I can accept any punishment. Don't say that I'm wrong. I'm not wrong, I'm not wrong. Yu Qing's expression became even more twisted. He shouted at the school doctor, what right do you have to say that I'm wrong? The school doctor pulled out a gun from his waist and pointed it at Yu Qing. You have to survive this gun before you talk about right and wrong with me. Mei Ziqing was in despair. She stood in front of Yu Qing, her body covered in wounds from the rope. She pleaded with the school doctor, please, let him go this once, just this once. The school doctor's face was cold. He ignored Mei Ziqing who was in front of Yu Qing and fired. If you want to block, then block. Ningxu pulled Mei Ziqing over, preventing her from being hit. Without Mei Ziqing in front of him, the killing force hit Yu Qing's body. No. Mei Ziqing screamed at the top of her lungs. The rope on her body had lost its owner's control and loosened. Mei Ziqing ignored the wounds on her body and staggered towards Yu Qing. Yu Qing struggled in pain. Perhaps it was because of the strong evil energy in his body, but Yu Qing didn't get killed in one shot. Mei Ziqing stood in front of Yu Qing and knelt down to beg the school doctor. Since Yu Qing didn't get killed this time, please let him go. Please, he knows he's wrong. The school doctor's face was cold. He raised his gun and pointed it at the struggling Yu Qing. Black smoke billowed from Yu Qing's body. Dirty water droplets dripped onto the ground, making sizzling sounds. Yu Qing turned from a sunny and pretty boy into a monster. A monster beyond recognition. You're just relying on enslaved mission enforcers to support you. The mission enforcers worked hard to obtain the power of souls to support disgusting and arrogant parasites like you. Yu Qing's voice was hoarse as he roared. However, he didn't dare to get close to the school doctor for fear of the gun in his hand. All mission enforcers are enslaved by you. If you're unhappy, you can kill them. The school doctor pushed up his glasses, which reflected white light under the sun. He snorted. Is there a problem? If I kill you, it'll be like how you kill those defenseless creatures. You said you're not wrong. What right do you have to criticize me? Why, are you so upset when it's your turn? The school doctor sneered. Mei Ziqing sat on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked defeated and couldn't say anything to beg for mercy. Bang, bang. The school doctor fired 2 consecutive shots at Yu Qing. Yu Qing roared in pain. In the end, his soul exploded. The souls in the black smoke that were struggling in pain burst out. Without Yu Qing's control, the evil energy and the souls of the living beings entangled with each other and struggled in pain. Once they came out, they spread in all directions. Wherever the black smoke passed, the trees turned black. It was even more powerful than the miasma. A black hole appeared behind the school doctor, sucking in the evil energy and the struggling souls. Then, the black hole slowly closed. The surroundings returned to silence. It was a mess. The sun shone on people, but they couldn't feel a trace of warmth. End of chapter 1645. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.